Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 338 to Chapter 420. Boom. Boom. Boom, a series of loud noises could be heard from the forest. A 3,000-meter-tall mountain was jumping up and down. Look, the mountain can run. Oh my God, the mountain has turned into a spirit. Run. The cultivators in the forest fled in fear when they saw the running mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a figure was jumping back and forth while carrying the huge mountain. It was Lin Feng, who had entered the desolate forest to cultivate. A month later, a battle to the death, Lin Feng knew that he had to break through again to defeat the blood dragon. Otherwise, this battle would be too dangerous and passive for him. He had been in the desolate forest for 10 days now. He had been cultivating crazily every day, hoping to break through. At this moment, Lin Feng was carrying the 3,000-meter-tall mountain and jumping around. This was called frog jumping. Most people would only be able to carry a stone lion to temper their bodies while doing frog jumps, however, Lin Feng was carrying a huge mountain. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. If you did not go crazy, how could you improve yourself quickly? Run. Run. The fire Qilin shouted from the side. Run as fast as you can until you exhaust all your strength. Only this kind of extreme tempering can stimulate your potential. Lin Feng nodded. He carried the 3,000-meter-tall mountain and ran into the depths of the forest. Roar. Many ferocious beasts fled in panic when they saw the running mountain. Many cultivators were the same. Not long after, there was a rumor that a running mountain had appeared in the desolate forest. It can't be a spirit, right? Let's go and catch the mountain and extract the essence of the mountain. Some cultivators were tempted and rushed into the forest to find the mountain that had turned into a spirit. Over there. A few days later, they saw a mountain running in the depths of the forest. They were all delighted. It really has turned into a spirit. I wonder how much origin energy is contained in the mountain. More than 10 cultivators shouted excitedly. There were hundreds of cultivators outside who were watching the show. The legend of mountains becoming spirits originated from a story recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The Mountain and Sea scripture said, everything in the world has its own spirit. Devouring the essence of the sun and moon, absorbing the essence of the world, can awaken a spirit. Mountains have their own source, and can become mountain spirits. Mountain spirits can devour the essence of the sun and moon every day, strengthening their source essence, and can become mountain gods. In other words, after a mountain had absorbed enough essence of the sun and moon, it could also gain intelligence and become a mountain spirit. A mountain spirit could continuously absorb the essence of the sun and moon to strengthen its own origin energy. After accumulating for a long time, it could become a mountain god. These people thought that the mountain in front of them was a mountain spirit. They wanted to shatter the mountain and seize its essence. Attack! One of the cultivators shouted. Swish swish swish. Next, all the cultivators flew towards the mountain. One by one, they took out their weapons and charged at the mountain, intending to destroy it. Crackle! Who would have thought that at this moment, the lightning above the mountain would intertwine and strike towards the magic treasures these cultivators had taken out. Clang clang clang, accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, the magic treasures of these cultivators were sent flying. Then, the mountain rushed towards a group of cultivators, sending them flying. Aya, this mountain spirit is too powerful. Hurry up and run. The cultivators who were watching from the periphery turned pale and turned to run. The group of cultivators who were attacking the mountain were scared out of their wits. They put away their magic treasures and fled in panic. Lin Feng did not chase after those people. He carried the 3,000-meter-tall mountain and ran madly into the depths of the forest. I finally got my life back. The group of cultivators who escaped with their lives let out a sigh of relief. A day later, in the depths of the great swamp, a youth was fighting with dozens of deep swamp crocodiles. These deep swamp crocodiles were hundreds of meters long and were almost invulnerable. Their bodies were strong and their strength was huge. With a swipe of their claws, even copper tendons and iron bones would be crushed. The tails of these deep swamp crocodiles were also very terrifying and had destructive power. With a swipe of their tails, even magic treasures forged by cultivators would be smashed to pieces. Lin Feng used his body to fight dozens of deep swamp crocodiles. It could be said that he was surrounded by danger. After fighting for 6 hours, Lin Feng was covered in wounds, but he also beat a group of deep swamp crocodiles into the depths of the swamp, not daring to come out. Only then did he soar into the sky and land below a waterfall, allowing the powerful water to wash away the filth and blood on his body. The fire Qilin laid on the shore like a master and crossed his legs. He said, "Rest for a day, tomorrow we will change the target of the battle." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. The next day, in a lake, a roar shook the sky. A 300 to 400 meter long flood dragon rushed out from the depths of the lake. Its huge body coiled and circled, its cold eyes looking at this human brat who dared to provoke it. Whoosh! The flood dragon spewed out water vapor that filled the sky. These water vapor turned into sharp swords that slashed towards Lin Feng. "Break for me!" Lin Feng shouted loudly, his fist sweeping the sky and earth, shattering all the water swords with one punch. Then, he rushed towards the flood dragon and threw a punch at it. Flood dragon tail whip. The flood dragon swung its tail, fiercely whipping towards Lin Feng. With a loud bang, Lin Feng was sent flying by the flood dragon. Crack, crack. Lin Feng felt as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken. Whoosh. He gritted his teeth and persevered, quickly getting up and rushing towards the flood dragon again. 2 hours later, Lin Feng was already covered in cuts and bruises, and the flood dragon wanted to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. Knowing that he had reached his limit, Lin Feng flapped his golden wings and soared into the sky, causing the flood dragon to miss. "I will challenge you again tomorrow." Lin Feng roared and turned to leave. Roar! The flood dragon roared angrily. After fighting for so long, it still couldn't kill this human brat, which made it very depressed. The next day, Lin Feng came to challenge the flood dragon again. This time, the flood dragon's attacks were even fiercer. It was determined to kill this human brat who dared to provoke it. After fighting for a day, Lin Feng, who was covered in cuts and bruises, left again. The flood dragon couldn't catch up with Lin Feng's golden wings at all. It was so angry that it destroyed a large part of the forest to vent its anger. In the depths of the desolate jungle, Lin Feng went to the top of a mountain and challenged the 9-headed sky demon eagle. He went to the bottom of the Great Lake and fought against the deep swamp crocodiles. He went to the depths of the flood dragon lake and fought against the flood dragon lake. Under such extreme tempering and sharpening, Lin Feng's potential was stimulated. Boom! Finally, on this day, Lin Feng, who was fighting with the flood dragon, seemed to break through a layer of membrane in his body. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. "I broke through," said Lin Feng. The triennial Mountain River List ranking competition had finally begun, and the entire Azure Dragon Institute was bustling with noise and excitement. The Mountain River List ranking competition had 2 different methods. The first method was a single-round elimination system. Because the Azure Dragon Institute had more than 100,000 students, and the Mountain River List only had 300 seats. Therefore, only those who had accumulated 1,000 points had the qualifications to challenge the older students on the Mountain River List. Defeating one opponent could increase one's points by 5. Other than that, the students on the Mountain River List could also challenge higher-ranked students, and if they could win, they would take over their opponent's position, and the defeated student's ranking would automatically drop by 1 place. Under normal circumstances, unless one was very confident in themselves, they would only accept the challenge. Because the people on the Mountain River List were all experts, if they failed the challenge and were injured, other students could take advantage of the situation. Thinking about it, if they were injured, the experts outside the Mountain River List would definitely challenge them to take over their position, and at that time, being defeated would be a high probability event. Before the start of the Mountain River List ranking competition, Blood Dragon appeared on the square, ascending the main stage, and said in a cold voice, "Where is Lin Feng? You challenged me a month ago, and now that I'm here, you can come out." Many people were waiting for the battle between Lin Feng and Blood Dragon. At first, they thought that the battle would take place at the end of the Mountain River List ranking competition, but no one would have thought that Blood Dragon would be so impatient to fight with Lin Feng. In the huge square, more than 100,000 people's cheers shook the sky. One was the Blood Dragon Gang's president, the first-ranked student on the Mountain River list. The other was the Dragon Gate's patriarch, the rising star of the Azure Dragon Institute. The battle between the two could be said to be the center of attention. Moreover, this battle would take place before the start of the Mountain River list ranking competition. It made many people feel excited. Where is Lin Feng? Roll over here to die? Blood Dragon spoke for the second time, his voice cold, filled with contempt for Lin Feng. But Lin Feng still did not appear. This Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid to fight, right? There's really such a possibility. Did you guys hear about what happened a month ago? What is it? Many people saw the conflict between Lin Feng and the Blood Dragon. The Blood Dragon was really too strong and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng probably felt humiliated and was angry, so he challenged the Blood Dragon. When he calmed down, he realized that he couldn't be the Blood Dragon's opponent, so he didn't fight. Now that you mention it, I think it's very possible. After all, you can do anything if you're hot-headed. After thinking about it, you realize how irrational your impulsive actions were. The Blood Dragon is too strong. Lin Feng must know that he's no match for the Blood Dragon, so he didn't appear. Many people began to talk about it. Look, the people from the Dragon Gate are over there. Lin Feng is indeed not there. It seems that Lin Feng is really afraid of the Blood Dragon and doesn't dare to appear. Some students pointed at Long Xiyu, Xiao Yifei, Wang Kuan, and the others. Long Xiyu and the others naturally did not believe that Lin Feng would shrink back at the last minute. The patriarch has been gone for a month. He said he'd come back before the battle. Why hasn't he come back yet? Is the patriarch okay? Asked Wang Kuan worriedly. With the patriarch's strength, he should be fine. He went to the savage forest to train, so it's not strange that he'll be late, said Long Xiyu. The Blood Dragon was furious. You challenged me, but you don't dare show up. How ridiculous. If you see me in the future, you'll have to avoid me. The Blood Dragon was extremely arrogant. His cold laughter echoed throughout the square. Damn it, I really want to teach him a lesson, said Wang Kuan gloomily. Said Long Xiyu. Let's wait for the patriarch. We'll see if he can still be so arrogant. Wang Kuan knew that he was no match for the Blood Dragon. He would only be humiliating himself if he went. He nodded and waited with the others for Lin Feng's return. Is Lin Feng really afraid? Whispered someone from the Drizzle building. Zhou Xiyu looked at Zhou Yingying and said, Second sister, you've interacted with Lin Feng before. What do you think of him? Zhou Yingying thought for a moment and said, I think he's very open and upright. He doesn't seem like someone who's going to back down. Zhou Xiyu nodded and said, to be able to establish the Dragon Gate in such a short time and contend against the five old forces, how can such a person be simple? Wind Snow School, Lu Fengxue, Leng Qiushuang, Shui Ziyao, and the rest of the Wind Snow School's upper echelons were present. Shui Ziyao said, Is Lin Feng really afraid to show up? Leng Qiushuang frowned and said, I'm not sure. But I have a feeling that Lin Feng will definitely show up. Lu Fengxue smiled and said, I can't see through Lin Feng. Let's just wait and see. Other than them, the Mad Tiger Gang, Thunder Firmament Sect, and other student forces upper echelons were also discussing this matter, including the Azure Dragon Institute's teachers, attendants, and elders. Everyone was discussing if Lin Feng was delayed by something or if he really didn't dare to accept the challenge. Each side had their own explanation. At this moment, the Blood Dragon Gang's members were all high and mighty. Who does Lin Feng think he is? Can he contend against our president? He's overestimating himself. That's right. He's so scared that he doesn't dare to show up. Do you know where he's hiding? Haha, what a coward. He doesn't even have the qualifications to carry our president's shoes. The Blood Dragon Gang's members mocked and ridiculed. Bastard. What are you talking about? The Dragon Gate's members naturally couldn't take it anymore and started arguing. It was obvious that a great battle was about to break out. Where is Lin Feng? Where is Lin Feng? Where is Lin Feng? Blood Dragon stood on the stage and let out 3 consecutive shouts that were deafening to the ears. He still hasn't shown up. He must be scared. Tisk tsk. He must be regretting challenging Blood Dragon now. Some students curled their lips and said. Blood Dragon's expression was cold as he shouted, Lin Feng? You don't dare to accept the challenge? I've overestimated you, a coward like you. You don't even have the qualifications to make me, Blood Dragon, take action. Blood Dragon stood on the stage, looking incomparably arrogant. His gaze was as cold as a blade, and everyone could feel his condescending attitude. However, Blood Dragon was strong enough to look down on any student in the Azure Dragon Institute. Blood Dragon. Can't you keep your cool? It seems that I've underestimated you. Just as Blood Dragon's voice fell, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned to look in the distance. Seeing that figure, Blood Dragon's face revealed a trace of coldness. Thousands of meters away, a figure was bouncing from a tall building. Every time he bounced, he would travel hundreds of meters. A distance of thousands of meters was covered in a few breaths of time. That young man landed on the arena, more than 10 meters away from the Blood Dragon. A terrifying aura immediately spread out from that young man's body. You're finally here to die? Blood Dragon sneered. Blood Dragon. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll trample you under my feet. The young man stepped out, and the aura around him became more terrifying as he walked toward Blood Dragon. This is momentum condensation. Many people were astonished when they sensed that Lin Feng's qi was becoming more and more powerful. Momentum condensation. This was a very extraordinary ability. Not everyone could condense momentum. Often, many powerful existences could use momentum to kill people. Their momentum was very terrifying. Because those existences were extremely confident in themselves. Moreover, their cultivation was profound and they had comprehended the method of condensing momentum, therefore, many times, they didn't need to make a move to condense their momentum and kill the enemy. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had experienced life and death battles again and again. He had also led a 1,000-man army to battle the Beastmen army, killing countless Beastmen soldiers and several Beastmen generals. He had entered the Beastmen army as if there was no resistance. This was a great boost to Lin Feng's comprehension of momentum. Generally, to condense momentum, one needed to be at the yin-yang realm or above. However, Lin Feng's experience, coupled with Lin Feng's comprehension, had allowed Lin Feng to comprehend the method of condensing momentum. Lin Feng walked step by step towards Blood Dragon, his momentum growing stronger. No, I can't take it anymore. Lin Feng's momentum is too strong. Many of the Azure Dragon Institute teachers and attendants who were closer to the stage couldn't withstand the momentum emitted from Lin Feng's body. Their faces were pale and they quickly retreated. What a genius! He can actually comprehend momentum at the martial general realm. Many of the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups were shocked. Lin Feng's momentum directly enveloped Blood Dragon's body. Crack, Blood Dragon's expression changed slightly. He immediately felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, and his movements became much slower. You can actually condense momentum? I underestimated you before. Blood Dragon's expression was indifferent. Xianxia treasure technique. Shouted Lin Feng icily. He threw a punch at the Blood Dragon. Roar. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. The vicious beast Xianxia condensed and leaped out, pouncing towards Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon growled and punched out to block. Above Xuelong's right fist, endless blood light condensed. When Lin Feng had fought against Xuelong for the first time, Xuelong had used the same attack. It was a strange attack. The blood-red light swirled around the Blood Dragon's fist. It was a very powerful attack, and it ferociously smashed towards the Xianxia. However, the current Lin Feng could not be mentioned in the same breath. A life and death experience in the desolate forest. 1 month of bitter cultivation. Lin Feng had advanced by a realm. His combat power sword, the ferocious beast Xianxi's roar shook the sky. Together with the force emitted from Lin Feng's body, it launched an attack on the Blood Dragon. Bang! The two sides clashed fiercely. Everyone saw that Blood Dragon's blood shadow fist was broken by Xianxia. The Xianxi's huge claws slammed into the Blood Dragon and sent it flying. How is this possible? The Blood Dragon was repelled? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Heavens, how is Lin Feng so powerful? A month ago, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage when he fought with the blood dragon. How did Lin Feng become so powerful in just a month? Could it be that Lin Feng was hiding his cultivation before this? Many people discussed animatedly. No one believed that Lin Feng's cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed. Of course, nobody knew that during that 1 month, in order to increase his cultivation, Lin Feng had gone through a lot of dangerous situations. He had gone through a lot of dangerous battles and survived. Damn it! After being repelled, the blood dragon could not help but curse. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light. He had thought that he could easily get rid of Lin Feng, but he had not expected to suffer a great loss in the first exchange between the two. How could the proud and arrogant blood dragon accept this? Roar! At this time, the Xianxia beast roared and pounced toward the blood dragon. The blood dragon sneered. He stretched out his hands, and a terrifying blood-red ball of light condensed in his palms. Blood dragon kill. The blood dragon let out a long roar and suddenly pushed its hands forward. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly rang out. The blood-red ball of light suddenly turned into a blood-red dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It quickly rushed out and pounced on the Xianxia beast. The blood dragon looked like a real blood dragon. It was lifelike and exuded a suffocating aura. What a terrifying secret technique. Is this an ancient divine ability? Many people cried out in surprise. Rumor had it that the blood dragon had a fortuitous encounter when he was young and had consumed dragon blood. His body had been transformed by the dragon blood, so his talent was abnormally strong. The reason why he was called the blood dragon was because of his talent. It was because of his signature move, the blood dragon kill. It was the powerful technique that the blood dragon was currently using, which was to condense a blood-red ball of light, using the blood-red ball of light to condense a blood dragon. The blood dragon soared to the sky, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. This was the blood dragon kill. The blood dragon collided with the Xianxia beast. Rumble, the battle stage shook violently as the two beasts clashed. This Lin Feng is condensing a Xianxia beast. Looks like this Lin Feng also grasped an ancient divine abilities inheritance. He's also a person with great fortune. Even in ancient forces, only the core disciples could cultivate these kinds of inheritances. Our true martial country doesn't have this kind of inheritance. He probably had a fortuitous encounter. Some of the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups were discussing. Right at this moment, the Crimson Dragon slapped the Xianxia flying with its claw. After that, the Crimson Dragon quickly arrived in front of the Xianxia, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on the Xianxia's head. The Xianxia beast dissipated into nothingness. Lin Feng's Xianxia treasure technique was broken by the blood dragon's blood dragon kill. What a powerful blood dragon kill. Lin Feng's secret technique was broken. This time, Lin Feng is in danger. Many people exclaimed in shock. Grown, the gigantic blood dragon roared, bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it threw itself at Lin Feng. An endless amount of blood-red lights enveloped Lin Feng and enveloped him. Not good, Lin Feng can't dodge the blood dragon's attack. Its speed is too fast. Then, isn't he dead for sure? Many people exclaimed in shock. The Dragon Gate's Long Shiyu, Xiao Yafei, Ziyuan, and the others were looking at the battle stage nervously and worriedly. The blood dragon's attack was too powerful. The blood dragon opened its bloody maw, aiming to swallow Lin Feng whole. Lin Feng was about to be swallowed by the blood dragon. But at that moment, everyone saw Lin Feng's hands turn into a black hole. When the blood dragon pounced on him, the black hole started to distort violently, emitting terrifying fluctuations. The blood dragon was directly swallowed by the black hole. After swallowing the blood dragon, Lin Feng's aura was even more terrifying than before. Boom, an incomparably terrifying aura emerged from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng stepped forward. His force was even more terrifying. Lin Feng took a step forward. Suddenly, a gale swept out. Lin Feng's force was too strong. It had formed a gale. The blood dragon was suppressed by Lin Feng's force. It looked as if it had been struck by lightning. Its face was incomparably pale as it was forced to retreat. Is that Lin Feng's martial spirit? It is said that it is an extremely strange devouring martial spirit that can devour everything. Can you feel the aura emanating from Lin Feng's body? It's too powerful. Even the blood dragon was forced to retreat by the aura emanating from Lin Feng's body. Countless people were discussing as they looked at Lin Feng in shock. Now, Lin Feng was already at the third level of the martial general realm and possessed the strength of 25 dragons and elephants. The strength of one dragon and elephant was equivalent to 10 dragons, and 25 dragons and elephants was equivalent to 250 dragons. With his third-level martial spirit circulating, Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 725 dragons. Of course, the truly terrifying thing about Lin Feng was that he cultivated secret techniques that allowed him to challenge those above his level, as well as the force that he had comprehended. So at this moment, even the blood dragon was suppressed by Lin Feng. The blood dragon's expression became extremely gloomy. The blood dragon was extremely depressed. He clearly felt that his strength far exceeded Lin Feng's, but he had a feeling that he had nowhere to use his strength. The blood dragon's cultivation was at the 6th level of the martial general realm, and his strength was around 3,000 dragons. Before Lin Feng broke through, his strongest strength was only 150 dragons. The blood dragon's strength was 20 times that of Lin Feng's. Thus, in the clash in the cafeteria, the blood dragon was able to easily suppress Lin Feng. After breaking through, Lin Feng's strength could reach 725 dragons at most. The blood dragon's strength was only about 4 times that of Lin Feng's. It had also been said before that only when one's strength exceeded 10 times that one could break through 10,000 techniques. If it was within 10 times, it was hard to say who would win. This depended on the secret techniques that both sides cultivated. During a battle, one's ability to perform on the spot was extremely important. Therefore, although the blood dragon's strength surpassed Lin Feng's, it was completely normal for it to be suppressed by Lin Feng. Hegemonic Thunder Art. Lin Feng walked towards the blood dragon step by step. His hands continuously formed seals. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang out as a layer of thunderclouds appeared above the arena. Within the thunderclouds, the power of lightning intertwined. It's another ancient ability, and it's the rarest lightning ability. Many people cried out in alarm. Thunder was the power with the greatest attack power. As for all kinds of lightning secret arts, cultivation methods, and divine abilities, they were the rarest. Even many ancient forces might not necessarily have the lightning god art. However, Lin Feng's use of this lightning ancient divine ability shocked everyone. Could it be that this guy discovered the cavern of an ancient cultivator? Many people were secretly guessing. Boom, the first thunderbolt struck down instantly. The purple lightning shot towards the blood dragon. Swish swish swish, the blood dragon's speed was extremely fast. He quickly flashed on the arena and dodged the first thunderbolt attack. However, before the blood dragon could stop, a second bolt of lightning struck down. The blood dragon flew into the distance again to avoid the second bolt of lightning. However, a third bolt, a fourth bolt. More and more thunderbolts descended from the sky, bombarding the blood dragon. Bang, a thunderbolt ruthlessly struck the blood dragon's body, sending him flying. Wah, the blood dragon couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood dragon is injured. Many people cried out in alarm. No one had expected this to happen. Before the battle, everyone had thought that the blood dragon would win. However, after the battle, the result was different from what they had imagined. From the very beginning, Lin Feng had obtained the advantage, not the blood dragon, but now the blood dragon had been injured by Lin Feng. How could this be? The members of the blood dragon gang cried out in disbelief. Originally, the members of the blood dragon gang were arrogant and despotic in the Azure Dragon Institute. No one dared to provoke them until Lin Feng appeared. The members of the blood dragon gang had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lin Feng. They were all waiting for the blood dragon to defeat Lin Feng and vent their anger. But now, the blood dragon was suppressed by Lin Feng to the point that he didn't have the strength to fight back. The blood dragon gang members couldn't accept this. The sovereign is too strong. On the other hand, the Dragon Gate students were looking at the battle stage with incomparable excitement. These Dragon Gate students. They were proud to be Dragon Gate students. Blood Dragon. Is this all you've got? If it's limited to this, then you're really too weak. Lin Feng's cold voice resounded through the entire arena. Everyone was in a daze. There was actually someone who dared to say to the blood dragon that he was too weak. Moreover, the person who said this was merely a 17 or 18-year-old youth. This made everyone feel a sense of unreality. The blood dragon. That was the Azure Dragon Institute's #1 expert. Who knew how many people had challenged the blood dragon, but all of them had suffered a crushing defeat. But now, the blood dragon was completely suppressed. Crackle, 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 in the void, bolts of lightning blasted towards the blood dragon. Bang, the blood dragon was sent flying again. His hair was unbound. You're courting death. The blood dragon roared furiously. His face was distorted. When had the blood dragon ever been suppressed like this? At this moment, he only wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. To wash away the shame that Lin Feng brought to him. Dragon God transformation. At this moment, the blood dragon roared. Kacha, kacha, everyone heard the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Look, the blood dragon's body is changing. Someone pointed at the stage in shock. Everyone looked over and sure enough, the blood dragon's body seemed to be growing bigger. Bang, the clothes on the blood dragon's upper body exploded. Then, the blood dragon's muscles began to expand. His body was punched in an instant. A dense layer of scales appeared on the surface of the blood dragon's body. Dragon scales, it's actually dragon scales. Many people shouted in shock. They didn't know what kind of secret technique the blood dragon had used to cover his body with dragon scales. When the dense lightning struck the blood dragon's body, all the lightning was blocked by the dragon scales. Heavens, after the blood dragon's scales, Lin Feng's attacks can't hurt him anymore. Many people shouted in shock. The blood dragon's defense was too strong. If Lin Feng couldn't even break through the blood dragon's defense, how could he fight against him? He would definitely lose. Little boy, you've forced me to use the divine dragon transformation. Once I use it, I can even block the attack of a cultivator of the martial king layer, let alone you. Little boy, prepare to die. The blood dragon laughed coldly and rushed towards Lin Feng. A blood shadow punch condensed a boundless blood-red light and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng is going to die, many people shouted in alarm. The blood dragon's defense couldn't be broken by Lin Feng. Many people thought that there was no suspense in this battle. Haha, let's see how that little boy will die. The Blood Dragon Society's members were excited. They could already see Lin Feng being punched to death by the blood dragon. When they thought about that, they started trembling with excitement. Oh no, the patriarch is in danger. Long Shiyu and the others' expressions changed drastically. On the battle stage, a boundless blood-red light surrounded Lin Feng. The blood dragon's face was filled with a hideous smile. It was as if he could already see Lin Feng being punched to death. Facing the blood dragon's impenetrable defense, Lin Feng smiled coldly. Can't I break through his defense? Whispered Lin Feng. His lips curled into a cold smile. He stretched out his right hand. Boom! The lightning energy floating in the sky quickly rushed over, forming a ball of lightning that was grabbed by Lin Feng. When the blood dragon's fist came towards him, Lin Feng's left hand struck towards the blood dragon. With a loud bang, the two fists collided. Lin Feng blocked the blood dragon's fist, while the ball of lightning in his right hand pressed against the blood dragon's body. Following the earth-shaking explosion, everyone saw the ball of lightning that Lin Feng had condensed explode. The blood dragon's body was blown away, his skin and flesh lacerated. The dense dragon scales on his body were completely destroyed by the terrifying power of the explosion. The blood dragon spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and flew over 10 meters before falling to the ground. Heavens, isn't Lin Feng too strong? Shocked gazes fell on the black-clothed youth on the stage. Blood dragon. He was ranked first on the Mountain River list. He had actually been defeated by Lin Feng. GGG. Blood Dragon leaped up from the ground and let out a cry that sounded like a night owl. Everyone looked at Blood Dragon and felt their hair stand on end when they heard Blood Dragon's cry. What's wrong with Blood Dragon? Did he go crazy because he couldn't accept the truth? Someone muttered. Lin Feng is too strong. Blood Dragon can't handle Lin Feng. It's normal for Blood Dragon to lose to Lin Feng, someone said. Everyone was nervously paying attention to what was happening on the stage. The battle had reached the most critical moment. Lin Feng and Xue Long's movements were extremely important. Everybody was worried about Lin Feng and Xue Long brat. I have to say, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. At this moment, Blood Dragon's expression suddenly returned to normal. However, everyone could hear the dense killing intent in the Blood Dragon's voice. Blood Dragon restrained all of his killing intent. At this time, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How can this be? Isn't Blood Dragon about to lose? Why do I feel that the Blood Dragon is even scarier now? Yeah, I have the same feeling. Many people exclaimed in shock. They didn't understand what was going on. They looked at Xue Long in shock. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. Elder, what do you think? Wenren Kanglin and the other Azure Dragon Institute higher-ups were also watching the battle. Someone looked at Wenren Kanglin and asked. There's something wrong with Blood Dragon. I'm afraid he still has some terrifying moves that he hasn't used yet. Wenren Kanglin frowned. When he looked at Lin Feng, he couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Even an expert of his level revealed a worried expression. Clearly, even Wenren Kanglin felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to block Blood Dragon's hidden killing move. It's his martial spirit. An elder said. Martial spirit? Many of the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups looked at the elder. The elder said, I heard that Blood Dragon's martial spirit is an extremely terrifying martial spirit. Moreover, it's a dark attribute martial spirit. Darkness-type martial soul? The Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark martial soul was the strangest and rarest type of martial soul. Every dark martial soul had an unimaginable ability. Any kind of dark martial soul was extremely terrifying. It was said that once a person with a dark martial spirit activated his dark martial spirit, he would be able to fight opponents who were much stronger than him. In other words, when the Blood Dragon awakened its own dark martial spirit. Although he was only a martial general, he could ignore the huge gap in strength between him and a martial king. He could challenge a martial king expert. This was simply too shocking. However, the dark martial soul was too rare. Therefore, everyone had only heard about the dark martial soul but had never seen it before. On the arena, Blood Dragon suddenly walked up step by step. Shocking waves were released from Blood Dragon's dantian. Balls of black gas surged out and covered the entire arena. Above the arena, black fog lingered. Everyone could only see Lin Feng's blurry figure, while Blood Dragon disappeared without a trace. That's a dark martial soul. The Fire Qilin, who was watching the battle from a distant rooftop, was shocked. Any dark martial soul is extremely terrifying and has unimaginable abilities. I wonder which Blood Dragon's dark martial soul is. At this moment, even the Fire Qilin's expression became serious. Before this, he had been watching the battle with a relaxed attitude. But now, seeing the Blood Dragon release his dark martial soul, he couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Why can't I feel Blood Dragon's aura? Look, there's only a blurry figure on the arena. That must be Lin Feng. Blood Dragon has disappeared. Many people cried out in alarm. The Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons' faces also changed. Wenren Kanglin and the others even extended their divine senses, using their divine senses to scan everything that was happening on the stage. They felt Lin Feng's aura with their divine sense, but they couldn't find Blood Dragon's aura. It disappeared, Lin Feng muttered. Just like that, Blood Dragon disappeared from sight. The surroundings were shrouded in black fog, but Blood Dragon had disappeared without a trace. Just a moment ago, it was clearly on the opposite side. Lin Feng used his divine sense to search for Blood Dragon's whereabouts. No. I can't sense it. Blood Dragon has disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably serious. The method that the Blood Dragon used was really too strange. Is that his martial soul? Why did he disappear? Lin Feng frowned. He looked around the arena. There was only a faint black fog, but there was no trace of Blood Dragon. Disappeared. Blood Dragon really disappeared. This martial soul is too terrifying. No wonder it's said that people with dark martial souls can fight opponents who are a lot stronger than them. We are all martial king realm cultivators, but we can't sense where Blood Dragon is. A great elder said with a bitter smile. If they couldn't sense where Blood Dragon was hiding, then Blood Dragon could launch a sneak attack. One could imagine if they were ambushed by Blood Dragon. Even a martial king realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, they were all made of flesh and blood. In the arena, Lin Feng looked around with a grave expression. Behind Lin Feng, a silhouette appeared soundlessly. Nobody knew how he had appeared. It was Blood Dragon. He had appeared behind Lin Feng. Blood Dragon's mouth was full of a sinister expression. He threw a palm towards Lin Feng. Behind. Lin Feng's reaction speed was extremely fast. When Blood Dragon attacked, he sensed the aura behind him. His expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng turned around and threw an attack behind him. But who would have thought that his attack would miss? Blood Dragon appeared on Lin Feng's left and threw a punch. Bang! This punch fiercely hit Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng was immediately sent flying. Thump, 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 Lin Feng took more than 10 steps back before he could stop. He felt a terrifying force enter his body, trying to destroy it. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to suppress the terrifying force that entered his body. You're fine after taking my attack? How can your body be so strong? Shouted Blood Dragon. He couldn't believe it. Lin Feng hadn't been able to block that attack at all. Even a martial king would vomit blood from the attack. But Lin Feng was fine. Wasn't his body too strong? Blood Dragon couldn't help but feel a deep sense of jealousy. How could this kid have such a terrifying body? What martial soul do you have? Lin Feng asked solemnly. Darkness. Black Fog martial soul. I am the Black Fog. The Black Fog is me. I can turn into any black fog. And any black fog. I can also turn into me. Blood Dragon's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will break every bone in your body and destroy your dantian. You'll become a complete cripple. In the end, you'll be like a dog wagging its tail in front of me and begging me to let you live. As soon as he finished speaking, Blood Dragon disappeared. The Blood Dragon's arrogant words still echoed in his ears, as if they hadn't dissipated. However, he had disappeared without a trace again. The Blood Dragon's martial soul is really terrifying. He disappeared again. This is simply an invincible martial soul. There's no way to fight against it. Yes, this martial soul is too heaven-defying. Facing this martial soul, Lin Feng can't do anything. This is a situation where he will definitely lose. If I were Lin Feng, I would admit defeat now. This way, I can still save my life. If I don't admit defeat now, I'm afraid I won't have a good ending. Many people were discussing animatedly as they watched the battle in the arena with solemn expressions. Many people used their divine senses to search for the Blood Dragon's figure, but they found nothing. In the arena, there was only Lin Feng and the black fog that lingered around the entire arena. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that he was in trouble. This was the first time he had seen such a strange martial soul. As expected, there were thousands of martial souls in the world. There were always some martial souls that had unimaginable abilities. For example, the Blood Dragon's martial soul was too strange. Swoosh, behind him, a cold light flashed and the Blood Dragon appeared again. He held a short blade that could cut iron like mud and stabbed towards Lin Feng. The Blood Dragon's attack hadn't managed to injure Lin Feng. This guy knew that Lin Feng's physical defense was too strong. It was not easy to use a secret technique to break Lin Feng's physical defense. Therefore, this guy directly used his weapon. The short blade flashed with a cold light and stabbed towards Lin Feng. The attack was about to stab Lin Feng. Swoosh. However, suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Fast. His speed was too fast. Lin Feng's clone, the golden-winged Rock King's clone, allowed Lin Feng to have extreme speed. He moved short distances as fast as teleportation. This sudden stab pierced nothing but air. The Blood Dragon's pupils contracted violently. Even he did not notice how Lin Feng had disappeared. Suddenly, Blood Dragon felt a strong gust of wind coming from the left. Lin Feng appeared out of nowhere and swept his leg toward Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon raised his hand to block. Bang! Crack! Although the Blood Dragon blocked this attack, its arm was broken by Lin Feng. The Blood Dragon did not have Lin Feng's abnormally strong and terrifying body. Heavens, it can't be. Blood Dragon was injured by Lin Feng again. Many people were dumbfounded. After Blood Dragon had used his dark martial spirit, everyone felt that Lin Feng would definitely lose. However, Blood Dragon was the one who was injured, which made everyone feel incredulous. The fire unicorn nodded in satisfaction and murmured to himself, Lin Feng has been fighting against so many ferocious beasts. His intuition is as sharp as a ferocious beast's. When danger comes, he can always predict it in advance. The most terrifying thing is that he can control his golden wings. He can take advantage of every moment and use his speed to its maximum. That's how he managed to injure the Blood Dragon, who has a dark spirit. That kind of perfect use of his golden wings is not something that can be done by learning how to use them, it's something that can be learned through countless battles. Damn it! You actually injured me. Blood Dragon's face was extremely gloomy. In all the battles that he had used his dark martial spirit, he had never lost. This was the first time that he had been injured. Blood Dragon's anger was like a volcanic eruption. He was unable to contain his anger. Lin Feng nodded and said, your martial spirit is terrifying, but your speed is slower than my speed of dodging. As long as I catch your chi, I can dodge your attacks. Lin Feng is really strong. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared half to death by Blood Dragon's martial spirit, but he's still so calm. Lin Feng is only 17 years old, right? I really don't know what he's been through. He's in such a dangerous situation, but he's still able to calmly deal with all kinds of dangers and crises. Many people were astonished. They put themselves in Lin Feng's shoes and tried to imagine what they would do if they were in his shoes. However, the answer made them feel like cursing themselves. Blood Dragon looked indifferent and said, I see. You used your speed to dodge my attacks. But if all your angles were blocked, how could you use your speed to dodge my attacks? Blood Dragon's lips curled into a sinister smile. A moment later, he disappeared again. Lin Feng looked around indifferently. Swish! Suddenly, a cold light appeared behind him. Blood Dragon appeared with a short blade in his hand and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng originally wanted to dodge the attack, but he hadn't thought that another Blood Dragon would appear on his left, front, and right. There were 4 Blood Dragons on his left, back, front, and right. They were all holding short blades as they charged towards Lin Feng. The 4 Blood Dragons blocked all 4 directions, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. This attack was simply too frightening. Why are there 4 Blood Dragons? If the 4 Blood Dragons attack at the same time, Lin Feng's speed advantage will disappear. One is his real body, and the other 3 are condensed by Blood Dragon's martial spirit. His real body can instantly switch between the condensed dark clones. The Blood Dragon's martial spirit has such an ability. How monstrous. Then Lin Feng will definitely lose. Sigh, losing is the best outcome. Do you think the Blood Dragon will let Lin Feng off so easily? Many people started talking. When they thought about the Blood Dragon's personality, their expressions changed. Lin Feng would suffer a fate worse than death if he fell into the Blood Dragon's hands. The 4 Blood Dragons were all holding short blades as they attacked Lin Feng. In the narrow space, Lin Feng moved quickly, dodging the 4 Blood Dragons' attacks. Each time, he managed to dodge a fatal attack. At the same time, Lin Feng released his devouring martial spirit. His devouring martial spirit started devouring the black fog around the battle stage. At the same time, Lin Feng used his magnetic field to restrict the Blood Dragon's speed. But he realized that his magnetic field had failed. The black fog around the battle stage. After devouring it, it would appear again, said the Blood Dragon, smiling coldly. I've heard that you have a devouring martial spirit? It seems like it's also a kind of dark martial spirit. But dark martial spirits can't affect each other. Your devouring martial spirit can't destroy my black fog martial spirit. Is that so? Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. devouring martial spirit's ultimate form. Activate! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The three devouring martial spirits started fusing together. The three martial souls exuded a shocking fluctuation. Under Lin Feng's control, the three devouring martial souls began to merge. This was the ultimate form of Lin Feng's martial soul. The three martial souls had merged into one. According to the classification of martial souls, Lin Feng's martial soul belonged to the darkness martial soul, just as the blood dragon had said. This was because the devouring martial soul was a twisted black hole. In terms of the devouring martial soul's ability to bind and devour, it belonged to the darkness martial soul. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was different from ordinary darkness martial souls. His martial soul had evolved from the ultimate form of a grade 10 martial soul. A grade 10 martial soul was known as the ultimate form of a martial soul. However, Lin Feng's martial soul had evolved again and surpassed the grade 10 martial soul. Three black holes had appeared. His martial soul had surpassed Fan Tao's darkness martial soul. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Feng's dantian. The three martial souls had fused together perfectly. An even larger devouring martial soul appeared in Lin Feng's dantian. When Lin Feng's three martial souls merged, Lin Feng felt that his strength was increasing crazily. He felt that he could capture the sun and moon with his hands and crush mountains and rivers with his feet. In Lin Feng's dantian, the ultimate form of the devouring martial soul revolved crazily. A terrifying devouring power surged out and the endless black fog was devoured by the devouring martial soul. It's useless. Unless you have a light martial soul, you won't be able to break through my darkness martial soul. Blood Dragon's face was filled with a cold smile. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was devouring the black fog. The Blood Dragon was producing even more black fog. Soon, the Blood Dragon's face changed drastically. The fog was getting thinner and thinner. The speed at which he produced the black fog was much slower than the speed at which Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was devouring the black fog. Hey, look! The black fog in the arena is getting thinner. What's going on? The black fog is formed by the Blood Dragon's darkness martial soul. Why is it getting thinner? Many people looked at the arena in confusion. How is this possible? Blood Dragon roared in disbelief. Dark martial spirits can't suppress each other. Why is your dark martial spirit suppressing mine? Lin Feng sneered and said, dark martial spirits are also divided into strong and weak. Boom! In the next moment, an even more powerful devouring force surged out and devoured a large amount of black fog. Even the three darkness clones that the Blood Dragon had created with his dark martial soul flew quickly toward Lin Feng's dantian. The three clones shrunk rapidly and were devoured by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. No. That's impossible. The Blood Dragon couldn't accept what was happening and roared furiously. His dark martial soul was almost invincible. But now, it was actually broken by someone. This was a huge blow to the Blood Dragon. Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng sneered. Like an eagle soaring through the sky, he flew towards the Blood Dragon. With a direct attack, he attacked the Blood Dragon. Bang! With a muffled boom, the Crimson Dragon was sent flying. Wah! The Blood Dragon spat out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Crack! 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 Many of the Blood Dragon's bones were broken. Lin Feng was about to rush out and completely cripple the Blood Dragon. Against an enemy, Lin Feng would never show mercy. However, just as he was about to cripple the Blood Dragon, a cold killing intent suddenly enveloped him. How terrifying! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The killing intent was too terrifying. A Yin-Yang realm expert? Lin Feng took a deep breath. There was actually a Yin-Yang realm expert spying on everything in the area. Moreover, he was threatening him. Damn it! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He didn't dare act rashly with a Yin-Yang realm expert hiding in the dark. Plop! The Blood Dragon fell heavily to the ground and didn't move. He was breathing heavily and was clearly heavily injured. The Blood Dragon lost. No one knew who was the first to speak. Following that, the entire square was filled with shouts. Blood Dragon! The #1 expert of the Mountain River list. He actually lost. Shocked gazes landed on the handsome black-clothed youth on the stage. It was him who had defeated the blood dragon. 17 years old. This Lin Feng is only 17 years old. He is truly a peerless monster. No wonder the Institute Master has been paying attention to him. The higher-ups of the Azure Dragon Institute lamented. Lost. He actually lost. The Blood Dragon Society members were stunned. They were all in a daze, as if they couldn't believe that it was real. As for the Dragon Sect members, they let out deafening cheers. Lin Feng flew down the stage and walked towards the Dragon Sect members. He returned to the crowd and closed his eyes to rest. The Mountain River List ranking competition had officially begun with the end of the battle between Lin Feng and the Blood Dragon. Late at night. In Shangguan Jingxiong's study. Fei in this year, you have done well in Mercenary Town. Many of the family elders are very satisfied with you. Shangguan Jingxiong smiled. Shangguan Jingxiong looked to be around 50 years old. He had a sturdy body, but his face was pale. Because he had suffered an injury in his early years, he had never been able to recover. His body condition was not ideal. This was also the reason why Shangguan Jingxiong was in a hurry to groom his successor. Thank you, Father, for your praise. Shangguan Fei bowed slightly. We are father and daughter talking, you don't have to be so restrained. These years, I have indeed wronged you and your mother. Fei father's body is getting worse day by day. And I only have the three of you. Mo is fond of grandiose achievements, his eyes are too high, he does things rashly, and his personality is extreme. He is not suitable to be in charge of the Mercenary Association. Li sigh, let's not talk about him, let's not talk about him. It seemed like he was extremely disappointed with Shangguan Li, and was unwilling to talk about him. Shangguan Jingxiong looked at Fei and said, now, there is the great clan elders faction eyeing the position of patriarch covetously. Father has already contacted a few of the clan elders. In 3 days, in the family meeting, you will be the successor. After the 3 years of training ends, you can officially become the patriarch. Shangguan Fei said, Father, I'm afraid this matter will not be easy. Shangguan Jingxiong said, Father naturally knows that there will be many obstacles, but don't worry, Father has already considered everything. I only hope that in the future, when you inherit the position of patriarch, you can continue to expand the Mercenary Association. At the same time, you can get along well with Mo and Li. No matter how bad they were in the past, they are still your brothers, flowing the same blood. Fei will remember. Shangguan Fei replied. Alright, you can go. Shangguan Jingxiong said. Fei farewell. Shangguan Fei bowed slightly, then left. After Shangguan Fei left, a figure walked out from the corner of the room. It was actually Shangguan Mo. Shangguan Mo's eyes were filled with a sinister light. Father, oh father, you would actually rather pass the position of patriarch to a lowly servant's daughter than pass it to me. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. As he said that, Shangguan Mo's face was filled with killing intent. Family meeting? Is there going to be one? Hearing Shangguan Fei mention the family meeting, Lin Feng suddenly remembered what Shangguan Fei had told him a year ago. Shangguan Fei nodded and said, Father said that during the family meeting, I will be chosen as the successor, and in the future, I will be in charge of the Mercenary Association. Lin Feng pulled Shangguan Fei into his embrace and said, the leader of the real Wu country's Mercenary Association will become a peerless beauty like you. Who knows how many people will fight to join the Mercenary Association? So hateful. Shangguan Fei humphed. Lin Feng asked, when will it be held? The day after tomorrow morning. Shangguan Fei said. At that time I will go and support you, and at the same time, pay my respects to Auntie. Lin Feng said with a smile. Shangguan Fei's face flushed red, and she muttered, alright, when mother sees you, she will be very happy. Seeing Shangguan Fei's bashful look, Lin Feng felt an evil fire rising in his lower abdomen, and he directly carried her up and walked towards the bed. Shangguan Fei naturally knew what Lin Feng wanted to do, and she struggled with a red face. No, it is daytime now, people will hear us, how am I supposed to face others? We are all going to the Mountain River List ranking tournament, what are you afraid of? Doing it in the day is more interesting. Lin Feng said with a smile. Not long after, Shangguan Fei soft panting could be heard from the room. Late at night, Shangguan Mo and the great elder Shangguan Qian came to Shangguan Jingxiong's room together. Ever since Shangguan Jingxiong had been injured, the great elder had been eyeing the position of family head. Seeing his son and Shangguan Qian come together, Shangguan Jingxiong furrowed his brow. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Shangguan Jingxiong asked. Shangguan Qian smiled and said, we are here for the family meeting tomorrow. Oh? Shangguan Jingxiong raised his eyelids and said, what does the great elder want to say? The family head's health is deteriorating day by day. Tomorrow, we should choose a successor. Shangguan Qian said with a smile. I already know what to do. I'll announce it at the family meeting tomorrow, said Lin Feng. As Shangguan Jingxiong spoke, he started coughing violently. Shangguan Qian quickly gave Shangguan Mo a look. Shangguan Mo quickly went forward and supported Shangguan Jingxiong, saying, Father, are you okay? Let me help you to rest. Shangguan Jingxiong was somewhat gratified. He thought to himself that Mo still knew how to care for him. His earnest teachings these past few days were not in vain. After Mo's personality changed, he should still be entrusted with important tasks. At that time, he would assist Fei Er. Shangguan Mo helped Shangguan Jingxiong into the inner room. At this moment, Shangguan Qian attacked from behind Shangguan Jingxiong, sending a palm strike towards Shangguan Jingxiong. Shangguan Jingxiong's cultivation was very strong. He had already felt the aura behind him. His expression changed and he wanted to fight back, but Shangguan Mo grabbed his hand tightly. Mo, you. Shangguan Jingxiong looked at Shangguan Mo in disbelief. Father, your injuries are so serious. If you relapse and die, your son will be very sad, Shangguan Mo said with a sinister smile. Bang. Shangguan Qian's attack fiercely struck Shangguan Jingxiong's body, sending him flying. Wah. Shangguan Jingxiong spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. He pointed at Shangguan Mo. There was no anger in his eyes, only endless sorrow. He had calculated everything. But he didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of his own son. Shangguan Jingxiong fell to the ground, motionless. Shangguan Qian walked forward, touched his nose, and frowned slightly. Is he dead? Shangguan Mo asked. He's still alive, but he's almost become a living dead. It's not good to kill him directly. This is the best way. His old injuries relapse and he becomes a living dead. Move him to the bed and let someone take care of him. Without our orders, no one can come and see him. Shangguan Qian said with a cold smile. Shangguan Mo nodded and threw Shangguan Jingxiong on the bed as if he was a corpse. He couldn't be bothered to look at him. Shangguan Mo said, Can I become the clan leader tomorrow? I'll have to rely on the great elder. Shangguan Qian smiled and said, Now that Shangguan Jingxiong has become a living dead, who can fight against us? As for that Shangguan Fei, she's just a little girl. Without Shangguan Jingxiong's support, what is she? The position of clan leader will definitely be young Master Mo. That's great, said Lin Feng. Shangguan Mo was overjoyed. Shangguan Qian sneered in his heart, Trash like you becoming the clan leader will only be this old man's puppet. The power of the Shangguan clan and the mercenary association will finally fall into my hands. The next morning, Lin Feng headed towards the Shangguan clan. At the same time, the Shangguan clan's clan meeting officially started. All 16 elders of the Shangguan clan were present. Besides the 16 elders, there was Shangguan Mo, Shangguan Fei, Shangguan Li. The children of the 3 clan leaders were also present. It's getting late, let's start now. Shangguan Qian said indifferently. The 5th elder, Shangguan Ren, said, The clan leader hasn't arrived yet, what's the rush? Shangguan Mo said, Haha, before the clan meeting, Father said that he wasn't feeling well, so he won't be coming. Father has given full authority to the great elder, Shangguan Qian, to preside over this clan meeting. What? Shangguan Fei, Shangguan Ren, and the rest of the clan leaders' faces changed slightly. Shangguan Fei said, Father values this clan meeting very much, how could he be absent? I'll go see him. Shangguan Fei stood up and walked out. Shangguan Mo sneered, Men. Asterisk swish asterisk in an instant, more than 10 Shangguan clan experts with weapons blocked the exit. Shangguan Mo, what is the meaning of this? Shangguan Feier said coldly. Shangguan Mo didn't say anything, but Shangguan Qian said, young Master Mo has already said that the clan leader has given me the authority to preside over this clan meeting, so Miss Feier, please return to your seat. You. Shangguan Feier's face turned ugly. She could only sigh and return to her seat. In this clan meeting, we will propose a new successor to the clan leader, and the person I propose is Shangguan Mo. The first elder Shangguan Qian's lips curled up in a cold smile. At the same time, Lin Feng had already arrived outside the Shangguan clan. Little brat, stop right there. The guard stopped Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, my name is Lin Feng. Your Miss Feier asked me to come here, and I'm sure she has already informed you. What Lin Feng? We are the first elder's men, not Shangguan Feier's men. Shangguan Feier can't order us around, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The guard leader said with a cold smile. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had heard Shangguan Feier mention that the first elder of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Qian, had always been eyeing the position of clan leader. Now that the clan meeting was at such a crucial time, how could Shangguan Qian be in charge of guarding the Shangguan clan? Could it be that something has happened? Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He quickly walked towards the Shangguan clan mansion. Little brat, you're seeking death. The guard leader shouted angrily, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand, and a dense lightning energy intertwined. Ping the guard leader was sent flying, many of his bones broken as he crashed to the ground, his life or death unknown. Whoever dares to stop me will die. A bone-chilling voice rang out. The great elder said that nobody can go in. If anyone goes in, we'll all die. Let's attack together. I don't think he can defeat so many of us. One of the guards shouted loudly. Whoosh, the next moment, he pulled out his long saber. Yeah, let's go together and chop this brat up. The rest of the people also pulled out their weapons, and more than a dozen guards rushed towards Lin Feng. You're courting death. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Crackle, dense thunderbolts intertwined and blasted toward the dozen guards. Bang, following that, sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The guards were all sent flying by the power of lightning. Their flesh was lacerated, and they fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Feng stepped into the Shangguan clan. The current Shangguan clan was extremely strange. In the huge mansion, there were no servants or servants. There were only armed guards patrolling the Shangguan clan. These people were all experts that Shangguan Qian had secretly mobilized overnight to seal off the Shangguan clan. Obviously, Shangguan Qian had planned this for a long time. Who dares to barge into the Shangguan clan's mansion? Are you courting death? Shouted some people in an ice-cold way. Over 100 guards rushed towards Lin Feng. Tell me where the meeting is, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll all die. Lin Feng's eyes had already become extremely cold. Since so many great elders' guards had appeared in the Shangguan clan, it was obvious that something had happened to the Shangguan clan. Lin Feng was burning with anxiety. I wonder how Shangguan Feier is doing. If anything happened to Shangguan Feier, Lin Feng didn't dare to imagine such a situation. Brat, I think you're just here to die. Kill this brat. One of the guards shouted loudly. Immediately, over 100 guards rushed towards Lin Feng. There will always be people who want to die. Lin Feng moved. Swish, he was like an afterimage. Puff. 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 Streaks of blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng used his palm as a saber. With every slash, a guard would be killed on the spot. Whoosh. Lin Feng quickly flashed past. There were already hundreds of people lying on the ground. He walked into the depths with an indifferent expression. Don't let anything happen to you, otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire family. The killing intent in Lin Feng's eyes grew stronger and stronger. To Lin Feng, Shangguan Feier had given all her love to him. As for Shangguan Feier, this was Lin Feng's reverse scale. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Whoever dared to harm Shangguan Feier, Lin Feng would make them regret ever being born into this world. Brat, who are you? How dare you commit murder in the Shangguan clan? Another 200 or so people rushed over. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was thin and his face was gloomy. This person was called Shangguan Yu. He was the son of the great elder, Shangguan Qian. He was the one who had sent people to seal off the entire Shangguan clan. Where will the family meeting be held? Speak. Stay alive. Don't say it. Die. Lin Feng's voice, which seemed to have come from the depths of hell, rang out once again. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Lin Feng's voice. You're courting death. Arrows, kill him. Shangguan Yu shouted coldly. These guards immediately took out their arrows. More than 200 of them drew their bows and shot. Swish swish swish, a dense rain of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. If it were to hit him, he would definitely turn into a hornet's nest. Brat, let's see how you'll die. Shangguan Yu's face was full of cold killing intent. Lin Feng raised both of his hands as the dense rain of arrows shot towards him. Buzz. A spatial magnetic field appeared around him. All of the arrows were frozen in midair, unable to move forward at all. Heavens! What kind of technique is this? The guards all had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Seeing the densely packed arrows floating around Lin Feng, they all felt their scalps go numb. Lin Feng's hand suddenly shook. Swish swish swish, the arrows changed direction and shot towards the guards. Quickly dodge. Many people screamed in horror. PFFF. PFFF. However, the speed of the arrows was simply too fast. The guards' bodies were pierced by the arrows. Some of them were directly killed, some of them were seriously injured and fell to the ground, screaming miserably. There were also some who managed to dodge the arrows. Brat, you're courting death. Shouted Shangguan Yu furiously while throwing himself at Lin Feng. Divine Dragon Fist. He roared and punched towards Lin Feng. Above him, the fist energy was condensing into the shape of a divine dragon. You're at the second heavenly layer of the general realm. You're too weak. Lin Feng muttered. Xianxi's treasured technique. Roar, the Xianxia roared and slapped with its claws. With a loud bang, Shangguan Yu was sent flying by the punch. Crack! Crack! Countless bones in his body were broken. Heavens! Even Lord Shangguan Yu, a general, was beaten half to death in one move. How terrifying is that youth? The guards were all frightened by this scene and quickly retreated, not daring to come forward. No one dared to provoke Lin Feng, a peerless killing god. Swish, Lin Feng jumped a few dozen meters and arrived in front of Shangguan Yu in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Shangguan Yu. Where will the family meeting be held? Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Yu coldly. Inside. Shangguan Yu pointed towards the depths of the clan in fear. Lin Feng carried Shangguan Yu and walked towards the depths of the Shangguan clan. When Shangguan Qian suggested that Shangguan Mo be the successor of the family head, the entire hall fell silent. Shangguan Ren said coldly, the family head has already informed us in advance that Miss Fei will be the successor of the family head. Miss Fei is the best choice, be it in terms of character or ability to cause trouble. Hearing that Shangguan Ren supported Shangguan Fei, Shangguan Mo looked at Shangguan Ren with killing intent. What nonsense are you spouting? The family head supports young master Shangguan Mo, not Miss Fei. The family head personally told me this, how can it be false? Since the family head and I both support young master Shangguan Mo, young master Mo is the most suitable candidate for the position of successor. Shangguan Qian said coldly. Shangguan Qian. Don't you dare speak nonsense. I will go and see the family head now. At that time, it will be clear who the successor of the family head is. Shangguan Ren walked outside. Shangguan Ren. You old bastard, do you want to die? You dare to question me and the family head? You are offending your superiors. Today, I will clean up the family on behalf of the family head. Shangguan Qian shouted coldly. Suddenly, he exploded and struck a palm towards Shangguan Ren. Shangguan Qian was a martial king, and although Shangguan Ren was very strong, he was only at the 10th heavenly layer of the martial general realm. Bang! Both sides collided. Kacha kacha. Shangguan Ren's attack was broken. Shangguan Qian's terrifying attack landed on Shangguan Ren's chest. Kacha kacha, Shangguan Ren's chest caved in and he vomited blood. He fell to the ground and twitched violently. It looked like he would not survive. No, third grandfather. Shangguan Feier cried out in pain. She quickly ran over and knelt in front of Shangguan Ren to help him up. All these years, the mother and daughter pair did not have any status in the family. They had been bullied since they were young. All these years, Shangguan Ren had been protecting them. If it wasn't for Shangguan Ren, Shangguan Feier knew that in the Shangguan clan, it would be hard to say whether she would still be alive. To put it bluntly, Shangguan Feier and Shangguan Ren were closer than Shangguan Jingxiong. But now, Shangguan Ren was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Feier, good girl, don't cry. Live on. Shangguan Ren said with difficulty. His body twitched violently and blood kept coming out of his mouth. Third grandpa, don't die. Shangguan Feier cried painfully. Everyone, the traitor, Shangguan Ren, has been executed. Now, Shangguan Mo will be the clan leader's successor. Does anyone have any objections? Shangguan Qian's sinister voice rang out. Everyone was shocked by Shangguan Qian's ruthlessness. When they thought about how the clan leader, Shangguan Jingxiong, did not attend the clan leaders' meeting, they sighed and shook their heads. When Shangguan Qian saw that no one had any objections, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I object. However, at that moment, a voice came from outside. Everyone was shocked and looked outside one after another. He saw a young man carrying Shangguan Yu and walking toward the hall step by step. That young man is carrying Shangguan Yu. Everyone was shocked. No matter what, Shangguan Yu was still a martial general, right? How could he be captured by a young man? It was inconceivable. Lin Feng, run. Shangguan Qian is a martial king, you're not his match. Shangguan Feier shouted worriedly when she saw Lin Feng. Shangguan Qian could even kill Shangguan Ren, who was from the same clan. How could Lin Feng do that? Shangguan Feier was kneeling in front of an old man, who was on the verge of death. Lin Feng guessed that the old man was an elder who had a close relationship with Shangguan Feier. Shangguan Feier's eyes were red from crying, and he knew how much pain she was in. Indeed, something had happened. Just as he had guessed, something had happened to the Shangguan clan. Lin Feng was glad that he had arrived in time. Father, save me! Shangguan Yu screamed. Shouted Shangguan Yu with a horrible shriek. He had been severely injured by Lin Feng. At that moment, he couldn't fight back. Little brat, who are you? How dare you barge into the Shangguan clan? Let go of you or I'll tear you to pieces. Shangguan Qian roared. Oh? This is your son? You want him? Lin Feng's lips curved into a cold smile. Shangguan Qian said coldly, hurry up and let him go. For you. Lin Feng slapped Shangguan Yu's body, and a hidden energy entered Shangguan Yu's body. Shangguan Yu was sent flying. Little brat, I'll take your life later. Shangguan Qian rushed towards Shangguan Yu, wanting to catch him. Swoosh. At that moment, Lin Feng had already rushed into the main hall. So fast. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Damn, it's that murderous god. When Shangguan Li saw Lin Feng, he couldn't help but shrink back. Useless thing. Shangguan Mo coldly glanced at Shangguan Li. Lin Feng, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Shangguan Feier said anxiously. Lin Feng replied, don't worry, everything is up to me. I'll send anyone who dares to bully my, Lin Feng's, woman to the 18 levels of hell. That cold voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Many people felt a chill run down their spines. This was a very strange feeling. He was clearly just a young man. Why did everyone have such a feeling? At this moment, Shangguan Qian had already caught Shangguan Yu. Are you all right? Shangguan Qian asked. I. Shangguan Yu wanted to say something. But in the next moment, kacha kacha kacha. Within Shangguan Yu's body, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The hidden power that Lin Feng sent into Shang Guanyu's body exploded. All the bones in Shang Guanyu's body were directly broken. Wow. Shang Guanyu spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Ah, you died so miserably. Shang Guanqian roared, his face distorted. He only had this one son, and now, he was killed by Lin Feng. Endless killing intent. Endless hatred exploded in Shang Guanqian's chest. Shang Guanyu is dead? The elders of the Shangguan clan were shocked. They did not expect that young man to be so decisive, even daring to kill Shang Guanyu. This was completely offending Shang Guanqian. Take. Fei, away. Shang Guanren was still breathing, and he grabbed Lin Feng's hand as he stuttered. Lin Feng was very touched. The old man was about to die, but he was still thinking about Shang Guanfei. This was kinship. Sob, third grandpa. Don't die. Shang Guanfei cried in pain. Senior, don't worry. You'll be fine. Lin Feng took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Shang Guanren. Shang Guanren's aura, which was about to disappear completely, gradually grew stronger. What kind of medicinal pill is that? The elders of the Shangguan clan felt their eyelids twitch. A dying man had actually been saved by a medicinal pill. How miraculous! What kind of medicinal pill was that? He wondered who this young man was. Great, this is great. Third grandpa won't die. Shang Guanfei was extremely excited when she saw that Shang Guanren's aura was stabilizing. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Little bastard, I'll take your life. I'll grind your bones to dust and take revenge for you. Shang Guanqian was on the verge of madness. He roared and charged into the main hall, smashing the table with a palm strike before charging towards Lin Feng. For your own selfish desires. You even killed your own brother. How dare you call yourself a human? Today, I'll clean up the Shangguan clan. Lin Feng laughed coldly and leaped forward. Little bastard, you're just a mere general, and you dare to boast so shamelessly in front of me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Shang Guanqian's face was filled with a ferocious smile as he threw a palm strike at Lin Feng. That palm strike was extremely domineering. That was the strength of a martial king, In the blink of an eye, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Cultivators of that level had already begun to comprehend Tao and laws. After another transformation, they would become Yin-Yang cultivators who had comprehended Tao and laws. Therefore, this realm was extremely terrifying. A martial king realm cultivator could almost instantly kill a martial general realm cultivator. That little brat is done for, the elders of the Shangguan clan all cried out in alarm. They were all martial kings, so they knew how terrifying Shang Guanqian was. They didn't believe that Lin Feng would be able to block Shang Guanqian's attack. Die. Shang Guanmo's face was filled with a ferocious smile. That little brat is going to die. That's great. Shang Guanli was also excited. He still remembered how Lin Feng had taught him a lesson. Be careful. Shang Guanfei's beautiful face became as pale as a sheet of paper. The ultimate form of the devouring martial spirit, the fusion of 3 devouring martial spirits. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Boom, the 3 devouring martial spirits fused and condensed a spatial magnetic field. That spatial magnetic field instantly enveloped Shang Guanqian. Shang Guanqian's speed was greatly reduced. Huh? You have such a martial spirit? Little bastard, your cultivation level is too low. You can't do anything to me. Shang Guanqian laughed ferociously. Ah. However, in the next moment, Shang Guanqian suddenly hugged his head and screamed in pain. Lin Feng's true killing move wasn't the devouring martial spirit. It was the soul sword. When Shang Guanqian attacked with his full strength, his spirit fused together and his defense was perfect. Lin Feng's soul sword couldn't enter Shang Guanqian's mind and injure his soul. Lin Feng knew that if he fought against Shang Guanqian in this state, he would definitely die. However, just now, Lin Feng had used the devouring martial spirit to reduce Shang Guanqian's speed, causing Shang Guanqian to be distracted. When Shang Guanqian was filled with disdain towards Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field, his spirit relaxed, and a flaw appeared. This was Lin Feng's chance. Lin Feng used the soul sword to injure Shang Wanqian's soul. My head, it hurts so much. My head is going to split open. Shang Wanqian roared in pain. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Swoosh! A black light flashed. The black dragon sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and slashed out with his sword. Poof! Blood splattered. Shang Wanqian's head flew into the sky. Next, the headless corpse fell to the ground. Shang Wanqian has been killed. Heavens! How is this possible? Shang Wanqian is a martial king. How could he be killed by a young man? Everybody couldn't believe their eyes. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with fear in their eyes. This young man was too terrifying. Even an expert like Shang Wanqian had been killed by him. Pervert, he's too perverted. Shang Wanli was so scared that his whole body trembled. He quickly said, "Brother-in-law, you're finally here. It's all Shang Wanmo and Shang Wanqian's doing. It has nothing to do with me." No. This can't be true. Shang Wanmo couldn't believe it. He was about to succeed, but in the end, it was all for naught. Lin Feng's arrival, he had completely destroyed his chances of becoming the clan leader. Bang! Lin Feng kicked Shang Wanmo. Shang Wanmo was sent flying by Lin Feng. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. My Dantian, you actually crippled me. Shang Wanmo looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. I've actually become a cripple, I'm finished. I'm really finished. Shang Wanmo pounced towards Lin Feng, but he was once again sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. Killing a person like you would only dirty my sword. Shang Wanli, find someone to tie him up. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Men, hurry up and tie up Shang Wanmo. Shang Wanli shouted. Shang Wanli was now scared out of his wits by Lin Feng. He was only worried that Lin Feng would take his anger out on him because of Shang Wanfei. He listened to Lin Feng's words. How is father? Shang Wanfei looked coldly at Shang Wanmo. Haha, he was ambushed by Shang Wanqian and is now a living corpse. He's not far from death. Shang Wanmo shouted crazily. Patricide? The faces of the Shangwan clan's upper echelons changed. This was simply disgraceful. That's our father. How could you work with Shang Wanqian to harm our father? Elders, please take care of third grandpa. I'm going to see my father. Shang Wanfei hurriedly ran towards the back courtyard. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Some elders stayed behind to look after Shang Wanren, while others followed along. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the backyard? The guards shouted coldly. Crackle. Bolts of lightning blasted over, and the dozen or so guards were immediately sent flying. They fell to the ground, unable to get up. Everyone quickly entered the courtyard and pushed open the door. Father. Seeing Shang Wanjingxiong lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his face pale, Shang Wanfei couldn't help but cry. Perhaps, the relationship between father and daughter was not deep, and even a little thin. However, blood ties were something that could never be severed. Let me take a look. Lin Feng said. Alchemists dealt with medicine every day, so naturally, they knew some medical skills. Lin Feng examined him and said, his internal organs and even the blood vessels leading to his brain are blocked by blood clots. Furthermore, there seems to be some terrifying poison in his body. If it wasn't for his high cultivation level, he would have died long ago. Furthermore, he was hit by Shang Wanqian, so he became a zombie. Can he be saved? One of the elders asked. Don't disturb me. Lin Feng straightened Shang Wanjingxiong's body and made him sit on the bed. Then, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Swoosh, a ball of flame appeared on Lin Feng's palm. Alchemist, the elders of the Shangwan clan narrowed their eyes. They had never thought that this young man in front of them would not only have a high cultivation level, but also be a noble alchemist. Everyone was trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Fei seemed to have a close relationship with this young man, the old foxes all thought to themselves. At this time, Lin Feng was continuously patting Shang Wanjingxiong's body. Using this method, he allowed the heat of the heavenly flame to enter Shangguan Jingxiong's body, dissolving the blood clots in his body. After a few dozen pats, Shangguan Jingxiong spat out 3 mouthfuls of black blood, and he opened his eyes. This is... Shangguan Jingxiong looked in front of him curiously. Father. Are you all right? Shangguan Fei'er asked worriedly. I'm fine. What's the situation in the clan? Shangguan Jingxiong's weak voice rang out. Shangguan Qian and Shangguan Mo rebelled. Thanks to this friend of Feier's, the rebellion has been quelled. One of the elders said. Shangguan Jingxiong looked at Lin Feng and said, How should I address you, my young friend? This junior is Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Senior, your injuries have just healed, and you should rest more. Later, I will give you a prescription to help you expel the poison and recuperate. I believe that in half a year, you will be fully recovered. I can still recover? Shangguan Jingxiong's eyes lit up. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Phew. Shangguan Jingxiong let out a long breath and said, Thank you, my young friend. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Feng smiled and said, You father and daughter should have something to talk about. I'll take my leave first. Second elder, please entertain our young friend. Shangguan Jingxiong said. Yes, Patriarch. The second elder walked out and invited Lin Feng to the living room. After 15 minutes, Shangguan Fei'er walked in. When the second elder saw Shangguan Fei'er, he stood up and left. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do today. Shangguan Fei'er said softly. I won't let anyone bully you. Lin Feng caressed Shangguan Fei'er's beautiful face. Yes, Fei'er believes you. Shangguan Fei'er nodded heavily. Lin Feng didn't ask Shangguan Fei'er how she would deal with the first elder's people or Shangguan Mo. These were the Shangguan clan's matters, and Lin Feng didn't want to interfere. What he had done, he had already done. Go and greet my mother. She has always wanted to see you. Shangguan Fei'er said with a red face. All right. Lin Feng smiled. Shangguanshi lived in a side courtyard. Originally, her place was sealed by the first elder's people. Shangguanshi had been very anxious, worried that something would happen to Shangguan Fei'er. Not long ago, the first elder's people were all taken down by the other elders. Only then did Shangguanshi know that the danger of the Shangguan clan was resolved. Lin Feng followed Shangguan Fei'er to visit Shangguanshi. Shangguanshi looked to be in her 30s. Although she wasn't dressed extravagantly, she was dignified and elegant. Junior Lin Feng greets Auntie. Lin Feng bowed to Shangguanshi. Shangguanshi had long heard about Lin Feng from Shangguan Fei'er. Seeing how young and handsome Lin Feng was, and hearing that Lin Feng had killed Shangguan Qian today, calmed the Shangguan clan's turmoil, and even cured her husband, Shangguanshi liked him more and more. Quick, don't be so polite. Shangguanshi said. Lin Feng, let's go in and have a seat. Mother's mung bean cake is very delicious, you should try it too. Shangguan Fei'er said with a red face. Then I'm in for a treat today. Lin Feng bowed slightly and entered the house with Shangguanshi and Shangguan Fei'er. The Shangguan clan's matter was settled. Later on, Lin Feng found out that Shangguan Jingxiong had imprisoned Shangguan Mo for life. As his father, he must be heartbroken, right? As for Shangguan Jingxiong, he needed to recuperate, thus he relinquished his position as the patriarch, handing it over to Shangguan Fei'er. With the help of Shangguan Ren and the others, Shangguan Fei'er began to wield the authority of the patriarch. At the same time, the Azure Dragon Institute's Mountain River List ranking competition, after more than a month of intense battles, finally came to an end. Lin Feng fought with Shui Long and defeated him, but no one dared to challenge Lin Feng. Lin Feng replaced Shui Long and became the Mountain River List's first place. There were also many people in the Dragon Gate, such as Wang Kuan, Xiao Yufei, Xian Yuanzhan, Wu Ming, Long Xiyu, and others who performed outstandingly, also occupying a place in the Mountain River List. A month after the Mountain River List ranking competition, the Fire Qilin and Lin Feng were preparing to leave the Azure Dragon Institute. The ancient god and devil battlefield was about to open, and Lin Feng wanted to go there to find the third martial talisman. The third talisman was extremely important to Lin Feng. As long as he could find the third talisman in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils, Lin Feng's martial spirit would undergo a second evolution. At that time, a new devouring martial spirit would awaken. Every time a new devouring martial spirit was awakened, Lin Feng's cultivation would soar. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin left the Azure Dragon Institute together. Lin Feng didn't ride the lion vulture to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, because there was still some time before the opening of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The Fire Qilin and Lin Feng discussed their plans and decided to travel through the desolate forest to train while heading to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Lin Feng leaped through the forest at lightning speed. As he continued to cultivate the golden wings, Lin Feng's speed became faster and faster. However, no matter how fast Lin Feng's speed was, the Fire Qilin could always catch up to Lin Feng. I really wonder if you've recovered your god force? Can your mortal body keep up with my speed? After running for 4 hours, Lin Feng stopped, panting heavily as he looked at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin curled its lips, saying, "That year, in order to temper my body, I went to the deepest part of the Eastern Sea, where the ancient gods had fallen, carrying a primordial divine mountain to temper my body." Do you know how heavy a 10,000-meter tall primordial divine mountain is? Lin Feng shook his head. The Fire Qilin said, "A fist-sized primordial divine mountain is heavier than a 10,000-meter tall mountain." So heavy? Lin Feng was astounded. Of course. Moreover, any primordial divine mountain is more than 100,000 meters tall. You can imagine the weight of a primordial divine mountain. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator would be crushed into meat paste in an instant. The Fire Qilin explained. No wonder I couldn't cut your body, so it was tempered like this. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. Whenever Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin had a verbal conflict, it was inevitable that they would exchange blows, but no matter what method Lin Feng used, he couldn't injure the Fire Qilin in the slightest. From this, it was clear how strong the Fire Qilin's body was. Lin Feng then thought of this sacred royal stone that the Fire Qilin snatched from numerous experts. The Fire Qilin was so strong, yet the royal stone almost tortured him to death. Huang Xiaolong knew what secrets it hid. Of course, there was the demonic bead. The demonic bead was even more terrifying. It had directly plundered the Fire Qilin's divine power, causing it to fall from its divine altar. Without its divine power, it was at the mercy of others. The Fire Qilin's Lu said, the Tao. The Long. The Qilin, the Eastern Divine Land is the Eastern true, even the Eastern Divine Land is the Eastern Province is there, even the Eastern Divine of the Eastern Divine Gods, the Eastern is also, the Divine is, the Divine of the Divine is even Divine is Divine. Is. He. It. Needed. Was needed and was. No one could become a fatty in one bite. Wood. Lin Feng continued to cultivate in the forest. Lin Feng fought with the beast kings in the depths of the forest. He fought with the giant python in the depths of the lake. We'll reach the ancient battlefield of gods and demons in about half a month. That place is full of danger. The Fire Qilin narrowed its eyes. Lin Feng nodded. When the time comes, many big factions will come, right? Of course. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons opens once every 100 years. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and devils, it said that an existence surpassing the god-spirit realm died. 100 years ago, many ancient powers wanted to bring that terrifying existence's corpse out, but they were attacked by an unknown force and suffered disastrous losses. In the end, they failed. 100 years have passed. I'm sure those ancient powers won't give up easily. They'll definitely want to bring that corpse out. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng was shocked. An existence that surpassed the divine level? What kind of powerhouse was that? The Fire Qilin said. Many ancient factions want to study the corpse. Perhaps they can find a way to surpass the divine level. Lin Feng was stunned. He had thought that the divine level was the peak of power in the world, but after talking with the Fire Qilin, he realized that there were existences that surpassed the divine level. The Fire Qilin said, "You don't need to pay attention to these things. What you need to do now is to quickly increase your cultivation and break through to the yin-yang realm. Become a true cultivator. Once your lifespan reaches 1,000 years, you'll have the power to live forever. Only then can you truly continue on the path of cultivation. If you're unable to break through to the yin-yang realm, the older you get, the more difficult it will be to break through. In the end, you might be stuck at the martial king realm. You should know that the martial king realm only has a lifespan of 200 years. If you cultivate to the yin-yang realm, you'll have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. I'll work hard. Continue cultivating. Lift that 10,000-meter tall mountain. The fire Qilin pointed at a mountain peak in the distance. Rumble, not long after, a mountain appeared in the forest. The mountain sprinted all the way, scaring away countless ferocious beasts and adventurers who had ventured deep into the forest. The fire Qilin had taught Lin Feng this method of cultivation. Even though it was inhumane torture, it was very effective. Lin Feng could feel his pure qi becoming more and more condensed. It felt like he could break through at any moment. One day, Lin Feng rested in a mountain valley. The next morning, he left with the fire Qilin. At the moment when Lin Feng came out of the valley, he saw 12 swords flying towards him from all directions. Lin Feng couldn't escape from those 12 swords, he was completely surrounded. The 12 flying swords were as fast as lightning as they shot towards Lin Feng. An ambush. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. These flying swords were all bejeweled flying swords. Flying swords of that level could already injure his body. Sending 12 bejeweled flying swords to kill him at once was not something an ordinary faction could do. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the bejeweled flying swords flickered with an incomparably cold light. They transformed into terrifying killing intent as they shot towards Lin Feng. Swish, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the 12 bejeweled flying swords slashed towards him, Lin Feng's hand flashed and the black dragon sword appeared in his hand. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword. Asterisk clang clang clang, asterisk a series of clanging sounds rang out as the 12 bejeweled flying swords were all sent flying by Lin Feng. Good kid. Your reaction is actually so fast. A cold shout was heard. Asterisk swoosh 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 swoosh, asterisk following that, 12 black-cloaked cultivators rushed out of the forest. These people all emitted a gloomy aura. Their faces were covered, only revealing their eyes. The one who spoke was a skinny man. He should be the leader of this group. Soul Devourer Palace. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This aura was too familiar. It was the blood-robed beast tamer. The black-robed poison master and the others all had this gloomy and terrifying aura. It should be because they cultivated the same cultivation technique. The leading cultivator sneered and said, "You're pretty smart to be able to guess our identities. However, no matter how smart you are, you won't be able to escape today. This place will be your burial ground." Heh. That's not necessarily true. The 12 of you won't be able to kill me. Lin Feng said indifferently. The leading cultivator sneered and said, "You're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly." Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Then let's try it." Asterisk swoosh asterisk as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took the lead and rushed out. The conflict between him and Soul Devourer Palace was a situation where only one of them would die. Lin Feng didn't need to ask how these people had targeted him because he knew that Soul Devourer Palace would definitely think of a way to kill him. Kill. The leading cultivator of Soul Devourer Palace coldly shouted. Asterisk buzz buzz buzz, asterisk these people all took out their precious artifact flying swords. These flying swords emitted terrifying fluctuations. The power of these flying swords was extremely shocking. They were truly supreme treasures that could cut through iron like mud. Moreover, they were extremely fast. 12 flying swords were once again taken out by the 12 experts of Soul Devourer Palace. These flying swords were controlled by the experts of Soul Devourer Palace. They flew in different directions and attacked Lin Feng. Moreover, there was a time difference this time. After the first flying sword attacked, the second flying sword would continue to attack Lin Feng. The 12 flying swords all had a certain time difference. In this way, 12 flying swords were formed, and they came at different times to attack. Lin Feng wanted to send all the flying swords flying, but it became very unrealistic. This was because as soon as he slashed out with his sword, the flying swords that were sent out to slash at him had already attacked. At this time, it would be very difficult to block the next wave of attacks with his sword. Taking a step back. Even if Lin Feng could withstand the second wave of flying swords, he would still be able to withstand the second wave of flying swords. However, the 12 flying swords were coming at him continuously. How many waves could Lin Feng withstand? As long as one of the flying swords landed on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's head would be separated from his body, and he would die on the spot. Evidently, the coordination between the 12 of them could be said to be flawless. They had accurately executed their attacks to the millimeter. The eyes of the 12 Soul Devourer Temple experts were filled with killing intent. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. There was no way he could avoid their attacks. Facing the attacks of the 12 Soul Devourer Palace experts, Lin Feng sneered. He waved his left hand, and a black light soared into the sky. Amidst the black light, a broken jar flew out. Kid, you can't be thinking of using this broken jar to deal with our 12 precious flying swords, right? Haha, this kid must have been scared silly, right? The 12 Soul Devourer Temple experts burst into laughter, mocking and ridiculing Yi Futian. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not say anything. He activated the Heaven Devourer jar. Buzz. A twisting black vortex formed within the Heaven Devourer jar. After the magic treasure was activated, a terrifying devouring power gushed out from the sky-swallowing jar. Although the Heaven Devourer jar was damaged, its power was still terrifying. It could devour everything, especially, the Heaven Devourer jar could forcibly steal other people's artifacts. This ability was simply heaven-defying. When the terrifying devouring power released by the Heaven Devourer jar enveloped the 12 precious flying swords, the 12 precious flying swords that were originally attacking Lin Feng all changed directions and flew toward the Heaven Devourer jar. When the 12 Soul Devourer Temple experts saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. That broken jar is trying to devour our precious flying swords. Quick, summon the artifact spirits. We can't let that kid devour our precious flying swords. Boom. Boom, the 12 Soul Devourer Temple experts made their moves at the same time. Streams of powerful true energy poured into the precious flying swords. God of the Deep Sea. God of the Deep Sea. Immediately after, deep voices rang out from the 12 precious flying swords one after another. Within the precious flying swords, light soared into the sky. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, 12 colossal existences emerged. They were gigantic creatures shrouded in a layer of mist. They looked like giant fish, but their heads resembled the heads of lions. It was very strange. Huh? These precious weapons are all made of deep-sea blackstone, right? Even their artifact spirits are the same. The Fire Qilin, who was watching the battle from afar, muttered softly. Deep-sea blackstone was a type of stone found at a depth of 30,000 meters. It contained a powerful spiritual nature and could be used to forge precious weapons. The artifact spirits of the 12 precious flying swords are the same? Are they all forged in batches? Lin Feng was speechless. No wonder he felt that the precious flying swords were only low-grade precious weapons. Forging precious weapons in batches. No matter how good the materials were. In the end, the power of the precious weapons would be reduced by several grades. Deep-sea blackstone was an ore. If it was carefully crafted, the treasured flying sword he forged should be a high-grade treasured weapon. After the artifact spirits appeared, the 12 precious flying swords' power increased greatly. They wanted to break free from the sky-devouring jar. Lin Feng sneered, how laughable. Do you think you can break free from the sky-devouring jar? Sky-devouring jar, devour. Lin Feng suddenly slapped the sky-devouring jar. Powerful energy. It poured into the sky-devouring jar. The sky-devouring jar's aura became more and more terrifying. With the devouring martial spirit, Lin Feng could maximize the sky-devouring jar's power. When the devouring martial spirit's power was poured into the sky-devouring jar by Lin Feng, the sky-devouring jar's power increased rapidly. God of the Deep Sea. God of the Deep Sea. The artifact spirits of the 12 precious flying swords roared loudly, trying to break free from the sky-devouring jar. But it was useless. The 12 precious flying swords quickly flew towards the sky-devouring jar, shrinking in the air. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, when they reached the sky-devouring jar, they shrank to half an inch and were immediately swallowed by the sky-devouring jar. After the sky-devouring jar swallowed the 12 precious flying swords, it forcefully cut off the connection between the 12 soul-devourer temple experts and the 12 precious flying swords. Wah! The 12 soul-devourer temple experts suffered a backlash and all of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Little bastard, how dare you steal our precious weapons? We'll tear you to pieces. The 12 strong cultivators of the soul-devouring temple were looking at Lin Feng. They were filled with hatred and hatred. Their facial expressions were distorted. Treasured flying swords were extremely precious. To be able to obtain a life treasure, just how difficult was that? Many people viewed their magical treasures as more important than their own lives. But now, Lin Feng had forcefully stolen the treasured flying swords of the 12 soul-devourer palace experts. This was simply driving the 12 soul-devourer palace experts crazy. Haha, Lin Feng laughed loudly and said, "It seems like you won't be able to kill me today. Perhaps you'll be killed by me." The expert's eyes suddenly flashed with a dense killing intent. The leading cultivator said coldly, "Brat, it's too early for you to be happy. So what if you stole our treasured flying swords? You're alone, and the 12 of us are attacking you together. Do you think you can withstand our attacks? After killing you, the treasured flying swords will return to our hands, and the treasures on your body will also belong to us." When the others heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Right, they had the advantage in numbers. How could this brat fight against 12 of them? Thinking of this, the killing intent in their hearts became even stronger. Then let's see if you kill me, or if I kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Martial spirit sacrifice, the leading cultivator of the Soul Devourer Palace, was very straightforward. He directly used his strongest attack, urging his martial spirit to attack Lin Feng. Bind! Bind! First, the 2 black-clothed men urged their martial spirits. These 2 people's martial spirits were not attack-type martial spirits, but auxiliary-type martial spirits. The first person's martial spirit was a dense cluster of vines. These vines covered the sky and rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to bind Lin Feng. The second person's martial spirit was a strange rope. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a martial spirit. This rope was called the Immortal Binding Rope. Although it did not have a strong attack power, it had a special characteristic, which was to bind. Once the rope was bound, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to break free. The 2 auxiliary-type martial souls were used together to bind Lin Feng and prevent him from moving. At that time, he could only passively take a beating. Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the rest of the people also activated their martial spirits. Bestial roars shook the heavens and the earth. It was a beast spirit. A cold light flickered. This was a Tool martial spirit. All kinds of martial spirits rushed toward Lin Feng. The power of 12 martial spirits exploding at the same time was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything. That kind of power was shocking. You want to use your martial soul against me? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He flicked his finger and a purple flame emerged from his hand. In a flash, the purple flame ignited the vine spirit which was moving towards him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the vine martial spirit started to burn fiercely. Damn it, my spirit has been ignited. The cultivator who summoned the vine martial spirit had a drastic change in expression. He could not help but roar angrily and quickly think of a way to extinguish the fire. Boom, at the same time, Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. The Immortal Binding Rope martial spirit was directly devoured by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. My martial spirit has been devoured. The black-cloaked cultivator of the second life said with an extremely ugly expression. It doesn't matter, we still have our martial spirits. The leader of the Soul Devourer Palace shouted loudly. He activated his beast spirit, the wild lion martial spirit, and rushed toward Lin Feng to kill him. The other 9 people also activated their martial spirits in a frenzy. 10 martial spirits appeared in the blink of an eye. The 10 martial spirits released their power at the same time. The chi and fluctuations produced by the 10 martial spirits made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. However, Lin Feng did not show any fear. Everything was under his control. Today, I will let you die convinced. Lin Feng's deep voice resounded. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying qi was released from Lin Feng's body. Force. Lin Feng was condensing his force. When Lin Feng condensed his force, it was easy for him to unleash 100% of his combat strength. This was the terrifying aspect of momentum. Many times, when cultivators fought, it was difficult for them to unleash 100% of their combat strength due to various reasons. Sometimes, they could only unleash 30% or 40% of their strength. For example, if they were seriously injured, being able to unleash 30% of their combat strength was already quite good. However, if they could condense their own force, no matter what the situation was, they could increase their combat strength to 100%. Immemorial Dragonesque Elephant. Suppress the heavens. Bow down to the Heavenly Emperor. Bow down to the gods. Lin Feng's deep voice resounded. In the void, a gigantic object appeared. It was an immemorial dragonesque elephant that could suppress the world. Its head was the sky, and its feet were on the ground. With a roar, the mountain shook. Bang bang bang, the immemorial dragonesque elephant roared and destroyed the martial spirits condensed by the Soul Devourer Palace's experts one after another. This is impossible. The Soul Devourer Palace's experts looked at the scene in disbelief. One move. He had destroyed 10 of their martial spirits. This was too heaven-defying. How could this be something an 18-year-old boy could do? Whoosh. At this moment, Lin Feng had already made his move. He was too fast and instantly rushed in front of a Soul Devourer Palace's expert. The black dragon sword in his hand swiped across the void. Pfft. The Soul Devourer Palace's expert's neck was torn apart, fresh blood immediately gushed out. The Soul Devourer Palace's expert died on the spot. This kid is cruel. Let's leave quickly. The leading Soul Devourer Palace cultivator shouted loudly. At this moment, he no longer had the heart to fight. He took the lead and rushed into the distance. The rest of the people did the same. They were almost scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. How could they still have the courage to fight? They turned and ran. There's no escape. You devils. You kill people like flies. Today, I'll kill you on behalf of the heavens. Lin Feng roared and chased after them. The people of the Soul Devourer Palace had wreaked havoc in the East County's divine land back then, causing the deaths of billions of ordinary people. This led to a mass attack. Now, the remaining forces of the Soul Devourer Palace were showing signs of revival. For example, they had manipulated the war between the Orc Empire and the True Martial Kingdom, causing heavy casualties in both countries. The Soul Devourer Palace belonged to the Devil Path, although the Devil Path was also divided into good and evil. However, it was clear that the Soul Devourer Palace belonged to the Devil Path. They were devils. Lin Feng killed the Soul Devourer Palace's cultivators without any hesitation. Pfft. He quickly chased after them. The black dragon sword pierced the chest of a Soul Devourer Palace cultivator from behind. Whoosh, Lin Feng pulled out the black dragon sword and chased after the second person. His speed was too fast. These Soul Devourer Palace cultivators were too slow compared to Lin Feng. Pfft. Pfft. The sound of bodies being pierced was heard. One by one, the Soul Devourer Palace cultivators were killed. Soon, only the leader of the Soul Devourer Palace was left. I'll fight you to the death. The leader roared. He suddenly pulled up a 1,000-meter-tall mountain and threw it at Lin Feng. Pooh. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's black dragon sword was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It instantly split the mountain and pierced the Soul Devourer Palace cultivator's chest. I can't believe I'm going to die here. The man murmured in disbelief before he died. In the next moment, he fell to the ground and died. The 12 Soul Devourer Palace cultivators had all died. Deep in the forest, Lin Feng sat on top of a tree and counted the spoils of war he had obtained from the Soul Devourer Palace's experts. 12 treasured flying swords, 12 spirit artifact robes, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 30 bottles of various pills. In addition, there were some gold, silver, secret techniques, and so on. The truly valuable items were the treasured flying swords and spirit artifact robes. Lin Feng had also collected many treasured artifacts and spirit artifacts during this period of time. These treasures were extremely precious. If he took them out to sell, he would definitely be able to sell them for an astonishing price and make a fortune. However, Lin Feng had no intention of selling them. He planned to wait until he returned to his family and leave them there to increase the Lin family's strength. It seems like you've become the Soul Devourer Palace's target. The Fire Qilin said with a faint smile, if the Soul Devourer Palace sends out Yinyang realm cultivators, it will be a big problem. Lin Feng said, then I'll have to cultivate faster and raise my cultivation level so that even Yinyang realm cultivators won't be able to return. Haha, domineering. You should have this kind of confidence and domineering attitude. Only then can you soar into the sky. The Fire Qilin nodded in satisfaction. After putting away everything, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin continued to rush into the depths of the forest. There were many ferocious birds and beasts in the depths of the forest. Lin Feng trained as he walked deeper into the forest. Late at night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. A vortex condensed above him. The essence of the sun and moon, the power of the stars, and the spirit energy of heaven and earth all gathered towards Lin Feng. After a series of battles, Lin Feng was already on the verge of a breakthrough. Today, when he was regulating his breathing, he entered a mysterious state. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was fusing with the earth and the sky. He was becoming a speck of dust, a grain of sand, a blade of grass, a tree. This was a mysterious feeling that was compatible with heaven and earth. Only when one's heart was pure and flawless could one merge with heaven and earth. This meant that people with pure hearts could often reach a magical state of merging with heaven and earth. Just like Lin Feng now. That little brat can still maintain a pure heart after killing so many people. How rare. It seems like he's about to break through. It's a bit earlier than I expected. The Fire Qilin, who was originally lying on top of a rock, felt the change in Lin Feng. It raised its head and muttered to itself. Roar. An earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded. Suddenly, the entire mountain forest became dead silent. It was so quiet that it was strange. Soon, a huge tiger that was more than 10 meters long and 7 to 8 meters tall leaped out. It was a demonic tiger with an abnormally terrifying aura. Clearly, it was the overlord of the forest. When the demonic tiger saw Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, a ferocious light flashed in its eyes. With a low growl, it pounced towards Lin Feng. Scram! The Fire Qilin leaped out and stared coldly at the demon tiger. The Fire Qilin's body exuded a terrifying aura. This was the supreme divine power of a divine beast. Roar! The demon tiger let out a frightened cry and turned to flee into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The Fire Qilin let out a long sigh and muttered, "Damn it, I'm guilty because I don't have divine power. Back then, I could have killed this little tiger with a sneeze. Now that I see it, I feel cold all over. I don't know if that thing really exists in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. If it does, I must find it. Maybe I can use that thing to reactivate my withered divine body and let my body slowly produce divine power. Without that thing, I don't know how long it will take to recover my divine power." The Fire Qilin sighed and lay on a smooth rock, closing its eyes to rest. When dawn arrived, a shocking fluctuation woke the Fire Qilin up. The Fire Qilin opened its eyes and saw an endless amount of moonlight, celestial power, heaven and earth vitality, and even the essence of the plants rushing towards Lin Feng's body. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Breakthrough! The Fire Qilin's eyes lit up. Lin Feng jumped up and felt the power in his body. He was ecstatic. He had finally broken through to the 4th layer of the martial general realm. This month of bitter cultivation. Hundreds of life and death battles. I've finally reaped the rewards. Lin Feng took a deep breath. After a short moment of surprise, he quickly regained his calm. He was only a martial general, and although he had broken through, there was still a large gap between him and the geniuses nurtured by the top forces. Thus, Lin Feng understood that he still had a long way to go. Now was not the time to be arrogant and complacent. The fire Qilin was very satisfied with Lin Feng's ability to control his emotions. It said, "We'll have to speed up. There's no need to continue training, we'll head straight to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons." Lin Feng nodded, his back trembling slightly. Whoosh, a pair of golden energy wings materialized out of thin air. The fire Qilin jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. The golden wings shook slightly, and Lin Feng rushed into the air, quickly flying in the direction of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. When they were about 3 or 4 days away from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, the number of cultivators on the road began to increase. Many people were probably rushing to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. In a mountain forest, a man and a woman were hunting under the protection of a dozen guards. The woman was very seductive, like a vixen. Her entire body emitted a coquettish aura. "Sir, the bow and arrow are so heavy. Hurry up and help me carry it," the seductive woman said sweetly. The young man said, "I don't think it's the bow and arrow that's heavy. It's you who wants to be F***ked. Sir, you're so annoying," the seductive woman snorted. The young man laughed heartily and walked over. He stood behind the seductive woman and grabbed her hands. "What do you want to shoot?" the young man asked. "I want to shoot." The seductive woman looked around. Suddenly, she saw a cultivator flying over from afar. "Ah, sir, look. Someone's flying over." The seductive woman pointed at Lin Feng, who was flying over the mountain forest. She smiled sweetly and said, "I want to shoot him. What do you think?" "Haha, of course there's no problem. Come, I'll teach you how to shoot." The enchanting woman grabbed the bow and arrow, while the young man grabbed the enchanting woman's hands. Their heads were pressed together, and then they slowly pulled the bow and arrow. This bow and arrow was not an ordinary bow and arrow, but a magic bow. A magical arrow. Once this arrow was released, it would be very easy to kill someone. However, these two people were shooting at cultivators just for fun. Whoosh. The magical arrow turned into a ray of light, moving as fast as lightning. It instantly shot towards Lin Feng, who was flying above the mountain forest. The arrow went straight for Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng frowned. He looked at the arrow which was flying towards him and his facial expression looked glum. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Crack, Lin Feng caught the arrow in his hand. He looked down at the forest and saw a group of people in the forest. Whoosh. Lin Feng quickly descended. "I don't think we know each other. There is no enmity between us, so why shoot me with an arrow? Don't tell me that it was an accident. Even a child wouldn't believe that," Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. The young man glared coldly at Lin Feng and said, "That's right, I was the one who shot it. I was hunting when you flew over and got shot. You were unlucky. Since you survived, you should have left obediently instead of questioning me." Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of anger. If one wasn't careful, they could be shot to death. Not only did this person not have the slightest bit of regret, he was actually so arrogant. Lin Feng said coldly, "You shot an arrow at me for no reason. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I might have been killed by that arrow of yours. And you won't even allow me to question you?" The young man said disdainfully, "Brat. So what if this young master shoots an arrow at you? This young master is happy, who do you think you are? How dare you question me? Get lost before I get angry. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever being born." Lin Feng had seen arrogant people before, but this was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant. Lin Feng felt like his chest was about to explode. Fury. It burned fiercely. Lin Feng's character was that if you respected him, he would respect you tenfold. "If you dare to step on my foot, I'll make you wish you were dead." Good, good, good. Lin Feng smiled angrily and looked at the young man icily. Kneel down. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Apologize to me. Then, you can slap your own face until I'm satisfied. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll let you know how to write the word regret. Young master, I'm so scared. The enchanting woman patted her plump chest with a surprised look on her face. Darling, he's just a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't be afraid. As the young master comforted the enchanting woman, one of his hands reached into her clothes and grabbed her plump breasts, rubbing them vigorously as if there was no one else present. The enchanting woman immediately let out a series of moans. This young master had an evil aura about him. He waved his hand and ordered, "Capture this brat, but don't kill him right away. I'll let him know how I torture people." "Yes, sir." Immediately, a guard leaped out. That guard was a cultivator of the first celestial layer. He looked at Lin Feng with a ferocious smile and said coldly, "Little brat, you even dare to offend our prince. I think you don't want to live anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Facing the powerful punch of the guard, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the incoming punch. Crack, the guard's fist was caught in Lin Feng's hand. The ferocious-looking guard struggled with all his might, but he was shocked to find that his fist was clamped like a vice. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Lin Feng used a bit of strength. Crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. That was followed by a miserable shriek. The wrist of the ferocious-looking guard was broken by Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng raised his right foot and kicked out. The cultivator was sent flying 30 to 40 meters away by Lin Feng's kick. He fell to the ground and his body was arched, twitching violently. "Young master, he's so strong. I'm so scared." The enchanting woman was panting from the young master's rubbing as she spoke pitifully. This stimulated the young master's lust even more. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still in conflict with Lin Feng, the young master would have already taken action. With the young master's personality, he would have already taken off the enchanting woman's undergarments and forced himself on her in the wilderness. In any case, he had done this more than once. "Darling, don't be afraid. This brat won't be able to jump around for long." The young master's lips curled into a devilish smile as he said coldly, "Are you all trash? There are so many of you, yet you can't even deal with a single person? Don't worry, young master. We'll take care of this brat soon." The rest of the people agreed. These people knew that if they angered their young master, it would be a terrible thing. They couldn't help but hate Lin Feng. If it wasn't for him, would they have been reprimanded by the young master? Immediately, their eyes flickered with a sinister light as they all charged at Lin Feng. This young master's identity was definitely not ordinary, because one could roughly guess this person's background from the guards by his side. These guards all had the strength of a martial general. Going out with more than 10 martial generals protecting him was not something an ordinary faction could do. But so what, if you provoke me, I don't care if you're the king of heaven, I'll still torture you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he leaped forward and charged at these people. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through, his strength had greatly increased. In addition, he had cultivated many powerful ancient divine abilities and secret techniques. Ordinary martial generals were simply not a match for Lin Feng. Only martial generals at the 8th or 9th heavenly layer would be able to firmly suppress Lin Feng. "Brat, are you courting death?" When they saw that Lin Feng actually dared to take the initiative to charge at them, a sinister smile appeared on the faces of the guards. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng was simply courting death. So what if a young man is also a martial general? Could it be that he could fight against more than 10 of them by himself? Bang bang bang. Both sides fiercely collided with each other. Following a series of muffled sounds, one guard after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. Kacha kacha, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. These martial general guards were simply not a match for Lin Feng. Their arms were all broken by Lin Feng's punch. Their bodies flew back and fell to the ground, holding their broken arms as they mournfully and painfully screamed. How is this possible? When the young master saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed. These were more than 10 martial general cultivators, but they were all heavily injured by a single move. The young master suddenly panicked. "Young master, don't worry, we'll deal with him." Swish swish, the two cultivators beside the young master spoke at the same time. When he saw these two people, the young master calmed down. He said with a sinister smile, "Don't kill him directly. We know what to do." The two guards replied. Whoosh whoosh, the two guards walked towards Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. The aura emitted from their bodies caused Lin Feng's expression to change slightly. 7th Heavenly Layer Martial General. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Brat, you have some eyesight. If you know that you are afraid, then surrender without a fight. Maybe you can suffer less later. If you are stubborn, then only death awaits you. The skinny cultivator on the left said with a sneer. Lin Feng's body began to tremble slightly. The cultivator on the right with a sinister gaze said, we haven't even made a move yet, and you're already so scared. Brat, if you want to live, then quickly kneel down and kowtow to our young master. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked up into a cold arc. How was he afraid? It was excitement. A cultivator at the 7th layer of the martial general realm should have around 15,000 dragon power. And Lin Feng's current strongest strength was 3,750 dragon power. Although there was a gap between him and a cultivator at the 7th layer of the martial general realm, it was not an irreparable gap. Through a secret technique. During a battle, one could make up for the gap between the two sides. And the 7th layer of the martial general realm happened to be the realm that Lin Feng wanted to fight the most. He wanted to use these two people to test his newly increased strength. Heh. Attack me, let me see how strong the 7th layer of the martial general realm is. Lin Feng laughed out loud. Brat, you're courting death. When the two cultivators heard this, their faces immediately became extremely gloomy. This brat actually dared to look down on them so much. How could they tolerate this? The two of them had indifferent expressions as they leaped out and rushed towards Lin Feng. Since you want to die, then we'll fulfill your wish. The two cultivators had sinister expressions on their faces. One on the left and one on the right. The person on the left used a great capture move. The person on the right used a wind cloud palm move. The two of them clearly had a tacit understanding of each other. One on the left and one on the right, they attacked continuously. The wind from their palms was like a sharp blade, and the wind from their palms instantly pierced through a large tree that could only be held by a dozen people. The claw light was like a saber light. The saber light that shot out instantly cut a 100-meter-tall boulder in half as if it was tofu. The power is not bad, but it's not enough. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Dense lightning energy was condensed in his hands. The power of lightning interweaved together and turned into a ball of lightning. Lin Feng held a lightning ball in his left hand and a lightning ball in his right hand. He hurled it at the two of them. This was the lightning ball condensed by Lin Feng using the Sky Tyrant lightning art. Its might was terrifying to the extreme. The ball of lightning instantly exploded, emitting a terrifying might that made one's heart tremble. Bang! Bang! Two explosions spread in the air. Lin Feng and the two cultivators of the 7th celestial layer collided. The power of the lightning ball condensed by the Sky Tyrant lightning secret art was really too powerful. The ball of lightning exploded. The two 7th layer martial general cultivators were sent flying. Wow, the two cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Their faces were extremely pale. This attack had caused them serious injuries. How is this possible? The young master originally had a complacent and indifferent expression as he watched everything unfold in front of him. In his opinion, Lin Feng was bound to lose, but who would have thought that his two guards would be sent flying by Lin Feng? At this moment, the young master looked at Lin Feng with a trace of horror in his eyes. Is this your strength? Take out your strongest strength to fight against me. Lin Feng walked step by step towards the two 7th layer martial general cultivators. Around his body, dense lightning energy lingered. He was like a god born from lightning. Young master, run! The two guards shouted in a deep voice. After exchanging blows, the two of them more or less knew how terrifying Lin Feng's fighting strength was. At this moment, they only hoped to delay for a while. At this time, the young master also reacted. He didn't even care about the enchanting woman and turned to run. Young master, wait for me. The enchanting woman also ran away. Crackle! Lin Feng's surroundings were intertwined with the power of lightning. He stepped forward and took the initiative to attack the two of them. Attack! The two 7th layer martial master cultivators coldly shouted and once again charged towards Lin Feng. The thin cultivator's dantian shone with light as he activated his martial spirit. His martial spirit was a blood-red long saber. It traversed the void and slashed towards Lin Feng. The gloomy cultivator's martial spirit was actually a skull. It directly flew out and bit towards Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Break! Break! Lin Feng roared loudly. Boom, boom. The power of lightning ruthlessly struck down, and the two cultivators' martial spirits were instantly shattered by the lightning. Then, the dense lightning struck the two cultivators' bodies and directly sent them flying. Puff! Puff! The two cultivators' flesh was torn apart by the explosion and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. Lin Feng jumped out and quickly caught up with the young master who was running away. You still want to run? Lin Feng looked at the young master indifferently. Ah! The enchanting woman was so frightened that her legs went soft and she directly sat on the ground. You! What do you want? The young master asked in a trembling voice. Lin Feng sneered. Now you're asking me what I want. The young master threatened. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, I'm... Slap. Before the young master could finish his sentence, Lin Feng slapped him. This slap directly sent the young master flying. His body crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him, the young master ignored the pain and roared loudly, I'm from the ancient Li family. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Let me tell you, our Li family has a universal mirror that can detect the universe. Nothing that happens today can be hidden from our family. Universal mirror? Ancient Li family? Lin Feng sneered inwardly. He walked forward and kicked the young master to the ground. Do you think I'm afraid? I'll slap my own face 10 times, and I'll let this matter rest. Otherwise. Lin Feng frowned. Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. The young man could sense that Lin Feng was releasing a bone-piercing cold chi. The anger in his heart was about to ignite his entire body. He was the successor of an ancient family. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, however? He was facing Lin Feng. He was powerless to fight back. Although he wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces, he could not do anything. He could only tell himself to endure it for now. I'll slap, the young master clenched his teeth and raised his hand in humiliation. Slap, 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 he slapped himself 10 times in a row. Each slap was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. This kind of humiliation was driving him crazy. After slapping himself 10 times, the young master lowered his head. He did not look at Lin Feng, but his eyes were filled with malevolence. Before you humiliate others, you have to consider your own strength. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Lin Feng looked at the young master indifferently, then left with the fire Qilin. Little bastard, I, Li Ling, will tear you into pieces. Otherwise, I'm not a human. After Lin Feng left, the young master roared. His whole face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent and hatred. That guy's killing intent is very strong, said the fire Qilin. Lin Feng nodded and said, I know. But we still have to consider the power behind that guy. If he knows what's good for him, he'll know when to advance and when to retreat. If he doesn't, then even the power behind him won't be able to save him. When Lin Feng said that, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The fire Qilin nodded and didn't say anything else. 5 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the outer regions of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Many cultivators had already arrived and were scattered all over the place, looking at the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is surrounded by a huge restrictive spell. Only when the restrictive spell disappears can one enter. There's a terrifying black fog in the outer regions of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, and there are soul weapons coming and going to harvest cultivators' lives. Whispered the fire Qilin. Soul weapons? What's that? Lin Feng was shocked. The dead still have resentment, and they turn into soul weapons and wander around the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Said the fire Qilin. Boom, in the distance, a terrifying chi filled the air. A handsome man walked over and floated outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. That man's body was surrounded by a boundless divine light. He was dazzling and as hot as the sun. He was like a sun, and it was difficult for anyone to look at him directly. It's him. The fire Qilan's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, I need to leave this place. When you come out of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, go to a small town 50 miles away and wait for me there. The fire Qilan quickly left. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? The fire Qilan saw that man who looked like a sun god and was scared away. Is that a strong cultivator from the Golden Crow clan? Someone asked, looking at the man in shock. That's right, it's the Golden Crow clan from Fusang Island, an ancient clan that lives on top of the Fusang God tree. It's said that they have the blood of the ancient divine emperor flowing in their veins. They're extremely powerful, and they're the descendants of the ancient divine emperor. They've been prosperous since the ancient era, and even now, they're still one of the most terrifying powers. Qinwu people's strong cultivators. Lin Feng was also very shocked. In myths and legends, Qinwu people could transform into the sun and illuminate the heavens. In the primordial era, there were even 10 golden crows that flew into the sky at the same time. The myriad worlds could not withstand this terrifying heat. Rivers and lakes dried up, and countless living beings died. Great Shaman Hoi had forged the sun-shooting divine bow. Shoot the 9 suns. Of course, these were just myths and legends and could not be taken seriously. Even so, one could imagine how terrifying the Golden Crow clan was. This clan was the descendant of the primeval Saint Emperor. They grasped some powerful bloodline secret techniques and were invincible. The valiant man transformed from the Golden Crow seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the pair of eyes and felt as if his soul was about to fall into a boundless illusion. The valiant man frowned slightly and thought to himself, could I have sensed wrongly? Only then did he turn around and look towards the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Huff. Huff. Huff, Lin Feng panted violently. His back was drenched in sweat. That Qinwu people's man was too terrifying. He had almost lost himself just by looking at his eyes. The fire Qilan must have left because of him. Could he be a great enemy of the fire Qilan? Lin Feng thought to himself. He had heard the fire Qilan say that it had a few great enemies with terrifying strength. Even when the fire Qilan was at its peak, it would have been hard to say if it could defeat them. Let alone now. If it encountered such a great enemy, the fire Qilan would have to flee far away to avoid detection. If it was discovered, it would definitely die in its current state. Lin Feng took a deep breath and went to another mountain forest, far away from the Qinwu people. He was worried that the Qinwu people would notice something strange. Boundless Tao Master. Benefactor. I see that your face is glowing. It seems that luck has descended upon you. Do you want a divination? Perhaps you can obtain a heaven-defying opportunity in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. A Taoist priest was promoting himself to a cultivator. Damn. Isn't that the boundless Taoist priest? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He hadn't thought that he would run into this guy outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Lin Feng even suspected that the boundless Taoist priest was a fake priest. He pretended to be a Taoist priest and swindled others. Outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, many strong cultivators were arriving. Even people from the ancient sacred lands and the ancient dynasties had arrived. This naturally caused quite a commotion. Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman. She looked like a celestial being. She had an extraordinary qi. Huashirua. It was actually her. She was the most beautiful woman in the eastern province. Her face was covered by a veil, so her face couldn't be seen. However, one could imagine that under the veil was a breathtakingly beautiful face. Next to Huashirua was a group of bodyguards. They were all from powerful groups and wanted to win her heart. It's really lively. It seems that many geniuses from the ancient groups have also come. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is really attractive. Lin Feng stroked his chin. One day later, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons emitted an astonishing qi. Beams of celestial light shot up into the sky. Is the ancient battlefield of gods and demons going to open? Many people cried out in surprise and nervously looked in the direction of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. It opened once every 100 years. Countless gods and demons had fallen there. There weren't only powerful secret techniques left behind by the gods and demons. There were even many fiend gods' supreme treasures, wealth, and so on that had been buried along with the fiend gods' deaths on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. This was perhaps the reason why the ancient battlefield of gods and demons was so attractive. It won't be so soon. In the past, when the restrictive spells were loosened, it would take about 3 days for them to disappear. We can only enter after the restrictive spells disappear completely. Otherwise, we'll be attacked by the restrictive spells of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, said an old cultivator. Clearly, he had been here before and was very familiar with the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Sure enough, it was as the old cultivator had said. In the next 3 days, the fluctuations of the restrictive spells outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons grew stronger and stronger. However, the power of the restrictive spells was weakening bit by bit. Many people became excited because the ancient battlefield of gods and demons was going to open soon. The cycle of time, the change of spring and autumn, a dream of 80,000 years. Beauties grow old, beauties pass away, old people turn to dust. Just as Lin Feng was observing the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, he suddenly heard a deep voice. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a muscular man. He was close to 2 meters tall and had a very strong visual impact. His hair was disheveled, and his face couldn't be seen. However, what really moved Lin Feng was the man's muttering. A dream of 80,000 years. How many spring and autumn had passed? How many years had passed? Could that mysterious man be an expert from 80,000 years ago? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. Even someone as powerful as a god couldn't live for 80,000 years. Who is he? Is he really a person from 80,000 years ago? Lin Feng was shocked. The barbarian walked off into the distance. Lin Feng quickly chased after him, wanting to chat with him. However, the savage man had mysteriously disappeared without a trace, as if he had vanished into thin air. How did he disappear? Lin Feng was shocked. What kind of technique was that? He had clearly been right in front of him a moment ago. How had he suddenly disappeared? This made him feel shocked. What kind of ability was this? Was he able to travel through space? Eh? Benefactor, it's you. What a coincidence. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Feng turned around and saw Wu Liang Daoist. So it's you, Daoist. Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked, did you see that barbarian just now? Barbarian? Is there a barbarian here? Wu Liang Daoist looked around and muttered, is there a third person here besides you and me? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Was he the only one who had seen that barbarian? Did Wu Liang Daoist not see him? The immeasurable Daoist said, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons is about to open. I feel that if we go in together, we'll definitely be invincible. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Liang Daoist, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Wu Liang Daoist gave Lin Feng a very unreliable feeling. Moreover, Lin Feng had spent 50,000 gold coins to buy Wu Liang Daoist's supreme treasure, the heaven-devouring jar. Wu Liang Daoist had always schemed to take it back. He wasn't plotting against him, was he? Look, a dragon, Lin Feng pointed into the distance. Where is it? Where is it? Wu Liang Daoist stretched his neck to look for the dragon Lin Feng was talking about, but he didn't see anything. I say. Wu Liang Daoist was about to express his dissatisfaction when he realized that Lin Feng had already disappeared. Let's just wait and see. Wu Liang Daoist shouted fiercely before turning around and leaving. Rumble, the restrictions outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons were dissipating. Finally, on this afternoon, the restrictions on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons completely vanished. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately after, cultivators charged towards the ancient battlefield of gods and demons at lightning speed. I don't know where the fire Qilin went. Whatever, I'll go in myself. When I come out, I'll go to the town he mentioned and wait for him. Lin Feng also flew towards the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Whoosh. But at this time a cold light flashed, and dozens of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. These arrows were all magical arrows, which contained extremely terrifying penetrative power. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Someone was ambushing him. Whoosh. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and slashed down a dozen times in a row. One arrow after another was cut down by Lin Feng. Brat, you're really lucky. Cold laughter could be heard as dozens of cultivators flew over from afar. The person who spoke looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. Seeing this person, Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly. It was Zhang Sun Wuji. Back in the Fire Dragon Cave abode, Zhang Sun Wuji's subordinates wanted to kill Lin Feng, but more than 20 of them were killed by Lin Feng. Because the cave abode had collapsed, the two of them quickly left, but they had already become enemies. Are you ready to die? Zhang Sun Wuji held a battle spear in his hand as he walked over, emitting a cold aura. I think you're the one who's going to die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he held the black dragon sword and was about to attack. But suddenly, his pupils contracted violently. He saw an old man in Zhang Sun Wuji's group. The old man was thin and looked very ordinary, but when Lin Feng saw him, he felt an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was exactly the same as when he faced the green-robed old man. Yin Yang Realm. Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath, turned around, and rushed into the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Zhang Sun Wuji had a Yin Yang Realm cultivator with him. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. Brat, where do you think you're going? Zhang Sun Wuji shouted coldly as he quickly chased after him. Huh? That brat actually sensed my cultivation level. The old man was slightly surprised. He looked at an old, stooped servant beside him and said, Kuan Nu, do you know who that brat is? How did he become enemies with Wuji? The old man called Kuan Nu replied, I heard the young master mention that they became enemies in the Fire Dragon Cave abode. I see. Take a few people with you and follow Wuji. Don't let anything happen to him. If you see that he can't handle it, you know what to do. The old man said. This old servant understands. The old servant bowed and led a few experts to follow Zhang Sun Wuji. Swoosh. Lin Feng had already entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. This was a world of black fog that emitted a gloomy aura. This should be the world of black fog that the Fire Qilin had mentioned. This place was obviously very dangerous. The Fire Qilin had mentioned that soul weapons would appear here. Ordinary soul weapons were nothing to the Fire Qilin before it lost its godly strength. However, to a cultivator at Lin Feng's level, they were definitely a threat to his life. He quickly flew towards the depths, but this world of black fog was extremely large. Crunch. Crunch, suddenly, Lin Feng heard the sound of chewing food. He flew towards the source of the sound. Not far away, he saw 4 beings shrouded in darkness. They were surrounded by black fog, and each of them was lying on a corpse. They seemed to be eating the flesh of the corpse. There were more than 10 corpses on the ground. Soul weapons? Lin Feng was horrified. He could sense a gloomy and terrifying aura from the 4 beings shrouded in black fog. That aura made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Lin Feng stealthily retreated, not daring to attract the attention of these soul weapons. If he was surrounded by 4 terrifying soul weapons, it would not be easy to escape. Lin Feng quickly left the area and continued to travel deeper. In a valley, Lin Feng saw more than 30 cultivators being blocked by 3 soul weapons. These soul weapons were able to release black fog, and the black fog enveloped the cultivators. Ah, no. Screams of pain rang out. The 30 over cultivators all held their heads and screamed miserably. What's going on? Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. These soul weapons were very strange. Swoosh, while the cultivators were screaming, the 3 soul weapons rushed forward and attacked quickly. Their sharp claws pierced the cultivators' chests, and more than 30 cultivators died in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng took a deep breath and rushed into the distance. This place was too dangerous. These soul weapons were very strange. He had to leave this world of black fog as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Not long after, Lin Feng ran into trouble. A soul weapon had appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. Its sharp claws were moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the gloomy and cold aura behind him. He quickly moved to the right. Pooh! The soul weapon's sharp claws brought about a bloody light, Lin Feng's left shoulder was scratched with 4 bloody wounds. However, he was already lucky enough. If he was a step slower, the attack would have pierced through Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng moved more than 10 meters away. When he saw the existence that attacked him, his expression changed. It was a soul weapon. The soul weapon let out a sinister laugh. It stuck out its scarlet tongue and licked the blood off its claws. It was indescribably terrifying. This soul weapon was shrouded in the black fog, its entire face was distorted, but one could still vaguely see the eerie fangs, the pale green eyes, the scarlet tongue, and the sharp claws. Lin Feng had seen soul weapons attack cultivators a few times in the past. He knew that these soul weapons were extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare act carelessly in front of this soul weapon. This soul weapon emitted an aura that made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Swoosh. Silently, the soul weapon once again pounced at Lin Feng. There's no movement at all, no wonder it could avoid my detection. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. That soul weapon was really strange. It was the best assassin. It could be used without making any sound, then it could launch a fatal attack. Very few people could avoid this kind of attack. Swoosh, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. The soul weapon once again attacked, its sharp claws directly clawing at Lin Feng's chest. The soul weapon in front of him was its own claws. Clang, Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword, fiercely clashing with the soul weapon's claws, immediately producing a clanging sound. Fiery light was emitted. This made Lin Feng abnormally shocked. His black dragon sword was the most precious treasure in the Divine Sword Manual. If an ordinary treasure was hit by it, it would be damaged, or even directly destroyed by the black dragon sword. But the soul weapon's claws actually blocked the black dragon sword's attack. Swoosh, Lin Feng quickly retreated. He did not want to continue fighting with the soul weapon, because it was too strange. Lin Feng did not know what kind of tricks it was waiting for him. But at this time, 2 soul weapons flew over from the distance, black fog lingered around them, their wide black robes spread open, making these 2 soul weapons look like undead spirits that walked out from the world of hell. The 2 soul weapons' sharp claws clawed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who originally wanted to escape, was attacked. He had no choice but to block the 2 soul weapons' attacks. Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword, slashing at them. Clang clang, with 2 consecutive strikes, the 2 soul weapons were forced back. He was about to soar into the sky. But in the next moment. Ah! Lin Feng held his head and screamed in pain. He fell straight down from the sky. Lin Feng felt as if his soul was about to split open. That kind of pain was worse than death. Soul attack. He was attacked by a soul weapon. Soul weapon. Soul weapon. The reason why it was called a soul weapon was because it was closely related to the soul. Soul weapons were most proficient in soul attacks, and the most terrifying thing about them was their unpredictable soul attacks. Previously, Lin Feng had witnessed a few soul weapons killing tens of cultivators because of the soul weapon's soul attacks. Lin Feng's soul power was comparable to a yin-yang 5th firmament cultivator. However, he was still unable to withstand the soul attacks of these soul weapons. Just from this point, one could tell how terrifying the soul attacks of these soul weapons were. Swish swish swish, the 3 soul weapons quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to get rid of Lin Feng like how they had dealt with the others. In this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng's mind finally cleared up a little. Although he was attacked by the soul weapons, Lin Feng's soul power was too strong. Moreover, Lin Feng himself had cultivated a soul secret technique. Therefore, the injuries he suffered were not as serious as he had imagined. Primal Chaos Lamp, illuminate the mountains and rivers. Lin Feng roared. When the 3 soul weapons rushed towards him, he took out his life treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp flew out, and the lamp flame burned fiercely. A layer of Primal Chaos light enveloped Lin Feng, protecting him within. When the 3 soul weapons' sharp claws pierced towards Lin Feng's body, their attacks were blocked by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's flames soared into the sky. 3 clusters of flames flew out, instantly igniting the mist around the 3 soul weapons. The flame of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was ignited by Lin Feng's heavenly fire. Now that it had merged with the power of the primal chaos ancestor Qi, it was extremely terrifying. Chi 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 chi, the mist around the three soul weapons burned fiercely, and the three soul weapons let out angry and painful roars. Swish! Lin Feng quickly flew away. He did not know if the flames could destroy the three soul weapons, but the roars of the three soul weapons would definitely attract the other soul weapons. If he did not leave now, he would be dead. Lin Feng felt that his head was about to split open. He knew that he had to find a place to recover quickly. In a mountain range, he found a dry cave and set up a few invisible formations. Then, he entered the cave and hurriedly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to heal his injuries. He was extremely lucky to be able to escape from the three soul armaments this time. These soul armaments were too strange and terrifying. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng felt that he had almost recovered. At this moment, he heard the sounds of fighting outside. Lin Feng cautiously went out. In the distance, he could see that the three soul weapons were fighting against the 6 cultivators. A miserable scream was heard. One of the cultivators roared in pain. He must have been attacked by the soul weapon. The soul weapon instantly rushed over and pierced the cultivator's chest with its sharp claws. The soul weapon's soul attack was different from a cultivator's soul attack. When cultivators fought, they would be highly concentrated and use their true chi to protect their bodies. It would be difficult for soul attacks to hurt their opponents. However, the soul weapon's soul attack was all-pervasive. Even if one was a yin-yang expert and had magic power to protect their body, they would still be attacked by the soul weapon. This was the terrifying part of the soul weapon. Miserable screams were heard again. These soul weapons were too terrifying. In just a few breaths' time, 2 more experts were killed. Lin Feng took out the great sun-splitting bow. This was the treasure he obtained from killing Nalan Tianjiao. It was a precious spirit artifact. Lin Feng took out 3 arrows and shot them at the 3 soul weapons. The 3 arrows were as fast as lightning. They quickly shot towards the 3 soul weapons. The 3 soul weapons reacted extremely quickly. When they saw the arrows, they quickly dodged. Run! Lin Feng shouted. The 3 cultivators who were still alive quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. However, halfway through, 2 of the cultivators screamed. They were attacked by the soul weapons and their souls were injured. The 3 soul weapons rushed forward and pierced the 2 cultivators' chests. The 2 cultivators died on the spot. Only the 3rd cultivator seemed to have a powerful magic artifact. When the soul weapon's soul attack came, a golden light flickered on his body. This golden light blocked the soul weapon's soul attack. Of course, the cultivator was not completely unaffected. His face was very pale. He quickly met up with Lin Feng and the 2 of them flew away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the boundless black fog. The 2 of them flew for dozens of miles before finding a place to hide. The rescued cultivator was about the same age as Lin Feng, about 18 or 19 years old. He was slightly skinny, but his eyes were filled with determination. It was obvious that he had a strong will. I am Xikong Jiayue. Thank you for saving me, brother. Xikong Jiayue cupped his fists gratefully. You're welcome. You're welcome. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, it's a pity that the others are all dead. Xikong Jiayue nodded and said, these soul weapons are really terrifying. We originally had 16 people in our group, but we encountered 2 groups of soul weapons. Now, I'm the only one left alive. After talking for a while, Lin Feng learned that Xikong Jiayue and the others had met outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. They had formed a temporary group, and there was no lack of experts in the group. However, it was difficult for them to withstand the soul weapons' attacks. Said Lin Feng, of course, he knew how terrifying soul weapons were. Those soul weapons have the ability to attack people's souls. Previously, I was attacked by a soul weapon and I almost died. Said Lin Feng. You were able to survive after being attacked by a soul weapon. Brother Lin, you're really amazing. I relied on a defensive treasure to resist the soul attacks. Unfortunately, my treasure is about to be destroyed. Xikong Jiayue sighed. Only those who had truly entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons would know how terrifying it was. Lin Feng and Xianxia were both people who had narrowly escaped death. Lin Feng said, "I don't know how long it will take for us to leave the Black Fog world." Xianxia said, "I think it will take some time." Furthermore, it's said that in the depths of the Black Fog world, there are some existences even more terrifying than soul weapons. Passing through the depths of the Black Fog world is really dangerous. Existences even more terrifying than soul weapons? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Xianxia smiled bitterly and nodded, "Yes." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know what is in the depths of the Black Fog world?" "I'm not sure either," Xianxia said. After resting for a while, Lin Feng and Xianxia continued walking towards the depths of the Black Fog world. When they passed by a mountain ridge, they felt a terrifying aura coming from afar. Something terrifying must have appeared. "Quick, hide." Lin Feng was very sensitive to auras. His expression changed drastically as he found a place to hide with Xianxia. Not long after, crackling sounds could be heard. A soul weapon walked over from afar. This soul weapon was different from the others. The body of this soul weapon could be seen clearly. The soul weapons that Lin Feng had seen before were all shrouded in black fog. However, the aura of those soul weapons was not as strong as this soul weapon. The soul weapon in front of him had two heads, but the left head was chopped off by someone and was held in the left hand of the soul weapon. The right side of the head was even more ferocious and terrifying. From the nose up, it had been chopped off. One could even see the bright red brain matter. Heavens! After seeing the soul weapon, Lin Feng and Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. "Eh? Did you hear something?" The head on the right that had been chopped off asked. "No." The head held in the left hand said. "I clearly heard it." The head on the right said. "I think your head has been chopped off. Even your ears are not working." The head on the left said. "Bullshit. Because I still have half a head, my sense of smell and hearing are even more powerful." The head on the right said. The head on the left suddenly said sinisterly, "Could it be that a human cultivator is hiding here?" The eyeballs of the head turned around and looked around. Then, the pair of sinister eyes looked towards the place where Lin Feng and Xianxia were hiding. Lin Feng and Xianxia's expressions changed. This soul weapon was too powerful. Its aura made them feel suffocated. If they were blocked, they would die without a doubt. The two of them looked at each other and decided to escape first, even though they might not be able to do so. Swoosh! At that moment, a few figures in the distance quickly ran in another direction. They were the cultivators who had been hiding. Human cultivators. "They're over there. Go after them." The complete head flew into the air and chased after him while screaming. "Wait for me." The other half of the head shouted and quickly ran over. However, because it had no eyes, it fell to the ground. "Let's go." Lin Feng whispered and quickly ran away with Xianxia. "Damn it. There are two more hiding here." The other half of the head shouted. It quickly got up and chased after Lin Feng and Xianxia. Swoosh! Although it was missing a head and the rest of the body had no eyes, its spiritual sense was extremely powerful. It locked onto Lin Feng and Xianxia and directly flew up, chasing after them. It can fly. It's at least a yin-yang soul weapon. Lin Feng and Xianxia felt their scalps go numb. They were in big trouble. A yin-yang soul weapon. Even if a yin-yang cultivator came, there was a 70% to 80% chance that they would die. Not to mention Lin Feng and Xianxia. The two of them quickly ran away. The soul weapon quickly chased after them and shouted, "I have already sensed your aura. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Hurry up and stop. Let me eat your brains. Eat your sister." Lin Feng raised his middle finger. "Brat, you can't escape. You can't escape." The soul weapon with half a head quickly chased after them. The distance between it and Lin Feng and Xianxia was slowly closing. Lin Feng and Xianxia's expressions became extremely ugly. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the soul weapon caught up to them. Rumble. At that moment, the ground shook violently. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue were puzzled. Could it be? The soul weapon that was madly chasing after them was bewildered. Boom, in the depths of the black fog world, a terrifying ghost chi swept through the world. A gloomy and terrifying aura filled the air. An endless amount of ghost chi surged forth. If one looked carefully, one would see banners fluttering in the wind amidst the ghost chi. A murderous aura filled the air. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. The ground shook violently. It was as if the world was about to collapse. A dense army quickly rushed out from the depths of the black fog world. Heavens, what is that? Seeing the army rushing out from the black fog world, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue's faces were filled with shock. Ah, Yin soldiers are blocking the path. Run! The soul weapon with half a head screamed in fear, and ran away as if he had gone mad. When the Yin soldiers pass through, all living beings avoid them. Classic of mountains and seas, mythological records recorded such a passage. Yin soldiers, they were the legendary soldiers of the netherworld. They did not belong to the human world. When the ghost gate opened, the Yin soldiers would rush out from the netherworld and come to the Yang realm. However, the Yin soldiers represented death. Therefore, when the Yin soldiers appeared, all living beings had to avoid them. Otherwise, they would be harvested by the Yin soldiers. It was no wonder that Yin Yang realm's soul weapon was so scared that his soul left his body. Soul weapons were a special kind of life. They had their own souls, between living beings and undead spirits. If they encountered a situation like the Yin soldiers passing through, their lives would also be harvested. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue did not dare to stay any longer, they turned around and ran into the distance. However, there were too many Yin soldiers. Boundless ghost chi blotted out the sky and sealed it off. On the ground, there was a densely packed army. It was unknown how many there were, but it was almost impossible to avoid. Damn, this damned place, even the Yin soldiers passing through can be encountered. I really want to cry but have no tears. Xikong Jiayue cursed in a low voice. Save your energy and run. Lin Feng said. The appearance of the army of Yin soldiers caused the soul weapons in this area to be scared out of their wits. They frantically fled, far away from this area. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue were chased by the Yin soldiers. No matter how hard they tried, they could not shake off these Yin soldiers. These Yin soldiers seemed to be deliberately chasing them. I can't hold on any longer. Xikong Jiayue's face was pale. Lin Feng was also almost at his limit. The two of them were incomparably depressed, they did not understand why these Yin soldiers were chasing them and not letting them go. This was truly a depressing matter. The two of them had already reached their limits and were about to be caught up by the Yin soldiers. However, Lin Feng suddenly frowned and said, I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Xikong Jiayue asked. This army of Yin soldiers. Is there a need to chase after the two of us? Even if they want to kill us, they should be killing Yin Yang realm experts. Moreover, according to the classic of mountains and seas, the Yin soldiers are passing through the world of the living to reach a mysterious place. They won't stay in the world of the living. They're just passing through for a short period of time. Why would they chase us? Lin Feng said. Xikong Jiayue also felt that it made sense. The two of them were about to reach their limit. If these Yin soldiers were real, they would not be able to escape. So they simply stopped. However, these Yin soldiers dissipated in midair. Missing? Xikong Jiayue was shocked. Lin Feng said, it's a brand. Xikong Jiayue said, are you saying that there was indeed an otherworldly soldier here in the past, and the scene from back then was imprinted here? And what we saw earlier was the imprint of the otherworldly soldier? Lin Feng nodded and said, that must be it. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, we would have died from exhaustion. Xikong Jiayue rolled his eyes gloomily and said, it's too real. It's hard to notice anything wrong. If we keep running, the fear in our hearts and the exhaustion of our strength will make it possible for us to die here. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue felt relieved. They dragged their tired bodies and walked away, needing to find a place to rest. Whoosh. However, at that moment, a series of arrows were shot towards the two of them. Magical arrows. Be careful. Lin Feng cried out in alarm. He wielded his black dragon sword and cut down a few arrows. Xianxia used a golden dagger to cut down a few more arrows. Whoosh, 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 6 figures flew over, surrounding Lin Feng and Xianxia. Haha, brat, I finally found you. Let's see how you escape this time. A cold laugh sounded out. Zhang Sun Wuji wielded his spear, his expression cold. Lin Feng didn't expect it to be Zhang Sun Wuji. He remembered that there was a yin-yang realm cultivator by Zhang Sun Wuji's side. He should be Zhang Sun Wuji's elder. Lin Feng looked around and didn't see the yin-yang realm cultivator. He let out a sigh of relief. So it's you. You've come to die so quickly. Lin Feng sneered. Zhang Sun Wuji sneered, brat, you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Do you think I can't sense your condition? I'm extremely weak right now, so I'll definitely kill you today. In this state, it's enough to kill you. Lin Feng sneered. Sikong, end this quickly. Kill this guy with all your strength. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Although he had only known Lin Feng for a short time, they had gone through many life and death situations together. Their relationship could be said to be very close, and they worked very well together. Whoosh, Lin Feng and Xianxia attacked at the same time, flying towards Zhang Sun Wuji. Kill those two. Zhang Sun Wuji looked indifferent as he coldly ordered. Yes, master. The 6 people behind Zhang Sun Wuji replied. They all rushed towards Lin Feng and Xianxia. These 6 people were all experts of the martial general realm. The ultimate form of the devouring spirit. Seal. Lin Feng knew his and Xianxia's situation. Their conditions weren't ideal. They were extremely weak, so they had to end this quickly. Lin Feng immediately used his strongest attack. His 3 devouring spirits fused together and formed a powerful magnetic field. The 6 great experts were all imprisoned within. Die! Shouted Lin Feng loudly. He took the lead and rushed towards the 6 strong cultivators. Xianxia was astonished. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng's spirit would be so powerful. However, he quickly reacted and rushed towards the 6 people with Lin Feng. Damn it, our bodies have been sealed, the expressions of the 6 martial generals changed. Pu Piu, Lin Feng and Xianxia quickly rushed forward. They waved their swords and killed 4 people. Only 2 people managed to escape. Even if they weren't killed, they were heavily injured by Lin Feng and Xianxia. Lin Feng and Xianxia didn't chase after the 2 people. Instead, they charged towards Zhang Sun Wuji. With the 2 of them working together, Zhang Sun Wuji was immediately suppressed. Bang! Lin Feng's fist landed on Zhang Sun Wuji's chest, sending him flying. Wah! Zhang Sun Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Zhang Sun Wuji was powerful, it was difficult for him to fight 2 people at once. This was because Lin Feng and Xianxia were equally powerful. Take this opportunity to kill him. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he slashed his sword towards Zhang Sun Wuji. Xianxia and Lin Feng cooperated well and swept their daggers towards Zhang Sun Wuji's abdomen. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed drastically. Humph! At that moment, a cold snort was heard. An old man walked over from afar. His speed was clearly very slow. However, he covered a distance of a few hundred meters in a single step. This old man was the old servant known as Slave Kuan. The old servant rolled up his sleeves and in a flash, a terrifying strength emerged and bombarded Lin Feng and Xianxia's bodies. They had the impression that their bones were about to break. They were blown away dozens of meters away and looked like they were about to collapse. They looked extremely miserable. A martial king, their faces were filled with astonishment. A martial king had appeared. Lin Feng and Xianxia had already expended a lot of energy. Facing a martial king was almost certain death. Young master, are you all right? The old servant asked Zhang Sun Wuji with concern. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. He was an extremely prideful person, so it was hard for him to accept that he was injured. I'm fine. Zhang Sun Wuji pointed his spear at Lin Feng and said coldly, brat, come out and fight with me. I'll kill you here to wash away my humiliation. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng sneered. Zhang Sun Wuji's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Zhang Sun Wuji was injured and couldn't use his full strength. Although he had used up a lot of energy and couldn't use his full strength, Zhang Sun Wuji was still injured. However, his situation was much better than Zhang Sun Wuji's. If he captured Zhang Sun Wuji alive, he wouldn't have to worry about the old man not giving in. Young master, you're injured and shouldn't fight. The old servant said. Don't stop me. I must kill this brat. Zhang Sun Wuji said coldly. The old servant said, of course I don't dare to stop you, but the great elder ordered me to protect you, so I don't dare to slack off. Although the old servant said that he didn't dare to stop Zhang Sun Wuji, it was obvious that he stood between Lin Feng and Zhang Sun Wuji. He wouldn't let Zhang Sun Wuji and Lin Feng fight. The old servant was also an experienced person, so he naturally knew what Lin Feng was thinking. He wanted Zhang Sun Wuji to fight, but he wouldn't let Zhang Sun Wuji take this risk. Zhang Sun Wuji said with a gloomy expression, I was injured by this brat. If I don't kill him myself, I won't be able to vent my anger. Zhang Sun Wuji's battle intent was very strong. The old servant said, young master, you're wrong. You were injured by these two people just now. If they fought you alone, they would naturally be far inferior to you, but if they worked together, it wouldn't be strange for you to be injured by them. However, they had an unfair advantage, so you don't have to feel burdened. If that's the case, then I won't fight. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. F***ck. This old bastard. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. He hadn't expected Zhang Sun Wuji to be persuaded. Young master, please watch. This old servant will take care of these two brats for you. The old servant turned and looked at Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Facing such a terrifying existence, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue's expressions were extremely grave. Lin Feng had the heaven-swallowing jar, a supreme treasure that could deal with low-level martial kings. Generally, it referred to cultivators in the first, second, and third heavenly layers of the martial king realm. The main reason was that Lin Feng's cultivation was not enough, so even if the heaven-swallowing jar was terrifying, he could not truly unleash its power. However, Lin Feng did not feel that the old servant in front of him was a beginner in the martial king realm. He was at least in the fourth heaven of the martial king realm. Even the heaven-devouring jar couldn't do much to an existence of this level. The old servant walked step by step towards Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Both of you have great potential. You're so young, yet you've already reached such a high level of cultivation. It's not easy. But today, I'm going to kill you. Killing two stars with such great potential is really something to be happy about. Is this old bastard a pervert? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. No wonder he was a servant, the older he got, the more despicable he became. Old bastard, it's too early to speak. Said Xikong Jiayue with a cold smile. Little boy, you dare disrespect me like that? You're courting death. The old servant's expression suddenly became gloomy. His eyes were twinkling with killing intent. He immediately moved towards Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. You're already so old, yet you dare to make a move against us two teenagers. Shameless old thing, scolding you is already light. Why don't you put on a turtle shell? You're a 1,000-year-old turtle. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Sharp-tongued brat, you can only show off now. Later, this old man will cut off both of your tongues. Let's see if you still dare to speak rudely in front of this old man. Said the old servant with a cold smile. He raised his right hand and threw a punch towards Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Bzzz, a gigantic hand condensed in the air. It was condensed from true qi. True qi was released and condensed into a giant hand. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue were shocked. True qi was released and condensed into various attacks. It should be a technique that only a fifth sky martial king could use. Since the old servant was able to use it, he was obviously a fifth sky martial king. That was too terrifying, he was much stronger than Lin Feng had expected. Kill! Shouted Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Lin Feng used the scorching sun sword technique. Rumble, the divine sun appeared. It suppressed the old servant. Xikong Jiayue used the star slashing blade technique. It was an extremely powerful blade technique. It was said that a single slash could destroy stars. Of course, only an almighty expert could do that. However, Xianxia was able to display the power of the star-slashing blade technique. Boundless saber light condensed, densely packed, as if there were millions of them, and all of them slashed towards the old servant. The old servant said disdainfully, "No matter how exquisite the technique is, if your cultivation is not enough, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." As soon as he finished speaking, the palm slammed down. Bang, along with a dull collision sound, the two weapons collided. Lin Feng and Xianxia's attack was broken in an instant. Although the power of the giant hand was weakened, it was still very strong. Lin Feng and Xianxia were sent flying. Wow! Even Lin Feng's strong body could not withstand it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia was even worse. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The robe on his body saved his life at the critical moment. Boy, it's time to end this. The old servant rushed toward Lin Feng and Xianxia with a murderous look. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng and Xianxia. At this critical moment, Lin Feng took out the devouring heaven jar. The devouring heaven jar was activated and released a powerful force to imprison the old servant. What a powerful treasure! The old servant was shocked, but he did not lose his ability to move. The devouring heaven jar could not imprison this terrifying existence. The old servant stepped forward, his expression indifferent. His face was full of murderous intent. Although his speed had slowed down, he could still move freely. White Tiger Talisman. Xianxia gritted his teeth and took out a jade talisman. Roar! The next moment, a roar shook the sky. The jade talisman flashed, and a white tiger rushed out, pouncing toward the old servant. Lin Feng was shocked. This was an advanced mystic-level talisman. It was extremely precious. Damn it, seeing the white tiger pouncing toward him, the old servant's face darkened. He punched the white tiger. Besides, Lin Feng and Xianxia quickly flew into the distance and disappeared into the black fog. Bang, 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 the old servant clashed with the white tiger over 100 times, but he was still unable to kill it. As expected of a high-grade mystic-ranked talisman, the white tiger condensed from it was indeed powerful. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression was extremely gloomy. He could have chased after it, but considering his injuries and the fact that he did not have enough people on his side, he did not. War King Fist. The old servant shouted coldly and punched 9 times in a row. Each punch was stronger than the last. The 9 punches landed on the white tiger's body. There was a loud bang. The white tiger's body directly exploded. Young master, it's all this old servant's fault for letting those 2 brats escape. The old servant hurriedly apologized. Although Zhang Sun Wuji was very angry, he did not dare to be angry at the old servant. This old servant. Although he was an old servant of the Zhang Sun clan, because of his outstanding strength, he also had a certain status in the clan. He said, it's all because of their sinister and cunning nature. Coupled with the fact that they have so many treasures on them, they managed to escape. You don't have to blame yourself. Young master, don't worry. They won't be able to escape, they'll definitely die. This old servant has already memorized their auras and can track them. The next time we meet, this old servant will definitely kill them. They won't even have the chance to attack before dying at my hands. The old servant said sinisterly. He was very confident in his own abilities. Swoosh, swoosh, Lin Feng and Xianxia quickly flashed through the black fog world. They ran wildly for more than 2 hours before finding a place to rest for a while. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed. To be able to fight a martial king without dying, it's really refreshing. Lin Feng said with a smile. That's right. This battle also let me know how terrifying a martial king is. Xianxia nodded. Not only were the two of them not afraid, but they were also very excited. They could really be called madmen. Perhaps this was the true meaning of cultivation? If one did not go crazy, it would be difficult to truly grow. As for Lin Feng and Xianxia, the crazier they were, the faster they improved. After the two of them adjusted themselves, they continued on their way. On this day, when they were passing through a forest, they heard a sharp, ear-piercing cry. Then, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue were attacked. These were a dozen or so extremely terrifying creatures. They were only the size of a fist, and their entire bodies were pitch black. Their bodies seemed to be constructed from black rocks. This kind of thing looked a bit like a terrifying insect, because it had fangs and scorpion-like claws. Black demon beast. So it's that kind of thing. Xikong Jiayue was shocked. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a creature called the Black Demon Beast. There was no record of it in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. This was because the Classic of Mountains and Seas generally recorded the famous strange beasts and divine beasts. However, the world was so big, and there were so many varieties of ferocious beasts. Naturally, it was impossible to record them one by one. What is this? Lin Feng asked. Black demon beasts are terrifying creatures of the dark attribute. Their claws and fangs can easily pierce through a cultivator's body, and they like to eat human brains. Xikong Jiayue said with a serious expression, "Let's go quickly. These things are invulnerable, and even magic treasures can't break through their defenses." Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew away with Xikong Jiayue. However, they were entangled by the black demon beasts. These black demon beasts locked onto Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue, and then chased after them. They were very fast, and there was no way to shake them off. Screech! One of the black demon beasts let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. Then, it pounced towards Lin Feng, baring its fangs and biting towards Lin Feng. Slash! Lin Feng slashed the black dragon sword at the black demon beast's body. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Although the black demon beast was sent flying by the attack, the black dragon sword was unable to break through its defenses. The black demon beast quickly pounced again. What a tough body! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. No wonder Xikong Jiayue's expression became so ugly when he saw the black demon beasts. Now, Lin Feng finally understood how terrifying these black demon beasts were. The black demon beasts let out sharp, ear-piercing cries as they surrounded Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Swish, Lin Feng took out his Xuanwu shield, and it floated in the air. The Xuanwu shield released a defensive barrier, protecting Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue inside. More than 10 black demon beasts were lying on top of the defensive barrier, constantly gnawing at it. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw that the defensive barrier's strength was rapidly weakening. These black demon beasts can even eat away at the defensive barrier. Lin Feng's expression became grave. There's nothing these guys can't devour. It's said that they can even devour the strength of a yin-yang cultivator. This is going to be troublesome. If we don't break away from them quickly, we'll be in danger. These guys are even more difficult to deal with than martial kings," said Xikong Jiayue gravely. It was exactly as Xikong Jiayue had said. If they couldn't defeat martial kings, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue would have a way to escape. However, they couldn't escape from the black demon beasts. Kacha, the black demon beasts were unceasingly eating away at the defensive barrier. The Xuanwu shield's defensive barrier was slowly being devoured by the black demon beasts. Once the defensive barrier was completely eaten away, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue would have to personally face the black demon beast's attacks. That would be extremely dangerous. Both of them were frowning. Lin Feng asked, "Xikong, do these black demon beasts have any weaknesses?" If we were to talk about weaknesses, it would be their fear of fire. Because the black demon beasts absorb the power of the moon and stars to increase their cultivation, they naturally reject sunlight and scorching flames. However, we're trapped here by the black demon beasts, so we can't find any flames to deal with them. Most importantly, ordinary flames don't have much effect on the black demon beasts. Xikong Jiayue sighed. They're afraid of fire? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a faint smile. Whoosh! In the next moment, he flicked his finger. A flame leaped out. It was like a cheerful flame sprite, dancing and flickering on Lin Feng's fingertips. What's this? Xikong Jiayue's pupils shrank when he saw the dancing flame on Lin Feng's fingertips. Although he didn't know what kind of flame it was, Xikong Jiayue instinctively felt that it was a terrifying flame. This is the flame I refined when I became an alchemist, Lin Feng said. Xikong Jiayue was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be an alchemist. Try it and see how effective this flame is. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng summoned the purple earthcore fire. Whoosh, the purple earthcore fire swept across the land, enveloping a dozen black demon beasts. Screech! The black demon beasts let out shrill cries and fled frantically. However, before they could escape the purple earthcore fire, they were burned to death by the high temperature. Their corpses fell to the ground one by one. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the black demons being burned to death. They had finally gotten rid of a huge problem. Lin Feng put away his Xuanwu shield. Xikong Jiayue said, "Lin Feng, it looks like the two of us will have a great opportunity today." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Lin Feng looked at Xikong Jiayue suspiciously. "Come and take a look at this." Xikong Jiayue picked up a black demon's corpse. It had been burned to death. Its soul had most likely been extinguished by the flames. However, the black demon's body was very sturdy, and it hadn't suffered much damage. Lin Feng glanced at the black demonic beast's corpse, but he didn't see anything special. He asked, "Is there anything strange about this black demon's corpse?" Xikong Jiayue pointed at the black demon's stone-like carapace. There were star-like spots on the black demon's carapace. These are called star grains. They're condensed from the essence of the sun and the moon. Xikong Jiayue explained. Condensed from the essence of the sun and the moon? Lin Feng was shocked. The essence of the sun and the moon was different from the energy of heaven and earth. The energy of heaven and earth was everywhere. The essence of the sun and the moon was a kind of energy born from the sun, moon, and stars. When moonlight shone down, the essence of the moon would be contained in the light of the moon. However, the essence of the moon was extremely small. It was very difficult to extract. However, the black demon could absorb the essence of the moon. How useful was the essence of the sun and the moon? There was a story in the classic of mountains and seas. In the ancient times, the country of Aolai had a strange stone that stood on the shore of the East Sea. Every day, it would absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and become a stone monkey. 300 years later, the stone monkey would become an overlord of the demonic beasts. In the ancient times, the 7 sacred emperors of the demonic beasts were known as the sacred battle apes. At the end of the ancient times, the sacred battle apes were rumored to have overturned the netherworld. There were even rumors that they had destroyed the Lingxiao palace of the celestial emperor. Its cultivation level was unimaginable. 100,000 celestial soldiers couldn't do anything to it. Only when the 7 ancient Buddhas of the world of Buddhism joined forces did they manage to kill it. That was the power of the sun and the moon. Of the sun and the moon's essence was incredible. It was the best energy for increasing one's cultivation level. Pills, spirit stones, and so on. Of the sun and the moon's essence of the sun. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. That was a good idea. If he could kill a large number of black demonic beasts and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon in their bodies, he might be able to break through again. Thinking about that, Lin Feng was excited. Good idea. Let's refine the essence of the sun and the moon in the shells of the black demonic beasts and see what happens, said Lin Feng. That's what I was thinking. Xikong Jiayue nodded. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue found a secluded place and started refining the essence of the sun and the moon in the shells of the black demonic beasts. I hope it'll be effective, murmured Lin Feng. He released his absorbing spirit. The essence of the sun and the moon in the shells of the black demonic beasts was being absorbed. Lin Feng quickly finished absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon in the shells of the 7 black demonic beasts. Lin Feng sensed the changes in his cultivation level. He realized that his pure qi had become purer and more condensed. His pure qi had transformed, and his cultivation level had increased. It's working. Lin Feng was delighted. At that moment, Xikong Jiayue woke up from his cultivation. How do you feel? Asked Lin Feng. I feel great. The main problem is that there aren't enough of them. If there were enough of them, breaking through wouldn't be a problem, said Xikong Jiayue. Then let's go deeper into the forest and find the whereabouts of these black demonic beasts, said Lin Feng. Yes. Xianxia raised both his hands in agreement. The two of them entered the forest. It was very dark in the depths of the forest. It was emitting a cold chi roar. In the distance, the roar of a beast could be heard. A gigantic tiger surrounded by black flames appeared in the forest. It was a huge tiger with a length of 10 meters and a height of 7 to 8 meters. Black flames were burning on the surface of its body. Black flame tiger. Lin Feng and Xianxia were shocked. This was an extremely terrifying beast. Its strength was at least equivalent to a human martial king. Lin Feng and Xianxia did not appear. Their target was not the black flame tiger, but the black demonic beasts. The red flame tiger quickly left. Lin Feng and Xianxia continued walking deeper into the forest. When they passed through a forest, they saw hundreds of black magic beasts besieging the scarlet flame devil tiger. Damn, these black demonic beasts are really ferocious. They're surrounding an overlord of the forest, said Lin Feng. Xianxia's mouth was also twitching. The black demonic beasts were really terrifying. But when they thought about it carefully, they could understand. The black demonic beasts were invulnerable. Furthermore, they lived in groups. In the forest, they were definitely at the level of a supreme overlord. The black demonic beasts also needed to eat all kinds of blood to increase their strength. Roar. The black flame tiger roared furiously. It waved its gigantic claws and attacked the black demonic beasts. But it couldn't kill the black demonic beasts. On the contrary, some of the black demonic beasts managed to break through the black flame tiger's defenses. Their sharp fangs directly tore the red flame tiger's body apart. Blood immediately flowed out. Besides, those black demonic beasts were terrifying. They drilled into the black flame tiger's body through its wounds. The black flame tiger roared in pain and spat out a huge amount of black flames. This was the demonic fire black flame controlled by the black flame tiger, but the black flame tiger's black flame tiger's black flame tiger's black flame tiger wasn't strong enough to harm the black demonic beasts. The black demonic beasts broke through the flames. The black demonic beasts surrounded the black flame tiger. They used their sharp claws to tear the black flame tiger's body apart. They also used their sharp fangs to bite the black flame tiger. Bang! The black flame tiger's gigantic body crashed to the ground. A painful and mournful roar rang out. An existence at the level of an overlord of the forest had completely lost its life amidst endless pain and unwillingness. Very soon, it no longer had any signs of life. The black flame tiger was as strong as a human martial king, but it had been killed by a group of black demonic beasts. The black demonic beasts were eating away at the black flame tiger's body. What a terrifying horde of black demonic beasts! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The black flame tiger had been so powerful, but it had died without much resistance. Lin Feng was greatly shocked. Should we attack? Xianxia asked softly. He was hesitant, as there were too many black demonic beasts. Lin Feng's flames were strong enough. But if the black demonic beasts broke through his defenses, they would definitely die. After all, even ants could kill an elephant, let alone so many black demonic beasts. Lin Feng said, "I'll attack. You defend." He handed the Xuanwu shield to Xianxia. This showed Lin Feng's attitude. Wealth came from danger. "Attack!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He was the first to move. The black demonic beasts were eating away at the black flame tiger's body, but they were relaxed. This was the best time to attack them. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Xianxia followed closely behind, pouring his true qi into the Xuanwu shield. The Xuanwu shield was immediately activated. A layer of defensive light shrouded the area. It protected the two of them. The two of them were very fast, and in a few moments, they had already crossed hundreds of meters and arrived in front of the black demonic beasts. Purple earth core fire. Lin Feng immediately used his heavenly flame. The heavenly flame swept across the sky, enveloping the black demonic beasts. All of the black demonic beasts were enveloped by the heavenly flame. Screech! After suffering such a heavy blow, the dense horde of black demon beasts let out miserable shrieks. The black demonic beasts had already noticed Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. The black demonic beasts charged towards Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. However, many of the black demon beasts had already been burned to death in midair, their corpses falling to the ground. However, there were still a lot of black devil beasts that rushed over and completely surrounded the defensive light barrier protecting Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. These black devil beasts began to nibble away at the defensive light barrier. Crack! Crack! The power of the defensive light shield was rapidly weakening. Damn it, there are too many black demonic beasts. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Although the heavenly fire could burn these black magic beasts to death, many of them had gathered together to form a ball. The heavenly fire could only burn the outermost 2 to 3 layers of black magic beasts. As for the other black demonic beasts, they were unable to inflict any damage to them. The black demonic beasts broke through and began to nibble away at the energy of the defensive light barrier. Lin Feng crazily urged the heavenly flame. The black demon beasts were dying faster and faster. However, he was afraid that the defensive light barrier would be broken before all of these black devil beasts died. At that time, at least 100 black demon beasts would survive. Over 100 black demonic beasts swarmed forward. He could instantly deal with Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. The situation was critical. Rattlesnake Pagoda. At this critical moment, Xikong Jiayue also took out a magic treasure of his own. It was a 7-story pagoda that floated in midair. A giant serpent materialized. It was a rattlesnake, and its entire body emitted a cold aura. The spirit of the rattlesnake pagoda had awakened. The rattlesnake pagoda also released a defensive light shield, reinforcing it with 2 layers. After continuously urging 2 defensive magic treasures, Xikong Jiayue's face became extremely pale. It was indeed difficult for a cultivator in the martial general realm to urge 2 magic treasures at the same time. Can you bear it? Lin Feng looked at Xikong Jiayue worriedly. If he couldn't bear such a huge consumption and suffered a backlash from the magic treasure, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Xikong Jiayue gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, it's fine. Hurry up and kill these black demonic beasts. Hold on for a while longer." Lin Feng nodded. He frantically urged the heavenly fire to burn these black demonic beasts. Originally, the black demonic beasts were about to break through the black tortoise shield's defensive light shield, but now, Xikong Jiayue added another defensive light shield made of the rattlesnake pagoda. The 2 layers of defensive light shield stacked together, and the black demonic beast's attacks were immediately blocked. It was not easy to break through the defense in a short period of time, unless Xikong Jiayue suffered a backlash first. At that time, the defensive light shield would be broken. However, these black demonic beasts were not aware of this. When they realized that the defensive light shield they were trying to break was getting stronger, these black demonic beasts panicked and didn't dare to continue fighting. They hurriedly fled. Humph! Lin Feng sneered. The heavenly fire swept out, and the temperature of the flames became even hotter. Screech! One by one, the black demonic beasts that were running away let out shrill cries before they were refined to death. Not long after, all the black demonic beasts were killed. Huff, 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 Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue were panting heavily. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Collect them and find a place to refine them, Lin Feng said. The 2 of them collected all the black demonic beasts' bodies and quickly left. They returned to the hidden place where they had first refined the black demonic beasts. Once again, they began to refine the boundless sun and moon essence contained in the black demonic beast shells. This time, it was different. Last time, Lin Feng had absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon from 7 pieces of the shell. But now, Lin Feng had more than 400 shells. Devouring martial spirit. Devour. Lin Feng began to devour the sun and moon essence contained in the black demonic beast shells. The sun and moon essence in the shells was refined and absorbed by Lin Feng. Many a little makes a mickle. As the sun and moon essence was absorbed by Lin Feng, the sun and moon essence's power began to fuse with Lin Feng's true qi. With the fusion of the sun and moon essence, Lin Feng's true qi became more and more condensed and powerful. Human realm cultivator, warrior, martial master, general, 4th firmament martial king. It was through the transformation of true qi to complete the cultivation. After the cultivation increased, the power contained in one's body would also crazily increase. When the true qi transformed to the extreme, the true qi would transform into magic power. At this time, the cultivator would enter the yin-yang realm. At that time, they would have magic power and the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Now, Lin Feng had reached a critical moment in his cultivation. His true qi had reached the edge of another transformation. Lin Feng's previous cultivation was at the fourth firmament of the martial general realm. His strength had reached 125 dragon elephant strength. At this moment, Lin Feng only felt a surge of power in his body, beginning to explode. Boom, unknowingly, the power in his body was like a flood, flowing through his meridians. Lin Feng only felt that his strength began to rise crazily. His strength quickly broke through from 125 dragon elephant strength to 200 dragon elephant strength. Soon, it broke through to 300 dragon elephant strength and finally stopped at 625 dragon elephant strength. 1 dragon elephant strength was equivalent to 10 dragon strength. 625 dragon elephant strength was equivalent to 6,250 dragon strength. With 3 devouring martial spirits operating, Lin Feng's strength could reach 18,750 dragon strength. Lin Feng, who was at the 5th firmament of the martial general realm, could definitely crush a cultivator at the 7th firmament of the martial general realm. Even if he faced a cultivator at the 8th firmament of the martial general realm, it would not be difficult to defeat him with his own secret technique. I've finally broken through. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Screech! That sharp, ear-piercing cry resounded through the forest. The black fog that seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun made the entire ancient forest quiet down. Countless ferocious beasts hid in their caves and shivered. The black fog in the distance drew closer and closer, and it turned out that they were all black devil beasts. These black demonic beasts gathered together and covered the entire sky. It was hard to imagine how many black devil beasts there were. Perhaps millions, tens of millions, or even more. A 10-meter-long black devil beast king let out a furious roar, its ice-cold eyes sweeping the area below as if it was looking for something. There are actually so many black devil beasts, and there's even such a terrifying devil beast king. That devil beast king should be at the yin-yang realm, right? Lin Feng and Xianxia were hiding in a cave, looking at the black devil beasts that covered the sky through the cracks in the cave. They both had bitter smiles on their faces. It seemed that they had poked a hornet's nest. Clearly, the black devil beast horde had rioted to find the two of them. Close to 1,000 black devil beasts had disappeared one after another, infuriating the devil beast king. The forest was very quiet. Lin Feng and Xianxia had been hiding for 3 days. When the black devil beasts left this area and flew towards another part of the forest, the two of them ran out of their hiding place. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, said Lin Feng. The two of them chose to leave in the opposite direction of the black devil beasts. If they were blocked by the black devil beasts, they would be finished. Even a yin-yang realm expert would find it difficult to resist. There were too many black devil beasts. So many black devil beasts. And there was even a devil beast king. It was enough to kill any expert. Lin Feng and Xianxia went deeper into the black fog world. They had experienced many dangers. They had encountered groups of soul soldiers, and they had been surrounded by soul soldiers. They had narrowly escaped death, but then they had been chased by a group of skeletal creatures. These skeletal creatures seemed to have turned into undead creatures. They were extremely terrifying. After escaping from them with great difficulty, Lin Feng and Xianxia were once again surrounded by flaming rock beasts. To be able to continuously dodge the attacks of these terrifying existences and still be able to survive, it really wasn't an easy task. At night, the two of them sat on the branches of a big tree, resting while eating to replenish their energy. Lin Feng said, "We've been encountering more and more dangers over the past few days, and the beasts and evil spirits we encounter have become more and more powerful. Looks like we won't be too far away from leaving this black fog world." Xianxia nodded and said, "But especially at times like this, we should be even more careful. Tonight, you'll sleep for 6 hours. After 6 hours, it'll be my turn." Lin Feng nodded. After eating, Lin Feng leaned against the tree and fell asleep. The continuous battles made him feel unusually tired and exhausted. As for Xianxia, he sat cross-legged at the side, his eyes closed in meditation. Hiss! In the darkness, 100-meter-long demon snake slowly crawled down from the top of the tree. This demon snake was like the calmest killer in the dark, silently delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. The demonic snake's ability to conceal its presence was very powerful. It gradually approached Lin Feng and Xianxia, but it managed to conceal its presence from Xianxia. When it was 10 meters away from the two of them, the demonic snake finally moved. The demonic snake opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Xianxia. Not good. There's a demonic snake. Xianxia's reaction was fast enough as he shouted loudly. Lin Feng was startled awake, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the ferocious bloody mouth. Whoosh! He suddenly shot out, dodging the demonic snake's attack. Xianxia also shot into the distance. Pa pa pa, while they were in the air, the giant tree that they had been resting on suddenly came to life, and dense branches whipped towards Lin Feng and Xianxia. Oh, human brats, I can feel your delicious flesh. The giant tree actually grew an extremely ugly human face, and a low and hoarse voice came out. Damn, the tree has become a spirit. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to dodge the whipping of the giant tree's branches, but it was too late. Bang, the tree's branches ruthlessly whipped Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Xianxia's situation wasn't much better than Lin Feng's. He was also sent flying by the tree's branches. Immediately after, Lin Feng and Xianxia were surrounded by countless twigs. Hiss! The demonic snake took advantage of this opportunity to quickly slither towards Lin Feng and Xianxia. It opened its bloody mouth, wanting to bite them to death. Heavenly fire! In this moment of danger, Lin Feng quickly took out his heavenly fire. The heavenly fire immediately ignited the branches of the giant tree. The fire quickly spread and engulfed the entire tree. The giant tree, which was nearly 1,000 meters tall, was instantly set ablaze. Ah! What kind of fire is this? Why can it ignite my body? My body has absorbed the power of lightning and is impervious to fire and water. It can't be damaged by treasures. Why is it ignited now? The tree roared in fear. The dense branches whipped the ground, trying to extinguish the fire on the branches. But how could the heavenly fire be extinguished so easily? The demonic snake had already pounced over. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Xianxia. Lin Feng and Xianxia cooperated well. Xianxia leaped out with a dagger in his hand and slashed at the demonic snake, entangling it head-on. As for Lin Feng, he took a detour and jumped on the snake's head. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed at the snake's head. The demonic snake sensed Lin Feng jumping on its head, and its huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng. But it was still too late. Pooh! The black dragon sword pierced through the snake's head. Screech! The snake shrieked miserably. Its huge tail whipped Lin Feng with enough strength to break a mountain. Lin Feng was sent flying. The snake's huge body collapsed, twitched a few times, and died. How strong! Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and coughed up blood. Lin Feng, are you all right? Xianxia quickly ran over and asked worriedly. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Xianxia nodded, feeling relieved. Ah. No. No. I can't accept this. The tree shrieked miserably, but it was quickly engulfed by the heavenly fire. The tree's soul was burned alive by the heavenly fire. Its huge body was also burnt to a crisp. I really didn't think that a tree could become a terrifying monster. Lin Feng was surprised. Maybe it's an opportunity that allowed it to gain sentience. Xianxia said. This demonic snake has been cultivating for at least 700 or 800 years, right? Its whole body is a treasure. Snake blood. Its gallbladder and even its flesh are great supplements. When Lin Feng said that, he almost started drooling. The bonfire burned fiercely, and a large piece of golden demon snake meat was being roasted over the fire. The demon snake had cultivated for 700 to 800 years and was about to transform into a flood dragon. Demon snake meat. Demon snake blood. Especially the demon snake gallbladder. They all contained a surging amount of energy. If a cultivator ate it, it would greatly benefit their cultivation. After Lin Feng and Xianxia separated the demon snake, they took out its gallbladder and blood and mixed it with wine. They placed it over the bonfire and began to cook snake gallbladder wine. They also cut off more demon snake meat and roasted it over the bonfire. Chi chi chi, drops of golden oil dripped into the fire, and the sound of burning could be heard. It's about time. Lin Feng had been hungry for a long time, especially when he smelled something as delicious as the demon snake meat. His stomach began to rumble. This demon snake meat is very nutritious. It can help us recover our strength quickly. It's also good for our cultivation. Xianxia took a bite of the demon snake meat and took a big bite. He then said, Lin Feng, your barbecue skills are really amazing. Lin Feng smiled and said, I learned it from my third uncle when I was young. He took out 2 cups and poured 2 cups of snake gallbladder wine. He said, this is the real good stuff. Demon snake blood. Demon snake gallbladder. This was even more precious than demon snake meat. Lin Feng and Xianxia clinked their cups. Then, the two of them gulped down the wine. Immediately, they felt a warm current flowing through their bodies, making them feel warm. Not long after, Lin Feng and Xianxia could not take it anymore. The two of them had drunk all the snake gallbladder wine and eaten so much demon snake meat. This was a demon snake that had cultivated for 700 to 800 years. Its most important part was its gallbladder. However, Lin Feng and Xianxia had eaten it all in one go. They had accumulated a large amount of demon snake essence in their bodies. As they spoke, they spat out essence energy from their mouths. Xianxia tried to refine the essence in his body, but he could not. The essence in his body was constantly spewing out from his ears, nose, mouth, and even his eyes and pores. What a waste, what a waste, what a waste. Xianxia cried out in pain. Rumble. Not far away, a mountain was uprooted. Lin Feng carried it on his shoulder. What are you doing? Xianxia asked. Exercising to help me digest the demon snake essence in my body, said Lin Feng. He was carrying a 3,000-meter-high mountain and was running at full speed in the forest. Xianxia could not help but roll his eyes. This was his first time seeing someone cultivate like this. I'll try it too. Xianxia. Lin Feng of run. Runs. There were also some cultivators resting in the forest. When they saw the two mountains running in tandem, their faces turned pale with fright. The black fog world was too strange. Many creatures that didn't seem dangerous were often incomparably terrifying, not to mention those soul weapons, undead creatures, and other terrifying existences. Now, even the slightest movement in the black fog world could scare many people out of their wits. Roar. At dawn, the roar of a beast came from the depths of the black fog world. Even the mountains were shaking. Lin Feng stopped. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. Did you hear that? It's the roar of a beast, Lin Feng said. Xianxia nodded and said, it should be an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, the sound wouldn't have traveled so far. Lin Feng nodded and threw the mountain he had been carrying on his shoulder into the air. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Lin Feng stretched his body. After running for half the night while carrying the mountain, the demon snake essence in his body was almost exhausted. Lin Feng felt as energetic as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger. His cultivation had improved again. Xianxia also threw the mountain on the ground and sensed the condition of his body. He was pleasantly surprised and said, Lin Feng, your method of training your body is really good. After running for a night, not only did I not feel tired, I even refined all the demon snake essence in my body. I feel that my cultivation has improved again. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is really a good place. If we can stay here for a year, we might be able to break through to the martial king realm. Lin Feng said, I heard that the ancient battlefield of gods and demons will close in 3 months. Staying here for a year is just a pipe dream. However, 3 months should be enough to raise our cultivation by a few levels. Roar. At that moment, the roar of a beast came from the distance again. It shook the mountains and rivers. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of beast it was. Lin Feng looked into the distance. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he should go to that place to take a look, even if it was very dangerous. Let's go, we have to cross this black fog world. Xianxia said. I want to go to the place where the roar came from. Lin Feng said. Why do you want to go there? Xianxia looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Just what kind of terrifying existence was the one who let out that roar? If they went there, they would be taking a huge risk. Intuition. A very strong intuition. If we don't go, I have a feeling that we will miss out on something very important, said Lin Feng. In that case, let's go and take a look, said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't need to be polite with Xianxia. They were friends who had gone through life and death together. They quickly flew in the direction of the roar. The closer they got, the faster Lin Feng's heartbeat became. Boom. In the distance, Lin Feng and Xianxia sensed an ancient qi. In the middle of the endless flames, a terrifying beast was flying in the sky. That beast roared loudly, and it seemed like the mountains and rivers in the sky were about to collapse. It was hard to imagine how terrifying that beast was. It's a Xianxia, said Xianxia in shock. Lin Feng nodded. This was the second time he had seen a creature like the Xianxia. Back then, he had seen an old Xianxia beast emperor about to die. Later on, Lin Feng had obtained the Xianxia treasure technique from the remains of the Xianxia beast emperor. Now, this was the second Xianxia he had seen. However, it was obvious that this Xianxia was even more powerful and terrifying. This is one of the 4 ancient beasts. It's really ferocious. Xianxia's face paled when he sensed the Xianxia's aura. Lin Feng nodded. This Xianxia was indeed terrifying. Its aura was too ancient, and it made people feel like they were in the primordial era. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's heartbeat became even faster. Buzz. He felt a strong wave of energy coming from his body. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. It was the Xianxia clone, one of the 9 ancient divine emperors. It was emitting a strong wave of energy. Lin Feng looked at the ancient Xianxia, and his face was full of shock. That's not the real Xianxia. It's the indestructible original spirit of the ancient divine emperor Xianxia. Lin Feng used the 9 emperors diagram to refine 9 clones. They were the golden-winged rock king clone, the black tortoise clone, the Xianxia clone, the heaven-eyed demonic snake clone, the white tiger clone, the Taotai clone, the void divine beast clone, the radiant angel clone, and the undying phoenix clone. These 9 clones all had incredible abilities. For example, the golden-winged rock king clone had extreme speed, and the Xianxia's most powerful ability was naturally the Xianxia treasure technique. The Xianxia treasure technique that Lin Feng obtained was imprinted by a Xianxia with an impure bloodline. Although it was powerful, it was far from the level of a primordial mystic skill. The true Xianxia treasure technique was comparable to the great heaven-covering hand, the lightning god's inheritance, and the Archean dragonesque elephant art. The Xianxia's attack power was the strongest among the 4 primordial beasts, Xianxia, Tao Wu, Hun Dun, and Tao Tai. The primordial beast Xianxia could kill gods with its Xianxia treasure technique. That was because in the primordial era, the Xianxia fed on gods. From this, one could see how terrifying the Xianxia treasure technique was. However, it was clear that the Xianxia treasure technique that Lin Feng cultivated was too simple and far from the level of a primordial mystic skill. At most, it could only be considered a primordial mystic skill. In other words, it was a beginner primordial mystic skill. It was at least 4 or 5 levels lower than a primordial mystic skill. Now, the primordial divine emperor Xianxia's indestructible primordial spirit had appeared. This was Lin Feng's chance. If he could refine the primordial divine emperor Xianxia's indestructible primordial divine emperor Xianxia's indestructible primordial divine emperor Xianxia's clone, Lin Feng could also cultivate the primordial era's ultimate mystic skill, the Xianxia treasure technique, every primordial era's ultimate mystic skill would increase one's battle prowess by leaps and bounds. Any inheritance could be said to be heaven-defying and enough to cause a bloodbath. Now that Lin Feng had obtained the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art, the first part of the Lightning God's inheritance, the Sky Lightning Art, and the Great Heaven-Covering Hand. If he could successfully revive the Xianxia clone, he would be able to obtain the fourth supreme ancient skill. One could imagine, after Lin Feng successfully cultivated the Immemorial Xianxia treasure technique, what kind of terrifying level would his battle strength rise to? How could Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer, defeat a cultivator of the 8th celestial layer? It was because he had cultivated several supreme techniques. The more he cultivated, the more power he would accumulate. When he broke through, the more power he would gain. Lin Feng had never thought that he would encounter Xianxia's indestructible original spirit here. However, what made Lin Feng somewhat helpless was that this indestructible original spirit seemed to be very powerful. It would not be an easy task to refine this fellow. This guy is too scary. Let's go. If we get too close, we will be discovered, Xianxia said. He didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was truly unwilling to leave just like that. Rumble, at that moment, a terrifying fluctuation swept through the world. The earth split open, and a huge hand that covered the sky grabbed towards Xianxia's indestructible original spirit. Heavens, what is that? Xianxia was shocked. That huge hand was too huge, and a mountain peak seemed small in front of it. Accurately speaking, it shouldn't be called a hand. It should be called a huge claw. Lin Feng said, Xianxia is not made of flesh and blood. It's an indestructible original spirit left behind by an ancient expert. Some terrifying creatures want to devour it. Xianxia said, an ancient expert's original spirit? No wonder. If these terrifying existences devour Xianxia's original spirit, their strength will definitely increase greatly. Swish, Xianxia's original spirit was extremely terrifying. It was surrounded by divine flames. Facing this attack, it waved its sharp claws. A sharp claw light pierced through the celestial emperor. With a poochie sound, the claw light was too powerful. It directly pierced through the huge claw that covered the sky. Splash, blood poured down like heavy rain. Roar, a painful roar came from the depths of the earth. Hum. The void trembled. A ferocious beast tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Xianxia's original spirit. It was a three-eyed demon wolf. It had clearly cultivated an extremely powerful path. Its aura was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng and Xianxia's souls tremble. The three-eyed demon wolf's sharp claws grabbed at Xianxia's original spirit, wanting to tear it apart. However, Xianxia's original spirit disappeared without a trace. The next moment, it appeared behind the three-eyed demon wolf and sent it flying with a claw. Bang, with an earth-shattering sound, the three-eyed demon wolf was sent flying by Xianxia's original spirit. The three-eyed demon wolf crashed into several mountains and was buried in the ruins. Whoosh. A blood-red light fell from the sky at extreme speed. The blood-red light directly attacked Xianxia's original spirit. Another powerful existence had appeared and launched a sure-kill attack on Xianxia's original spirit. Roar. Xianxia's original spirit roared. This was the legendary Supreme Soul Attack technique, roar shaking the 9 heavens. It was rumored that when the primordial Saint Emperor Xianxia stood in the Tianwu continent and roared, his roar could cause the stars to fall. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful roar shaking the 9 heavens was. The blood-red light was hit and was sent flying. It's a blood-red centipede. Xianxia was shocked. At this time, Lin Feng and Xianxia had already seen the true body of the blood-red light. It was a blood-red centipede that was more than 10 meters long. The blood-red centipede's body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Now, the blood-red centipede stopped in midair and stared coldly at Xianxia's original spirit. Bang, rubble flew through the air. The three-eyed demon wolf that was sent flying by Xianxia's original spirit rushed out of the ruins. Then, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The earth trembled violently. The existence in the depths of the earth also crawled out. It was a terrifying creature that was thousands of meters tall. Its body was covered in scales and was incomparably ugly. It was a great evil demon. After it crawled out, its body quickly shrank until it was more than 10 meters long. It was floating in the air. The three-eyed demon wolf and the blood-red centipede separated into 3 directions and surrounded Xianxia's original spirit. It seems that Xianxia's original spirit must have been born not long ago. Xianxia's original spirit must have felt the killing intent of these 3 powerful existences. That's why it's so irritable. Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded. He felt that the Xianxia's original spirit was naturally powerful, but after all, it was only a remnant of the primordial Saint Emperor Xianxia's original spirit. It couldn't even use a billionth of the primordial Saint Emperor's power. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Xianxia's original spirit was being spied on. Kill Xianxia's original spirit and we'll divide it equally. The three-eyed demon wolf spoke. They're really powerful. These 3 existences should be the overlords of the Black Fog world. They might even be powerful existences that were attracted by the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. No problem, the blood-red centipede and the great evil demon both nodded. Boom, a terrifying aura gushed out. The 3 powerful existences all rushed towards Xianxia's original spirit. They evolved supreme divine techniques. Terrifying divine techniques condensed and bombarded Xianxia's original spirit. They wanted to directly destroy it. Roar, the Xianxia primordial spirit stood in the air, its roar shaking the mountains and rivers. It was like an ancient god had descended. The Xianxia primordial spirit was still able to deal with the attacks of the 3 powerful beings. It waved its claws and attacked the 3 powerful beings. The Xianxia primordial spirit was too powerful. Its sharp claws instantly pierced through the attacks of the 3 powerful beings. Puff. Puff. Puff, then, huge wounds were left on the bodies of the 3 powerful beings. Blood immediately flowed out of the wounds. Isn't this too unbelievable? It's just a primordial spirit. How can it be so powerful? Xianxia shouted in disbelief. What was an undying primordial spirit? Take Lin Feng for example. His divine sense could be divided into millions of parts. When Lin Feng died, if one part of his divine sense could be preserved and not destroyed along with the main body, it would be an undying primordial spirit. It's just a primordial spirit, how powerful can it be? It's just an illusion. In reality, because the primordial sage emperors are too powerful, even a primordial sage emperor's divine sense is unimaginably powerful. That's why the Xianxia primordial spirit is so powerful. The 3 powerful beings were heavily injured. The Xianxia primordial spirit charged forward, wanting to kill them. Looks like it's time to take out that killing weapon. The great demon said. What? You want to use that killing weapon? That's courting death. We can't use it. We'll die, the bloody centipede roared. The 3-eyed demon wolf said, if we fight to the death, we might be able to. As long as we kill the Xianxia primordial spirit and devour it, we'll be able to recover and our strength will increase greatly. This is the primordial spirit of a sage emperor. If we don't act quickly, when those terrifying beings on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons find out about the Xianxia primordial spirit, do you think we'll still have a share? Bam, while the 3 powerful beings were talking, the Xianxia primordial spirit had already attacked. It waved its sharp claws and tore through the void, slapping towards the bodies of the 3 powerful beings. They were attacked again and were sent flying by the Xianxia primordial spirit. They were not on the same level at all. Too powerful. Lin Feng and Xianxia, who were watching the battle from afar, were filled with shock. The might of Xianxia's primordial spirit far exceeded the 2 of their imaginations. Xianxia said, that great fiend, the 3-eyed demon wolf, and the blood-red centipede. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator would have been instantly killed by them. But even so, they still couldn't fight back in front of the Xianxia primordial spirit. I really don't know how strong the Xianxia primordial spirit is. Lin Feng nodded sympathetically. The super-strong fighting strength displayed by the Xianxia primordial spirit had fiercely shocked Lin Feng. Swish swish swish, the great evil demon, the 3-eyed demon wolf, and the blood centipede all fled towards the depths of the forest. The Xianxia primordial spirit quickly chased after them, not wanting to let them go. Lin Feng said, this Xianxia primordial spirit probably only has killing intent left. Anyone who poses a threat to it will be killed. Xianxia nodded and said, following the death of the main body, its will definitely dissipate. The reason why the primordial spirit can't be destroyed is because it relies on some kind of intent when it was alive, such as killing intent, evil intent, good intent, and so on. Lin Feng and Xianxia chased after them. This kind of battle couldn't be missed. In the depths of the black fog world, there was an ancient stone tablet. This stone tablet had 4 large words written on it. Eternal suppression of demons and gods. These 4 large words were written with the blood of demons and gods. Countless years had passed, but the words still hadn't dried up. The 3-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede all attacked together, wanting to lift the stone tablet. Boom, the ancient stone tablet was shaken, and immediately emitted a terrifying aura that swept through the world, suppressing all directions. Kacha kacha kacha, the 3-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede were suppressed by the mysterious stone tablet. Even as strong as they were, their bodies began to crack. They roared loudly, but they didn't give up. They still persisted, wanting to lift the ancient stone tablet. Eternal suppression of demons and gods. Seeing the 4 large blood-red words on the stone tablet, Lin Feng and Xianxia exchanged glances. They both felt that this stone tablet wasn't simple. This stone tablet is suppressed in the depths of the black fog world, and the words eternal suppression of demons and gods are written on it. Could it be used to suppress the demons and gods that died in the ancient battlefield of demons and gods? Lin Feng murmured. He thought of many things. Demons and gods were too powerful. After death, there was a high chance that they would turn into undying spirits or evil spirits. The eternal suppression of demons and gods was suppressed in this place, preventing them from turning into evil spirits or evil spirits. This stone tablet was extremely terrifying. The 3-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede's bodies were cracking faster and faster. They had suffered a huge blow, and now, they couldn't bear it anymore. Boom. Suddenly, the origin energy in their bodies burned fiercely. In order to lift the eternal suppression of demons and gods, they didn't hesitate to burn a large amount of their origin energy to strengthen themselves. Swoosh, the Xianxia primordial spirit quickly flew away, not daring to stay. Although the Xianxia primordial spirit didn't have any consciousness, it could still sense how terrifying the eternal suppression of demons and gods was. Rise! Shouted the 3-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede. Finally, after burning a large amount of their origin energy, they worked together to lift the eternal suppression of demons and gods. The 3 of them pushed the eternal suppression of demons and gods towards the Xianxia primordial spirit. Roar! The Xianxia primordial spirit roared. The Xianxia primordial spirit let out a terrified cry. It had suffered a huge blow. It didn't have a physical body, it was just an undying primordial spirit. Now, it was starting to crumble. Ha ha ha. It's going to die. The Xianxia primordial spirit is finally going to die. The 3-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede were all excited. The Xianxia primordial spirit can't hold on any longer. Its origin energy is gone, said Xianxia in surprise. Lin Feng nodded gravely. He wanted to obtain the Xianxia primordial spirit, but it was obviously impossible to steal it from the 3-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede. But at that moment, something strange happened. Xianxia treasured technique. A deep roar reverberated through the world. The Xianxia primordial spirit launched a desperate attack. Kacha, 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 the Xianxia primordial spirit suddenly had 9 heads. In that instant, the Xianxia primordial spirit's chi rose to the peak. Immemorial Xianxia treasured technique. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the true immemorial Xianxia treasured technique. The Xianxia treasured technique he had obtained from the bones of the Beast Emperor was an extremely simple Xianxia treasured technique. This immemorial Xianxia treasured technique was really too powerful. The Xianxia primordial spirit clawed and the eternal suppression of demons and gods was sent flying. Boom, the eternal suppression of demons and gods once again flew back to its original position. It would never change, forever suppressing the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Hurry up and leave. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede all looked at the Xianxia primordial spirit in fright. The Xianxia primordial spirit had used the immemorial Xianxia treasured technique, making them feel suffocated. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. But it was too late. After using the immemorial Xianxia primordial spirit, its combat power had already risen to an unimaginable level. It waved its claws. A claw of light flew out. Pooh! The claw of light instantly pierced through the bodies of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede. How could this be? The three powerful creatures murmured in disbelief. Soon after, their chests exploded. Their bodies fell down, smashing into the ground, already dead. Instakill? Lin Feng and Xianxia were filled with deep shock. The immemorial Xianxia primordial spirit was actually so terrifying. The three-headed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede were supreme existences that surpassed the yin-yang realm. But they had actually been insta-killed by the immemorial Xianxia primordial spirit. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede had all fallen. The Xianxia primordial spirit couldn't hold on any longer, and its origin was beginning to disperse. The Xianxia primordial spirit can't hold on any longer. That attack just now was probably its last. Its origin is beginning to disperse. Xianxia said. The Xianxia primordial spirit's nine-headed avatar returned to its original form, but it couldn't hold on any longer. Its body was indeed collapsing, and it couldn't hold on any longer. The Xianxia primordial spirit quickly flew into the distance. You go collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. I'll chase after the Xianxia primordial spirit. Lin Feng said. Are you crazy? Even if the Xianxia primordial spirit is about to be destroyed, it can still kill you easily before it dies. Xianxia said. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with the Xianxia primordial spirit. Lin Feng said. Xianxia could only nod and say, be careful, I'll be there soon. Lin Feng nodded and unfolded his golden wings to chase after Xianxia. Xianxia flew towards the battlefield to collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. These three were all powerful existences that surpassed the yin-yang realm. Their bodies were full of treasures. At the same time, 15 kilometers away, Zhang Sun Wuji, the old servant, and two other guards saw the battle between the Xianxia primordial spirit, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. It's the Xianxia primordial spirit. It's an ancient Xianxia primordial spirit that died. The old servant said. It seems like the Xianxia primordial spirit is about to be destroyed. That's great. If I can refine the Xianxia primordial spirit, how high will my cultivation level rise? Zhang Sun Wuji was so excited that his body trembled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the four of them didn't stop and quickly flew towards the battlefield. They obviously wanted to collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede before chasing after the Xianxia primordial spirit. Lin Feng used his golden wings to chase after the Xianxia primordial spirit. At that moment, he didn't dare attack because Xianxia's primordial spirit wasn't destroyed yet. If Lin Feng attacked, wouldn't Xianxia's primordial spirit kill him? Lin Feng fiend's primordial demon primordial spirit. Would origins its primordial spirits woods. It s primordial demon primordial long, to s Lin Feng chased after him. Lin to roto s bones, the end, it to s turn to it to turn. It at s its to destroy its sss what twos, s's its, fiend s with that thought in mind, Lin Feng rushed towards the golden bones. Roar. But when Lin Feng arrived in front of the bone, a roar shook the sky. Swoosh. The Xianxia primordial spirit appeared again. Not good, it hasn't dissipated yet. I've been deceived by it. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly rushed out of the cave. But the Xianxia primordial spirit waved its claws and the cave was sealed by a powerful energy. Lin Feng's was completely cut off. I'm in trouble. Lin Feng's expression became unsightly. He clenched his teeth and began to communicate with the Holy Emperor Stone. The Holy Emperor Stone was very strange. It had almost killed the fire Qilin. Lin Feng's cultivation was limited. He didn't want to have too much contact with the Holy Emperor Stone. But now, if he didn't use the Holy Emperor Stone, it would be difficult for him to escape death. The Xianxia primordial spirit looked coldly at Lin Feng. You have learned the Xianxia's treasured technique. It said in a low voice. Lin Feng was shocked. Didn't the eternal primordial spirits only have thoughts and no consciousness? But the Xianxia primordial spirit in front of him didn't just have thoughts, it had consciousness. That was too terrifying. Of course, that was only the simplest consciousness. And it wasn't the consciousness of the ancient Holy Emperor Xianxia, because the ancient Holy Emperor Xianxia had died a long time ago. The Xianxia primordial spirit in front of him had formed a completely new consciousness. Very weak. A weak Xianxia's treasured technique. The weaker the bloodline of the Xianxia's treasured technique is, the simpler and weaker the Xianxia's treasured technique will be. The Xianxia primordial spirit walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Lin Feng felt extremely oppressed. He didn't dare act blindly without thinking, because the Xianxia primordial spirit could kill him in one attack. Even if he wanted to use the Holy Emperor Stone to attack the Xianxia primordial spirit, he had to wait until the Xianxia primordial spirit got close to him. If he was far away, the Holy Emperor Stone wouldn't even touch the Xianxia primordial spirit. What do you want to do? Asked Lin Feng. Even though your Xianxia's treasured technique is very weak, it's still a Xianxia's treasured technique. Your body has already adapted to the Xianxia's treasured technique. It's a perfect body. Besides, I can sense that you've also learned some other ancient secret techniques. The Xianxia primordial spirit was lost in thought. It looked a bit distressed. Its consciousness hadn't been formed for a long time and it had lost a lot of its memories. Even though it could sense that Lin Feng had learned some ancient secret technique, it couldn't remember what it was. I'm very interested in your body, said the Xianxia primordial spirit. The Xianxia primordial spirit pounced on Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng and take over Lin Feng's body. Let me devour you and refine your body into mine. The Xianxia primordial spirit roared and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour Lin Feng. Come out, Lin Feng roared and took out the Holy Emperor Stone. Poof poof poof, when Lin Feng used the Holy Emperor Stone, the beast Emperor Xianxia had yet to be harmed. He was the first to be harmed by the Holy Emperor Stone. An inexplicable force escaped from the Holy Emperor Stone and pierced several bloody holes in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt that the Holy Emperor Stone was beginning to devour his essence and spirit in a frenzy. It was as if it was going to suck him dry. This was the terrifying and eerie part of the Holy Emperor Stone. Lin Feng felt that he was going to die. He gritted his teeth and held on, throwing the Holy Emperor Stone. Bang! The Holy Emperor Stone slammed into the Xianxia primordial spirit's body. Ah, this is the Holy Emperor Stone. A blood-stained Holy Emperor Stone. How can this be? The Xianxia primordial spirit looked at the Holy Emperor Stone in horror. Its body was hit by the Holy Emperor Stone. Crack, crack, then, the Xianxia primordial spirit's body began to disintegrate. Undying technique. The Xianxia primordial spirit used a heaven-defying secret technique to stop all this, but it failed. The Holy Emperor Stone contained a terrifying power that instantly shattered the origin energy of the Xianxia primordial spirit. Bang! The Xianxia primordial spirit directly exploded. Its consciousness dissipated, leaving only the origin energy suspended in midair. The Xianxia primordial spirit's consciousness has been destroyed. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had almost been killed by the Holy Emperor Stone, but he hadn't suffered for nothing. But very quickly, Lin Feng's face turned black. The Holy Emperor Stone was absorbing the original strength of the Xianxia primordial spirit. Don't steal it from me, it's mine! Shouted Lin Feng furiously, rushing over. The Holy Emperor Stone was bewitching. It released a beam of golden light which bombarded Lin Feng and sent him flying. Bang! Lin Feng crashed into the wall. The impact was so strong that Lin Feng coughed up blood. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Shameless Holy Emperor Stone, I'll kill you! Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and charged. He couldn't let the Holy Emperor Stone succeed. The Xianxia primordial spirit was his. If it was absorbed by the Holy Emperor Stone, where would he find the second Xianxia primordial spirit? Bang! But the result was the same as the first time. Lin Feng was sent flying again. The Holy Emperor Stone was too terrifying. Lin Feng coughed up blood again. Bastard, you and I can't exist under the same sky, said Lin Feng, gnashing his teeth. This time, he didn't rush over. If he was sent flying a few more times, Lin Feng was sure that he would be killed by the Holy Emperor Stone. If that happened, he would lose more than he gained. Even though Lin Feng hated the Holy Emperor Stone, he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. What a monstrous stone, thought Lin Feng gloomily. Monstrous, monstrous, murmured Lin Feng suddenly. Speaking of bewitching, the most bewitching one should be the demonic orb, right? Back then, the sacred Emperor Stone had tortured the Fire Qilin half to death. But in the end, the Fire Qilin still managed to suppress the Saint Royal Stone. It took the Saint Royal Stone out of its body and threw it to Lin Feng. However, when the Fire Qilin faced the demonic orb, it was unable to resist at all and had its source devoured by the demonic orb. Hee, I'm going to fight demons with demons today. Lin Feng took out the devil bead and blasted it towards the Holy Emperor Stone. Boom! After sensing the demonic bead's aura, the Saint Royal Stone emitted a terrifying aura and floated in the air, confronting the demonic bead. The two monstrous things that Lin Feng couldn't control emitted terrifying waves of energy. The space inside the cave seemed to distort. Mine. Lin Feng directly pounced on the Xianxia primordial spirit. He no longer cared about anything else. He didn't care if the demonic bead would fight to the death with the Sage Emperor Stone. I'll devour Xianxia's primordial spirit first. Lin Feng was worried that if he didn't devour Xianxia's primordial spirit quickly, it would be divided between the Saint Royal Stone and the demonic bead. Both of these items were too strange. They could do anything. Refine. After Lin Feng devoured the Xianxia's primordial spirit, he began to refine it. At the same time, the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar in Lin Feng's dantian emitted powerful waves. Waves of strong emotions emanated from the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar. That emotion was an emotion of extreme desire. The archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar was too eager to devour the Xianxia's primordial spirit. After Lin Feng refined the Xianxia's primordial spirit, he integrated it into the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying force emanated from the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar. Waves of ancient memories seemed to be awakening. Whoosh! As for the demonic bead, it rushed into Lin Feng's body and went dormant again. It was the same for the Saint Royal Stone. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng was immersed in the awakening of the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar. Following the awakening of the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar, dense information appeared in his mind. It was all about the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's memories. Among them, there was naturally an introduction to the archaic Xianxia's treasure technique. When using the archaic Xianxia's treasure technique, every additional head condensed would double the combat power of the secret technique. At most, it could be increased by a full 9 times. This was simply unheard of. However, it was obviously not easy to condense 9 heads. This was the limit of the archaic Xianxia's treasure technique. Over the endless years, other than the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia, the rest of the Xianxia clan members were able to condense the ultimate form of 9 heads. Only 5 people could do this. It was already so difficult for the Xianxia clan to cultivate, let alone the other clans. However, Lin Feng was different from others. He had refined the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar and had the archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's aura comprehension. Cultivating the archaic Xianxia's treasure technique was definitely faster than anyone else. Furthermore, his cultivation would be more profound. Half an hour later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His face revealed joy. The archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar had already awakened. Lin Feng obtained the archaic Xianxia's treasure technique. This archaic divine Emperor Xianxia's avatar was hidden in Lin Feng's Tianshu meridian to be nourished. And the golden-winged Great Rock King avatar was entrenched in Lin Feng's Tianmen meridian to be nourished. Following the increase in Lin Feng's strength, these two avatars would also become stronger and stronger. In the future, they might grow to become true gods. Of course, if one day, Lin Feng became a terrifying existence comparable to the archaic dragonesque elephant's strength, then, the archaic Divine Emperor's avatar in his Tianshu meridian might be able to reach the ancient Divine Emperor's level of strength. In the future, when he faced an enemy, he could directly summon the archaic Divine Emperor's avatar and sweep through everything. Lin Feng checked his injuries. Previously, he had been injured by the Holy Emperor's Stone, but after absorbing the Xianxia's primordial spirit, he discovered that his injuries had already healed. This made Lin Feng slightly happy. He didn't stop and quickly flew outside. Lin Feng arrived outside the cave and coincidentally bumped into Xianxia, who had been looking for him all along the way. "Are you all right?" asked Xianxia. "I'm fine." Lin Feng shook his head. He said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave." Xianxia nodded and left with Lin Feng. However, not long after they left, 4 figures appeared in the distance. "Damn it, I don't know who obtained the corpses of those 3 ferocious beasts in advance. If I find out, I'll definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces." Someone cursed in a low voice. "Young master, even though the corpses of those 3 ferocious beasts are precious, there's a huge difference between them and the Xianxi's primordial spirit. I can already sense the qi of the Xianxi's primordial spirit in the depths of the mountain range. When the time comes, the most important thing for you is to refine the Xianxi's primordial spirit and increase your cultivation," said the old servant. Lin Feng and Xianxia naturally wanted to cut Zhang Sun Wuji into pieces. However, they didn't act rashly because the old servant was too powerful. Lin Feng and Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't fight against a martial king above the 5th heavenly layer. "Follow and see if there's a chance. If there's a chance, kill him," Lin Feng whispered. "Okay." Xianxia nodded. The 2 of them didn't follow too closely. This was because Zhang Sun Wuji's old servant was too powerful. If they followed too closely, they might be discovered. They followed him silently. "Looks like they're here for the Xianxi primordial spirit," Lin Feng thought to himself as he watched Zhang Sun Wuji and the others walk towards the Xianxi primordial spirit's cave. "Young master, it's inside." The old servant pointed at the cave in the depths. Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at it and frowned. "There won't be any danger, right? If young master is worried, I'll go in and take a look. If there's no danger, I'll call for young master," the old servant said. "Then go. Hurry up, don't make me wait too long." Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand. "Yes." Then, the old servant dashed into the cave. One of the guards said, "Young master, if you refine the Xianxi primordial spirit, your cultivation will increase greatly. You might even become a Yinyang realm expert soon." "That's right. That's right. When the time comes, young master, please don't forget about us loyal servants," the other guard said with a fawning expression. Zhang Sun Wuji had a smug look on his face. He clearly enjoyed the 2's flattery. Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Don't worry, I won't mistreat you in the future. We're willing to go through fire and water for you, young master." The 2 guards were delighted. At this moment, 2 figures stealthily moved towards Zhang Sun Wuji and the others. The black fog world was shrouded in fog. That was why Zhang Sun Wuji and the others didn't even notice Lin Feng and Xianxia's approach. "You killed the guards. I will kill Zhang Sun Wuji," Lin Feng said softly. Xianxia nodded. They were getting closer and closer to Zhang Sun Wuji. When they were about 10 meters away, the 2 of them hid behind a huge rock and took a deep breath. Swish swish, Lin Feng and Xianxia instantly charged towards Zhang Sun Wuji and his 2 guards. At that moment, the old martial king servant was not by Zhang Sun Wuji's side. It was the best time to kill Zhang Sun Wuji. The 2 of them were extremely fast, and in an instant, they were in front of Zhang Sun Wuji and the 2 guards. "It's you." Zhang Sun Wuji sensed the aura behind him and turned around to see Lin Feng charging at him. His expression changed and he quickly retreated, but it was too late. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword in his hand. Puff! Zhang Sun Wuji's right arm was chopped off by Lin Feng. Blood immediately gushed out. Zhang Sun Wuji let out a mournful cry. Originally, Zhang Sun Wuji's strength was not inferior to Lin Feng's. In a one-on-one fight, it would not be easy to deal with Zhang Sun Wuji. However, Lin Feng had suddenly launched a sneak attack. He had caught Zhang Sun Wuji off guard. Zhang Sun Wuji was unable to dodge and had one of his arms chopped off by Lin Feng. On the other side, Xikong Jiayue's attacks were also very fierce. He killed a guard with a single slash and then pounced on another guard. Inside the cave, the old servant heard Zhang Sun Wuji's miserable cry and his expression changed greatly. Not good. He quickly rushed outside. My arm, my arm. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Sun Wuji roared. A light flashed in his hand and a war spear appeared. Zhang Sun Wuji held it in one hand and rushed towards Lin Feng, stabbing at Lin Feng. Clang. The spear and sword collided, emitting a clanging sound and sending sparks everywhere. Zhang Sun Wuji was forced back by Lin Feng's attack. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly and Zhang Sun Wuji had lost an arm, his battle strength had decreased sharply. Naturally, he would be suppressed by Lin Feng. Puff. Xikong Jiayue slashed down and finished off the second guard. Then, he quickly rushed over and attacked Zhang Sun Wuji together with Lin Feng. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed greatly. Although he hated Lin Feng to the core, he was not stupid. It would be difficult to defeat Lin Feng one-on-one, let alone one-on-two. Zhang Sun Wuji quickly rushed towards the cave, wanting to find the old servant. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His golden wings spread out. He soared into the sky and instantly flew in front of Zhang Sun Wuji. He descended from the sky and slashed down with his sword. Zhang Sun Wuji roared angrily. Lin Feng had blocked his path and he had no choice but to deal with Lin Feng's attack. He waved his spear to block Lin Feng's attack. However, a dense killing intent came from behind him. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed greatly. He knew that Xikong Jiayue had attacked him. Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to move to the left to avoid Xikong Jiayue's attack. However, at this moment, Lin Feng activated his devouring martial soul. Triple devouring martial soul superimposed. It formed a powerful magnetic field that directly imprisoned Zhang Sun Wuji. A blade flashed. Xikong Jiayue's blade pierced through Zhang Sun Wuji's chest. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at the dagger in disbelief. In the next moment, Lin Feng swung his sword at Zhang Sun Wuji. Puff, Zhang Sun Wuji's head flew into the sky, blood spurting out as his headless corpse fell to the ground. Little bastards, are you courting death? The old servant rushed out. When he saw that Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue had joined forces to kill Zhang Sun Wuji, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He roared angrily. That shriveled body abruptly moved towards Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. This old fellow is crazy. Let's go. Lin Feng shouted. His and Xikong Jiayue's target was Zhang Sun Wuji. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji had been killed, there was no need to fight with the old servant. Lin Feng grabbed Xikong Jiayue and spread his golden wings. He instantly soared into the sky and disappeared. The old servant wanted to chase, but he could not catch up. 50 miles away, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue landed. Haha, how refreshing. The two of them laughed. After getting rid of Zhang Sun Wuji, the two of them were in a good mood. They did not stop. After resting for a while, they continued on their way. The two of them were going to pass through the depths of the Black Fog world. They were going to enter the true battlefield of gods and demons. They passed by the place where the Xianxia primordial spirit had fought the three beasts. That eternal suppression god devil steel. Xikong Jiayue pointed at a stone stele that was more than 10 meters tall. It stood at the end of the ground. The words Eternal Suppression God Devil Steel flickered with a demonic blood-red light. An ancient aura emanated from the Eternal Suppression God Devil Steel. This ancient steel was extremely terrifying. Even the Xianxia primordial spirit had been destroyed by it. If the Eternal Suppression God Devil Steel had not been severely injured, it might not have been able to destroy the Xianxia primordial spirit's consciousness. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue walked towards the Eternal Suppression God Devil Steel. They wanted to take a closer look at it. But at this moment, the words eternal suppression of gods and devils suddenly emitted endless blood-red light. A terrifying aura surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Lin Feng immediately felt that the terrifying aura was about to destroy his body. Wah! Even someone as strong as Lin Feng could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. The eternally subduing god-devil steel was too terrifying. Lin Feng coughed up blood, but Xikong Jiayue's situation was even worse than Lin Feng's. So. The two of them quickly retreated, leaving the eternally subduing god-devil steel behind them. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. From afar, the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood centipede carried the eternally subduing god-devil steel to kill the Xianxia primordial spirit. Who would have thought that we wouldn't even have the ability to look at it up close? We were almost killed. Xikong Jiayue said, this eternally subduing god-devil steel is too strange. Perhaps it really is an ancient steel built to suppress the ancient gods and devils who died in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue quickly left. Where are they? Where are they? About 2 hours after they left, the old servant chased after them. His killing intent was almost tangible. The old servant's roar shook the sky as he searched for Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. However, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue had already left. You won't be able to escape. I can feel your faint auras. No matter where you run to, I will kill you to avenge the young master. The old servant's face was distorted as he quickly chased after them. Rumble. The earth quaked as an army of undead appeared in the depths of the black fog world, and it wasn't just a single wave. The undead army had sealed off the entrance to the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. There were many cultivators lingering in the outer regions, waiting for an opportunity. Friend, may I ask why there are so many undead here? Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked a cultivator in his 20s. The cultivator replied, there is a country of undead in the depths of the black fog world. Do you see it? It's deep in the mountains over there. The undead army is the undead from the country. It said that they were an extremely powerful force when they were alive and were under the rule of the ancient devils. However, during the ancient war of gods and devils, they betrayed the ancient devils and joined the ancient devils' army. They were cursed by the ancient devils. After the ancient war of gods and devils, the cursed people who were cursed forever became undead on the ancient battlefield of gods and devils, protecting the black fog world and preventing outsiders from entering. A cursed army, Lin Feng was startled. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, the ancient devil's army's army and devils can't enter the battlefield of gods and devils. At night, the passage to the battlefield of the gods and devils will open. At that moment, cultivators can force their way in. Of course, they'll be attacked by the army of the dead, so they'll have to rely on their own strength. The cultivator said. So that's how it is. Everyone is waiting for night to arrive. Lin Feng nodded and thanked the cultivator. He then walked towards Xikong Jiayue and told him what he had heard. Let's find a place to rest and recover. At night, we'll follow the army and charge into the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. Lin Feng said. The two of them found a place to rest. More and more cultivators gathered. Obviously, everyone knew that they could only succeed in breaking through if they stayed together. After all, the undead army guarding the depths of the black fog world was not to be trifled with. Although they were cursed and turned into undead and did not have the powerful strength of the ancient times, these undead were still very terrifying. The decrease in strength was only a relative term. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue went to find a place to rest. At this time, they suddenly heard a voice behind them. Boundless Taoist Master, what a coincidence to meet you again. Lin Feng turned his head and saw the boundless Taoist master. He was speechless and could even be said to be rolling his eyes. Why did he meet this damned Taoist master again? No matter where he went, this Taoist master's figure seemed to be everywhere. So it's Taoist master. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Boundless Taoist master said, looking at your glowing face, it seems that you have benefited greatly. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's all thanks to Taoist master. If not for Taoist master's accurate predictions, how could I have had so many fortuitous encounters? Lin Feng emphasized the word accurate. He was obviously mocking Boundless Taoist Master's fortune-telling skills. This guy kept saying that Lin Feng would have a bloody calamity. Boundless Taoist Master laughed and said, "Benefactor is too polite. If Benefactor thinks that this poor Taoist's predictions are accurate, can you give me a few spirit stones to use?" What the? Lin Feng was speechless. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Boundless Taoist Master. He actually had the face to ask Lin Feng for spirit stones. "Take it and don't disturb me." Lin Feng took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and gave them to Boundless Taoist Master. Boundless Taoist Master smiled and said, "Benefactor is very kind. Good people will be rewarded." This damned Taoist Master had finally said something nice. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue walked to the side. Xikong Jiayue said, "This is the first time I've seen a Taoist Master in the East Province. These Taoist Masters are all very mysterious and don't walk around much. It seems that this Taoist Master's fortune-telling skills are quite accurate. How about I ask him for a fortune-telling too?" Lin Feng said unhappily, "Don't be fooled by that Taoist Master. How could this Taoist Master have any real skills? I only gave him 2 spirit stones because I was annoyed by his swindling." Xikong Jiayue's mouth twitched and said, "A fake Taoist Master? This guy really knows how to play. He actually dares to pretend to be a Taoist Master. If those Taoists find out, I wonder if they'll skin him alive." Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue found a place to rest. During this time, more and more experts arrived, including some people from ancient factions. Lin Feng saw a few people with silver hair. It was said that they were experts from the silver-haired race, an ancient race that was very powerful. He also saw a few mysterious people shrouded in long robes. Their auras were restrained, but there was a magnetic field around them that prevented anyone from spying on them. They were definitely terrifying people. Many experts have come, and there are even people from ancient holy lands. This is even better. Only with enough experts will we be able to enter the battlefield of gods and demons more easily, Xikong Jiayue said. That's enough, Xikong Jiayue said. Lin Feng nodded. When night fell, the passage to the battlefield of gods and demons opened. In the Black Fog world, there were more than 10 such passages. No matter which passage one took, they could enter the battlefield of gods and demons. Attack! Someone shouted in a low voice and rushed towards the battlefield of gods and demons. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, soon after, figures rushed towards the battlefield of gods and demons. They wanted to force their way through the passage and enter the battlefield of gods and demons. The people from the ancient factions have made their move. Let's do it too. Soon, the cultivators hidden in the surroundings all rushed towards the passage. Rumble, in the depths of the passage, the sound of the earth shaking could be heard. Black fog covered the sky, and from the black fog, a densely packed undead army rushed out. Bang, the cultivators and the undead army collided. Roar. A undead army that was 4 to 5 meters tall held a huge axe and swung it towards Lin Feng. If the axe hit him, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Swoosh. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the axe came down, he quickly moved to the left and narrowly avoided the undead spirit's attack. However, although the undead spirit was huge, it was extremely agile. After the axe missed, it shook its right hand and swept Lin Feng towards Lin Feng instead. Clang! Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword to block. The giant axe and the black dragon sword collided fiercely. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged into his body. Lin Feng was blown away by the terrifying strength of the attack. His arm was numb. Lin Feng knocked over more than 10 people in a row. There were cultivators and undead spirits. Finally, he fell on top of an undead spirit. That undead spirit hugged Lin Feng tightly. The undead spirit with the giant axe quickly rushed forward and waved its axe to kill Lin Feng. The situation was critical. Xikong Jiayue rushed over and waved his short knife at the undead spirit with the giant axe. He entangled this undead spirit and bought Lin Feng time. Lin Feng struggled to break free from the undead spirit hugging him and twisted the undead spirit's neck. He jumped up and rushed towards the undead spirit with the giant axe. Pfft, the sword flashed and swept forward. The undead spirit's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. However, no blood spurted out. The undead spirit's blood had long dried up. Roar, even though his head had been cut off, the dead spirit didn't die. The head was still floating in the air and emitting roars. The headless corpse continued attacking Xianxia with his gigantic axe. His gigantic head then threw itself at Lin Feng and opened his mouth wide. He wanted to bite Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression changed. At the same time, the undead spirit whose neck was twisted by Lin Feng got up. Crack, crack. The undead twisted its neck, and in the end, the neck that had been twisted by Lin Feng returned to its original state. The undead also let out a low roar and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted, "Xikong, these undead have undying bodies. They can't be killed. Let's not waste time with them. Let's leave quickly." Xianxia nodded. Fighting with these dead spirits was not only meaningless, but also very dangerous. Even if you cut off their heads, they wouldn't die. However, if his heart was pierced by the undead spirit, then he would definitely die. Lin Feng sent the undead's head flying with a slash of his sword, and then quickly rushed into the depths. Xianxia had also shaken off his opponent and rushed into the depths with Lin Feng. The two of them cooperated very well, and they killed their way into the depths of the canyon. There was a distorted screen of light there, and after passing through it, they would arrive at the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Xianxia said, "That's the distorted spacetime created by the spatial teleportation array. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons has already been sealed and turned into an independent space. However, after passing through that distorted spacetime, we will arrive at the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. When we get there, let's not separate." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. Many people had already rushed over, wanting to enter the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. However, there was a powerful undead spirit guarding the final passage. It was a headless horseman. He was riding a dragon horse as he strode over. The dragon horse was a rare beast. The classic of mountains and seas had recorded that there was a strange beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse that could travel 15 million kilometers in a day. However, it was obvious that the dragon horse had also turned into an undead spirit, and its eyes flickered with a pale green light. The headless horseman wielded a huge sword and slashed it down. Buzz. 1,000-meter sword light condensed. Heavens! Run! Seeing this, the cultivators who were rushing towards the ancient battlefield of gods and demons were scared out of their wits. What kind of existence was this? A sword light that was 1,000 meters long was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine how strong the headless horseman was to be able to condense a 1,000-meter sword light. Everyone frantically retreated, but many of them were unable to dodge the 1,000-meter sword light. PFFF, PFFF, ripping sounds could be heard as cultivators were cut in half by the 1,000-meter sword light. Dozens of cultivators died on the spot. Too strong. Lin Feng and Xianxia had luckily escaped, but their faces were extremely pale. Fortunately, they had been a bit further away, otherwise, they would have been cut in half by the headless horseman's sword. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they looked at the headless horseman. He was really too strong, and it made their hearts tremble. It was difficult to fight against him. This level of existence was beyond imagination. The headless horseman and his horse were guarding the distorted spacetime that led to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, but no one dared to step forward. Rumble, behind them, the army of dead spirits attacked. Everyone was forced to fight against the army of dead spirits again. Humph. A cold snort was heard. Finally, a strong cultivator arrived. A dazzling light flew over, and a middle-aged man stood in the middle of it. "It's an almighty cultivator from the Sun-Moon Ancient Holy Land." Someone cried out in surprise. That cultivator's identity was terrifying. He was an almighty cultivator whose strength had long surpassed the Yin-Yang realm. People like that rarely appeared in the 3,000 continents of the Tianwu continent, but now that the ancient battlefield of gods and demons had opened, he had come out of seclusion. Even such a strong cultivator has appeared. Could it be that the Fire Qilin is right? These ancient factions have come for the ancient corpse that has surpassed the god-spirit realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Facing the almighty cultivator from the Sun-Moon Ancient Holy Land, the headless horseman still used one sword move. Buzz. The 1,000-meter sword light condensed again and slashed towards the almighty cultivator from the Sun-Moon Ancient Holy Land. Bang! The two sides collided, but to everyone's astonishment, the almighty cultivator from the Sun-Moon Ancient Holy Land was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Barf! The almighty cultivator actually coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's an almighty cultivator. He actually coughed up blood with one sword move. How strong is the headless horseman? Many people's faces were filled with shock. The headless horseman was too strong. He was so strong that everyone felt fear and despair. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, two more figures flew over. One of them was as hot as the sun, shining in all directions. The other figure was shrouded in mist. It was vaguely possible to make out that it was a woman. The almighty cultivator from the Qinhua people. Lin Feng recognized the man. He was the one who had scared the fire Qilin away. The other woman was shrouded in mist, so he couldn't see her clearly. Brother Dongling, are you all right? The woman asked. The headless horseman is much stronger than we imagined. The almighty cultivator from the Sun-Moon Ancient Holy Land said gloomily. The three of us can fight him. The almighty cultivator from the Qinhua people said. Boom! The three almighty cultivators joined forces and attacked the headless horseman. That world-destroying power swept through the heavens. Even the mountains in the distance started to tremble. Chance. Many people rushed towards the distorted spacetime. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue were among them. They grabbed each other and rushed into the distorted spacetime. A moment later, they felt the world spinning around them. They were pulled far away by a powerful force. After an indeterminate amount of time, the endless darkness suddenly became bright. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue were thrown out. Swoosh, however, as soon as they were thrown out of the distorted spacetime tunnel, they didn't have time to adapt to the situation. A cold light shot out from the forest towards them at incredible speed. It slashed towards them, trying to decapitate them. Some of the cultivators who had come in first hit at the exit of the distorted spacetime tunnel. They attacked Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue, trying to kill them. The speed of the person who attacked was too fast. Upon closer inspection, it was not a flying sword, but a cultivator. His body transformed into a resplendent sword beam. Such a method would cause one to be shocked and moved. He had refined his own body into a sword. Clang, the attack landed heavily on Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng's body was too strong. It was as if the attack had hit the hardest magic treasure. It couldn't immediately break through Lin Feng's defense. Lin Feng reacted at this moment and sent a palm strike towards the attacker. With a loud bang, the cultivator was sent flying by Lin Feng. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. This method of transforming his body into a sword was also reduced to its original form by Lin Feng's palm strike. It was a cultivator who looked to be in his 20s and was wearing blue clothes. This person's sneak attack on Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue failed and he was injured by Lin Feng instead. His face was extremely gloomy. Are you all right? Xikong Jiayue's expression changed and he looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Lin Feng grimaced in pain, but he wasn't injured. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. Then he looked at the blue-clothed cultivator. Bastard, you dare to sneak attack me? Let's see how I'll kill you. Lin Feng quickly chased after him. If his body hadn't been strengthened by the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, he would have been killed by this person. How could Lin Feng not be angry? The cultivator was injured by Lin Feng's palm strike. He knew that he couldn't defeat Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue, so he turned and ran. However, Lin Feng was too fast and soon caught up. Eat my fist! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He raised his right fist and punched the air. A fist light condensed from energy ruthlessly struck the cultivator's back. Wah! The cultivator spat out blood from Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng quickly chased after him, wanting to capture him. 360 swords. The cultivator bellowed as he utilized a secret technique. Next, a high number of sword beams converged to form one sword after another, which shot towards Lin Feng. A total of 360 swords. This was definitely a very powerful secret technique. 360 swords came stabbing over, Lin Feng had no choice but to quickly dodge. Whoosh! The cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the forest. Where are you going? Xikong Jiayue quickly chased after him. 360 swords chased after Lin Feng. It was as if he would not give up until he killed Lin Feng. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Feng was shocked. He activated his devouring martial spirit and formed a black hole to devour all 360 swords. Whoosh! After Lin Feng broke through his opponent's 360 sword strikes, Xikong Jiayue flew back and said gloomily, "That guy got away." Lin Feng said, "Let him run." Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue did not pay too much attention to that person, so they quickly left the area. After Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue left, the cultivator who had been injured by Lin Feng walked out from a large tree. This was a mysterious concealment technique that allowed him to hide in a large tree. "Brat! I'll remember you. I'll definitely tear you to pieces." The cultivator's expression was gloomy, and his face was distorted. It seemed like he had pulled at his wounds, and he coughed violently. Is this the ancient battlefield of gods and demons? It's really an independent space, and it's boundless. Xikong Jiayue clicked his tongue in wonder. Lin Feng said, "It's said that this place used to be one of the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, but after the Great War of Gods and Demons, too many gods and demons died, and this place turned into an extremely terrifying place. Ghosts would appear during the day, so some powerhouses sealed this place and refined it into an independent space, sealing off the ancient battlefield of gods and demons." Xikong Jiayue said, "I wonder who set up the eternally subduing god-devil steel." Obviously, this had become a secret that no one knew about. The two of them continued deeper into the ancient battlefield. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue chatted along the way. Lin Feng said, "I heard that 100 years ago, someone discovered an ancient corpse that surpassed the god realm in the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, but they failed to obtain it. Now that 100 years have passed, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons has reopened, and those ancient powers will definitely come again to retrieve that corpse." An existence that surpassed the god realm? Xikong Jiayue couldn't help but gasp. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence it was. According to the old legends, when one surpassed the god realm, they could go to a place called the Undying World. But that was just a rumor. Lin Feng nodded. "That's true, but that's too far away from us." Xikong Jiayue also felt the same way. They were still in the general realm, and those things were too far away for them to reach. 5 days later, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue arrived in the depths of a mountain range. There were dozens of cultivators gathered there. The violet jade snake grass grows here, but it's protected by a demonic snake. Maybe we can work together to slay the snake and obtain the violet jade snake grass. Someone said. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue were shocked. There was actually violet jade snake grass here? It was an extremely precious spirit herb. It was rumored that violet jade snake grass took 1,000 years to sprout, 2,000 years to break through the soil, and 3,000 years to become violet jade snake grass. If one could recognize violet jade snake grass, it meant that it had grown for at least 3,000 years. The violet jade snake grass can greatly increase the purity of one's pure qi. It's an extremely rare spirit herb that can directly increase one's cultivation. Lin Feng said. Xikong Jiayue nodded. I've heard that if it's refined into a violet jade snake pill, its effects will double. Lin Feng nodded. It was exactly as Xikong Jiayue had said. Lin Feng didn't have the method to refine the violet jade snake pill, but he had the method to refine the violet gold pill. It required a total of 67 spirit herbs, and the main ingredient was violet jade snake grass. If it was refined into a violet gold pill, its effects would increase tenfold. Lin Feng had learned this method from the fire qilin. It was the inheritance of the ancient divine medicine. More and more cultivators gathered. It seemed that they had all heard the rumor. The violet jade snake grass had affected many people. There are already more than 200 people here, but a spirit herb like the violet jade snake grass can only grow 12 stalks in one place. Lin Feng said. Is there such a thing? Xikong Jiayue was slightly surprised. He wasn't an alchemist, so he didn't know much about spirit herbs, but Lin Feng was very familiar with them. Even if there were 12 stalks of violet jade snake grass, they would devour each other until only one stalk remained. It was hard to say whether or not there were 12 stalks of violet jade snake grass in this place. It's them. A few cultivators appeared in the distance. One of them looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia with murderous intent. It was the blue-cloaked cultivator who had attacked Lin Feng and Xianxia when they had first entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The blue-cloaked cultivator and his fellow disciples had also arrived at the Demon Snake Mountain range. Junior brother Lu Wuqing, who are they? An enchanting woman asked curiously as she looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia. Second senior sister, they're the ones who injured me. Lu Wuqing said with a gloomy expression. How could you be injured by them with your strength? The enchanting woman frowned slightly. Senior sister, I was tricked by that brat, the guy in black. I used the secret technique of becoming one with the sword and slashed his body, but I couldn't break through his defense. That's why I was hit by his palm and my Xianxia was almost scattered. Although my cultivation is much higher than theirs, my Xianxia was almost scattered, so it was naturally difficult for me to be their opponent. Lu Wuqing said with a gloomy expression. Lu Wuqing was a cultivator at the 9th layer of the martial general realm. He was indeed very strong, with 390,000 dragon powers, far surpassing Lin Feng and Xianxia. The enchanting woman was called Sun Ziyue, and she narrowed her eyes as she said, it seems like he has a soft armor treasure on him. Senior sister, I won't be able to calm down if I don't take revenge for this. I want to kill these two, especially that guy in black. I want to tear him to pieces. Lu Wuqing's face was filled with killing intent. Sun Ziyue said, this isn't the place to make a move. We need to gather our strength to fight the demon snake later and get the purple jade snake grass. Although Lu Wuqing really wanted to make a move right now, he could only endure it for now. He said with a gloomy expression, then let them live a little longer. Xianxia said, it's the guy who ambushed us. Lin Feng nodded and said, I saw it. The people around him are very strong, especially that woman. Look at that woman's body. She's faintly formed astral winds. She should have broken through to the martial king realm. Xianxia said. Yes, she's indeed broken through to the martial king realm with astral energy protecting her body. Lin Feng nodded. The martial king realm was different from the martial general realm. After cultivating to the 10th heavenly layer of the martial general realm, a cultivator would need to search for astral winds. What was astral wind? It was a type of extremely destructive chi produced by heaven and earth. It was called astral wind by cultivators. There were many types of astral winds. Some of the more powerful ones were rumored to be able to kill even deities. Cultivators in the 10th layer of the martial general realm had to refine a certain kind of astral wind and fuse it with their true chi. At this time, the Xianxia that had fused with the astral wind would undergo a transformation. This was the first metamorphosis of his true chi. Metamorphosis chi. It was often referred to as stellar energy by cultivators. Compared to Xianxia, earth energy was much more powerful in terms of offense and defense. However, Gangji could not develop the brain and produce magic power. Therefore, there were also cultivators who classified aura chi as a type of true chi, except that it was a more powerful true chi. True chi could only enter the yin-yang realm when it was transformed into dharma power, giving one the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. Lin Feng and Xianxia secretly paid attention to these people. They naturally felt the hostility, but Lin Feng and Xianxia didn't have anything to worry about. They believed that these people would not make a move here, as that would expose themselves and weaken their strength. Boom! A terrifying aura came from afar, and a few silver-haired men arrived. Before this, Lin Feng had seen these people before. They were powerhouses from the silver-haired clan. They were slender and extremely handsome, but each of them was very powerful. In another direction, a man in golden clothes walked over. He was the #1 prodigy of the East County, Genie Chen, and his cultivation was abnormally strong. In another direction, 3 people walked over with swords on their backs. People from the 10,000 Swords sect. Someone whispered. This was also an ancient force, the 10,000 Swords sect, and it was said that they had 3,000 sword techniques. Do it. Soon, more than 200 cultivators came to an agreement. Everyone rushed into the depths of the mountain range. Roar. An angry roar was soon heard, and a giant beast rushed out of the cave. It was a demon snake that was 1,000 meters long with 9 heads. 9-headed demon snake. Looking at the giant demon snake that was 1,000 meters tall when it stood upright, many people's faces turned pale. This demon snake's body exuded a terrifying aura that was suffocating. Heavens, the 9-headed demon snake is actually guarded by such a demon snake. Many people's faces suddenly changed. The 9-headed demon snake was an ancient beast, and its 9 heads were said to have 9 different abilities. Whoosh, 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 the silver-haired cultivators, Xianxia, and the cultivators from the 10,000 Swords sect quickly rushed towards the purple jade snake grass. These cultivators wanted to take advantage of the chaos and steal the purple jade snake grass. After all, their goal was the purple jade snake grass, not to fight with the 9-headed demon snake. Many people had this idea, and they all rushed towards the purple jade snake grass in the depths of the mountain range. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, there were only 12 purple jade snake grass in the depths of the mountain range. It seemed that these purple jade snake grass had just matured and hadn't had time to eat each other. Lin Feng felt an extremely terrifying aura from the silver-haired cultivators, Xianxia, and the 10,000 Swords sect. He and Xianxia avoided them and rushed in another direction, where there were also a few purple jade snake grass. Screech! An ear-piercing shriek rang out as the 9-headed demonic snake became incomparably furious. Its 9 heads opened, and then it spat out attacks that filled the sky. Thunder, lightning, wind blades, fireballs, and so on. The 9 heads contained 9 different types of attacks, and they all rushed towards everyone. The 9-headed demon snake felt the greatest threat from Xianxia, the silver-haired cultivators, and the 3 10,000 Swords sect cultivators, so they suffered the most ferocious attacks. Bang, 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 the 9-headed demon snake's attacks were too ferocious, and many cultivators were sent flying, coughing out blood in mid-air. Before they could react, they were killed by the next wave of attacks, and died on the spot. In an instant, 50 to 60 people died. Lin Feng and Xianxia were also attacked, and the 2 of them were sent flying. Xianxia took out his defensive magic treasure to block the 9-headed demon snake's attack. Lin Feng, on the other hand, channeled the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, and the immemorial dragonesque elephant's power flowed through his body. Powerful attacks bombarded Lin Feng's body, but he had to rely on his physical strength to resist. Damn, so sick. The corners of the cultivators' mouths twitched when they saw this. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly dodged the 9-headed demon snake's attacks. He rushed towards a purple jade snake grass and reached out to grab it. Boy, the purple jade snake grass is mine, piss off! Shouted Lu Wuqing coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He also rushed towards Lin Feng and threw a punch at him. You want to steal the purple jade snake grass? Do you have what it takes? Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his fist and collided with Lu Wuqing's fist. Lin Feng borrowed the strength of the collision to quickly arrive in front of the purple jade snake grass and immediately collected it. How dare you steal my purple jade snake grass? I'll kill you. Lu Wuqing's face twisted when he saw Lin Feng take the purple jade snake grass. The purple jade snake grass was too precious, and it was a treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation base. Lu Wuqing still wanted to use the purple jade snake grass to break through to the 10th firmament of the martial general realm. Now, the purple jade snake grass had been taken by Lin Feng in advance. With the new and old grudges added together, Lu Wuqing could not wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Boom! Lu Wuqing exploded. A blinding light condensed on his palm. He punched towards Lin Feng. Divine Fist Technique. This was an ancient secret technique that was very powerful. The power of a punch was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even a 10,000-foot mountain would be destroyed in an instant. Humph, Lin Feng smiled coldly. When facing Lu Wuqing's celestial god fist technique, Lin Feng didn't look scared at all. Instead, he used his ancient Xianxia technique. Roar. The roar shook the sky, and a Xianxia appeared and soared into the sky. This was a 2-headed Xianxia, and it was also the peak level that Lin Feng could condense at the moment. Previously, Lin Feng had cultivated the Xianxia treasure technique. Therefore, he already had some understanding of the Xianxia treasure technique. When Lin Feng came into contact with the immemorial Xianxia treasure technique, Lin Feng easily comprehended part of its mysteries and successfully condensed a second head. "You're courting death." Lu Wuqing's face was full of coldness. He thought that this was just a Xianxia beast condensed by Lin Feng's secret technique, and there was nothing to be afraid of. He punched fiercely and collided with the two-headed Xianxia. But soon, Lu Wuqing's face changed drastically. His attack did not shatter the two-headed Xianxia. The two-headed Xianxia actually blocked his attack. This two-headed Xianxia was naturally not a simple evolution of the immemorial Xianxia treasure technique. One must not forget that Lin Feng had revived the immemorial Divine Emperor Xianxia avatar. This two-headed Xianxia beast was formed by the immemorial Xianxia treasure technique that Lin Feng used to control the immemorial Divine Emperor Xianxia avatar. Although the immemorial Divine Emperor Xianxia avatar did not have flesh and blood, it was still condensed from countless materials. It was like a magic treasure, but it was a magic treasure that could evolve divine secret techniques. It would not be easy to destroy Lin Feng's immemorial Divine Emperor Xianxia avatar. While the two-headed Xianxia beast and Lu Wuqing fought, Lin Feng's original Divine Emperor Xianxia had silently disappeared. When Lu Wuqing noticed that there was something wrong with the Xianxia ferocious beast, he realized that Lin Feng had disappeared. Not good. Lu Wuqing's face suddenly. Lu Wuqing's avatar attacked Lu Wuqing to Wuqing's. Loses S's. Lu Wuqing's robe had been destroyed by Lin Feng's punch. Wah. Lu Wuqing was sent flying, vomiting blood. Lin Feng quickly chased after him, wanting to get rid of Lu Wuqing once and for all. "Brat, you're courting death!" shouted Sun Ziyu furiously. She then moved towards Lin Feng with the intention of killing him. Martial King expert. Lin Feng's face slightly changed, but he quickly calmed down. Now that he had awakened the second immemorial Divine Emperor avatar, his strength had greatly increased. He wanted to test his own strength. Lin Feng willed the two-headed Xianxia beast to attack Sun Ziyue. "Bastard, you're courting death!" Sun Ziyue shouted coldly and raised her hand to slap it. Bang! She collided with the two-headed Xianxia beast. She was shocked to find that it was not condensed from energy, but had a real body. Sun Ziyue's face suddenly changed. When had she ever seen such a thing? Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Sun Ziyue. He condensed a ball of lightning in his hand and used the Sky Tyrant lightning art to attack Sun Ziyue. "You're overestimating yourself." Sun Ziyue's reaction was too fast. As expected of a martial king expert, she sent a palm attack towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng and Sun Ziyue collided. Sun Ziyue's martial king strength exploded and sent Lin Feng flying. However, Lin Feng was not injured. "Come back!" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Roar! The two-headed Xianxia roared and quickly drilled into Lin Feng's body. At the same time, the nine-headed demonic snake went completely crazy because several of the purple jade snake grass had been taken away. The nine-headed demonic snake spat out an even more violent attack. At the same time, its huge tail swept over, causing the mountains to collapse. Su Ziyue and her fellow disciples, who were about to continue attacking Lin Feng, were also forced to dodge the attack. "We got it, let's go," Xikong Jiayue quickly rushed over, full of excitement. "You're injured." Lin Feng saw a wound on Xikong Jiayue's abdomen and his face suddenly changed. Xikong Jiayue's face was pale and he said fiercely, "I was ambushed by a few bastards and my abdomen was pierced. Fortunately, it's not fatal. Let's quickly leave this place." Lin Feng nodded and quickly rushed out of the forest with Xikong Jiayue. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. Chase! Sun Ziyue looked gloomy and quickly chased after them with Lu Wuqing and the others. However, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue had already disappeared without a trace. Xikong Jiayue spent 3 days recuperating while Lin Feng was comprehending the experience of using the ancient Divine Emperor's Xianxia clone for the first time. When the ancient Divine Emperor's Xianxia clone was used together with the immemorial Xianxia precious technique, it could display the ancient Divine Emperor's battle strength to its peak. Lin Feng smiled. The ancient Divine Emperor's Xianxia clone was the first ancient Divine Emperor's clone that Lin Feng had awakened. Among the 9 ancient Divine Emperor's clones, the White Tiger clone and the Angel clone were also ancient Divine Emperor's clones. If he could awaken them in the future, Lin Feng's battle strength would be even more terrifying. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the ancient Divine Emperor's Xianxia clone could not be used casually as it consumed too much energy. He had only awakened the ancient Divine Emperor's Xianxia clone for a short period of time before he felt deeply exhausted. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that this was because his cultivation level was not high enough. If he had reached the Martial King realm, it would have been better. Strength. In the end, he still needed to increase his strength, Xianxia said. It's a pity to directly refine the violet jade snake grass, but refining it into a violet jade snake pill is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The most important thing is that you don't have a recipe. Lin Feng, as an alchemist, do you have a recipe for the violet jade snake pill? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I don't have one. Xianxia helplessly shrugged and said, then let's just consume it. At that moment, Lin Feng said, what's the big deal about the violet jade snake pill? It's just a trash pill. I can refine an even more powerful pill that's 5 times more effective than the violet jade snake pill. Hiss. Xianxia took a deep breath and fiercely slapped Lin Feng. He said, good boy, you're really good. You've really hidden your strength well. Lin Feng smiled and said, I still need to collect some spirit herbs. I hope I can find some. Lin Feng and Xianxia continued deeper into the ancient battlefield. A day later, they discovered a cultivator's trading area. This cultivator's trading area had been set up by the cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. There were also large organizations that maintained order there. This was because the cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons would obtain some treasures, secret manuals, and so on. If there were things that they didn't need, they could come here to trade for things that they could use. Or if they had exhausted themselves in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons and needed some supplies, they could buy them here. Of course, the price would also be tens or even hundreds of times higher than outside. Lin Feng bought the spirit herbs he needed in this trading area and then left with Xianxia. They found a cave left behind by a demonic beast and hid in the depths of the cave. Lin Feng began refining the ancient violet gold pill. Refining the purple gold pill wasn't an easy task because it was a yellow rank, middle rank, and high rank pill. However, Lin Feng's soul power had increased greatly during this period of time. He felt that he should be able to successfully refine it. Spiritual array techniques and alchemy techniques were closely related to one's soul. Although Lin Feng hadn't tested his spiritual array master and alchemy master grade, Lin Feng knew that his spiritual array master and alchemy master skills were improving rapidly. This was the reason why Lin Feng dared to refine high-rank pills. Logically speaking, a yin-yang realm 5th firmament soul should be able to support a spiritual array master and alchemy master to reach the profound rank. Lin Feng just lacked experience. With more practice, he would definitely be able to reach the profound rank. Lin Feng threw various spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Under Lin Feng's refinement, they turned into medicinal liquid. Xianxia also knew that he couldn't be disturbed during the refining process, so he stood guard outside. One day later, 2 purple gold pills were successfully refined by Lin Feng. It's done? Xianxia asked excitedly. Lin Feng nodded and gave one to Xianxia. Try it out. Haha, that's great. I'm really looking forward to it. Xianxia said with a face full of joy. Lin Feng and Xianxia each found a place to refine the purple gold pills. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and swallowed the purple gold pill. In an instant, a majestic medicinal power spread throughout his body. He began to absorb the medicinal power of the purple gold pill. This purple gold pill was indeed a treasure. It contained a shocking amount of energy. When Lin Feng absorbed the medicinal power of the purple gold pill, he could clearly feel that the true qi in his body had begun to transform again. His true qi had transformed, and his cultivation had broken through. 6 hours later, Lin Feng's strength began to increase crazily. His strength increased from 625 Dracofant strength to 3,125 Dracofant strength. 1 Dracofant strength was equivalent to 10 Dracofant strength. That was 31,250 Dracofant strength. When the three devouring martial spirits were activated, Lin Feng's strength reached 93,775. Ordinary cultivators at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial general realm would only have 78,000 dragon power. Even the 9th layer of the martial general realm only had 390,000 dragon power. In terms of pure strength, Lin Feng could already suppress a cultivator at the 8th layer of the martial general realm. If he relied on his own secret technique, even a 9th heavenly layer martial general would not be a match for Lin Feng. Although the strength of a 10th layer martial general far surpassed that of Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng took out the primordial sacred Emperor Xianxia clone, it was still not certain who would win. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng was in a great mood. Not long after, Xianxia also made a breakthrough. He happily said, "This violet gold pill is really amazing." Lin Feng smiled. "It's good that you made a breakthrough. This ancient battlefield of gods and demons is really a good place. There are all kinds of resources. I wonder if I can break through to the martial king realm before we leave." Of course, Lin Feng also knew that breaking through to the martial king realm would be quite difficult. After all, he was still many realms away from that. Xianxia said, "Martial king realm is not an extravagant request, but it would be even better if I could break through 2 more realms." Lin Feng and Xianxia continued deeper into the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. In the afternoon, they saw a celestial light at the end of the earth. A tyrannical fluctuation swept through the world. "What's that?" Lin Feng was shocked. What a powerful fluctuation. Could it be an ancient immortal treasure? Xianxia cried out in surprise. The celestial light flew into the sky, emitting a shocking fluctuation. Countless people were looking in the same direction. This was a treasure that could make people go crazy. Many cultivators rushed over. There were even yin-yang cultivators who appeared to fight over this ancient immortal treasure. It must be an astonishing treasure. "Let's go and take a look," Lin Feng said. Xianxia nodded and followed Lin Feng into the depths of the battlefield. When they arrived, there were 4 or 5 yin-yang cultivators fighting over the immortal treasure. But in the end, the immortal treasure tore open the seal and escaped. Everyone was astonished. A yin-yang cultivator had set up a powerful seal, but it had been broken just like that. It was really difficult to imagine how powerful that immortal treasure was. The 5 yin-yang cultivators were naturally unwilling to let the immortal treasure escape. They chased it all the way until they reached a valley. The 5 cultivators sealed the immortal treasure once again. There were many cultivators scattered around the valley. They were all staring at the immortal treasure in the sky, their eyes twinkling. "I have a teleportation talisman here. We can steal the immortal treasure and use it to leave. These yin-yang cultivators won't be able to catch up to us," whispered Xianxia. Said Xianxia in a low voice. He knew how fast Lin Feng was. If he tried, maybe he would succeed. A teleportation talisman? Lin Feng was astonished. This talisman could only be made by a heavenly level formation master. Heavenly level formation masters were at the top of the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. He gritted his teeth and said, "The bold ones will die from overeating, and the cowardly ones will die from starvation. Let's try it." It had to be said that Lin Feng and Xianxia were really audacious. The 5 yin-yang cultivators were fighting to the death for the immortal treasure, but the 2 of them dared to pluck the fur off a tiger. Just as Lin Feng and Xianxia were about to attack, an endless black fog suddenly appeared from all directions. A sinister laughter rang out. The black fog covered the sky and the sun, covering a radius of a few dozen miles. The entire area had turned into a world of black fog. In the black fog, a dense crowd of figures appeared. Devil Dao experts. Many people's expressions changed. Take the immortal treasure and go somewhere else to decide who will get it. The 5 yin-yang cultivators shouted in low voices. They quickly reached an agreement to take the immortal treasure and leave this place as quickly as possible. Swish, the 5 yin-yang cultivators charged towards the immortal treasure. But at that moment, a terrifying aura came from the sky. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Then, a huge hand that blotted out the sky smashed towards the 5 yin-yang realm experts. "None of you can escape." A bone-chilling voice rang out. The huge hand that covered the sky ruthlessly attacked. It's a Devil Dao expert. The 5 Yin-Yang cultivators were extremely pale. They used all their divine abilities to block the attack. Bang, however, even as powerful as they were still sent flying by that gigantic hand that blotted out the sky. Wah! The 5 Yin-Yang cultivators all coughed up blood. Even as strong as they were, they couldn't block the attack of a Devil Dao expert. Who are you? A Yin-Yang realm expert roared. I've been in seclusion for 3,000 years. Does no one remember me? A sinister voice came from the black fog. Have you heard of Purgatory Archdevil? What? You're Purgatory Archdevil? You were the previous palace master of the Soul Devourer Palace. Didn't you die? The faces of the 5 Yin-Yang realm experts turned pale. The Soul Devourer Palace had been extremely powerful in the past. Almost all the major factions in the East County had joined forces to severely injure it. The Soul Devourer Palace had been at its peak when Purgatory Archdevil had been its palace master. However, it was rumored that Purgatory Archdevil had suffered from chi deviation and died. At first, everyone thought it was just a rumor. However, Purgatory Archdevil hadn't appeared when the Soul Devourer Palace and the various factions of the East County started fighting. That was when everyone believed that Purgatory Archdevil had died. If Purgatory Archdevil had been present, it would have been hard to say who would have won the battle. However, someone who had died 3,000 years ago had appeared again. Who said I'm dead? I was just comprehending the Purgatory Archdevil technique. Now that I've successfully cultivated it, the East County and the Divine Land will belong to the Soul Devourer Palace. Purgatory Archdevil's sinister voice rang out. F***CK. The Soul Devourer Palace still has someone like that. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He and the Soul Devourer Palace were mortal enemies. Now, an ancient who had lived for thousands of years had appeared in the Soul Devourer Palace. This wasn't good news for Lin Feng. Purgatory Archdevil was a creation realm expert 3,000 years ago. I wonder how powerful he is now. Xianxia said solemnly. The second major realm of cultivation was called the Earth Realm. It was divided into 4 levels: Yin-Yang, creation, life and death, and reincarnation. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, a Yin-Yang realm expert was as powerful as a god. Not to mention a creation realm expert. Purgatory Archdevil had been a creation realm expert 3,000 years ago. What about now? What realm was he at now? Lin Feng nodded solemnly. The 5 Yin-Yang realm experts shouted, Purgatory Archdevil, what are you trying to do to us? We all have ancient sects and clans behind us. Do you want to go against our sects and clans? I'll kill you all and announce the return of the Soul Devourer Palace. Purgatory Devil Sovereign's voice rang out from the demonic mist. Not only was this person powerful, but his will was also incomparably strong. The decision he made would not change because of anyone. You want to kill us? It won't be that easy. If the 5 of us join hands, we can definitely destroy that person's seal. When we go back, we'll definitely report this to our superiors. Someone will come and kill you. You won't be able to survive for long. The 5 Yin and Yang realm experts roared and soared into the sky. They quickly charged into the black mist. Terrifying energy waves swept through the area. Clearly, they were fighting the Purgatory Archdevil, an old monster who had lived for several thousand years. Keek keek, you won't be able to escape either, gloomy laughter came out from the black fog. Then, more than a dozen Devil Path experts rushed out. It was a group of young experts. To Lin Feng's surprise, not only were there Devil Path experts, but there were also Devil Path experts. For example, there was a hairy Azura. He was a devil. There was also a beautiful young woman with 9 tails. She was a 9-tailed fox. Xianxia was shocked. It seems like the Devil Path and the Devil Path have joined hands. Let's break out of this encirclement. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Many people tried to break out of the encirclement. Attack. The young Devil Path and Devil Path experts were clearly extraordinary. They waved their hands, and the Devil Path experts rushed out from the black fog and attacked the cultivators in the valley. A great battle erupted. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dozen Azuras. Not only were there Azuras, but there were also Azuras flying. There were strong cultivators everywhere. Lin Feng was in trouble. As for Xianxia, he was surrounded by 3 earth demons and 5 devil path experts. There were too many devil path and devil path experts. The battle was intense. Lin Feng and Xianxia were separated. The black fog churned, and Lin Feng could only see a dozen meters around him. He couldn't see Xianxia's shadow. His expression sank. Whoosh, right at this moment, a cold light flashed as fast as lightning, slashing towards him. It was the 9-tailed fox girl. She took out a silver snake flying sword and attacked Lin Feng. Hee, I'll cut you down with my sword. The 9-tailed fox girl giggled. Devour. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took out the devouring heaven jar and swallowed the 9-tailed fox girl's silver snake flying sword. Ah! The 9-tailed fox girl screamed in pain. Her face turned pale. Kill! Lin Feng shouted. He jumped around and killed more than a dozen Azuras. Then, he quickly rushed out. My sword! Bastard, you stole my sword! The 9-tailed fox girl gnashed her teeth. She shouted, catch him. Don't let him escape. Pft! 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 Lin Feng was jumping through the forest and slaughtering everything in his path. Anyone who tried to stop him was killed by Lin Feng. Boy, it's you! A young devil path expert shouted. He held a spear and attacked. You and Yin Feng, long time no see. Lin Feng grinned. When Lin Feng first entered the wild forest and met Murong Shui, he had a conflict with Yuan Yunfeng of the Soul Devourer Palace. They had old grudges. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. He saw Yuan Yunfeng here again. Boy, I'm going to kill you today. Yuan Yunfeng sneered. Master, let me do it. Yuan Yunfeng was followed by a middle-aged man. When Lin Feng saw him, his pupils shrank. This person's chi was terrifying. He was definitely a martial king of the 5th celestial layer. Lin Feng couldn't deal with such a person. Yuan Yunfeng was the grandson of the Soul Devourer Palace's great elder. It was normal to have such a strong person protecting him. Lin Feng ran away. He couldn't stay here for long. He didn't want to stay. Do you think I can't even kill this boy? Yuan Yunfeng said gloomily. I don't think so, the middle-aged guard quickly said. Just watch. Yuan Yunfeng sneered. He held his spear and chased after Lin Feng. He jumped up and aimed his spear at Lin Feng. Yuan Yunfeng's attack was terrifying. Lin Feng dodged at full speed. Boom! Yuan Yunfeng's attack crashed into a 100-meter-high gigantic boulder. The boulder immediately broke apart. Die! Yuan Yunfeng took large strides and shouted coldly. He continuously attacked with his spear. 36 spear lights condensed in the air and shot towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Huh? Lin Feng frowned. Yuan Yunfeng surprisingly didn't want to let him go. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Feng raised his black dragon sword and swept it across. Clang clang clang, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Yuan Yunfeng's 36 spear attacks were all destroyed by Lin Feng. Swoosh. Lin Feng quickly retreated 20 meters and landed firmly on the ground. Yuan Yunfeng, did you come here to die? He held his black dragon sword with an indifferent expression. Roar. A roar came from behind. An underground demon was holding a stone hammer and smashing it towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he stabbed with his sword. Pooh, that sword directly pierced the underground demon's chest. Lin Feng pulled out his sword and the underground demon fell to the ground, dead. Little brat, you're about to die and you still dare to boast shamelessly. Yuan Yunfeng's face was filled with anger. Do you know how much I've wanted to kill you and that bitch Murong Shui all these years? If you two hadn't stolen my profound ice liquid, I might have already broken through to the martial king realm. How laughable, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. You trash from the Soul Devourer Palace, if you obtained the profound ice liquid, who knows how many people would have died. You didn't get it, the heavens really have eyes. Lin Feng curled his lips. Lin Feng's words were like adding oil to the fire. Yuan Yunfeng was so angry that his face turned ashen. Said the old man coldly. Little brat. I have to say, your mouth is quite sharp, but your strength is far from enough. I've already reached the 9th celestial layer. If I kill you, the haze in my heart will disappear. That way, I will be able to quickly break through to the 10th celestial layer of the general layer and reach the martial king layer. It will only be a matter of time. Lin Feng replied, you have to have a dream, even if you'll never be able to realize it. When the middle-aged cultivator heard Lin Feng's mocking words of Yuan Yunfeng, the corner of his mouth violently twitched. He had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. Not only was this brat arrogant and conceited, his mouth was also so vicious. The middle-aged cultivator's face was filled with a sneer. He was waiting to see Yuan Yunfeng kill Lin Feng. He naturally did not believe that Lin Feng had the ability to deal with Yuan Yunfeng. This middle-aged cultivator could sense Lin Feng's strength. He was at the 6th layer of the martial general realm, 3 levels away from Yuan Yunfeng's 9th layer of the martial general realm. Such a huge gap. Facing Yuan Yunfeng was only a dead end. Yuan Yunfeng coldly smiled and said, Brat, even now, you still dare to boast shamelessly and infuriate me. Since it's like this, today, I'll let you know how great the gap between you and me is. When that ice-cold voice fell, Yuan Yunfeng had already leaped out. Swish swish, Yuan Yunfeng once again thrust it out with his spear. 72 spear lights pierced towards Lin Feng. This attack had twice as many spear lights as before. It was obvious that its power was even stronger. I'm afraid the same move won't be of any use against me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He leaped out and charged towards Yuan Yunfeng. He waved his black dragon sword and slashed forward. Humph. At this time, Yuan Yunfeng sneered. His hand suddenly shook as he activated the 72 spear lights for the second time. Seamless connection. 72 spear lights were activated, the 2 attacks were closely linked together. Even if Lin Feng was able to block the first 72 spear lights, he no longer had the time to block the second wave of 72 spear lights. Brat, do you know how powerful I am? In theory, after using these 72 spear lights once, I would need to rest for a period of time before being able to use them a second time. However, in order to be able to continuously use this move, I bitterly trained in the Storm Valley for a year. It was truly a period of time where living was worse than death. Finally, I was able to continuously use the ultimate move of 72 spear lights twice. Relying on this ultimate move, I can kill enemies above my level and kill you like slaughtering dogs. Yuan Yunfeng's arrogant voice rang out. It was obvious that he was extremely competent in his move. Not far away, the middle-aged cultivator who was watching the battle nodded slightly. He thought to himself, young master has indeed cultivated the essence of 72 spear lights. This spear technique condenses 72 spear lights. It is already extremely overbearing. Wanting to break this spear technique will definitely be incomparably difficult. After breaking this spear technique, wanting to deal with the second wave of 72 spear lights will indeed be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This brat will definitely be stabbed to death by young master. 72 spear lights pierced through. However, Lin Feng did not dodge or evade. His expression was indifferent. Seeing that Lin Feng still wanted to block his 72 spear lights, the corner of Yuan Yunfeng's mouth revealed a sinister expression. In his opinion, Lin Feng was simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Clang, Lin Feng waved his battle sword, slashing towards the densely packed spear lights. An incomparably intense pungjing sound rang out. Yuan Yunfeng's first wave of 72 spear lights was blocked by Lin Feng. However, following that, the second wave of 72 spear lights had already arrived. Danger! The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng had just waved his battle sword to block the first wave of 72 spear lights. However, he no longer had the time to wave his battle sword to break the second wave of 72 spear lights. Die! The corner of Yuan Yunfeng's mouth hooked up into a sinister arc. It was as if he had already seen Lin Feng die under his peerless spear light attack. As for the middle-aged cultivator who was watching the battle not far away, the corner of his mouth also revealed a cold expression. In his opinion, Lin Feng was also bound to die. Boom! However, just as the 72 spear lights pierced through Lin Feng's body, a terrifying devouring power was emitted from Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. 72 spear lights, in an instant, they were devoured by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. How is this possible? Yuan Yunfeng's expression suddenly changed. At this time, Lin Feng had already used the Sky Tyrant lightning art to condense a lightning ball in his left hand. He directly threw the lightning ball out. Bang! The lightning ball directly smashed onto Yuan Yunfeng's body and exploded. Yuan Yunfeng's body directly exploded, dripping with blood. Ah! Yuan Yunfeng let out an incomparably mournful scream. Lin Feng waved his battle sword and slashed forward. With a poochie sound, Yuan Yunfeng's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. Blood immediately gushed out. Yuan Yunfeng died on the spot. Young master! The middle-aged cultivator's eyes were bloodshot as he roared with incomparable rage. He charged towards Lin Feng to kill him. After killing Yuan Yunfeng, Lin Feng did not stop and quickly rushed out of the valley. He rushed out of the valley. However, at this time a terrifying aura spread out and instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Little bastard, hand over your life. The old servant by Zhang Sun Wuji's side was actually hiding outside the valley. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, he launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. A terrifying palm ruthlessly attacked. With a bang, the shockingly powerful palm ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng was sent flying like a cannonball. Whoosh, the middle-aged cultivator also rushed out. His name was Zhao Chong. He had been Yuan Yunfeng's guard for 3 years. Zhao Chong knew what Yuan Yunfeng's death meant to him. Yuan Yunfeng was the great elder's grandson, and the grandson he loved the most. Now that Yuan Yunfeng had been killed, he had failed to protect him. If he returned to the soul-devouring palace, he would definitely be tortured to death by the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul. As for escaping, Zhao Chong had never thought of escaping. The souls of the cultivators of the soul-devouring palace had been sealed, they could not escape nor betray the soul-devouring palace. Only by killing Lin Feng would he be able to lessen his punishment and live. Brat, I want your life. Zhao Chong rushed towards Lin Feng. Humph. The old servant couldn't help but snort coldly. He also wanted to kill Lin Feng so that he could explain himself when he returned. However, now was not the time to fight with the cultivators of the soul-devouring palace. 2 strong cultivators of the Huangqi layer threw themselves at Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng, who had received an attack from a martial king, would actually soar into the sky? Then, he quickly flew into the distance. What? The old servant looked at the scene in disbelief. That brat had clearly received an attack from him and was fine. Wasn't that too inconceivable? That brat clearly wasn't wearing a dharma robe. The old servant looked as if he had seen a ghost, but he quickly reacted. The body of a martial general could actually withstand an attack from a martial king of the 5th celestial layer. Wasn't that too abnormal, if this brat was allowed to continue growing? The old servant didn't dare to imagine. He quickly activated his dharma robe and soared into the sky, chasing after Lin Feng. Zhao Chong was the same. His face was filled with killing intent as he chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng flapped his golden wings and flew into the depths of the soul-devouring palace. Lin Feng's face was deathly pale. Even though he had managed to block the old servant's attack, it was still an attack from a cultivator of the Huangqi layer. Lin Feng was severely injured. This old tortoise, a martial king, actually launched a sneak attack. Lin Feng was quite depressed. He looked back and saw the old servant and Zhao Chong quickly chasing after him. These 2 martial king experts obviously wouldn't give up until they killed him. Lin Feng glanced at the valley where the battle was taking place. He didn't know how Xianxia was doing. He was 100% certain that he couldn't continue to wait for Xianxia to come out. However, with Xianxia's strength and means, as well as the magic treasures on him, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape from the encirclement of the devil and devil experts. The situation that he was facing should be even more dangerous. There were 2 martial king realm experts chasing after him. Most importantly, he had been ambushed by the old servant and was severely injured. If it weren't for his injuries, it wouldn't be difficult to shake off these 2 people. However, because of his injuries, Lin Feng's speed had decreased a lot. Therefore, it was somewhat difficult to shake off the old servant and Zhao Chong. "Brat, you can't run away. Today, I will tear you to pieces." Zhao Chong's gloomy voice sounded. He was almost gnashing his teeth as he shouted. It was obvious how much Zhao Chong wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Little bastard, you will definitely die today." The old servant's voice was filled with hatred. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the old servant and said, "You are a member of an ancient aristocratic family, and you are surrounded by cultivators from the soul-devouring palace. Have you forgotten how the cultivators of the soul-devouring palace massacred billions of ordinary people in the divine prefecture of the eastern province in order to cultivate demonic arts? These people from the soul-devouring palace should be killed by everyone. In that valley, the people from the soul-devouring palace joined forces with the demonic path and surrounded many cultivators to kill them. As an expert from an ancient aristocratic family, you should have quickly killed the people from the soul-devouring palace to avenge the innocent people who died tragically. You actually chased after me with the people from the soul-devouring palace. Is this what an ancient aristocratic family should do? Brat, no matter how glib your tongue is, it won't change my determination to kill you." The old servant was unmoved. His voice was still cold and contained boundless killing intent. Lin Feng coldly said, "Aren't you afraid that I will spread this matter? Let's see if your Xianxia clan will become the public enemy of the entire divine prefecture of the eastern province. Little bastard, you are courting death. I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." The old servant's expression changed drastically, and his killing intent intensified. Lin Feng's words had hit his weak spot. Lin Feng sneered and didn't say anything else. He quickly flew towards the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. However, when he flew past a deep abyss, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the abyss. Immediately after, an endless amount of black fog appeared and immediately moved towards Lin Feng and the two others. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He wanted to increase his speed and rush over, but he failed. The black fog enveloped Lin Feng and then swept towards the old servant and Zhao Chong. Because the old servant and Zhao Chong were relatively far away, they quickly dodged the black fog. However, Lin Feng wasn't so lucky and was directly swallowed by the black fog. Following that, the black fog quickly retreated back into the abyss. What was that? The old servant looked gloomy. Zhao Chong said, "Maybe it was a terrifying magical beast that could control the black fog. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." After saying that, the old servant quickly rushed into the abyss and disappeared. Zhao Chong's expression was extremely gloomy. After hesitating for a long time, he also rushed into the abyss. The endless black fog enveloped him. Below him was an ancient forest. Lin Feng tried to break free from the black fog, but he discovered that the black fog contained a very strange and terrifying power. This power caused his body to be completely paralyzed. Lin Feng's expression became very unsightly because he discovered that he couldn't control his body and couldn't move. The black fog quickly swept him into the depths of the forest. Bang! In the end, Lin Feng fell from the sky. What delicious flesh and blood, what a powerful bloodline. I can feel a bloodline power in your body that can make people go crazy. In the depths of the forest, there was darkness, and a sinister voice came from that distorted world of darkness. "What's that?" shouted Lin Feng in a low voice. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shaking sound was heard, and a huge monster appeared. It was a huge beast that was close to 100 meters tall, and its whole body was as black as ink. It was hidden in the darkness, and if one looked carefully, it looked like a huge black octopus with 3 eerie eyes. Dark giant demon. When Lin Feng saw this gigantic creature, his expression suddenly changed. Dark gigantic demons were demonic beasts, evil and terrifying. They loved to devour all kinds of living things, especially those with powerful bloodlines. Lin Feng had never thought that he would run into a dark gigantic demon here. His body had been paralyzed by the dark gigantic demon's black fog, and he couldn't move. Death was the only way out for him. "Dark gigantic demon, how about we make a deal?" said Lin Feng loudly. "What kind of deal?" The dark gigantic demon looked at Lin Feng with great interest. Its 3 eyes were flickering with a sinister light. There are 2 martial kings outside. I'll help you lure them here. Devouring martial kings should be more beneficial than devouring me, right? Said Lin Feng. Said the dark gigantic demon disdainfully. I already sensed those 2 human cultivators, but I didn't even bother to attack them. Do you know why? Why? Asked Lin Feng gloomily. Their bloodlines are nothing compared to yours. Said the dark gigantic demon. I've never seen a bloodline as powerful as yours. Even I was shocked. I don't know why your bloodline is so powerful. If I devour you, the purity of my bloodline will greatly increase. Lin Feng's plan to divert trouble to the dark gigantic demon had failed. The dark gigantic demon didn't care about the old servant and Zhao Cheng's bloodlines. However, it was normal. Lin Feng's body had been tempered by the ancient dragonesque elephant technique, and his bloodline had surpassed that of a divine demon. How powerful and pure was his bloodline, although the old servant and Zhao Cheng's cultivation were higher than Lin Feng's, they only had mortal bodies. Their bloodlines couldn't compare to Lin Feng's. Rumble. The dark gigantic demon stretched out a huge tentacle towards Lin Feng. It wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He knew that the moment of life and death had arrived. He couldn't move his body. He had no choice but to use this move. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. A primal chaos ancient lamp flew out. It was Lin Feng's natal treasure. The primal chaos ancient lamp rushed into the dark gigantic demon's mind. Lin Feng controlled the primal chaos ancient lamp and attacked the dark gigantic demon's soul. Life and death was on the line. And under Lin Feng's control, the primal chaos ancient lamp flew towards the dark gigantic demon's soul. The dark troll's soul was a ball of twisted black mist. Immediately, the primal chaos ancient lamp released heavenly fire and wrapped around the soul. A cluster of heavenly fire illuminated the mountains and rivers. The heavenly fire enveloped the twisted black fog, and it immediately burned fiercely. Hurt me. The gigantic demon's soul of the gigantic demons. With the soul as the source, the damage it received was far greater than the damage to the physical body. A flame that will take your life. Calm. Hoo, the primal chaos ancient lamp's temperature rose rapidly, burning the dark gigantic demon's soul. The dark gigantic demon's soul was burning. Kid, you want to take my life? Not so easy. I'll destroy your soul first. Then, I'll see if you can still control this flame to attack me. The dark gigantic demon roared furiously. This gigantic demon was terrifying. He used the dark gigantic demon's soul to temporarily resist the primal chaos ancient lamp's burning soul. Then, he split a large amount of his soul's origin to attack Lin Feng's soul. The battle between souls was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Lin Feng naturally knew that the first to attack would be the stronger one. Just as the dark gigantic demon was about to attack him, Lin Feng had already used the secret technique, Soul Sword, to slash at the dark gigantic demon's soul. Buzz. Lin Feng's soul turned into a sword. It pierced through the void and slashed at the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin. This attack almost cut the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin in half. Ah! The dark gigantic demon let out a shrill cry. His soul's origin was severely injured. The gigantic dark demon roared furiously, Soul Secret Technique, you even know Soul Secret Technique? Little brat, your Soul Secret Technique didn't kill my soul in the first place, so you'll die. Dark power, engulf and devour. The dark gigantic demon roared loudly. The energy surging out of the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin turned into tentacles that wrapped around Lin Feng's soul sword. It was about to destroy Lin Feng's soul. Buzz. However, at this moment, the chaos ancient lamp flashed. Another soul sword flew out. This was a second soul sword. It was also a soul sword formed by a primordial spirit. Lin Feng had a master and a secondary primordial spirit. The secondary primordial spirit had no consciousness. It was completely formed by soul energy. However, other than the lack of consciousness, the soul energy it contained was on par with the primary primordial spirit. The second soul sword instantly attacked the dark gigantic demon soul's origin. Poof, another soul sword slashed down. No, how can this be? How can you have two primordial spirits? The dark troll roared unwillingly. It wanted to struggle. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's secondary primordial spirit slashed down and pierced the dark gigantic demon's soul. The dark gigantic demon's soul was torn apart. He died on the spot. His huge body collapsed. As the dark gigantic demon died, the surrounding black fog dispersed. Lin Feng's body regained its ability to move. Devour. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit and directly devoured the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin. After devouring the dark gigantic demon's soul, Lin Feng felt that his soul energy had improved greatly. It should be equivalent to the seventh sky of the Yin-Yang realm. This made him very happy. Hey, this is the dark demonic pill. Lin Feng scanned the dark gigantic demon's body with his godly awareness. He discovered a demonic pill inside the dark gigantic demon's body. The dark gigantic demon had condensed that demonic pill with its own strength. Lin Feng took out the demonic pill and refined it. A powerful energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's injuries quickly healed. As Lin Feng refined the demonic pill, a black fog emerged from Lin Feng's body. It seemed like his body had completely fused with the darkness. He was clearly sitting cross-legged, but it seemed like he had disappeared without a trace. This was a terrifying ability that the demonic pill had given Lin Feng. It was also one of the dark gigantic demon's abilities. It allowed Lin Feng to fuse with the darkness and perfectly conceal his qi. When he hid in the darkness, it was as if he had turned into a part of the darkness. Lin Feng opened his eyes from his cultivation. He sensed the power he had gained after swallowing the darkness demonic core and his face lit up with joy. Wu Ming of the Dragon Gate had an ancestral earth escape technique. It allowed him to escape into the ground. Not only could he hide in the depths of the earth, he could also travel through the earth. Who would be able to do this for an average person? Lu Wuqing, who had ambushed Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue, had hidden himself in a large tree when escaping from Xikong Jiayue. This secret technique was called Wood Escape Technique. It was very similar to Wu Ming's ancestral Earth Escape Technique. The ability that Lin Feng had gained from the Darkness Demonic Core was similar to the Earth Escape Technique and the Wood Escape Technique. The only difference was that Lin Feng had hidden himself in the darkness. The Darkness Demonic Core wanted to devour me, but in the end, it was devoured by me. Haha, this feels great. After devouring the Darkness Demonic Core, not only did my soul power increase, I also learned the Darkness Escape Technique. This is too great. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't stop and quickly rushed outside. This forest was very dark and eerily quiet. It probably had something to do with the Darkness Demonic Core. With the Darkness Demonic Core hiding here, no beast dared to live in this place. Swoosh, suddenly, Lin Feng heard some sounds. Someone had appeared in the forest. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a silhouette. Zhao Chong. It was actually this person, Yuan Yunfeng's guard, a martial king expert from the Soul Devourer Palace who had chased after him. The Soul Devourer Palace, everyone had the right to kill them. The conflict between Lin Feng and the Soul Devourer Palace could be said to be irreconcilable. Seeing Zhao Chong, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Kill Zhao Chong and get rid of a great enemy. Who knew how many innocent people he could save by killing this demon? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, Lin Feng knew that Zhao Chong's strength was abnormally terrifying. How difficult would it be to kill him? Hide in the darkness, said Lin Feng in a low voice. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. This was the power of the darkness evasion technique. It allowed one to hide in the darkness. The dense forest was pitch black, making it the best place to execute the darkness secret technique. Lin Feng was hiding in the darkness. He looked like an assassin, completely hiding himself. At this moment, Zhao Chong was carefully walking towards the depths of the forest. Where did this brat run off to? Was he really eaten by a magical beast? Zhao Chong looked gloomy. His eyes were sharp as he observed the forest in front of him. Zhao Chong went deeper in while Lin Feng hid in the darkness and followed Xiao Fu. He hid himself deeply and did not reveal a trace of his aura. It was like a venomous snake staring at its prey in the dark. Otherwise, it would be a one-hit kill. Otherwise, they wouldn't attack at all. Lin Feng was very clear about this. If he couldn't kill an expert like Zhao Chong in one blow, he might be the one to be killed. Finally, Zhao Chong arrived at the depths of the forest. Eh? Zhao Chong saw the dark troll's body in the darkness and quickly ran over. His expression changed drastically. How is this possible? The dark troll is dead? Where is that brat? Zhao Chong was in disbelief. At this moment, a cold light descended from the sky and stabbed towards Zhao Chong. Lin Feng had appeared. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and stabbed towards Zhao Chong. This sword seemed to have come from the heavens. Zhao Chong was still in shock. When Lin Feng stabbed towards him, Zhao Chong had already reacted. However, he had no time to dodge Lin Feng's sword. Zhao Chong stretched out his hand towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng made the first move. It was another assassination in the dark. He was like the most experienced assassin who had found the most opportune moment. The sword pierced through. It was too late for Zhao Chong to change his move. Pfft! Lin Feng's sword pierced through Zhao Chong's head. How can this be? Zhao Chong's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he had died at the hands of a cultivator general just like that. He was a martial king after all. Killing martial generals and cultivators was as easy as flipping the palm of his hand. But now, he had been killed. Whoosh. There was a sound in the distance. Someone had arrived. It's that old servant. Lin Feng took a deep breath, pulled out his sword, and disappeared again. The old servant was definitely much stronger than Zhao Chong. He was also much harder to deal with. The old servant quickly rushed over. When he saw Zhao Chong and the dark troll's bodies, his pupils shrank. The dark troll and Zhao Chong were both killed. Could it be that brat's doing? Oh no, this place is dangerous. I should leave quickly. The old servant was indeed a shrewd old man. Without thinking, he turned and rushed outside. This place was pitch black. The old servant knew that this place was very unfavorable for him. Lin Feng hid in the darkness and followed the old servant. Should I kill him or not? He frowned in the darkness. The old servant was too cautious. He was much more cautious than Zhao Chong. He was always paying attention to his surroundings. Moreover, the old servant was much stronger than Zhao Chong. The difficulty of assassinating him had increased exponentially. If he wanted to kill the old servant, he had to use his strongest attack. Whoosh! Lin Feng adjusted his breathing. He had to kill the old servant. Otherwise, when he returned, the news that he had killed Zhang's son Wuji would spread. Let's go. The old servant arrived at the entrance of the abyss. He jumped up and was about to rush up. Now was the time. Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng jumped out of the void. All of his essence, qi, and spirit were gathered together. All of his essence, qi, and spirit were poured into the black dragon sword in his hand. This sword, Lin Feng poured all of his strength into it. The black dragon sword even shot out a 1-meter-long sword light. A sinister and bloodthirsty aura emanated from the black dragon sword. This was Lin Feng's strongest attack. This was Lin Feng's strongest attack. Lin Feng had condensed all his strength into one sword attack. Fast. 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 This sword was extremely fast. Lin Feng used the darkness evasion to avoid the old servant's detection. He instantly appeared beside the old servant and stabbed his sword towards the old servant's chest. Not good. Danger. The old servant was indeed a high-level martial king. At such a close distance, he was able to react to Lin Feng's peerless attack. His body moved half an inch to the right. Lin Feng's attack, which had been aimed at the old servant's chest, suddenly turned into a slash towards the old servant's arm. Pooh! Blood splattered as the old servant's arm was cut off by Lin Feng's sword. Ah, you little B*****, I'm going to kill you. The old servant roared angrily and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. Whoosh! Lin Feng spread his golden wings and dodged the old servant's attack. Now that the old servant had lost an arm, his combat strength was greatly reduced. It was the best time to kill him. Lin Feng hovered in the air. He put away the black dragon sword and formed a hand seal with both hands. All of a sudden, the power of lightning was formed. Sky Tyrant Thunder, kill! Lin Feng roared, and bolts of lightning energy shot toward the old servant. The old servant who was charging toward Lin Feng had no choice but to block Lin Feng's lightning attack. Originally, with his strength, he could easily break through Lin Feng's lightning attack. After all, the difference in strength between them was huge. However, now that the old servant had lost an arm, his strength was greatly reduced. It would not be easy to break through Lin Feng's attack. Boom. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the Archean Holy Emperor Xianxia's clone. Lin Feng used the Archean Holy Emperor Xianxia's clone to perform the Archean Xianxia treasure technique. Roar, a low roar was heard. Then, the two-headed Xianxia appeared, circled behind the old servant, and slapped him with its claws. The old servant was unable to react and was sent flying by the two-headed Xianxia's claw. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Die, old turtle. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged toward the old servant. Now, the old servant was mad with hatred. With his strength, he was forced into such a state by a martial general cultivator. He wanted to tear Lin Feng to pieces. However, the old servant knew his own condition. After his arm was cut off, blood continued to flow. The old servant only felt dizzy. If this goes on, I'll be killed by this little bee asterisk starred sooner or later. Where there's life, there's hope. I better leave now. The old servant gritted his teeth. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood light. He charged toward the abyss as fast as lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A secret technique for escaping. Lin Feng slightly frowned and sighed. It was impossible to catch up to the old servant. However, to be able to assassinate a martial king expert and severely injure another martial king expert, his battle record was not bad. Lin Feng withdrew the primeval sage emperor's Xianxia clone, and then he flashed out of the abyss and headed towards the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. As night fell, a bonfire rose in the forest. Snake soup was being cooked and large pieces of wolf meat were being roasted over the bonfire. This was the flesh of the three-eyed magic wolf that had been killed, and it contained an astonishing amount of energy. The wolf meat had already been roasted to a golden color, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Around the forest, there were pairs of cold eyes staring at the young man and the barbecued meat in front of the bonfire. Those were the ferocious beasts hidden in the forest. However, when these ferocious beasts felt the aura of the young man, they did not dare to come forward. How delicious! The fire Qilin won't be able to eat anything like this. Lin Feng took a piece of wolf meat and began to chew on it. Oh, it smells so good. At this moment, a woman landed. She looked to be in her 20s. She was tall and slender, with a voluptuous chest and a small waist. She had a slightly charming but exquisite face that could take one's breath away. Coupled with her voluptuous body, she was definitely a stunningly beautiful woman. Little brother, I'm hungry too. Aren't you going to invite me to share with you? The woman's voice was so seductive that it made people's blood boil. Her voice was charming and seductive. Lin Feng thought that even though the woman was beautiful, she looked like a seductress. Maybe she was a bestial cultivator. In Godly Prefecture of the East, it was very rare to see bestial cultivators. Most of them were bestial cultivators or bestial cultivators. The ancestors of the bestial cultivators had evolved from ferocious beasts. They had practiced cultivation and taken human form. Their blood was extremely powerful, so they were separated from the bestial cultivators. Bestial cultivators and humans were very similar because bestial cultivators were born with the appearance of human babies. However, there were some differences. For example, bestial cultivators often had powerful inheritances. Some bestial cultivators even had the ability to retrace their ancestry. Retracing their ancestry meant that they could turn into their ancestors. If their ancestor was a dragon, then once their ancestral blood was activated, they could turn into a dragon. Once they retraced their ancestry, their battle prowess would increase tremendously. At the same time, bestial cultivators' physical bodies were much stronger than human cultivators of the same level. Some bestial cultivators were favored by the heavens and the earth. They were very suitable for cultivation. Lin Feng glanced at the charming bestial cultivator and smiled. If you don't mind, come and have a taste of my cooking. The bestial cultivator didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Feng. She walked over and sat beside him. She stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and grabbed a piece of roasted meat. She slowly ate it. Lin Feng was surprised to see that the bestial cultivator was eating very slowly. However, before he could finish a third of the roasted meat, the bestial cultivator had already finished the meat in her hand. It tastes pretty good. The bestial cultivator nodded in satisfaction. She then picked up a second piece of roasted meat and ate it. Soon, the second piece of roasted meat entered her stomach. Then, the third piece of roasted meat. The third piece of roasted meat entered her stomach. After finishing the roasted meat, the bestial cultivator also finished the snake soup. However, Lin Feng still hadn't finished his piece of roasted meat. Hungry, I'm still hungry. Hurry up and roast some more. The bestial cultivator said coquettishly. Damn, are you a foodie? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm begging you, I'm really hungry. Help me roast some more. At most, when I'm full, I'll let you. As the bestial cultivator spoke, she lowered her body slightly. Her huge breasts were immediately exposed to Lin Feng's eyes. They're really big. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Okay? The bestial cultivator's charming voice rang out. She trembled slightly, and her huge breasts swayed. Lin Feng hurriedly retracted his gaze. The bestial cultivator looked coquettish, but she definitely wasn't a simple person. The three-eyed demon wolf meat contained a large amount of essence energy. Lin Feng ate just one piece and reached his limit. If he ate any more, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. However, the bestial cultivator not only quickly ate 3 pieces of meat, but also drank an entire pot of snake soup. The snake soup also contained a large amount of essence energy, but she seemed to be completely fine. This was enough to explain many things. Lin Feng was helpless. He could only continue roasting meat for the bestial cultivator. I'm still hungry, give me more. I'm not full, I want more. The bestial cultivator's sweet voice rang out continuously. More than half of the three-eyed demon wolf meat had been eaten by the bestial cultivator. After drinking 3 more pots of snake soup, the bestial cultivator patted her flat stomach in satisfaction. I'm about 60% full. That's about it. Eating too much is not good for the body. The bestial cultivator said. Hearing the bestial cultivator's words, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. Isn't it time to do something meaningful now? Lin Feng glanced at the woman's plump breasts. She giggled and said, What do you want to do? Tell me. As she spoke, she stuck out her chest and licked her red lips seductively. However, when Lin Feng saw the seductive expression on her face, he felt a chill run down his spine. This woman wasn't as casual and flirtatious as she appeared to be. If he really wanted to take advantage of her, she might just slap him to death. Said Lin Feng. Enjoying the moonlight with a beautiful woman like you should be very romantic and memorable, said Lin Feng. Is there a moon today? She looked at Lin Feng with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and realized that there was no moon. He said, It seems that the moon is too embarrassed to come out. It feels inferior in front of your beauty. You really know how to talk. Said the bestial woman while glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was flattering her. Everybody loved beauty. She was a peerless beauty, of course, she needed people to admire her beauty. What's your name? She asked. My name is Lin Feng. What's your name? Seductive Fox Immortal. She said. What a special name, Lin Feng clicked his tongue. He then asked, Xianxia, did you enter the ancient battlefield of gods and demons by yourself? Humph, the seductive Fox Immortal snorted, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Feng calling her Xianxia. However, she didn't refute him. Instead, she said, Yes, I had nothing to do, so I came to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons to take a look. I heard that there's a godly spirit mountain here, and there's a godly spirit mountain buried there. I don't know if it's true or not, but I plan to go there and take a look. A godly spirit mountain? there's such a place? A place where a godly spirit is buried? Lin Feng was startled. This place might be very astonishing, but the inheritance of a god was usually no small matter. If he could obtain it, it would be a great opportunity. Charming Immortal nodded and said, however, I've only heard about it and have never been there. I wonder if the rumors are true. Lin Feng said, this primordial battlefield of gods and devils is filled with danger. It's too dangerous for a beautiful woman like you to go alone. If I go with you, I can still protect. Seeing Hu Mei Xian's smile that was not a smile, Lin Feng was too embarrassed to say the word protect you. Lin Feng did not know how strong Hu Mei Xian was, but he was sure that she was much stronger than Lin Feng. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed and said, what I mean is that if we meet some blind cultivators who come to disturb you, I can help you deal with them. If we meet some fierce beasts, I can take care of them. You can rest on the side. Then let's go together. First, you have to catch up to me, Hu Mei Xian said with a smile. Then, she soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn, she ate more than half of my three-eyed demon wolf, and now she wants to run away? It's not that easy. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He soared into the sky and chased after her. Just from the name, one could tell how extraordinary the godly spirit mountain was. There might be a great opportunity there, so he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Hu Mei Xian was very fast. She smiled and turned around, thinking that she had left Lin Feng in the dust. However, when she turned around, she saw Lin Feng silently following behind her. She almost touched Lin Feng's lips. You. Hu Mei Xian was shocked. First, she was shocked that Lin Feng could keep up with her. Second, she was shocked that Lin Feng had been following her without her noticing. Xian, you smell so good. Is this your body's fragrance? Lin Feng's nose twitched as if he was enjoying himself. Bastard. Hu Mei Xian slapped towards Lin Feng, as if she was angry because of Lin Feng's frivolity. However, Lin Feng quickly dodged. Xian, don't be angry. I just couldn't help myself. Lin Feng shrugged. Hu Mei Xian coldly snorted. If someone dared to take advantage of her like this, she would have slapped them to death. However, facing Lin Feng, who was full of secrets, Hu Mei Xian became interested. She said, look at the mountain over there. Lin Feng looked over and saw a 10,000-meter tall mountain in the distance. Hu Mei Xian stretched out her hand. Bang! The 10,000-meter tall mountain instantly collapsed. Lin Feng immediately broke out in cold sweat. Damn, this is too abnormal. Hu Mei Xian looked at Lin Feng proudly and said, if you dare to take advantage of me again, you'll end up like that mountain. Lin Feng said, how would I dare to take advantage of you? I just admire you. Hu Mei Xian snorted and continued to fly deeper into the mountain. Lin Feng fiercely slapped Hu Mei Xian's hot body from behind and muttered to himself, little girl, don't be too proud. When this young master's strength increases in the future, I'll sooner or later push you under my body and conquer you. Of course, he didn't dare to say such a thing right now. If he dared to speak nonsense, he would definitely be beaten half to death by Hu Mei Xian. Are we going to Godly Spirit Mountain now? Lin Feng asked and chased after her, flying side by side with her. Hu Mei Xian nodded and said, I don't know what happened in Godly Spirit Mountain. If you encounter any danger, I won't be able to help you. You'll have to rely on yourself. Lin Feng nodded and said, don't worry, I've always been able to survive great calamities. Lin Feng and Hu Mei Xian flew towards Godly Spirit Mountain. Along the way, they conversed quite a bit, and he learned quite a bit about the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. 3 days later, they arrived at Godly Spirit Mountain. From a distance, they could see divine light surging, and an ancient and boundless aura emanating from the mountain. Many cultivators were rushing over from all directions. So many people have come. Will the treasures of Godly Spirit Mountain be fated with us? Lin Feng muttered. Hu Mei Xian said, many major factions have heard of Godly Spirit Mountain, so it's normal for them to rush over. However, obtaining the treasures of Godly Spirit Mountain is easier said than done. Hu Mei Xian didn't seem to think much of it. The two of them landed on Godly Spirit Mountain, and there was a huge cave in its depths. Many cultivators were entering the cave, which was the passageway to the interior of Godly Spirit Mountain. After entering, the first thing they saw was a huge cave. Inside the cave, there were dozens of passageways, all of which led to the interior of Godly Spirit Mountain. Many cultivators were already entering. Swoosh! Xianxia soared into the sky and entered one of the passageways, quickly entering the interior of Godly Spirit Mountain. Lin Feng could tell that Xianxia wanted to separate from him, so he didn't chase after her. Instead, he chose another passageway and entered the interior of Godly Spirit Mountain. The passageways led in all directions, and there were intersecting forks everywhere. It was like a maze. After passing through one of the forks, Lin Feng saw a fiery red spirit fruit growing on a rock wall. A blaze fruit. That's what it is. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a precious medicine. The blaze fruit had a lifespan of 2,000 years. Now that it had matured, whether it was refined into a pill or consumed directly, it could greatly increase one's cultivation base. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the blaze fruit, but just as he was about to succeed, an arrow shot toward Lin Feng at lightning speed. It looked like it was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. Murdering others for their treasures was not uncommon in the world of cultivators. Clearly, someone was hiding in the dark, trying to kill Lin Feng and steal the blaze fruit. The arrow was too sudden, but Lin Feng was fast enough to dodge it. The arrow brushed past Lin Feng's body and pierced through the rock wall in the distance with a clang. Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. That arrow had been really dangerous and had almost pierced through his body. Then, Lin Feng's face darkened. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been killed. Lin Feng grabbed the inferno fruit and put it away. Then, he coldly looked at the passage behind him and said, "Who is it? Come out." Whoosh, two figures rushed out. They were two young cultivators, not much older than Lin Feng. The young cultivator in blue on the left was holding a crossbow. Obviously, he was the one who had launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. At that moment, he put away the arrow and sneered, "You're lucky to have dodged my arrow." The other person said coldly, "Kid, hand over the inferno fruit and we'll spare your life. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, only death awaits you." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He was already infuriated by these two people's arrogance. He even wanted to kill them. He smiled coldly and said, "Where did these two pieces of shit come from? Surprisingly, you dare defend me? You really don't know what's good for you. Kneel down and kowtow to me, then cripple your own arms. Today, I'll spare your lives, but if you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then I'll send you to see the king of hell." When the two heard that this kid dared to boast so shamelessly, their faces were filled with killing intent. "Kid, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like that?" The cultivator who had shot Lin Feng said with a gloomy face. "Who cares who you are?" Lin Feng sneered. The other person said coldly, "We're from the Wang Tian sect." "So what? Are you afraid? If you are, hurry up and kneel down and give us the precious medicine." When the two of them talked about the Wang Tian sect, their faces were full of pride. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the Wang Tian sect. It was one of the top sects in the divine land of the East County. It was an ancient force that even the 10 ancient cities feared. No wonder these two cultivators were so arrogant. It turned out that they were from the Wang Tian sect. But so what if they were from the Wang Tian sect? The region where Zhenwu country was located was not within the Wang Tian sect's sphere of influence. The Wang Tian sect could not control it. "So you're from the Heaven Ascension sect? I never thought that there would be scum like you in the Heaven Ascension sect. Who wants to die first?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward, forcing his way towards the two. There really is someone who doesn't fear death. The two cultivators from the Wang Tian sect immediately had a murderous look on their faces. They wanted to intimidate Lin Feng and make him hand over the flaming fruit because they felt that Lin Feng was not simple. How could an ordinary person be able to dodge the attack of the magic arrow? Although they were quite disdainful of Lin Feng, it was only a psychological trick. Many people liked to do this to make their opponents angry. Once they were angry, their auras would become unstable, and it would be difficult for them to display their true strength in battle. However, in their hearts, the two people from the Wang Tian sect still valued Lin Feng. Of course, although they valued him, they did not think that Lin Feng could defeat the two of them. The two of them had already sensed Lin Feng's cultivation. He was only at the 6th firmament of the martial general realm, while the two people from the Wang Tian sect had already cultivated to the 8th firmament of the martial general realm. The cultivator from the Wang Tian sect who had attacked Lin Feng was called Wu Fan. The other person was called Zhang Han. Wu Fan said, "I'll deal with this brat who doesn't know his place." Zhang Han nodded noncommittally. He did not think that Wu Fan was arrogant. An 8th firmament martial general realm cultivator against a 6th firmament martial general realm cultivator. With a difference of 2 levels, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill his opponent? Therefore, in Zhang Han's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. He understood Wu Fan's personality. Once he made a move, he would definitely not stop. He would definitely kill his opponent. It was precisely because he understood Wu Fan's personality that Zhang Han knew that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. There was no chance of luck. Wu Fan also stepped forward, the corners of his mouth curling up into a sinister smile. He walked step by step towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, a blood-red light appeared around Wu Fan's body. The blood-red light lingered on the surface of his body, looking incomparably demonic. "Brat, to be able to die under my blood-light fist, your death can be considered not unjust," said Wu Fan while smiling coldly. He then jumped into the air and threw a punch at Lin Feng's direction. When he saw that Lin Feng was actually not moving, Zhang Han's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He thought to himself, this brat couldn't have been scared silly by Wu Fan, right? What a useless brat. Just as Wu Fan's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, at that moment, Lin Feng made a move. Dense lightning energy lingered around Lin Feng's hand. That lightning energy emitted an intense fluctuation and crackling sounds. Lin Feng stepped forward, shouted in a low voice and threw a punch at Wu Fan. That dazzling lightning energy contained an astonishing power and wrapped around Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng activated the tyrant lightning art and clenched his right hand into a fist. He threw a punch at Wu Fan. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. Lin Feng and Wu Fan fiercely collided. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Wu Fan's arm was directly broken. Wu Fan let out an extremely tragic and shrill cry. In the next moment, Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Wu Fan's chest. Kacha! Kacha! Wu Fan's chest caved in and his entire body was sent flying. In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood that he spat out was actually mixed with shattered internal organs. It seemed that Wu Fan would not be able to survive. With a plop, Wu Fan fell to the ground, motionless. He was already dead. You actually killed Wu Fan. You've caused a great disaster. When Zhang Han saw Wu Fan being killed, he thought of Wu Fan's identity and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Zhang Han. Since he had already killed Wu Fan, then the other person should also be killed to prevent future troubles. Lin Feng punched towards Zhang Han. Zhang Han's face was filled with shock. Lin Feng's body emitted force. He was suppressed by the force emitted from Lin Feng's body and couldn't do anything to resist. Only now did Zhang Han realize how strong the person he and Wu Fan had provoked was. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill Zhang Han, a terrifying aura was emitted from the cave. A figure quickly rushed out and slapped towards Lin Feng. With a loud bang, Lin Feng and the figure fiercely collided. Following that, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an immemorial mountain. His entire body was sent flying. The blood in his body was boiling and his face was extremely pale. He was shocked. The person who attacked was even stronger than the old servant. Whoosh! 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 There were 8 people in total. The cultivator who had just attacked was a middle-aged cultivator. He looked at Lin Feng gloomily, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Oh no, Wu Fan is dead. We can't explain this to the 7th elder. A woman said with an ugly expression. It's all your fault. How dare you kill someone from the Wang Tian sect? You deserve to die. Another cultivator with a fierce face roared angrily, his eyes flashing with ferocity. The Wangtian sect itself was a sect that was neither good nor evil. This sect was extremely ostentatious and cruel. In the past, a disciple of the Wangtian sect had a conflict with a disciple of another sect and suffered a loss. The Wangtian sect took action and killed more than 3,000 people from that sect, from the sect master to the cooks. This matter once caused a great uproar in the divine land of the East County. However, the sect master of the Wangtian sect was too powerful, and he had also participated in the battle to destroy the Soul Devourer Palace, so this matter was left unsettled. As the saying goes, one can see a leopard through a tube. Often, one could tell the character of a person or the style of a sect from a small matter. The Wangtian sect was obviously the kind of sect that acted ruthlessly and did not have any scruples. Lin Feng looked indifferent and said, "What? You're allowed to kill me? You don't allow me to kill people from the Wangtian sect? What a ridiculous and stupid statement. Who can you blame for seeking death when you don't have the strength? Boy, since you also believe that the strong are respected, then we can only blame you for not being strong enough if we kill you." The middle-aged cultivator who had just attacked Lin Feng sneered and directly rushed toward Lin Feng. "I'm afraid you don't have the strength to kill me." Lin Feng sneered. Even though he was facing a group of strong cultivators, he was still calm in the face of danger. He used the Sky Tyrant Thunder art to condense dense lightning and blasted it toward the cave. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk, a large area of the cave collapsed. The collapsed rocks immediately blocked the passage. Lin Feng turned and ran away. Damn it. The middle-aged cultivator could not stop himself from swearing. He hastily blasted open a passageway with a palm strike and quickly pursued Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had disappeared. Lin Feng rushed towards the depths of the cave. The tunnels in the depths of the cave were crisscrossed and extended in all directions. Lin Feng walked through more than a dozen forks in the road before stopping. He felt that he should have shaken off those people from the Sky sect. Lin Feng was considering whether he should directly refine the fire fruit or use it to refine a pill. The fire pill was a profound rank pill, so he shouldn't be able to refine it for the time being. If he wanted to refine it into a fire pill, he would need to wait for some time. In the end, Lin Feng decided to keep this Raging Flame fruit to refine the Raging Flame pill in the future. Such a precious medicine was truly rare. Although eating it directly could increase one's cultivation, it was still too much of a waste. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the cave. There were also a dozen or so cultivators in front of them. Everyone looked towards the depths of the cave in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Piss off. Piss off. Don't block my way. A roar could be heard and a cultivator quickly ran out. When he saw that cultivator, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. It was the old devil in green robes. He was a strong cultivator at the Yin-Yang layer. What had scared him so much? Lin Feng quickly hid in a tunnel. The old man in green robes was so scared that he ran off into the distance. Soon after, a man in black robes with disheveled hair rushed out. Kill, kill, kill. The man's hoarse voice sounded like the roar of a midnight snack. Who's there? Shouted the cultivators in front of him. The crazy man's body emitted a terrifying black chi. He should be an expert of the Devil Dao. He grabbed a cultivator and bit the cultivator's neck. Ah! A mournful scream rang out as the cultivator died a tragic death. Kill him, shouted the rest of the cultivators when they saw their companions die. They all charged at the crazy man. All sorts of attacks flew towards the crazy man. Some people also took out magic treasures to attack him. However, the crazy man stretched out his left hand and grabbed at the air. Crack, crack, all the magic treasures were destroyed. Slash, slash, there was a tearing sound as a bloody hole appeared in the chests of the cultivators. They didn't know what the crazy man had done, but they all died miserably on the spot. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. No wonder the old devil in green robes had run away in such a sorry state. The crazy man was too strong. Lin Feng quickly avoided the crazy man and ran towards another tunnel. 4 hours later, Lin Feng saw a figure in front of him. His back was facing him, and his hair was disheveled. Insane demon. When Lin Feng saw that silhouette, his facial expression changed drastically. Surprisingly, it was that terrifying cultivator. Without thinking, Lin Feng turned around and started running. That cultivator was terrifying. If he caught up with Lin Feng, he would die. Kill, 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 said the crazy man coldly. Then, he chased after Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng was very fast, he was still much slower than the crazy man. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Damn, I'm really unlucky to have met such a murderous god. Lin Feng felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Crazy man chased after him, releasing a terrifying chi. Lin Feng's soul was shaking. He was unimaginably strong. Lin Feng didn't know if he had come from the outside of the battlefield of gods and demons or if he had come from the battlefield of gods and demons. Because the battlefield of gods and demons opened once every 100 years, many people didn't manage to leave in time and got trapped there. If they were trapped there for a long time, they would go crazy. Lin Feng's expression became more and more unsightly. Crazy man was only a dozen meters away from him. Soon, he would catch up with him. Little boy, you're going to die. At that moment, a dozen people appeared in front of him. It was the Wang Tian sect's people. Lin Feng saw a fork in the road 7 or 8 meters away. He sped up and rushed in. Kuang Yamo and the Wang Tian sect's people bumped into each other. Piss off. Don't get in our way, said the people from the Wang Tian sect aggressively. They didn't know how terrifying Crazy Man was. They just thought he was a crazy cultivator, so they didn't show any mercy. When Crazy Man didn't reply, a strong cultivator from the Wang Tian sect took out a flying sword and attacked Crazy Man. Die, die, die. Mad Demon let out a sinister sound. He grabbed the flying sword and bit down. Crack. The extremely hard flying sword was bitten in half by Crazy Man's bite. This was too terrifying. The Mad Devil was a complete freak. Seeing this scene, no matter how arrogant the people of the Wang Tian sect were, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran, but the Mad Devil's claw came down. Immediately, 5 or 6 Wang Tian sect cultivators were clawed to death by Kuang Mo's claws. A few others ran away in a sorry state. Kuang Mo grabbed the body of the Wang Tian sect cultivator who attacked him with the flying sword and bit off his neck. He began to eat the cultivator's flesh and blood. Crazy Demon was terrifying, but Lin Feng had finally gotten rid of him. He was really grateful that the Sky sect had shown up. Otherwise, he would have died under Crazy Demon's claws. As he went deeper and deeper, he realized that there were fewer forks in the road. Many forks converged together and led deeper into the mountain. There's an ancient cavern in the depths of the mountain. It's said that there's a coffin there. It seems like a god is buried there. Lin Feng was astonished when he heard that. Whoosh, Lin Feng also flew deeper into the mountain. In the end, he arrived at the deepest part of Godly Spirit Mountain. It was a gigantic cavern that could accommodate thousands of people. When Lin Feng arrived, many strong cultivators had already gathered there. They were all looking into the depths of the cavern. The strongest cultivators were in the center of the cavern. Many other cultivators were scattered around. They were also waiting for opportunities. Opportunities in heaven and earth were mysterious things. Being strong didn't necessarily mean that the opportunity would belong to you. Most of the time, that wasn't the case. Treasures of heaven and earth belonged to those who were fated to obtain them. If you weren't strong enough, you could obtain them if you were fated to. The ancient strong cultivators who had left behind treasures and inheritances usually had a backup plan. They could safely send those who were fated to them away. This was the reason why every time an ancient cave mansion or ancient inheritance appeared, there would be so many people flocking to it, regardless of their strength. Many strong cultivators had gathered in that cavern. Lin Feng saw Jini Chen, Hu Mei Xian, Huaxi Rua, Qin Mubai, and many other strong cultivators. There were also 5 or 6 strong cultivators of the younger generation. Their chi wasn't much weaker than Jini Chen and the others. They could compete with strong cultivators, but Lin Feng didn't know them. Of course, there were also strong cultivators from the Holy Lands and the ancient dynasties. They were the strongest cultivators there. Die, 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 Mad Demon flew in from the outside with a low roar. It's that crazy demon. Hurry up and dodge! Shouted many people when they saw Crazy Demon. They quickly dodged. Clearly, many people had seen this mad demon and knew how terrifying he was. When they saw him again, there was only fear and horror in their hearts. This time, Mad Devil didn't go on a killing spree. He stood in the cave and looked at the sarcophagus while letting out a sinister laugh. Many people felt their hair stand on end when they heard his sinister laughter. Fortunately, Mad Devil didn't attack them this time, making them feel a bit more at ease. This place is called Divine Spirit Mountain. Since it's called Divine Spirit Mountain, it should be the place where gods are buried. A stone coffin has appeared here. Is the god buried inside? Someone said as he looked at the sarcophagus with a burning gaze. Perhaps the inheritance of the god was buried in the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was very special. They didn't know what it was made of, but it was made of 81 stone nails. It was lying alone in the middle of the cave. Many strong cultivators were observing it. Lin Feng frowned. He had the feeling that the stone coffin wasn't simple. There were some vague marks on the coffin, but he could faintly see that there were some intricate and complex marks which were intertwined with each other. They covered the entire coffin and were connected with the 81 stone nails which sealed the coffin. If it's really a god, then it's unimaginable. It must contain some incredible secret. Someone said. How inauspicious, how inauspicious. Lin Feng heard people whispering. He turned around and saw the Taoist priest. Lin Feng's heart shook. Was the Taoist priest really that strong, or was he just a fraud? Taoist priest, it must be fate. Lin Feng walked over. The Taoist priest was startled. When he saw Lin Feng, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why is it you again? No matter where I go, I always run into you. Tell me honestly, are you following me? Do you have any ill intentions toward me? Lin Feng was speechless. This Taoist priest actually dared to say something like that? No matter where I go, you're the one who keeps appearing like a ghost. Now, you're actually trying to bite me? Lin Feng didn't want to argue with the Taoist priest. He asked, what did you mean by inauspicious? The Taoist priest shook his head. You must have misheard. After that, Taoist Wuliang exited the cave. He stood at the entrance and looked inside the cave. It seemed that if he sensed anything amiss, he would immediately run away. At that moment, a strong cultivator finally spoke. It was a vice leader of an ancient sect. The Divine Heaven sect was an ancient sect that had existed for more than 100,000 years. It was extremely powerful. The vice leader of the Divine Heaven sect was called Xianxia, and his cultivation level was extremely high. Everyone, why don't we work together to open the coffin? Xianxia asked. He had already made his decision. Let's open the coffin then. Many strong cultivators nodded. A total of 15 people walked towards the coffin. They're all strong cultivators from ancient sections. The others aren't qualified to be on the same level as them, someone said. Not everyone had the right to walk out at this moment. The one who opened the coffin had the chance to be the first to obtain the treasures inside. Only the strong cultivators from ancient sects had the right to do so. Boom! They arrived in front of the coffin and released powerful qi. The 15 strong cultivators started removing the stone nails that sealed the coffin. Their auras were abnormally terrifying, especially the aura of the 15 experts. It filled the air, making many people feel suffocated. The weaker cultivators were almost forced to kneel on the ground by the pressure. How terrifying. They're all strong cultivators. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Of course, there were also some strong cultivators who didn't make a move, such as the geniuses of the younger generation or Mad Demon. There were also some who were deliberately hiding their strength. The stone nails were removed one by one. The coffin began to loosen. Many people looked at the scene in front of them nervously, waiting for the sarcophagus to open. 64 stone nails have been removed. The coffin will be opened soon. What's inside? Is there really an ancient god inside? Is the legacy of the ancient gods in there? Many people were discussing excitedly. Look, what's that? Someone suddenly shouted and pointed at the coffin. Everyone looked over. What's that? Lin Feng was shocked. He felt his scalp go numb. Scarlet blood flowed out of the coffin. The blood emitted a shocking amount of energy and godly power. It seemed to be the legendary blood of gods and demons. Heavens, why is there blood flowing out of the coffin? It's too strange. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Everybody felt their hair stand on end, including the 15 important people who were trying to open the coffin. They had never seen something so monstrous and terrifying. The coffin hadn't been opened, but blood was already flowing out. That blood was so monstrous. Keek keek. The mad devil cackled. His laughter was so eerie and terrifying. This made many people even more horrified and emotionally moved. The stone coffin was frightening. It was likely that there were some things buried within that would cause anyone to be emotionally moved. How can such a monstrous technique disturb my heart? Everybody, even if there's a god buried in that coffin, he's been dead for so many years. What can he do to me? Said one of the important people coldly. That's the seventh elder of the Wangtian sect, Wu Shirao. He's terrifyingly strong. Said someone. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Surprisingly, they were from the Wangtian sect. He hadn't seen any of the people who had fought with him in the cave. He wondered if Madman had killed all of them. Brother Wu is right. There are so many of us here, we should be fearless, said another person. We should be fearless, said another important person. Those important people had all been through a lot. They could deal with all kinds of difficult situations. They calmed themselves down and continued pulling out the stone nails. Hey, look, the blood disappeared. Someone pointed at the stone coffin and asked in surprise. The blood that flowed out of the coffin had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if everything that everyone had seen before was just an illusion. Many people frowned. Why had the blood disappeared for no reason? And it had disappeared in a very strange way. Nobody had noticed how the blood had disappeared. Wu Shirao smiled coldly. I told you a long time ago that it was a monstrous technique to disturb us. It's just as I said. The blood in the coffin is just an illusion. We're going to open the coffin. Wu Shirao was somewhat pleased with himself, and also seemed to be giving pointers. However, his ability was indeed very strong, and the other important figures all nodded in agreement. He 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 he. Mad Devil laughed again. Many people felt goosebumps rise on their skin. They quickly left the area where Mad Devil was standing. Lin Feng looked at Mad Devil. He noticed that Mad Devil was staring at Blackstone Valley. This made Lin Feng frown. Mad Devil's gaze was strange. However, Lin Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. Mad Demon seemed to sense something, and he looked at Lin Feng. When their eyes met, Lin Feng felt his body stiffen. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Mad Demon was too scary. Lin Feng quickly looked away and felt better. At this moment, everyone's eyes and attention were on the stone coffin because the stone nails were being pulled out one by one. Of the 81 stone nails, only 6 were left. Phew, these big shots could finally heave a sigh of relief. Because these stone nails were connected to the formation patterns on the stone coffin, it would take a lot of magic power to pull out one of the stone nails. To them, it was not an easy task. But now, they were very excited. Soon, all the stone nails would be pulled out. We're finally going to open the coffin. I wonder if there's a divine orthodoxy inside? Many people stared at the stone coffin without blinking. This was an extremely crucial moment. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and muttered, if there really is a divine orthodoxy, then once it's opened, these big shots will probably fight to the death, right? This kind of thing happened too often in the world of cultivators. 1 second, they might be allies, and the next, they might become mortal enemies. In the end, it was all about benefits. This was the law of the world of cultivators. The strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. Only benefits mattered, not friendship. Crack, another stone nail was pulled out. Now, only 5 stone nails were left. However, at this time, black smoke would occasionally leak out from the loosened stone coffin. Black smoke? What a strange stone coffin. Someone's voice trembled when they saw the black smoke. Wu Shirao's expression was indifferent as he said, another demonic technique to disturb us. The 15 big shots continued to pull out the remaining 5 stone nails. Finally, all 5 stone nails were pulled out. The big shots heaved a sigh of relief. Now, it was time to open the stone coffin. The big shots' eyes flickered. Obviously, they were already thinking of something else when they reached the final step. Even the most powerful heaven's prides were secretly accumulating their strength at this moment. Those geniuses are about to make a move. Lin Feng's heart shook slightly. Obviously, although these geniuses were young, they were extremely strong. They would not let go of this opportunity. Apart from them, there were also some powerful people who were hiding their strength. They were also getting restless. Open the stone coffin, Wu Shirao said. The other big shots nodded. Then, the 15 big shots pushed the stone coffin together. Everyone was shocked. The coffin's lid was very heavy. Even with the 15 big shots working together, they could not move the lid. Heavens, what's that made of? It's just a coffin lid, but it's already so heavy. It's hard to imagine how heavy the whole coffin is. Someone cried out in alarm. The 15 big shots shouted and used their godly power. Kacha, kacha, finally, the lid of the stone coffin started to move slowly. A small crack appeared. It's about to open. Everyone, try harder, shouted Wu Shirao. His eyes flickered. He was waiting for an opportunity. As soon as the coffin opened, he would definitely be able to snatch it. But at that moment, something terrible happened. Suddenly, a powerful devouring power came out of that crack. That devouring power enveloped Wu Shirao, and his body was unable to control itself. It rapidly shrank and was sucked into the coffin. Break! Shouted Wu Shirao. He was struggling, trying to break free from the coffin. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. No, save me! Wu Shirao screamed. Wu Shirao let out a frightened cry. His original arrogance was gone, and now there was only deep fear. He was crying for help. But it was too late for the others to save him. Swoosh, in the end, Wu Shirao was devoured by the coffin. Ah! Very quickly, Wu Shirao's horrible shriek came from the coffin. After that scream, there was no more movement from Black Stone Colonel Heavens. Is Wu Shirao dead? Many people cried out in horror. Boom! 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 Something inside the coffin was trying to push it open. A terrifying chi spread out from the crack. Quick, hurry up and seal the coffin! Shouted the remaining 14 big shots. The coffin was too terrifying. Wu Shirao was a top big shot, but he had been devoured by the coffin in an instant. But it was too late. A terrifying devouring power spread out from the coffin and enveloped the 14 big shots. Their bodies shrank rapidly. They were about to be devoured by the coffin. That's too scary. Are the 15 big shots going to be devoured by the coffin? Everyone's faces were extremely pale. The coffin was strange. They didn't know what was inside, but it was trying to devour the big shots. Run! Many people screamed in horror as they turned around and frantically fled outside. The coffin was too terrifying. After devouring 15 people, would it devour anyone else? No one dared to stay there any longer. The aura emitted from the sarcophagus became more and more terrifying. Endless black fog surged out from the crack, and the entire cave was covered by the black fog. No, I can't accept this. Those big shots screamed in horror. Their bodies shrank rapidly as they flew towards the crack, but they couldn't resist. Wu Shirao's tragic death had happened right in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they couldn't resist. They could only accept their fate of death. These important people are definitely going to die. 15 big shots died at once? That's too terrifying. It'll definitely cause a huge commotion in the 3,000 provinces of the continent of Tianwu. Many people were astonished. It had been too long since a single important person had died, and so many of them had died at once. Rumble. At this time a loud sound shook the sky. Everyone's mind was shaken. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were shocked. Crazy demon! Exclaimed Lin Feng. Crazy demon had rushed over. He had heaven-defying strength and closed the lid of the coffin. Bang! Bang! Bang, one after another, the important people fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Their faces were pale, and they rejoiced that they had managed to escape. Boom. 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 However, inside the sarcophagus, there seemed to be an unknown and terrifying existence that was hitting the lid of the sarcophagus, wanting to kick it away. Crazy Demon was lying on the lid of the coffin, his hands grabbing the edge of the lid. He was trying his best to press down on the lid. Swish, boundless blood-red light spread out of the coffin. Hands. 2 hands. Shouted a cultivator in fear. He had almost been scared to death. When he saw that, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to explode. The sarcophagus instantly turned blood-red. 2 blood-red hands came out of the sarcophagus and grabbed Mad Devil's neck, wanting to choke him to death. Stone. Nail. Hurry, Mad Demon's hoarse voice rang out. The faces of the 14 major figures were pale as they came to their senses. Not daring to hesitate, they hurriedly picked up the stone spikes from the ground and once again hammered them into the coffin. Bang. Bang. Bang, the sarcophagus shook even more violently, and a series of earth-shattering noises rang out. An unknown power was shaking the sarcophagus, wanting to open it. However, Mad Demon was strong enough. He used his body to suppress the sarcophagus. The 2 blood-red hands twisted Mad Demon's neck, but Mad Demon let out a sinister laugh. Mad Demon did not die, and his neck quickly returned to normal. This Mad Demon is so strong. It's like the immortal body of those undead creatures. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The strength of the Mad Demon reflected the terror of the sarcophagus. If I can revive one of the 9 Holy Emperor's clones, the immortal phoenix, I will also be immortal. Lin Feng thought to himself. However, this required luck. He wondered if there were still original souls of the undying phoenixes in the world. Crack. Crack. Crack, the major figures hammered the stone spikes back into the sarcophagus. When 99 spikes were hammered in, the sarcophagus finally returned to normal. The 2 bloody hands that had reached out from the sarcophagus also disappeared without a trace. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. But at that moment, there was a loud rumbling sound, and then the entire cave collapsed. Everyone quickly fell down. What's this? An underground world? Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't thought that there would be an underground world under the cave. Mad Demon lay on top of the sarcophagus, and the sarcophagus quickly flew into the depths of the underground world. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! One figure after another descended. There were huge walls all around, and there were crisscrossing tunnels. It was like a maze. Lin Feng quickly flew into the depths. Lin Feng saw a dozen cultivators in front of him. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the walls on both sides. Then, a black fog enveloped the dozen cultivators. Ah! There were screams. After that, the cultivators disappeared without a trace. They weren't far from Lin Feng, only about 20 meters away, but they had mysteriously disappeared. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. Those people had probably met with misfortune, but he didn't know what had swallowed them up. Swoosh, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay here. He quickly flew into the distance. However, what made Lin Feng's hair stand on end was that he found himself trapped. The path behind him had disappeared, and he was trapped between 4 walls. Lin Feng soared into the sky, wanting to fly out. But just as he was in the air, poof, a terrifying force pierced Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng's body fell down. With a thump, he fell to the ground. There's a restriction on flying. There's a terrifying restriction. I'm trapped here. Lin Feng's face was pale. He endured the pain and quickly took a healing pill to stabilize his injuries. Lin Feng stood up from the ground and looked at the walls with a serious expression. There were drawings of demons on the walls. Some of the drawings were of demons hunting, while others were of demons waging war with other races. Every drawing was related to demons. This is... Suddenly, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. He saw a new drawing that seemed to have been added not long ago. There were more than 10 cultivators nailed to a rock wall. It's them, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. These were the people who had just disappeared. Now, they appeared in the wall murals. They had died extremely miserably. At this time, blood flowed out from the wall. What swallowed you? Nailed you to the wall? Lin Feng muttered. There was only shock and emotion on his face. Swoosh, suddenly, a golden light emitted from the body of one of the dead cultivators on the wall. Then, the golden light rushed out of the murals. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. He grabbed the golden light and saw what was inside. It was a saraira. The saraira of a Buddhist monk. Lin Feng put the saraira in the pouch at his waist. He frowned. He was trapped here by the demon wall and couldn't escape. Am I going to be trapped here and die like those cultivators? Am I going to become a mural on the demon wall? Lin Feng muttered. He was very unwilling. He didn't want to die here. A cold and gloomy aura spread out from the demon wall. Endless darkness enveloped Lin Feng, just like how it had swallowed the cultivators from before. Lin Feng's face became very ugly. He quickly stood up and looked around with a serious expression. The situation was dire. Lin Feng clearly remembered how those people died. It was exactly the same as what he was experiencing now. Lin Feng looked around solemnly. He needed to be calm enough. The demonic wall was going to devour him this time. If he could not resist it, only death would await him. Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng growled and summoned his natal magic treasure. The Chaos Ancient Lamp floated above Lin Feng. Rays of light of chaos rained down on Lin Feng, protecting him. Clang. Suddenly, an unknown power attacked the light of primal chaos, trying to break through it. What's that? Lin Feng growled and looked around solemnly. However, he could not see anything except for the black fog that surrounded him. Clang. Clang, however, that invisible power was still attacking the primal chaos aura. Lin Feng's eyes were gloomy. There was a terrifying and strange existence hiding in the dark. Clang clang clang, suddenly, there was the sound of chains colliding. This made Lin Feng's expression change. It was as if something was standing not far away, but he could not see it. Crunch. Crunch. Then, there was the sound of chewing. It was as if there was a terrifying existence hidden in the black fog, chewing on corpses. Clang. Clang, moreover, the unknown force was still attacking the chaos aura released by Lin Feng's Chaos Ancient Lamp. The defense system constructed by the chaos aura was disintegrating bit by bit. It would not take long for the defense system constructed by the chaos aura to be broken. However, Lin Feng still could not find a way to break the demonic wall. Clang clang clang. The sound of chains colliding rang in his ears. It was as if the Soul Reaper from the Netherworld had arrived. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The sound of chewing on corpses made Lin Feng shiver. Crack. Crack, a quarter of an hour later, the defense of the primal chaos ancient lamp was shattered. Endless cold and gloomy aura swept over and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body stiffened. Archean dragonesque elephant technique. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to die here like the other cultivators. He started to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art, hoping to resolve the unfavorable situation before him. His body felt much better. However, a bone-chilling aura suddenly enveloped him from behind. It was as if an extremely terrifying existence had appeared behind him. Lin Feng wanted to turn around to see what it was, but he failed. His body could not move at all, as if he had been fixed in place. That sinister aura was about to devour Lin Feng. Suddenly, the demonic orb in Lin Feng's dantian emitted a shocking wave, instantly dispelling the suffocating cold aura around him. Bang, then, the 4 demonic walls collapsed and Lin Feng appeared in the maze. I'm out. He took a deep breath. It was too dangerous just now. At the crucial moment, the demonic orb played an important role in destroying the demonic walls. At this time, the demonic orb's wave had not dissipated. Dark. Underworld. Demonic. Book. Suddenly, a thought came from the demonic orb. When the demonic orb devoured the fire Qilint's divine power, Lin Feng knew that the demonic orb seemed to have an unusually powerful artifact spirit. Perhaps it was because of the existence of this artifact spirit that he could not truly control the demonic orb. Now, the demonic orb sent out a thought again. Obviously, the demonic orb's revival was not to save Lin Feng. The revival of the demonic orb seemed to be due to the presence of the Dark Underworld demonic book. Dark Underworld demonic book? What's that? Lin Feng was puzzled. He had never heard of this so-called Dark Underworld demonic orb. If the Fire Qilin was by his side, he could ask it, but it was not by his side now. The demonic orb's aura was vaguely pointing to a deeper place. Something that can make the demonic orb react must be extraordinary. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He quickly moved deeper into the maze. Perhaps the Dark Underworld demonic book was hidden there. Finally, Lin Feng walked out of the maze. In front of him, there were many palaces. One after another, cultivators rushed out of the maze and looked into the depths of the maze in shock. In the depths of the maze, there were many palaces. They were hundreds of meters tall and majestic. Who built this? Was it built to bury gods? Someone murmured, full of shock. This was really a big deal. This place could be called an underground tomb, but it was very grand. Let's go inside and take a look. Many people gathered together. There were about 200 of them, and they rushed into one of the palaces. Lin Feng saw the Taoist master Wu Liang. He had come down as well. They pushed open the doors of the palaces and entered. There was a rotten qi coming out of the palaces. It had been a long time since anyone had come here. The place was emitting a gloomy and terrifying qi, which made people feel uncomfortable. Look. Someone said. There were statues in the depths of the palace. Above the statues, there was a screen of light. On the light screen, cultivators appeared one after another. They were performing different moves. It's the inheritance of ancient techniques. There are imprints on them. The ancient techniques must be hidden in the statues. Many people cried out in alarm and quickly rushed forward. They wanted to break through the statues and obtain the ancient techniques hidden inside. But at that moment, cold eyes looked down at the cultivators from the top of the palace. Then, silhouettes rushed down. They were shrouded in black fog. They wore black robes, and only their green eyes and sharp claws could be seen. Slash. Slash, one by one, the cultivators' chests were pierced through by the creatures that pounced on them. Miserable shrieks sounded one after another. In an instant, more than 10 people were killed. What the hell is that? Many people cried out in alarm. Some people took out treasures to attack. Or, they would use secret techniques to attack the intentional existences shrouded in the black fog. However, a hair-raising scene occurred. Regardless of whether it was magic treasures or secret techniques, they were unable to cause any damage to those strange existences. Slash. Slash, instead, cultivators were killed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were killed. The evil creatures shrouded in black fog quickly rushed towards the crowd. Everyone hurriedly attacked them, but no matter what kind of attack they used, they couldn't hurt them. Retreat. Those are evil spirits. They're formed by the evil thoughts of the strong cultivators who died. They can't be killed. An old man shouted in a deep voice. Everyone tried to escape, but the evil spirits were already rushing towards them. Cultivators were constantly being killed by the evil spirits. The evil spirits couldn't resist at all. Even the old man who had warned the crowd had his heart pierced by the evil spirit's sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of cultivators died. The remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits. He, said a sinister voice. Said an evil voice. An evil spirit had locked onto Lin Feng and its sharp claws were moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked surprised. He released his celestial fire, hoping to use it to destroy the evil spirit. But what surprised him was that the evil spirit's body was surrounded by black talismans. Those black talismans were surprisingly able to block the celestial fire. Those evil spirits had probably been incredible cultivators when they were alive, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so strong after they died. The evil spirit's sharp claws moved towards Lin Feng. It wanted to pierce Lin Feng's chest. The evil spirit was truly terrifying. It ignored all attacks. Now that Lin Feng was being attacked by the evil spirit, it was difficult for him to dodge. The attack was about to pierce Lin Feng's chest. Buzz. Suddenly, a Buddhist light emitted from Lin Feng's brocade pouch and enveloped Lin Feng's body. When the evil spirit's attack reached him, it was blocked by the Buddhist light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Moreover, the evil spirit's claws were emitting black smoke. Screech. The evil spirit was severely injured. The evil spirit was not afraid of fire, but it was afraid of the power of Buddhism. It's a saraira. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered the saraira he had obtained from the Wall of Devils. The so-called saraira was usually a sacred object of Buddhism after an eminent Buddhist monk passed away. The Buddhist bones in his body were immortal. After the evil spirit was injured, it went completely berserk. It let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. A sinister and terrifying aura was emitted from the evil spirit's body. The evil spirit roared furiously and threw itself at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng took out the saraira and held it in his hand. Namo Amiba. Suddenly, the Buddhist light from the saraira shone. An ancient Buddha appeared above Lin Feng. The ancient Buddha sat cross-legged with its palms together and chanted, Namo Amiba. Endless Buddhist light surged out and enveloped the evil spirit in an instant. Screech. Screech, the evil spirit let out an incomparably shrill scream as its body began to be destroyed. The evil spirit was not indestructible. He just needed to find the right way to kill the evil spirit. Of course, this was not an easy task. A Buddhist saraira. A cultivator saw the saraira in Lin Feng's hand and his eyes lit up. He quickly rushed over. Kid, give it to me. Cold laughter rang out. Lin Feng was attacked. He was surrounded by 5 or 6 cultivators. 3 of them were martial kings. Damn it, Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. These people were very detestable. Seeing that his saraira could kill the evil spirit, they wanted to kill him and seize his treasures. This was the ugly side of the world of cultivators. Under normal circumstances, even if they killed someone to steal their treasures, they would do it secretly. But now that everyone was trapped by the evil spirit, they no longer had any scruples. Fuck you. Daoist Wu Liang rushed over and swept away a cultivator who was besieging Lin Feng. Following that, another 5 to 6 experts rushed over and repelled the cultivators who were besieging Lin Feng. A middle-aged cultivator shouted, "We only ask for your protection, little brother. We definitely won't try to steal the saraira. Then let's kill our way out together." Lin Feng nodded. This was a matter of mutual benefit. His possession of the saraira, a precious treasure, had already attracted the attention of many people. The evil spirits in the surroundings sensed the aura of the saraira and stopped attacking. However, they did not disperse. They lingered around and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Everyone, instead of dying at the hands of the evil spirit, why don't we steal the saraira? We can use it to leave. A cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng said, my saraira can naturally protect everyone. Don't be deceived by this person. Some people did not simply want to leave. They wanted to create chaos and take advantage of the chaos to steal Lin Feng's saraira. Lin Feng naturally saw this very clearly, but there were many people who had such thoughts. Very few people responded to Lin Feng. Many people's eyes flashed coldly. This was the human heart. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. Daoist Wu Liang sneered and said, F***CK, let's do it. Who's afraid of who? At worst, we'll just destroy the saraira. When that happens, everyone will be finished. A cultivator sneered and said, a sacred object of Buddhism? Is it that easy to destroy? You fake Daoist priest, you said that I would have a bloody calamity. I think you're the one who will have a bloody calamity. I'll split your head open later. Daoist Wu Liang's mouth twitched violently. He touched his forehead and found that it was covered in cold sweat. Attack. A cultivator said. He did not want to wait any longer and took the initiative to kill and steal the saraira. Many people were ready to make a move. To Lin Feng and the others, this was naturally not a good thing. At that moment, a cold and terrifying aura came from the depths of the hall. The hundreds of evil spirits in the periphery trembled and quickly retreated. Is some terrifying existence about to appear? Why are these evil spirits so scared? Lin Feng and the others looked into the depths of the hall in horror. A mysterious person wearing a black robe appeared. Keek keek, a sinister voice sounded. Whoosh. The mysterious person in the black robe attacked. He was so fast that he was like an afterimage as he flashed through the crowd. Crack, crack, then, the necks of the cultivators were broken. The black-robed cultivator rushed into the area covered by the Buddhist light. He did not seem to be afraid of the Buddhist light. It's a Yin god. A cultivator cried out in fear, uttering an extremely terrifying name. Yin gods were said to be formed by the evil thoughts of the fallen gods. Are there really Yin gods? Isn't there an eternally subduing god devil still here? It suppresses all evil thoughts of the ancient gods and devils and prevents them from turning into Yin gods. Why are there Yin gods here? Someone shouted in horror. Lin Feng also thought of the eternally subduing god devil steel. It was to prevent the birth of these terrifying Yin gods. But now, a Yin god had actually appeared. Yin gods were almost immortal and abnormally powerful. Let's go, let's go. Lin Feng shouted. He, Taoist Wu Liang, and a few other cultivators quickly rushed out under the protection of the Saraira. Yin gods could not resist at all. Perhaps only a supreme being would be able to fight against the Yin god. Screech! More than 10 evil spirits rushed over, but the Saraira's power forced them back. Everyone successfully rushed out of the hall and rushed into the depths. Not long after, a terrifying aura came from behind. It was the aura of a Yin god. The terrifying Yin god was quickly chasing after them. He's got his eyes on us. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Let's go deeper. Many strong cultivators have gone there. A cultivator said. This was indeed a good idea. If there were strong cultivators there, they could lure the Yin god there and escape. Although some people might be unlucky because of the Yin god, this was the world of cultivators. Everything they did was for their own survival. Lin Feng and the others rushed into the depths of the hall. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the city. There was an enormous public square, and in the depths of the public square was a Dao platform. The platform was sealed, and the sarcophagus landed on top of it. On top of the platform, there was an altar. There were 3 things on the altar, but they were all wrapped up in a golden light. Many strong cultivators were trying to break the matrix, including Madman. They were all trying to break the matrix, trying to get the treasures inside. Whoosh! Lin Feng and the others rushed over. It's that guy, whispered Mei Xian when she saw Lin Feng running towards her. However, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist had already squeezed their way through the crowd. Brat, do you want to die? F***ck, damned Daoist, what are you squeezing for? A cultivator cursed in dissatisfaction. Lin Feng and the others didn't care about this. It was safer to squeeze into the crowd. The Yin deity rushed over and started attacking the cultivators on the periphery. Pooh! Immediately, more than 10 cultivators died tragically under the Yin deity's sharp claws. Their shrill screams startled many people. Even the great cultivators who were trying to break the matrix were alarmed. It's the Yin deity. Many great cultivators saw the black-robed cultivator and their expressions turned ugly. Little brat, how dare you lure the Yin god here? You're courting death. Damn Taoist priest, you're so immoral. How dare you lure the Yin god here? The group of cultivators looked at Lin Feng, the Taoist priest, and the others ferociously. The Taoist priest argued, we were just running away. We didn't know there were so many people in the depths. Nobody would believe the Wu Liang Taoist priest. Some people looked angry. They wanted to attack Lin Feng, the Wu Liang Taoist priest and the others. If you want to attack, both sides will suffer in the end. Lin Feng said indifferently. Humph. In the end, the cultivators who wanted to attack held back. The Yin god was extremely terrifying, and its chi was terrifying. It pounced on the other cultivators. Yin god, crazed man laughed sinisterly. He rose up from the Dao platform and pounced on the Yin god. Crazed man naturally didn't want to help others. He just wanted to devour the Yin god. Bang! An earth-shattering shockwave rippled out as the mad demon and the Yin god clashed violently against each other, causing the void to almost shatter. Thump, 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 the two of them retreated continuously. With each step, ripples appeared in the air, and it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. These two people were too terrifying, both Crazed Man and the Yin God. Crazed Man's origin was mysterious, and the Yin God was formed from the evil thoughts of a god after his death. Neither of them was easy to deal with, and now they were facing each other in the air. Crazed Man didn't continue attacking the Yin God. He was obviously afraid of the Yin God's strength. This Yin God is too strong. I don't think we can kill him without a Holy Emperor's weapon or a Great Emperor's weapon. The Taoist priest whispered. Holy Emperors and Ancient Emperors were the pinnacle of cultivation. They were gods. However, in the 3,000 provinces of the continent of Tianwu, there hadn't been a Holy Emperor or Ancient Emperor for more than 100,000 years. It was said that the last Ancient Emperor had been a Great Emperor, but he had died at the end of the Ancient Era. However, there were still some Holy Emperor's weapons and Great Emperor's weapons in the 3,000 provinces. However, such treasures were used to protect fate, and people wouldn't use them easily. Lin Feng said, Crazed Man is also powerful. Look, the Yin God didn't attack. He's staring at Crazed Man. He's obviously afraid of him. Crazed Man chased Lin Feng tried to kill him, and Lin Feng's impression of Crazed Man. He was unimaginably strong. The stalemate between the Mad Demon and the Yin God finally ended with the Yin God retreating. The Yin God lingered around the perimeter, its green eyes staring at the Dao platform. It did not attack again. Mad Demon seemed to know that it was difficult to kill the Yin God. He returned to the Dao platform and began to break the Dao platform's restrictions. The restriction on the platform was unusually strong, but with so many experts working together to break it, the restriction on the platform was gradually weakening. The stone coffin is suppressing the path platform and activating the path platform's deployment spells. It'll take some time to break the deployment spells, said Lin Feng. Daoist Wu Liang rubbed his chin and walked in another direction. He wanted to avoid the Yin God and leave this place. Where you go where? Lin Feng asked. He felt that Boundless Taoist had left very suddenly, as if he needed to make some preparations. Boundless Taoist said, humans have 3 needs. Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he should leave quickly. Boundless Taoist muttered, humans have 3 needs. Rushing to steal treasures. Rushing to steal orthodoxies. Rushing to steal treasures. He didn't know if people would directly fall to the ground if they heard that the immeasurable Taoist had 3 urgent needs. Whoosh. Boundless Taoist quickly disappeared. He rushed out of the catacombs and returned to the surface. Then, he began to set up a formation. If they were here, they would be shocked. Boundless Taoist's formation was not ordinary. It was extremely complicated. Who would have thought that Boundless Taoist was a powerful formation master? Void Transportation Formation and Treasure Devouring Formation. Boundless Taoist muttered. Bang! 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 Many strong cultivators were frantically trying to break the formation. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the heavens and earth as a savage beast appeared. It was a giant Taowu, a savage beast that had been created by the Dao platform. It was now attacking the crowd. The Taowu was one of the 4 primordial beasts, a terrifying existence on the same level as Xianxia. Although the Taowu here was only created by the Dao platform, it was still very terrifying. Its roar almost shattered the void. Many people paled from the shock. Boom! Many powerful cultivators attacked together. Although the Taowu was powerful, it could not withstand the combined attacks of so many powerful cultivators. Finally, the Taowu's body exploded, and the formation protecting the Dao platform began to crack. Dark. Underworld. Demonic. Tone. At the same time, Lin Feng's demonic orb in his dantian sent out another message. It was the Dark Underworld demonic book again. This Dark Underworld demonic book was no small matter. It had caused the demonic orb to react a few times. Lin Feng looked at the 3 golden balls of light on the Dao platform. Could one of them contain the Dark Underworld demonic book? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Boom! Many cultivators continued to attack in a frenzy. Powerful attacks swept across the heavens and the earth, directly shattering the restrictions. The formation has been broken. Many people cried out in alarm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the 3 golden balls of light on the Dao platform shot up into the sky. Crazy Man rushed towards one of the golden balls of light and grabbed it. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was emitted from the golden ball of light. A beam of golden light swept towards Kuang Yimou and sent him flying. Then, the golden ball of light broke through the cave and soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Kuang Yimou let out a strange cry and rushed out in pursuit. No one dared to snatch anything from Kuang Yimou. The eyes of the other experts locked onto the remaining 2 golden balls of light. These 2 balls of light emitted an astonishing aura and quickly flew into the distance. Many strong cultivators tried to stop the 2 golden balls of light, but the 2 balls of light suddenly changed. One of them turned pitch black and turned into a mysterious pitch black book page. It was unknown what it was made of, but it was obviously a precious treasure. It pierced through the sky and flew off into the distance. The other golden ball of light turned purple. Endless purple light shot up into the sky and avoided the cultivators trying to grab it. It flew in the opposite direction of the black book page. Dark Underworld Demonic Book. Lin Feng looked at the black book page and his eyes lit up. That had to be the Dark Underworld Demonic Book that the demonic orb had mentioned. The 2 precious treasures were astonishing. They swept across the sky and sent many strong cultivators flying. Damn it! Don't let them escape, shouted many strong cultivators gloomily. They shot up into the sky and chased after the 2 precious treasures. However, at this moment, a terrifying force suddenly surged down from the void and trapped the 2 treasures. After that, the 2 treasures quickly flew off into the distance. Not good. Someone is secretly setting up a formation to capture the 2 treasures. Many strong cultivators' faces turned ugly as they gritted their teeth in anger. Many people wanted to grab the 2 treasures, but they were all sent flying. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He did not know if his heaven-devouring jar could devour them. The heaven-devouring jar could devour all kinds of magic treasures. Whoosh! Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. A terrifying suction force surged out from the heaven-devouring jar and enveloped the 2 treasures. However, only the Dark Underworld Demonic Book was devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. The other treasure broke free from the heaven-devouring jar's restraint. Perhaps it was not a magic treasure. The purple ball of light flew off into the distance. Got it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Kid, leave the treasures behind. Many cultivators shouted and pounced on Lin Feng. Swoosh, swoosh, Lin Feng spread his golden wings and flew away madly. He had actually stolen one of the 3 great treasures on the platform. Now, there were many strong cultivators here, and there were even powerful cultivators. At this moment, these strong cultivators were looking at him as if they were about to devour him. How could Lin Feng dare to stay? He had to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he was caught, he would definitely die. Kid, you're plucking a tiger's fur. You're asking for it. The group of important figures roared angrily. They had worked so hard to break through the array, but they had failed to obtain the last treasure. Yet, a brat in the martial general realm had actually snatched away a treasure right under their noses. How could they not be angry? Their eyes were spitting fire. They wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. These strong cultivators soared into the sky and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng was extremely excited. The Xianming demonic book was a treasure that had caused the demonic pearl to vibrate violently several times. Now, he had finally gotten his hands on it. However, Lin Feng did not have the time to study the Xianming demonic book. There were so many strong cultivators eyeing him covetously, and all of them wanted to cut him into pieces. He did not dare to waste any time. Time was life. There were more than 20 important figures chasing after him. All of them were extremely terrifying. They could kill him with a single palm strike. If it had been an ordinary cultivator at the martial general realm, they would have caught up with him long ago. Only Lin Feng had mastered the golden wings and was as fast as lightning. Otherwise, these people would have caught up with him. Kid, stop and give us the black page. We'll give you wealth and glory. What do you think? One of the important figures said in a low voice. Lin Feng said, wealth and glory are just passing clouds. It's better to cultivate and live forever. That's the only way to be free. Then we'll use all kinds of cultivation resources, treasures, and spirit stones to trade with you. What do you think? Another important figure said. Isn't it easy to get cultivation resources? How can they compare to this treasure? It's hard to find even in 10,000 years. Lin Feng replied. The group of important figures was so angry that their faces turned green. Was this kid mocking them? Pfft, someone laughed out loud. The charming fox immortal recognized Lin Feng. She was very surprised. She did not expect that the treasure that so many people were scheming to get would be taken by a young man she had met before. This was really unbelievable. This young man was being chased by a group of strong cultivators, yet he still dared to mock them. He was really bold. Fairy Fox, do you know him? Huashirua asked. Obviously, Huashirua and the charming fox immortal knew each other. He's a very mysterious guy. The charming fox immortal said. Huashirua was slightly surprised. She did not expect the charming fox immortal to have such an evaluation of the young cultivator. Huashirua was the most beautiful woman in the divine prefecture of the East County. She rarely paid attention to other men. Now, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Feng. She also felt that this person was very different. He actually dared to snatch a treasure from dozens of strong cultivators. Whoosh! Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. He flew out like a madman. A group of important figures chased after them with gloomy expressions. They realized that after chasing for so long, they still hadn't caught a single martial general cultivator. To them, this was a great humiliation. This kid's flying secret technique is so powerful. I'll have to force it out of him once I capture him. Many people were tempted. He was just a martial general cultivator. With the help of that kind of flying secret technique, his speed was actually so fast. It was simply unimaginable. What if they cultivated that kind of flying secret technique? What kind of frightening level would his speed reach? Thinking of this, many people felt a little excited. It's that treasure. Lin Feng saw another treasure. It was wrapped in purple light, and he couldn't see what it was clearly. Earlier, this treasure had escaped the sky-swallowing jars devouring. Lin Feng sped up, wanting to catch up. Since he had already taken the Xianming demonic book, Lin Feng didn't mind taking another treasure. However, the purple light was wrapped in a powerful force. It was very fast, and Lin Feng couldn't catch up to it. Whoosh, whoosh, the purple light and Lin Feng rushed out of the tomb one after another. They arrived at the passage outside, then rushed out of the passage and into the forest outside. Kid, you can't escape. You're just a martial general. Even if your flying secret technique is amazing, your pure chi will be exhausted soon. When that time comes, your speed will slow down. You'll still fall into our hands, won't you? One of the important figures said with a gloomy expression. His voice was filled with killing intent. Lin Feng naturally understood this. His expression became serious. He needed to find a way to escape. Kid, hand over the treasure in exchange for your life. What do you think? Said another important figure, but inside, he was sneering. Once you stop, not only will you not be able to get the treasure, but we'll also be able to spy on your secrets and force you to reveal your flying secret technique. Then we'll kill you to wash away the humiliation you brought to us. These important figures were all trying to persuade Lin Feng, promising Lin Feng benefits and so on. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved. The world of cultivators was filled with mutual deception and intrigue. If one believed these people so easily, they wouldn't even know how they died. Kid, you should consider our proposal. Hand over the black page, and we'll let you live. Another important figure tried to entice Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Treasures of heaven and earth can only be obtained by those who are fated. If this treasure is mine, then it means that it's not fated to be with you. Why are you so stubborn? The group of important figures was so angry that their mouths were about to become crooked. They were actually being taught a lesson by a martial general ant. This made them extremely depressed. When they saw that Lin Feng was so stubborn, they didn't say anything else and quickly chased after him. In a nearby mountain range, Wu Liang Daoist rubbed his hands excitedly. Haha, I can sense the aura of an immortal treasure. It seems like I've succeeded. I'm really rich. A shocking fluctuation came from the distance, and Wu Liang Daoist saw a purple ball of light flying over. The treasure is here. Wu Liang Daoist was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had deliberately set up a large formation outside in order to capture the treasure in the depths of the tomb. Now, Wu Liang Daoist had really accomplished this feat. However, he had originally captured 2 treasures, and one of them had been devoured by Lin Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, many powerful cultivators flew over behind the purple ball of light. Wu Liang Daoist had calculated this, so he had set up a void teleportation formation in order to escape after he succeeded. What surprised Wu Liang Daoist was that the first person to follow behind the purple ball of light was actually Lin Feng. Damn, it's actually that damn Daoist. When he saw Wu Liang Daoist in the forest, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This guy had said that people had 3 needs. Lin Feng thought that Wu Liang Daoist was looking for a place to relieve himself, but he didn't expect that Wu Liang Daoist had actually run outside and schemed against dozens of powerful cultivators in the depths of the tomb. He was the one who had captured the 2 treasures. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Wu Liang Daoist. He knew that this damn Daoist would definitely have a way to escape. Damn Daoist, it's you. This Daoist is in cahoots with that brat. Capture them and cut them into pieces. Many powerful cultivators gnashed their teeth when they saw Wu Liang Daoist. They wanted nothing more than to cut him into pieces. Wu Liang Daoist shrank back in fear. The purple ball of light quickly flew over and was collected by Wu Liang Daoist. Then, Wu Liang Daoist activated the void teleportation formation and disappeared without a trace. It's a void teleportation formation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Before the teleportation formation closed, he also rushed into it and disappeared. Damn it, don't let them escape, shouted someone furiously. Before the teleportation formation closed, 3 powerful cultivators also rushed into it and disappeared. After that, the teleportation formation closed. Lin Feng, Wu Liang Daoist, and the 3 powerful cultivators left through the teleportation formation. The others were left behind. That damned Daoist. How dare he scheme against us? And that brat. He really deserves to be cut into pieces. Many of the big shots roared like crazy, their faces distorted. They had worked so hard to break open the Dao platform, but 2 people had taken advantage of the loophole and stolen 2 treasures right under their noses. Moreover, these 2 cultivators were not very powerful. In their eyes, they were just like ants. It was precisely because of these ants that these experts were so depressed. If it had been a cultivator stronger than them or a cultivator of the same cultivation level as them, it would have been acceptable. However, to have been stolen by cultivators who were like ants to them was simply a great humiliation to them. The teleportation array created a simple spatial tunnel. Traveling through it would be dozens of times faster than flying outside. Daoist priest, you're awesome. You can actually set up such a brilliant teleportation array. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. At first, he had thought that Daoist Wu Liang was just a scammer, but later he realized that this guy was quite knowledgeable. Now that he saw the teleportation array, he was shocked. Only a formation master would know how difficult it was to set up a teleportation array, but Wu Liang had managed to do it. This was enough to show how terrifying he was. Wu Liang rolled his eyes. He seemed to be disdainful of Lin Feng's strange behavior, but he also seemed to be pleased with himself. He thought about how Lin Feng was being chased and asked, "Why are they chasing you?" Lin Feng replied, "You must be mistaken. Actually, we're all chasing after that treasure. I'm just a bit faster." Wu Liang obviously didn't believe Lin Feng's nonsense. He rolled his eyes and bared his teeth, revealing a ferocious expression. "You're the one who stole one of the treasures?" Wu Liang's deduction was very accurate. This guy was as intelligent as a demon. Lin Feng refused to admit it. Nonsense. There are so many experts. How could I have stolen it? Boom, a terrifying aura could be felt from behind. 3 great figures were chasing after them. Not good. They're chasing after me. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. These were 3 peerless experts. If they caught up to him, he wouldn't have a good time. Brat, and that damned Taoist priest, hand over the 2 treasures and you can live. Otherwise, when we catch up to you, we'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. One of the great figures said fiercely. Damn, and you're still saying that you didn't get the treasures? Wu Liang's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng trembled when he saw Wu Liang's expression. He waved his fist and said, "Don't disturb me. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Another great figure said coldly, "Maybe we can sit down and negotiate calmly. We can exchange what you want for what we want." "Exchange my ass." Wu Liang raised his middle finger disdainfully. The 3 great figures were so angry that their noses were about to become crooked. This bastard must be a fake Taoist priest. It was very rare to see a Taoist priest come out, but those who did were all experts. How could there be a scoundrel like Wu Liang? Since that's the case, we can only kill you too. The 3rd big shot said coldly. He threw a punch at Lin Feng and the Taoist priest. Celestial lights appeared and surrounded Lin Feng and the Taoist priest of the Wu Liang. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's immortal slaying technique. You're from Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Wu Liang's expression changed when he saw this attack. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was an ancient dynasty in the Immortal Continent. Among the many ancient dynasties, it was one of the 10 great dynasties, second only to the 4 great dynasties of the Middle Holy Celestial Continent. The dynasty had a long history and was extremely powerful. Wu Liang's Wu Liang was unparalleled in the world. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, Huangfu Tianqiong. The middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's imperial family. Wu Liang's expression darkened. In the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, only the imperial family had the surname Huangfu. You know quite a lot. Huangfu Tianqiong looked indifferent. That terrifying attack was already moving towards Lin Feng and the Taoist priest. Explosion technique. Bang! Lin Feng cast a spiritual deployment spell, and the tunnel behind him exploded. The explosion of the tunnel was astonishing. It blocked Huangfu Tianqiong's attack, and the whole tunnel shook violently. 2 spirit formation masters. Huangfu Tianqiong and the other 2 looked gloomy. They had already rushed over before the tunnel split open. Huangfu Tianqiong looked indifferent and said coldly, "You won't be able to escape. Your cultivations are nothing more than ants in our eyes. Even if you know some spiritual array techniques, you'll still die in the end." Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest looked glum. Indeed, escaping from the 3 strong cultivators wasn't going to be easy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 big shots quickly chased after them and gradually closed the distance between Lin Feng and Wu Liang. "How many more li until we reach the exit of the spatial tunnel?" Lin Feng asked. "About 50 miles. Wu Liang said. Once they left the tunnel, they would be in trouble. Lin Feng frowned. He had a bad feeling, but he glanced at the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest looked calm and unperturbed. Wu Liang still had a way. Lin Feng secretly paid attention to Wu Liang's every move. Boom! The 3 big shots behind them attacked again. This time, their attacks were even fiercer and more violent. Moreover, the 3 of them attacked together. Their powerful attacks were aimed at Lin Feng and Wu Liang. Lin Feng took out his black tortoise shield, a defensive treasure. The black tortoise shield quickly grew in size and blocked behind Lin Feng and Wu Liang. Bang! When the attacks of the 3 big shots arrived, the powerful defense of the black tortoise shield was actually destroyed. The black tortoise shield directly exploded. A powerful defensive treasure was destroyed, and Lin Feng and Wu Liang were sent flying by the powerful energy. Wah! The 2 of them both spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though the attacks of the 3 great figures did not actually land on them, just the energy shockwaves were enough to injure them. If the attacks had landed on them directly, they would have been killed long ago. A light appeared in front of him. They had finally reached the exit of the tunnel. One of the big shots sneered and said, "We're about to leave the tunnel. They can't escape. I really want to see them in despair." The second big shot had an indifferent expression, but his face was full of killing intent. Huangfu Tianqiong's eyes flashed with a sinister light. "When the time comes, we'll kill those 2 without mercy." Whoosh! Lin Feng and Wu Liang rushed out of the tunnel, and the three big shots followed closely behind. The killing intent in Huangfu Tianqiong and the others' hearts was at its peak. They were about to attack Lin Feng and Wu Liang. But at this moment, Daoist Wu Liang took out a piece of jade and activated it. Dense array runes shot out from the jade and intertwined together to form a Dao platform. Teleportation platform. When they saw the platform, Huangfu Tianqiong and the others' faces turned green. Wu Liang jumped into the teleportation platform and disappeared again. Lin Feng had been paying attention to Wu Liang's actions. After Wu Liang jumped into the teleportation platform and disappeared, Lin Feng also jumped into the teleportation platform. He was enveloped by the light and disappeared without a trace. The jade talisman then shattered, and the area returned to normal. Lin Feng and Wu Liang had used the teleportation platform to go to who knew where. The three big shots roared furiously. They stood in the void, feeling depressed and unable to vent their frustrations. They attacked the surrounding forest with their palms. Boom, boom. 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 Mountain peaks and large forests. They were all destroyed in an instant by the three angry big shots. Boom. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the teleportation array, he was attacked. Wu Liang Taoist sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. This palm strike landed on Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong. He couldn't withstand the Taoist priest's attack, but he wasn't severely injured. Wu Liang Taoist rushed over again and shouted, "B*****, I knew you were the one who stole my treasure. Give it back to me." Wu Liang Taoist was an ally 1 second and an enemy the next. In the next moment, Wu Liang Taoist screamed and held his head, pounding it with all his might. "Brat, you actually used a secret soul technique to attack me." Wu Liang Taoist was in so much pain that his entire body was twitching. F***CKU, damn Taoist. You attacked me first. What's that treasure in the purple light? Hurry up and give it to me, or I'll beat you to death today. Lin Feng endured the pain and got up, then pounced on Wu Liang Taoist. Go to hell, brat. Wu Liang Taoist took out a jade talisman and was about to throw it at Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that Wu Liang Taoist was very skilled in formations, so he quickly retreated, afraid that he would fall into Wu Liang Taoist's trap. Wu Liang Taoist bared his teeth and shouted, "Brat, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll take all of your treasures." The jade talisman cracked, and a ray of divine light enveloped Wu Liang Taoist. Then, Wu Liang Taoist rushed into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn Taoist, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll take all of your treasures. Lin Feng shouted fiercely. He did not stop and spread his golden wings and quickly flew into the distance. In a secluded place, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out the Xianming demonic tome. The Xianming demonic tome was a piece of black paper made of an unknown material. It was densely written with runes that twisted and connected together. Lin Feng was very surprised. He did not know what these runes meant, but he could feel that they were extraordinary. Lin Feng used a drop of blood to refine the Xianming demonic tome, but his blood could not fuse with the book. Lin Feng then tried to refine the book with his divine will, but it also failed. The Xianming demonic tome blocked Lin Feng's divine will. Unable to refine, Lin Feng frowned. The Xianming demon book was very strange. It was preventing him from absorbing it. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if that book was dangerous too. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng put the Xianming demon book away. He began to heal himself. Lin Feng's body was covered in injuries after the battle. He activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill and the power of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant flowed in his body. The power of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant entered his body and Lin Feng felt his body slowly recover. At the same time, a mysterious voice came from the demonic orb while Lin Feng was recovering. Xianming. Demonic. Book. Appear. Devour. Boom. After the mysterious voice came out, the demonic orb moved slightly. Swoosh. The Xianming demonic tome that Lin Feng had placed in his spirit ring appeared in Lin Feng's dantian. The demonic orb emitted a terrifying energy that shrouded the Xianming demonic tome. Just like when it had devoured the fire Qilint's divine power, the demonic orb seemed to want to devour the Xianming demonic tome. However, the Xianming demonic tome was not simple. When the demonic orb devoured the Xianming demonic tome, the runes on the Xianming demonic tome began to twist. The runes turned into black evil dragons that roamed around the Xianming demonic tome, letting out deep roars. The demonic orb and the Xianming demonic tome confronted each other. There's no use in escaping from being devoured by fate. The voice came out from the demonic orb again. Then, the demonic orb began to devour the Xianming demonic tome. An even more powerful demonic energy came out from the demonic orb. No one knew what was inside the demonic orb. Clearly, this existence was extremely terrifying. The Xianming demonic tome was shrouded in demonic energy. The demonic orb wanted to devour the Xianming demonic tome. However, the Xianming demonic tome shone with demonic light and a blurry figure appeared. It looked like a person, but it also looked like a beast. At a closer look, it also looked like a spirit. As long as the cycle of reincarnation is not destroyed, the Xianming will not die. Suddenly, a deep voice came out from the Xianming demonic tome. Bang! Just as the Xianming demonic tome was about to be devoured by the demonic orb, it suddenly swept out and collided with the demonic orb. Wah! Lin Feng, who was recuperating, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. What's going on? Lin Feng wanted to cry, but he didn't understand. Bang! In the next moment, another violent collision came from his dantian. The Xianming demonic tome and the demonic orb collided again. Lin Feng was blown away by the terrifying strength of the explosion. Wah! Lin Feng spat out blood again. He felt as if his body was about to explode. It's you guys. Lin Feng felt the demonic orb and the Xianming demonic tome fighting in his dantian. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. These two strange things were actually fighting, and they didn't care about his life at all. Boom! The Xianming demonic tome and the demonic orb collided for the third time. Lin Feng was sent flying and slammed into the stone wall. He felt as if his organs were about to explode. So ruthless. Do you want to kill me? Lin Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had survived so many dangers. Was he going to die in the confrontation between the demonic orb and the Xianming demonic tome? Of course, he didn't want to die here. However, Lin Feng obviously couldn't control it. The demonic orb and the Xianming demonic tome were accumulating power. It was obvious that they were about to collide even more fiercely. It was too terrifying. If that happened, Lin Feng might really die from the collision between the demonic orb and the Xianming demonic tome. Holy Emperor Stone! Lin Feng shouted. In this moment of life and death, he summoned the Holy Emperor Stone. The Holy Emperor Stone also appeared in Lin Feng's dantian. It was originally in a dormant state. After entering Lin Feng's dantian and sensing the qi of the demonic orb and the Xianming demonic tome, it immediately woke up. The Holy Emperor's blood on the Holy Emperor Stone emitted a demonic light. The Holy Emperor Stone also joined the confrontation. The three sides faced each other, but in the end, they all seemed to be afraid of each other. The demonic orb, the Xianming demonic tome, and the Holy Emperor Stone gradually withdrew all their power. How lucky, I'm still alive. Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. The three demonic treasures were hidden in his body, and from time to time, they would collide with each other. Lin Feng had a headache. He was worried that one day, he would really be killed by them. Lin Feng sighed. He wasn't strong enough to suppress them. He had to increase his strength quickly. When the time came, whether it was the demonic orb, the Xianming demonic tome, or the Holy Emperor Stone, they would all be suppressed by him. Lin Feng spent a day recuperating from his injuries, then he calmed himself down and continued flying towards the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Although life was cruel, he still had to continue, so he had to work hard. Lin Feng could only console himself. That night, Lin Feng was resting beside a small stream when he heard the sound of something flying through the air. A few cultivators were flying towards him from afar. Lin Feng quickly extinguished the bonfire and jumped onto a tree. He didn't know who they were, and the ancient battlefield of gods and demons was full of treachery. He had to be on guard at all times, or he would die without a proper burial. The cultivators landed, fetched some water, and sat cross-legged, leaning against a tree to rest. It's said that a 10,000-year-old spirit herb has appeared in the depths. Is that true? A cultivator asked. That's what the rumors say. Many people are rushing over. If it's really a 10,000-year-old spirit herb, then it's too shocking. It's a treasure that can bring back the dead. As long as a person is still breathing, such a treasure can bring them back to life. That's right. Let's go and take a look tomorrow. The cultivators discussed for a while, then quickly went to rest. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the tree, heard their conversation and was shocked. A 10,000-year-old spirit herb? Lin Feng was shocked. He knew what a 10,000-year-old spirit herb represented. A 3,000-year-old spirit herb was enough to make people fight to the death for it, let alone a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. 5,000 years was enough to change the world. 10,000 years. How many years had passed? A 10,000-year-old spirit herb was naturally unimaginably powerful. I'll go and take a look too. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. If he had the chance, he hoped that he could snatch the 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Of course, it sounded a bit unbelievable. The next day, the cultivators set off, and Lin Feng followed behind them. It was a mountain range. It was said that the 10,000-year-old spirit herb was located in the depths. At this moment, many cultivators had already gathered. The restrictions have been opened. Some peerless experts of the younger generation have entered. They want to snatch the 10,000-year-old spirit herb before the experts of the older generation arrive. A cultivator said. Many experts of the older generation were currently in the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, and this place was in the central region. Upon hearing the news of the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, those experts of the older generation would definitely rush over, but it would take time. This was an opportunity for many of the top experts of the younger generation. Uncle, may I know what the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb inside is? Lin Feng looked at a middle-aged cultivator. This was a cultivator of the martial general realm. He did not enter the depths of the restriction, but purely came to watch the show. This kind of person was quite self-aware and understood his own ability, so he would not lose his life in vain. It's said to be the 9-dragon fruit. The middle-aged cultivator said. 9 dragons fruit? Lin Feng widened his eyes and said, there's actually such a thing in the world? He could feel his heart thumping wildly. Lin Feng was an alchemist, so he had obviously heard of the 9-dragon fruit. The 9-dragon fruit was originally called the 9-dragon celestial medicine, but because it had been contaminated with dragon blood, it had mutated and become a fruit, therefore it was also called the 9-dragon fruit. It was said that a single 9-dragon's fruit had 9 fruits, and each fruit was equivalent to a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. If one could obtain all 9 fruits at the same time, their effects would be equivalent to an immortal medicine that could restore one's youth and allow one to live a second life. In the past, the Fire Qilin had searched through all 3,000 continents in search of the 9-dragon's fruit, but it had been difficult to find. Now, it had appeared here. If it really was the legendary 9-dragon's fruit, then it would be too heaven-defying. Thank you for telling me, uncle. Lin Feng flew towards the depths of the ancient battlefield. The middle-aged cultivator said, little brother, although your cultivation is not bad, you are not strong enough to fight for the 9-dragon's fruit. You should think twice before you act. Lin Feng naturally knew that the uncle was being kind. He smiled and said, don't worry, uncle. I'm just going to take a look. The middle-aged cultivator said, still, you should be careful. Lin Feng nodded and bid farewell to the middle-aged cultivator. He entered the depths of the ancient battlefield. There were many cultivators lingering around, but most of them were observing. They did not enter the ancient battlefield because it was very terrifying. The distorted space-time energy was enough to destroy the physical body of a martial king. Senior sister, look, it's that boy. A few cultivators were standing in a certain area, also looking towards the ancient battlefield. It was Sun Ziyue, Lu Wuqing, and the others. Lu Wuqing had first ambushed Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue and had been injured by Lin Feng. Later, when he had been fighting for the violet jade snake grass, he had been injured by Lin Feng again. He hated Lin Feng so much that he had to grit his teeth. Now that he saw Lin Feng again, his eyes were spitting fire. This guy went in. Let's wait for him outside. Sun Ziyu said coldly. Okay, let's catch him off guard. Lu Wuqing said fiercely. That'll have to wait until he comes out alive. He's just a martial general, and he dares to go in? He's just going to die. Sun Ziyu pouted. Lin Feng entered the ancient battlefield. It was surrounded by white fog and emitted a terrifying strength. The visibility was also very low. It was probably the space-time distortion strength that the cultivators outside had mentioned. After entering, Lin Feng was shocked to find that his own pure qi had been sealed. It was a place where all kinds of power were sealed, including pure qi, earth energy, and so on. No ancient divine abilities could be used. One had to rely on one's physical body to enter this place. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough, so he continued walking. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure became. Even though Lin Feng's physical body had been tempered by the ancient dragonesque elephant spell, he still felt the pressure. If he could circulate his pure qi, he would be able to use the ancient dragonesque elephant spell to condense the strength of the ancient dragonesque elephant to protect his body. But this place had sealed Lin Feng's pure qi, and he couldn't circulate it at all. He could only rely on his physical body to move forward. What's this? Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a person lying on the ground in front of him. He quickly walked over. It was a cultivator in his 20s, and he was already dead. Lin Feng examined him and found that his bones were broken. Obviously, he hadn't been able to withstand the pressure. After he had been injured, no one had been able to save him. It's really terrifying. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued walking. The deeper he went, the more pressure Lin Feng felt. Lin Feng felt like he was suffocating. He felt that his breathing was getting faster and faster, and his footsteps were getting heavier and heavier. Fortunately, he could still persevere. After about 30 meters, he saw a few silhouettes in front of him. At the back were 3 silver-haired men. Lin Feng had seen them before. They were the geniuses of the silver-haired clan. The silver-haired clan was a very ancient clan. They hadn't appeared for many years. Now, the 3 young cultivators who had appeared were extremely powerful. As he walked forward, Lin Feng saw 3 men with swords on their backs. They were cultivators from the Wanjian sect. Those who can make it here are all outstanding cultivators of the younger generation. Lin Feng sighed with emotion. These people were all geniuses. They were the successors of ancient clans. Although they were young, they were all cultivators of the Yin-Yang realm. They could already compete with the older cultivators. Lin Feng was able to make it here because his physical body was too strong. In this forbidden space, it was difficult to use any other power except for his physical body. Lin Feng continued to walk forward under the great pressure. It was extremely difficult for him to move because the power in the depths of the space was too terrifying. He felt suffocated and under great pressure. The others weren't much better off than Lin Feng. They were indeed powerful, but in terms of physical strength, they definitely couldn't compare to Lin Feng's physical body. And they had lost their powerful Dharma power. They were also in great trouble. Lin Feng stepped forward and went deeper. Soon, he saw a few more cultivators. One of them was wearing golden clothes. It was Genie Chen, the top genius of the Divine Prefecture in the East Province. The other person was Qin Mubai, a man in snow-white clothes. Lin Feng didn't know who he was, but he was probably a young genius as well. Lin Feng didn't know who he was, but he knew he was a young genius. Hua Shirua and Hu Meixian were among them. It's you. Hua Shirua was shocked when she saw Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had stolen one of the 3 treasures in the tomb and had been chased by dozens of powerful cultivators. Now, he was safe and sound. She was very surprised. Lin Feng nodded at Hua Shirua. Genie Chen, Qin Mubai, and the others looked over and frowned slightly. They also recognized Lin Feng. This surprised them. This kid was only a general. How did he get in? Even though they had arrived here, they were already feeling exhausted. Off in the distance, there were 5 or 6 cultivators, all of whom were chosen of the younger generation. They were also looking at Lin Feng. It's him. He snatched a treasure from the tomb and is still living so freely. I can't believe it. How did he escape from the clutches of so many great figures? Some of the geniuses exclaimed in disbelief. Even if they were in Qin Wentian's shoes, wouldn't it be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they wanted to escape? But Lin Feng did it. In other directions, there were a few other middle-aged cultivators. They were also very powerful. They also looked at Lin Feng. He's the kid who stole the treasures from many strong cultivators. A middle-aged cultivator was surprised. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. Why aren't you leaving the ancient battlefield of gods and demons? Why are you still wandering around? Hu Meixian knew Lin Feng, so she couldn't help but say this. She felt that Lin Feng was really audacious. Lin Feng smiled and said, I didn't want to leave you, Xian'er. That's why I came back to see you. This guy actually dares to tease Hu Meixian. Many people couldn't help but mutter to themselves. The charming fox immortal was not someone that anyone could take advantage of. However, the charming fox immortal did not seem to be angry. Instead, she giggled and said, if you really miss me, why don't you hand over that treasure of yours to me? I want to, but I don't have the strength. I sold it. Lin Feng said. You sold it? Hu Meixian couldn't believe it. Many people looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Well, I'm penniless right now, so I sold it to a great figure. Lin Feng said. Pfft. Many people rolled their eyes. Obviously, they didn't believe Lin Feng's nonsense. Little boy, did you really sell that thing? Someone laughed coldly. The young man in cyan clothes walked towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw that he didn't look happy, he frowned and said, I sold him. It has nothing to do with you, said the young man in cyan clothes. You dare talk to me like that? How impudent. Normally, you wouldn't even be qualified to talk to me like that. The young man in cyan clothes looked indifferent. He's from the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. Try not to get into a conflict with him. At that moment, a voice rang out in Lin Feng's head. It was Hu Meixian's voice. The Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. Wasn't that Huangfu Tianqiong's group? Lin Feng hadn't thought that the young man in front of him would also be from the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. And it seemed that he wanted to attack him. Lin Feng looked at the young man indifferently and pursed his lips. Too many people think they're infallible. They don't know that they're frogs in a well. You're mocking me. You're audacious, but do you know the consequences of doing that? Said Huang Fuyan coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently, don't think too highly of yourself. You're just SOSO. This guy. Hu Meixian was speechless. She had warned him, but he hadn't listened. He still dared to challenge Huang Fuyan. Hee. Huang Fuyan can't control himself anymore. Huang Fuyan is so fast. If he hadn't attacked, I would have. Some people whispered to each other. It seemed like there were more than one or two people who wanted to attack Lin Feng. They were all coveting the treasures Lin Feng had obtained from the ancient grave. Now that Huang Fuyan had attacked, they were all waiting for an opportunity. If the treasures were still there, it wouldn't be too late to steal them. Many people were thinking this way. Huang Fuyan's eyes were cold. He said icily, are you provoking me? Do you know what the consequences of provoking me, Huang Fui? Lin Feng said indifferently. I've never provoked anyone, but when people provoke me, I won't let them. You think you can do that? Said Huang Fuyan disdainfully. He could sense Lin Feng's cultivation level. He was only a general. Huang Fuyan could kill a cultivator of that level with a flick of his finger. Lin Feng said indifferently, you'd better stay away from me. I've been very irritable lately, and I might do something to some ignorant people. Lin Feng was mocking Huang Fuyan. If he had met Huang Fuyan outside, Lin Feng wouldn't have fought him head-on, but in this place, he had nothing to fear. Huang Fuyan's magic power had been sealed, so Lin Feng wasn't afraid of anyone present when it came to physical strength. Boy, your stupidity and ignorance have angered me, said Huang Fuyan coldly. Huang Fuyan's eyes were cold. This person was indeed powerful. Even under such pressure, he could still walk as if he were flying. Boom. Huang Fuyan attacked, and his palm shot towards Lin Feng. His attack was very slow, and everyone could clearly see the trajectory of the attack. This casual attack was aimed at Lin Feng, and it was obvious that Huang Fuyan had done it deliberately. He wanted to use this method to humiliate Lin Feng. Huang Fuyan's attack was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Not only was his cultivation high, but his body was also abnormally strong. Although his attack seemed slow, there were many hidden changes hidden within it. It would not be easy to dodge it. Just as the attack was about to hit Lin Feng suddenly moved. Lin Feng dodged to the left and avoided Huang Fuyan's attack. Then, he formed a fist with his right hand and punched at Huang Fuyan. Boom, a powerful force erupted in an instant. The speed of this punch was extremely fast, and its power was immense. Lin Feng's body had been tempered by the archaic dragonesque elephant art. His body had surpassed that of a fiend god. Lin Feng had also tempered his body for a long time in the lightning cavern. When Lin Feng had just broken through to the martial general realm, his body was already comparable to a yin-yang realm expert. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased by many times, his body had also improved greatly. His body had probably surpassed that of a yin-yang realm cultivator. It was not something that Huang Fuyan could compare with. What? Many people were shocked. They had not expected Lin Feng to dodge Huang Fuyan's attack. Moreover, he even launched a counterattack against Huang Fuyan. Huang Fuyan was also shocked. He had thought that he could defeat Lin Feng with one move, but he had not expected Lin Feng to dodge his attack. Lin Feng's counterattack was even more unexpected. He quickly put his hands in front of him and used a move commonly seen in martial arts, the iron chain blockade, to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang, with a dull sound of collision, Huang Fuyan was hit by Lin Feng. A powerful force poured into Huang Fuyan's body. Thump, 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 Huang Fuyan was forced to retreat. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. He used this method to disperse the terrifying force that had poured into his body. After retreating 6 or 7 steps, Huang Fuyan finally stopped. Huang Fuyan has been forced back. He's at a disadvantage. Am I seeing things? Many geniuses stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. This was something that none of them had expected. Logically speaking, with Huang Fuyan's strength, shouldn't he have been able to instantly kill that brat, but why did this happen? Could it be that this kid was hiding his strength? Many people could not help but guess. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that Lin Feng's cultivation was indeed at the martial general realm. It did not seem like he was hiding his strength. However, how could a martial general cultivator possibly defeat Huang Fuyi? This filled their hearts with doubt. On the other hand, Huang Fuyan's face was extremely gloomy. He seemed to feel many strange gazes looking at him. Those gazes seemed to be mixed with ridicule and disdain. He was at the yin-yang realm, but he was actually pushed back by a martial general realm cultivator. How could Huang Fuyan bear this? It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Die, brat! Huang Fuyan shouted coldly. He suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body shot towards Lin Feng like a cannonball. Huang Fuyan's body moved, and like a dragon crossing a river, he rushed towards Lin Feng. This was a martial arts technique. His body was like a dragon's bow. Huang Fuyan seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng fiercely. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he used a martial arts technique of his own. In terms of physical strength, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Bang! The collapsing fist and Huang Fuyan's attack collided fiercely. Suddenly, 2 forces, one bright and one dark, were formed. The bright force blocked Huang Fuyan's attack, while the dark force shook Huang Fuyan's body. Huang Fuyan was attacked by the dark force. His face turned pale, and he was forced to retreat by Lin Feng's punch. What a strong physical body! This guy's physical body is even stronger than Huang Fuyan's. Is he really just a general? Many people cried out in alarm. The collision between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyan was actually a collision between their physical bodies. The physical body was the main force, and the martial arts techniques were secondary. If one's physical body was strong enough, they could destroy their opponent in an instant. Lin Feng stepped forward and looked indifferently at Huang Fuyan. He said coldly, "Is this all you've got? If that's all you've got, then you really don't know what's good for you." Huang Fuyan said coldly, "Brat, you think too highly of yourself." Boom. Suddenly, Huang Fuyan's body emitted a terrifying aura. Force. This was the force that a yin-yang cultivator could condense. He could use his force to suppress others. Force was a very strange state. However, the force condensed by some powerhouses was often extremely destructive. Huang Fuyan is going to get serious after condensing his own force. A Sky Pride expert murmured. This was Huang Fuyan's peak state. Because of the forbidden space, Huang Fuyan couldn't use his own magic power. However, the force of a yin-yang cultivator was still very powerful. Huang Fuyan walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Each time he took a step, his force became more and more powerful. What a strong force! Huang Fuyan suffered a loss at the hands of that brat, so he's furious. Because of his anger, his force is much stronger than usual. Some geniuses cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and Huang Fuyan. The powerful middle-aged cultivators felt the force condensed in Huang Fuyan's body, and their expressions changed drastically. This force was too terrifying. It made them feel like they were suffocating. He can condense such a powerful force. Huang Fuyan really isn't simple. No wonder he's a top genius of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. That's right. Huang Fuyan is one of the young cultivators that the Yuhua immortal dynasty has been focusing on. It looks like that brat will definitely lose. Many people were discussing this. Huang Fuyan's force had shocked them, let alone Lin Feng. They didn't think that Lin Feng could resist Huang Fuyan's force. Brat, it's time to end this. Huang Fuyan's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. His body emitted a terrifying and cold aura. This was his force. His force directly moved towards Lin Feng. However, many people were dumbstruck when they saw that Lin Feng was unimpeded by Huang Fuyan's force. It was as if he wasn't affected by the force at all. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Huang Fuyan and threw a punch. "You're ignoring my force?" "Impossible." Huang Fuyan couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Feng looked indifferent. "Why is it impossible? Could it be that you're the only one with force?" As soon as he finished speaking, boom. An even more terrifying force erupted from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's force was filled with an indestructible sharpness. It directly broke through Huang Fuyan's force. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at Huang Fuyan. Huang Fuyan tried to block, but Lin Feng forced him back. However, Lin Feng didn't stop. He continued to advance, and the force in his body grew stronger and stronger. Huang Fuyan's face turned extremely pale. After 9 consecutive punches, Huang Fuyan finally couldn't resist any longer. He was blown away by Lin Feng and fell to the ground with a thump. Lin Feng strode forward and stomped on Huang Fuyan's body. He looked indifferently at Huang Fuyan and said, "You're too weak." Huang Fuyan had never been humiliated like this before. He was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everybody was in a daze. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who would dare to believe that this was real? Huang Fuyan was one of the most outstanding cultivators of the younger generation. He was a proud son of the heavens, but now, he had been defeated by a cultivator of the martial general realm. He had even been trampled on by that cultivator. Is that boy really a martial general realm cultivator? Why do I feel like he's even more ferocious than a cultivator of the yin-yang layer? Someone whispered. He couldn't believe it. His heart was filled with astonishment. In the forbidden space, everybody's dermic powers had been sealed. In terms of physical strength, the stronger the cultivation level, the stronger the physical strength. But Lin Feng had used his physical strength to crush Huang Fuyan. They had mistakenly thought that Lin Feng was strong enough to crush Huang Fuyan, but Lin Feng had concealed his cultivation level. Qin Mubai's clothes were as white as snow. He frowned slightly. Genie Chen's eyes were cold. He also looked at them sharply. The 3 young geniuses of the silver-haired clan looked at them indifferently. The 3 strong cultivators of the Wanjian sect whispered to each other. Huashirua's beautiful eyes shone. Mei Xian whispered, how can this guy's physical strength be so strong? And he can even condense force. What a monstrous guy. She had known Lin Feng for a long time, so she knew that Lin Feng's cultivation level was at the martial general realm. He definitely wasn't at the Yin-Yang layer. Because she knew about Lin Feng's cultivation level, she was even more astonished. Boy, I'm a member of the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty's imperial family. How dare you hit me, you? Huang Fuyan gnashed his teeth. He wanted to threaten Lin Feng, but Lin Feng stepped on his face. Lin Feng cursed, how dare you call yourself a member of the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty's imperial family? The Yuhua Celestial Dynasty is an ancient dynasty of the immortal continent. Every member of the imperial family is a dragon or a phoenix among men. Look at you. You're just a weakling from top to bottom. How dare you pretend to be one? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. As he said this, he stomped on Huang Fuyan's face with his right foot, causing Huang Fuyan's face to deform. The corners of the mouths of many people twitched violently when they saw this scene. Their eyelids twitched violently as well. This brat was truly too ruthless. He actually used such an excuse to refute Huang Fuyi. If the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty knew about this, they would be too embarrassed to make a move against him. If not, wouldn't they be saying that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty nurtured a good-for-nothing? Huang Fuyan was even more furious. He was about to spit out a mouthful of blood when Lin Feng stepped on it and forced it back into his stomach. His whole body twitched violently and his eyes turned white. It seemed as if he would die soon. Lin Feng kicked Huang Fuyan and sent him flying. Huang Fuyan spat out a mouthful of blood from his chest and came back to life. Brat, I'll kill you. Huang Fuyan's face was distorted as he roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted his foot and kicked Huang Fujiang away. Crack, crack. Many of Huang Fuyan's bones were broken. He slammed on the ground and gasped for breath. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Everyone looked at what was happening in front of them in a daze. Huang Fuyan was a top-notch heaven's pride. But now, he had been beaten half to death. Huang Fuyan hated Lin Feng to the core, but he had been seriously injured by Lin Feng. He couldn't endure it anymore. He had to find a place to heal himself, otherwise, he might really die. He crawled up from the ground and glared at Lin Feng with hatred, then walked away. Lin Feng frowned. There were too many people in this place. Otherwise, he would have killed Huang Fuyan. Otherwise, he would have become a huge threat. However, Lin Feng didn't want to kill him. The Yuhua Celestial Dynasty wasn't something he could provoke. After Huang Fuyan left, everybody looked away from Lin Feng. They were all secretly vigilant against Lin Feng because Lin Feng's strength was too astonishing. No matter what his cultivation level was, his battle prowess was enough to threaten everybody. Therefore, many people were afraid of Lin Feng. Boom. Genie Chen continued walking. He hadn't forgotten that his goal was the 9 dragon fruit. As for the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyan, it was just a small interlude. The others also continued walking towards the depths of the forbidden area. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the pressure became. After walking for a dozen meters, Lin Feng felt as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on him. It was extremely difficult for him to move. Kacha, kacha, some people had already suffered a blow, and cracking sounds could be heard from their bodies. It was a genius from the silver-haired clan. He was the first one who couldn't bear the pressure. He's a genius of the Yin-Yang layer, murmured Lin Feng. The 3 cultivators from the silver-haired clan were all Yin-Yang layer cultivators. They were extremely strong, but now, they were about to reach their limit. Lin Feng was astonished. Many people looked grave. They were also under immense pressure. The pressure wasn't any weaker than the one from the silver-haired clan, but they were obviously stronger. Look, there's a pond in front of us, shouted someone in surprise. Even though there was a white fog, they could still see a pond in front of them. Everybody was excited. Were they finally going to reach the 9 dragon fruit? It was a 9 dragon fruit. It could prolong one's life and make one's flesh grow back. 9 dragon fruits could restore one's youth and allow one to live another life. What kind of terrifying medicinal effect was that? Nobody wanted to give up. Even the geniuses from the silver-haired clan who were injured didn't want to give up. Everyone struggled to make their way into the depths. Kacha, kacha, very quickly, the sound of bodies cracking spread in the air again. This time, it was a genius from the 10,000 Swords sect. His body was also cracking. Every step was extremely difficult, but nobody gave up. After a while, a few more people's bodies cracked and blood flowed out, but nobody gave up. They all gritted their teeth and continued walking. The 9 dragon fruit wasn't far from them. They were about to reach the 9 dragon fruit. It would be a pity to give up at that moment. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was also under immense pressure, but he felt like he could still withstand it. He had to thank the ancient dragonesque elephant formula for tempering his body. Of course, Lin Feng's life in the Thunder Cavern had also been extremely difficult. Kacha, kacha. The young genius from the silver-haired clan's body was cracking more and more. He looked like a piece of porcelain that was about to break. However, at that moment, a silver light gushed out of his body and enveloped him, preventing his body from cracking further. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Was that the silver-haired clan's innate ability? No. However, it was at this moment that an extremely horrified shriek was heard. It was from a genius from the Myriad Sword sect. He looked at his body that was cracking apart in horror. In the next moment, a loud bang was heard as the body of that genius from the Myriad Sword sect shattered into pieces. Fresh blood spurted out as he died on the spot. Junior brother. The other 2 geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect cried out in grief. Their junior brother had died right next to them, but they couldn't do anything to stop it. After so many years of cultivating together, the memories of the past surfaced in their minds. Now that their junior brother's body had been reduced to minced meat and died in such a tragic manner, they felt incomparable pain. Lin Feng thought to himself, that silver-haired man had a racial talent. A silver light protected his body, so he didn't die. But we humans don't have racial talents, so the Myriad Sword sect's genius died on the spot. How sad. Lin Feng felt the difficulty of cultivation. This was a path full of thorns and dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. The others looked indifferent as they continued walking. Head. Lin Feng picked up the head of the Myriad Sword sect's genius, because it had fallen not far from Lin Feng. This was probably the best preserved part of that genius body. He handed the head to one of the Myriad Sword sect's geniuses. Thank you. The cultivator was heartbroken. My condolences. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and continued walking with difficulty. The 2 geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect were greatly affected by their junior brother's death, so they couldn't hold on any longer. In order to go deeper, not only did they need a strong physical body, they also needed a strong willpower. Now that their willpower had been shaken by their junior brother's death, they finally chose to withdraw. The others continued to walk deeper into the forest. A terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Feng, and he felt like his waist was about to be bent. His whole body was in pain. This kind of pressure was enough to make a person collapse. But Lin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. He didn't want to give up. My body. One of the geniuses had an ugly expression. He felt like his body was about to reach its limit. He thought of the Myriad Sword sect's genius who had died tragically, and his mind was in a daze. Bang. The moment he relaxed his mind, he was sent flying by the terrifying pressure in the depths of the forbidden space. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in midair. His essence, chi, and soul collapsed. He could not hold on any longer and could only choose to retreat. At a time like this, one's will cannot be shaken. Once it is shaken, the consequences will be the same as that cultivator. They will definitely be swept away by the terrifying power of the forbidden space. Lin Feng murmured. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Although it was extremely difficult, he still walked step by step towards the depths. Bang, at this time, half of an expert's body exploded. He suffered a heavy blow and his body couldn't withstand the pressure of the forbidden space. He groaned and quickly retreated, dodging this section. What a powerful forbidden space. Lin Feng murmured. He didn't feel any fear. Instead, his gaze became even more resolute. In a short distance of 20 meters, many people were eliminated. For example, the 2 silver-haired geniuses, the 3 middle-aged cultivators, and the others were all eliminated. In the end, only 9 people remained and entered the depths of the forbidden space. However, those who were able to survive until the end were definitely the most powerful people. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the forbidden space. In the end, those who had persevered also arrived at the depths of the forbidden space. There was a pond in the depths of the forbidden space. It was very unusual. The soil inside was surprisingly golden. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of soil it was for it to have such a color. This is golden sand. It's said that it comes from the Milky Way of the undying world. Hua Shirua murmured. Of course, this was just a rumor. It was hard to say whether it was true or not. At that moment, people saw Lin Feng jump up and start digging up a large amount of golden sand. Because it was difficult to use spiritual rings to collect golden sand in this place, Lin Feng took off his jacket and poured the golden sand into it. Then, he put the jacket on himself. What is that little boy doing? Many people's mouths twitched violently. Didn't you say that this is from the undying world? I'll collect some. Maybe I can sell it for a good price. Lin Feng grinned. Everyone rolled their eyes. They were all of noble birth, so they naturally wouldn't be like Lin Feng and collect golden sand to sell. Moreover, they couldn't take off their jackets and carry the golden sand out. That would be disgraceful. However, Lin Feng didn't think that way. He obviously wasn't really selling it. It didn't matter whether the golden sand came from the legendary undying world or not. However, Lin Feng was very clear about one thing: the golden sand had appeared in the depths of the forbidden space. This was enough to prove the value of the golden sand. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Perhaps the power it contained was far beyond what people could imagine. Hu Meixian frowned. There's no 9 dragon fruit here. Everyone looked at the pond. Genie Chen said softly, maybe it's down there. Everyone was startled and jumped into the pond. They didn't care about their status as geniuses or beauties anymore. They all started digging up the golden sand in the pond. They wanted to dig out the 9 dragon fruit. Everyone dug up the golden sand. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light shone from below. 9 small golden dragons were lying at the bottom of the pond. They were now awakened. Heavens, the 9 dragon fruit turned into 9 small golden dragons. Is it trying to defy the heavens? Everyone shouted in astonishment. They all pounced on the 9 small golden dragons. Roar! At that moment, the 9 small golden dragons let out loud dragon roars and soared into the sky, swinging their tails. Bang, 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 everyone was swept away by the small golden dragons. These 9 small golden dragons weren't ordinary. They possessed astonishing strength. After sweeping everyone away, the 9 small golden dragons quickly fled outside. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. They were different from the small golden dragons. The small golden dragons weren't affected by the forbidden space, but Lin Feng and the others were suppressed. If they escaped, they wouldn't be able to catch the small golden dragons. Everyone chased after the small golden dragons. Lin Feng locked onto a small golden dragon, but the forbidden space's pressure was too great. He couldn't catch up. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Did he really have to let the small golden dragon escape? Lin Feng suddenly thought of his soul sword. He didn't know if he could use it successfully. With a thought, he activated his soul sword. To Lin Feng's delight, he succeeded. He hit a small golden dragon and turned it into a golden fruit. Lin Feng quickly flew over and grabbed it. When the others saw that Lin Feng had used a soul secret technique and obtained a 9 dragon fruit, they were shocked. They also used soul secret techniques and attacked the small golden dragons. These people were from large factions, so they naturally knew how to use soul secret techniques. However, the small golden dragons were different. They seemed to have a mind of their own. Golden light soared into the sky and enveloped them, blocking the soul attacks. After that, the small golden dragons rushed into various corners of the forbidden space and disappeared. Some people went to look for them, while others stared coldly at Lin Feng. Kid, you can't take the 9 dragon fruit all by yourself. Why don't you share it with us? Said a genius. He stepped forward and pressured Lin Feng. He was the successor of an ancient holy land. 2 other geniuses and a middle-aged man stepped forward and surrounded Lin Feng. The essence of a single 9 dragon fruit is enough to be divided into several portions. Brother, you wouldn't mind sharing it with us, right? Said the young genius indifferently. If Lin Feng dared refuse, they'd attack him together. Lin Feng didn't have the courage to do so. Not everyone would do that. Jin Chen, Qin Mubai, Humei Xian, and Hua Shirua all entered the white fog of the forbidden space and disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they were going to look for the small golden dragons that had escaped. Although the chances of finding them were low, they couldn't do something like steal someone else's fruit. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Is this how magnanimous you all are? You didn't get the 9 dragon fruit, so you want to steal it from someone else? No matter what, you are all heirs of ancient organizations. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for doing such a thing? Aren't you afraid that you'll embarrass the ancient organizations behind you? The way of heaven is to take from those in excess to make up for those in deficiency. The way of man is to take from those in deficiency to make up for those in excess. The world of cultivators is a place of mutual deception. What's there to be surprised about?" One of the skyprides sneered with a cold look on his face. Lin Feng said indifferently, "That's a good reason. In the end, the world of cultivators follows the law of the jungle. It sounds cruel, but it's the law of nature." The middle-aged cultivator said, "Since you understand the rules of the world of cultivators, you should cooperate with us. Do you think you can escape from us?" "I want to see if I can," said Lin Feng indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng attacked. He instantly shot towards the middle-aged cultivator. "Kid, do you want to die?" The middle-aged cultivator sneered. He wasn't afraid at all. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang, 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 the 2 of them quickly exchanged 4 punches. This was a battle of physical strength. Punches landed on flesh, and the sound of collision was heavy and powerful. After the 4 punches, Lin Feng and the middle-aged cultivator both took 3 steps back. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This middle-aged cultivator was extraordinarily strong. He was much stronger than Huang Fuyan, who Lin Feng had defeated earlier. "Good kid, no wonder Huang Fuyan lost to you. You have such a powerful physical body." The middle-aged cultivator's expression sank. The middle-aged cultivator was a loose cultivator. His name was Lu Yuancheng. Although he was a loose cultivator, he was exceptionally powerful. He had already reached the peak of the yin-yang realm. Therefore, Lin Feng actually blocked his attack, which made him abnormally shocked. The prodigy who first showed hostility and threatened Lin Feng was called Xingming. As for the other 2, one of them was called Zhang Chu and the other was called Lu Yu. They were all from ancient families. Xingming said coldly, "Let's attack together and get rid of this brat. He's acquainted with Humei Xian, and we don't know what will happen once she and the others arrive." The others also nodded. The 4 experts split into 4 directions and attacked Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough, facing the attacks of 4 people, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Lin Feng didn't seem worried at all. His expression was cold and indifferent. With a thought, Lin Feng established a connection with the primordial sage Emperor Xianxia's avatar. Roar. With a deafening roar, the primordial sage Emperor Xianxia's avatar was summoned by Lin Feng. The huge Xianxia immediately pounced on Xingming and the other 2. At the same time, Lin Feng unleashed his full strength. He wanted to get rid of the middle-aged cultivator as soon as possible. That way, Xingming and the other 2 would be much easier to deal with. "That's an avatar?" Xingming and the other 2 were shocked. Avatars were extremely difficult to refine. Even they hadn't managed to do so, but Lin Feng had actually managed to do so. This shocked them, but the 3 of them then sneered. Xingming and the other 2 were very confident in themselves. They believed that they could easily get rid of Lin Feng's avatar. However, after exchanging blows, Xingming and the other 2 were shocked. This was because their combined attacks on the avatar were unable to break through. Instead, the avatar sent them flying with a swipe of its claw. They couldn't believe it. A cold light flashed in their eyes, and they rushed forward again, wanting to get rid of the primordial sage Emperor Xianxia's avatar. At the same time, Lin Feng rushed toward Lu Yuanqing. He quickly closed in and punched at Lu Yuanqing. "Kid, you're full of flaws." Lu Yuanqing sneered. Naturally, he could see the flaws in Lin Feng's body with a single glance. Lu Yuanqing sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Bang! This strike landed heavily on Lin Feng's body. Lu Yuanqing thought that Lin Feng would be beaten half to death by his palm strike, but Lin Feng blocked his attack. Lu Yuanqing was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng's physical body to be so strong that he was fine after taking a blow from him. "It's my turn." Lin Feng sneered and punched at Lu Yuanqing. Bang! The powerful punch landed heavily on Lu Yuanqing's chest. Gotcha! Lu Yuanqing took Lin Feng's attack and was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. Wah! Lu Yuanqing coughed up blood in midair. He was blown a dozen meters away and crashed on the ground. His chest had caved in, and he had been severely injured. Not good. Xing Ming, Zhang Chu, and Lu Yu's expression suddenly changed. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Lu Yuanqing so quickly. Lu Yuanqing was the strongest among the four of them. They realized that they had caused a huge problem. This kid was extremely strange. His cultivation level wasn't high, but he had so many tricks up his sleeves. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation level? However, Xing Ming and the others didn't think so. Lin Feng's cultivation level really wasn't high. Lin Feng had already rushed over. He locked onto Lu Yu and attacked ferociously. He didn't even try to defend himself. It was as if he was fighting with his life on the line. "I'll deal with this clone." "You two deal with this kid," shouted Xing Ming. He attacked the Qiongqi clone while Zhang Chu and Lu Yu faced Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng take the initiative to attack them, Lu Yu looked indifferent and attacked Lin Feng. Zhang Chu went behind Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng. Huh? That kid isn't dodging? Zhang Chu was puzzled, but then he smiled ferociously. In his opinion, Lin Feng was courting death. Bang! Lin Feng and Lu Yu exchanged blows. Lin Feng grabbed Lu Yu with his left hand and punched towards Lu Yu's chest. Lu Yu's attack was very fast. His punch landed on Lin Feng's body. In a battle of physical strength, there was no technique involved. Lu Yu smiled complacently, but a moment later, his eyes were filled with fear. Lin Feng didn't seem injured at all. A moment later, Lin Feng's punch landed on Lu Yu's chest. Gotcha! Lu Yu's chest caved in from Lin Feng's punch. He was sent flying, coughing up blood 3 times in a row before crashing to the ground and twitching violently. Lu Yu was beaten half to death by Lin Feng's attack. He no longer had the strength to fight. At this time, Zhang Chu had already arrived behind Lin Feng and punched towards Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng did not have any defense, so he could only take Zhang Chu's attack head-on. With a loud bang, Zhang Chu's attack fiercely hit Lin Feng's body, and a powerful force instantly erupted. Zhang Chu's face showed a cold expression. In his opinion, without any defense, Lin Feng would be seriously injured if not killed. But who would have thought that after being hit by Zhang Chu's attack, Lin Feng's body only staggered a little. Zhang Chu's attack was very powerful, but no matter how powerful it was just a physical attack, and he could not use his own spiritual power to cast a divine ability to deal with Lin Feng, so it did not cause much damage to Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Zhang Chu with a cold face. "Grandson, you hit me once, this young master will return 10 punches to you." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng rushed towards Zhang Chu. "You! Impossible!" Zhang Chu cried out in horror. He could not believe what he saw with his eyes was real. Just now, he had used almost 100% of his strength to ruthlessly blast this brat's body. He was actually fine. How on earth did this brat cultivate his physical body? While Zhang Chu was trembling in fear, Lin Feng had already rushed in front of him. He did not dodge at all, he just punched towards Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu gritted his teeth and punched towards Lin Feng. Bang! Both sides fiercely hit each other. A dull and powerful collision sound came out, this was completely a collision of flesh with flesh, full of explosive power. Xianxia was forced back 3 steps by Lin Feng. He already showed the intention to retreat. Such an abnormal body, he was not a match at all. In this kind of life and death battle, how could there be the slightest intention to retreat? Once the intention to retreat was born, his fighting spirit would be instantly disintegrated, and at that time, his combat strength would sharply decrease. On the other hand, Lin Feng became more and more courageous. He stepped forward, his body exuding a powerful aura, enveloping Xianxia. Lin Feng quickly approached Xianxia's side. He punched towards Xianxia one punch after another. Both sides continuously collided with each other for more than 10 times. Finally, Lin Feng found an opportunity. His fist hit Xianxia's chin. His face was almost smashed. His body flew upside down. Lin Feng bounced up and kicked his leg. Along with a loud bang, Lin Feng's leg fiercely hit Xianxia's abdomen. Xianxia's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He vomited blood in midair, fell to the ground and fainted. How is this possible? Xingming, who was fighting Lin Feng's Xianxia clone, saw that Lin Feng had dealt with Lu Yu so quickly. Xianxia and Xianxia's faces became extremely gloomy. After repelling the Xianxia clone, Xingming rushed outside. Clearly, he did not want to fight Lin Feng here. He had already seen that Lin Feng was an invincible existence in the forbidden space, but once he was out of the forbidden space, he would be able to use his spiritual power to crush this brat as easily as crushing an ant. Xingming's idea was not bad, but Lin Feng did not give Xingming a chance. His speed was faster than Xingming's. In a few breaths' time, Lin Feng had already caught up to Xingming, his fist flying towards him. Xingming was shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng's speed to be so fast. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Xingming had no choice but to deal with Lin Feng, his fist flying towards Lin Feng. A muffled sound of collision rang out as Lin Feng and Xingming collided. While the two were fighting, the Xianxia clone had already silently hidden behind Xingming, waving his sharp claws and slapping towards Xingming. That terrifying attack was extremely powerful. At this time, Xingming felt a chill run down his spine. Although he did not see the Xianxia clone attack him, he had already guessed it, so he wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The Xianxia clone's huge claw ruthlessly slapped Xingming's body. Xingming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Kacha. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't move at all. Lin Feng waved his hand at the Xianxia clone, and the Xianxia clone immediately turned into a ray of light and flew into Lin Feng's body. Next, Lin Feng coldly looked at Xingming, killing intent flashing in his eyes. In any case, there was no one else here, so he might as well deal with these people, thought Lin Feng as he threw himself at Xingming. Xingming could sense Lin Feng's killing intent, and he shouted in fear, "I'm from an ancient family. If you dare touch me, you'll definitely die. Do you think I'm afraid of your threats?" Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Just as he was about to kill Xingming, a cold voice came from the forbidden space. "Brat, you're too impudent. Since you've obtained the treasure and injured a few people, you should leave. You actually want to silence them?" When Lin Feng heard that voice, he was forced to retreat. His expression was grim. An expert's divine sense had entered the forbidden space. That expert was most likely an extremely heaven-defying expert. "Alright, I'll give Senior some face and spare these people." Lin Feng nodded. He did not want to offend such a powerful expert. That expert clearly knew that he had stolen a 9-dragon fruit, but didn't seem to want to kill him for it. Lin Feng sighed in relief. If that expert had wanted to harm him, it would have been disastrous. Since that person had not killed him for the treasure, Lin Feng had to give him some face and spare Xingming and the others. Lin Feng flew outside. He did not leave through the entrance he had come out of. Instead, he left through a side peak. There were fewer people there, so it would be easier to escape. After Lin Feng came out, he disappeared into the forest. "Senior sister, look. It's just as you expected. That brat came out alive." Lu Wuqing pointed at Lin Feng. He couldn't believe it. He had heard that some Yin-Yang realm geniuses had died, but Lin Feng, a general, had come out alive. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Sun Ziyue had discovered an exit on the side peak by chance. Even though it was small, it was big enough for one person to leave. She had thought that if Lin Feng had come out alive, he would have definitely come out from there. Even though the chances of Lin Feng coming out alive were very slim, Sun Ziyue would not give up on trapping Lin Feng. Therefore, she had waited nearby with Lu Wuqing and the others. She had not thought that Lin Feng would actually come out alive. Sun Ziyue was very surprised. She said, "He looks like he's in a hurry. He must have obtained a treasure. Quick, take out a flying shuttle. We'll use it to chase after him." Okay. Lu Wuqing nodded and took out a palm-sized boat. He poured his true qi into it, and it quickly grew to 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Sun Ziyue, Lu Wuqing, and the others jumped into the boat. It was the flying shuttle that Sun Ziyue had mentioned. The flying shuttle instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the forest, chasing after Lin Feng. Lin Feng had gained a lot from this trip to the forbidden space. Even though he had only obtained 1 9-dragon fruit, it was already heaven-defying enough. At a critical moment, it could save his life. Moreover, it was rumored that 1 9-dragon fruit could extend one's lifespan by 800 years. Lin Feng didn't know whether this was true or not, but he guessed that this legend should be true. If Lin Feng refined the 9-dragon fruit, his lifespan would increase to around 1,000 years, which would immediately become 1,000 years. The kings, princes, imperial concubines, and other nobles of the secular world were called 1,000 years old, but in reality, how could they be 1,000 years old? They only had a few dozen or 100 years of lifespan. Only cultivators at the Yin-Yang realm could truly live 1,000 years. If Lin Feng refined the 9-dragon fruit, he could also reach that level of lifespan. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to refine it because the 9-dragon fruit was too precious. Moreover, Lin Feng believed that with his talent, it was only a matter of time before he reached the Yin-Yang realm. At that time, he wouldn't need to waste the 9-dragon fruit, and his lifespan would already be 1,000 years. Lin Feng was like a nimble ape running through the forest. Each time he jumped, he would cross 40 to 50 meters. But at that moment, Lin Feng heard a rumbling sound. Behind him, a small boat was quickly approaching. That boat was moving as fast as lightning. What's that? Lin Feng was shocked. A flying treasure. Brat, you won't be able to escape today. A cold sneer came from the flying shuttle. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he heard that voice. It was Lu Wuqing's voice. Lu Wuqing, Sun Ziyue, and the others naturally left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Lu Wuqing was an insignificant person. Although his cultivation wasn't weak, he could only be crushed by Lin Feng. The main reason was that Sun Ziyue was unfathomable. She had already reached the martial king realm, and she should be a high-level martial king. Lin Feng's current cultivation, the archaic divine emperor Xianxia's clone, and his secret soul technique should be able to deal with a low-level martial king. However, if he were to face a high-level martial king, he would be at a great disadvantage. After all, Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't increased yet. Brat, once I catch you, I'll crush your bones. A gloomy voice came from Lu Wuqing's fellow disciples. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. The conflict between Lin Feng and Lu Wuqing was initially because Lu Wuqing had attacked Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayu by surprise and had been injured by Lin Feng. But Lu Wuqing and the others wanted to kill Lin Feng even more. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Lin Feng unfolded his golden wings and quickly flew away. The flying shuttle behind him was also extremely fast. It wasn't easy to get rid of it. The two sides, one running and one chasing, flew quickly through the forest. Even with my speed, I can't get rid of the flying shuttle. It seems like it's a flying treasure. Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Feng didn't know where Sun Ziyue, Lu Wuqing, and the others came from, but Lin Feng was very clear about one thing: they must have come from a great power. Brat, if you stop and give me the treasure you obtained from the forbidden space, I'll spare your life. How about it? At that moment, Sun Ziyue's voice suddenly came from the flying shuttle. She seemed to have already defeated Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. She wanted him to hand over the 9-dragon fruit. Was there something wrong with this woman's brain? Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Lin Feng's face was filled with coldness and killing intent. He replied, if I were you, I'd get lost as far as possible, because soon, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. You're about to die and you're still boasting shamelessly. Let's see how we'll torture you when we catch you. Lu Wuqing's face began to twist. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I'll have to kill you mercilessly. Sun Ziyue's enchanting and beautiful face was filled with cold killing intent. Although this woman was beautiful, she was a femme fatale. He killed decisively, and his attacks were extremely ruthless. Whoosh, the flying shuttle suddenly sped up and quickly chased after Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was even faster. He hadn't used his fastest speed yet. When the sky was completely dark, Lin Feng rushed into a huge gorge. The sky was already dark, so visibility outside was already very low, not to mention inside the gorge. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. When Lin Feng entered the gorge, Sun Ziyue, Lu Wuqing, and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They realized that they had lost track of Lin Feng's aura. That brat must be hiding here. Lu Wuqing gnashed his teeth and said. Boom, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from above. Oh no, it's a huge rock. A cultivator cried out in alarm. In the sky, a huge rock was falling rapidly, smashing towards the flying shuttle. It must be that brat. Lu Wuqing's expression was gloomy, and he quickly controlled the flying shuttle to avoid the huge rock. However, one boulder after another fell from the sky and smashed towards the flying shuttle. The canyon was thousands of meters wide. One could imagine how terrifying the power of a boulder falling from the sky would be. This was because the destructive power of objects falling from the sky would increase exponentially. Although the flying shuttle kept dodging, it was still hit by a huge rock. Its formation was destroyed, and it quickly rolled in the air. The flying shuttle was a flying treasure, and its strength was that it could fly extremely fast. However, it didn't have any offensive power, and its defensive power was also very low. When the huge rock hit it, the flying shuttle was already damaged. At the same time, Lin Feng had already stealthily approached the flying shuttle. He released the Xianxia clone and ordered it to attack the flying shuttle with huge rocks above the gorge, while he used the dark concealment technique to hide in the darkness, ready to attack the flying shuttle at any time. Finally, the flying shuttle was heavily damaged by the huge rock, and it kept rolling in the air. Lin Feng knew that his opportunity had come, and he quickly stealthily approached the flying shuttle with the black dragon sword in hand. Then, Lin Feng jumped out of the darkness and fiercely attacked the flying shuttle. All of Lin Feng's strength was concentrated in his sword. The spirit of the black dragon sword had been awakened and was emitting a resonant dragon chant. A precious weapon, even if it wasn't a defensive weapon, was still extremely sturdy. However, the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand was extremely powerful. Oh no! Inside the flying shuttle, Sun Ziyue and the others' expressions changed drastically. Sun Ziyue screamed in terror, "Hurry up and get out!" The others also felt the qi outside, and their expressions became unsightly. They wanted to rush out of the flying shuttle, but it was already too late. Clang, Lin Feng's sword attack, which had gathered all of his strength, reached the peak of its power, and with a sonorous sound, it fiercely bombarded the flying shuttle. Crack, the flying shuttle was instantly destroyed by the black dragon sword. The array on top of it fluctuated violently, and Lin Feng condensed a ball of lightning in his left hand and directly threw it into the flying shuttle. Then, he quickly pushed it out. Boom, in the next moment, the ball of lightning exploded, and at the same time, the flying shuttle also exploded. Ah! Incomparably miserable screams rang out. The destructive power of a treasured-level treasure's explosion was too terrifying. Lin Feng saw that the cultivators inside the flying shuttle were immediately covered in blood from the impact of the treasured-level treasure's explosion, and some were even blown to pieces. The screams stopped abruptly, and one by one, the exploded limbs fell into the depths of the dark gorge. Are they all dead? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. With a thought, the archaic divine emperor Xianxia's clone, which was hidden above the gorge, turned into a stream of light and sank into Lin Feng's body. At that moment, a golden light quickly flew into the distance. The golden light wrapped around an enchanting figure, and surprisingly, it was Sun Ziyue. She hadn't been killed by the explosion, but she was clearly injured, and she quickly fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng roared and quickly chased after Sun Shitong. He naturally wouldn't let Sun Shitong go. If he didn't get rid of her now, she would become a huge threat to him. The world of cultivators was filled with intrigue and deception. Sometimes, it was necessary to be heartless. If you sympathized with others, you would often die miserably. It was fine if you died, but you had to think about your loved ones. Would they be implicated? Most of the time, we didn't just live for ourselves, but also for our loved ones. That was why we had to live freely and live for a long time. Lin Feng's heart gradually grew cold. He sped up, and the distance between him and Sun Shitong grew closer and closer. Under the night sky, Sun Shitong's face was very pale. She had suffered a heavy blow and was heavily injured. It was difficult for her to fight against Lin Feng. Sun Shitong was filled with hatred. Her side clearly had the absolute advantage, but they had fallen at Lin Feng's hands. She could feel the terrifying killing intent behind her enveloping her. Only now did Sun Shitong realize how big of a mistake they had made. They had always thought that the young man's cultivation wasn't high, so he wasn't a threat. But now that she thought about it, that wasn't the case. That young man had been caught off guard by Lu Wuqing's sneak attack, but not only had he not been injured, he had even managed to injure Lu Wuqing. Then, he had stolen a violet jade snake grass from a place where many experts had gathered in the Demon Snake Mountain range. He had come and gone as he pleased in a forbidden space where a Yinyang realm expert had died. He had even seemed to have obtained a treasure. Even if his cultivation wasn't high, his strength was absolutely terrifying. He couldn't be underestimated by ordinary people. If they had noticed this earlier, they wouldn't have clashed with him. But now, it was too late. Sun Shitong took a few healing pills, and she felt a lot more comfortable. The effects of these healing pills were excellent, but it was very unrealistic to want to heal the injuries in a short period of time and recover one's strength. Sun Shitong took a deep breath and said, "Is there a need for us to force each other to the death? How about we each take a step back today?" Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Take a step back? How can you be so shameless? You have the nerve to say such words? You." Sun Shitong was furious. She said coldly, "Even if I'm injured, I'm still a martial king. My cultivation is higher than yours. If I really fight with my life on the line, it's hard to say who will win." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He naturally understood what Sun Shitong said. Even so, Lin Feng would not choose to retreat. This was the best opportunity to deal with Sun Shitong. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too difficult to find another one. Lin Feng quickly chased after Sun Shitong. Without saying anything, he directly activated the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, condensing a dense lightning power and attacking Sun Shitong. Sun Shitong's beautiful face was extremely ugly. She didn't expect Lin Feng to insist on taking her life. Sun Shitong bit her pale lips and slapped out with her palm. A large energy palm condensed in the air and slapped towards the lightning power that was attacking her. At the same time, strands of earth chi appeared on the surface of Sun Shitong's body. These strands of earth chi wrapped around her body. Lin Feng knew that this was earth chi transformed from true chi into earth chi after fusing with earth chi. Earth chi had a stronger offensive and defensive power than ordinary true chi. Although it couldn't compare to the magic power of a Yinyang realm cultivator, it was still incomparable to true chi. This was also a technique unique to martial kings. Bang! Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning Art showed its power and broke Sun Shitong's energy palm. Although Sun Shitong was powerful, she was still injured. How much strength could she display? 10%? 20%? Or 30%? The current Sun Shitong was simply not Lin Feng's opponent. After breaking Sun Shitong's energy palm, the lightning power condensed by the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art swept Sun Shitong's body. Sun Shitong was swept away, but the earth chi around her protected her, so she didn't suffer too much damage. However, such a strong impact still affected Sun Shitong. Sun Xia's face became even paler. She gritted her teeth and sped up. Lin Feng quickly chased after Sun Shitong. Lin Feng said, "Why struggle? You can't escape from me now. You're ruthless enough to kill a delicate beauty like me? How can you be so cold-hearted?" Sun Xia said coldly. If I'm cold-hearted, then you're a snake. Lin Feng curled his lips. Sun Shitong knew that no matter what she said, Lin Feng wouldn't let her go, so she sped up. Suddenly, she heard the sound of water flowing. A huge waterfall appeared in front of her, and under the waterfall was a huge pool. Sun Shitong's eyes lit up. She quickly rushed down and fell into the pool below. Lin Feng also quickly rushed into the pool. Suddenly, Sun Shitong emerged from the pool. Her entire body was soaked. Her clothes were sticking to her delicate body, revealing her perfect figure. Lin Feng could clearly see how alluring her proud twin peaks were. "You're dead." Sun Shitong's expression was indifferent. She repeatedly made hand seals, and an astonishing fluctuation was transmitted from the pool. Then, a whirlpool condensed, and those whirlpools directly enveloped Lin Feng. Spirit Array Technique. "You're also a Spirit Array Master." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Sun Shitong proudly said, "That's right, I'm also a high yellow stage Spirit Array Master. The Spirit Array technique I condensed is called the Water Whirlpool Spirit Array Technique. It forms a huge whirlpool in the water and imprisons the person trapped in the whirlpool. Then, I can launch a sure kill attack." As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Shitong's movements became faster and faster. The whirlpool in Lin Feng's hand also became stronger and stronger. He seemed to be imprisoned by the huge whirlpool, unable to move. Sun Shitong's charming face revealed an extremely cold expression. She quickly swam towards Lin Feng and arrived in front of him. She attacked Lin Feng with her palm, wanting to take advantage of the fact that Lin Feng was imprisoned by the whirlpool to take his life. However, just as Sun Shitong was extremely pleased with herself and thought that she was about to succeed, suddenly, the whirlpool that imprisoned Lin Feng directly collapsed. In the next moment, Sun Shitong felt threads wrap around her body. Sun Shitong violently struggled, but the more she struggled, the tighter she was bound. She could no longer move. She finally cried out in horror, "No, how is this possible?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you that I should be a profound stage Spirit Array Master now." Lin Feng's soul power had already reached the 7th layer of the Yin-Yang realm. Such a powerful soul power was enough for him to become a profound rank Spirit Array Master and profound rank Alchemist. However, Lin Feng lacked practice in Spirit Array techniques, and he didn't test his Spirit Array Master and Alchemist grade. Thus, he couldn't be sure of his exact grade. However, Lin Feng felt that he should be close to reaching the profound rank. Sun Ziyue's Spirit Array technique was like displaying one's slight skill before an expert in front of Lin Feng. It would be easy for her to escape. When Sun Ziyue used her Spirit Array technique to imprison him, Lin Feng pretended to be imprisoned by Sun Ziyue. When Sun Ziyue came to his side and wanted to get rid of him, Lin Feng broke her Spirit Array technique and used the entanglement technique to bind Sun Ziyue. Of course, Sun Ziyue was very powerful. Not only was she powerful, but she was also a Spirit Array Master. If it was someone else, their head would have been separated from their body. However, Sun Ziyue was facing Lin Feng, so her fate was sealed. Lin Feng lightly tapped Sun Ziyue's body. The earth energy that Sun Ziyue condensed was instantly dispersed. Sun Ziyue wouldn't be able to use the power in her body for a short period of time. Sun Ziyue's pretty face became extremely pale. She tried her best to calm herself down, but she realized that her heart was filled with fear and despair. Sun Ziyue never thought that there would be a day when she would die at the hands of a martial general. "Perhaps we can negotiate. As long as you let me go, I can promise you anything." Sun Ziyue didn't want to give up. She didn't want to die. She looked pitifully at Lin Feng. It had to be said that beautiful women had a natural advantage. Sun Ziyue's beautiful face, coupled with her pitiful and tearful expression, made Lin Feng's heart waver. It would be a pity to kill such a beauty. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Ziyue. He saw that she was completely soaked. Her hair was stuck to her snow-white skin, and her clothes were clinging to her body. Her face, figure, and pitiful expression made Lin Feng feel an evil fire burning in his dantian. "You, what are you doing?" Sun Ziyue seemed to feel Lin Feng's evil gaze, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. She knew that her face and figure were extremely lethal to men. Lin Feng grabbed Sun Ziyue and said with a cold smile, "Didn't you want to make a deal with me? I can agree to make a deal with you now. Don't even think about it." I'd rather die than make such a dirty deal with you. Sun Ziyue's pretty face was pale. She could guess what Lin Feng wanted to make, but she definitely wouldn't accept it. Hee, it's not up to you now. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't feel any sympathy for Sun Ziyue. This woman had wanted to kill him. If she didn't have such a beautiful face and such a hot body, she would have already died. But now, he was giving her a chance to live. Lin Feng hugged Sun Ziyue's hot body. No, let go of me. Sun Ziyue struggled, but she couldn't use her strength anymore. Lin Feng carried Sun Ziyue to a rock. Lin Feng pressed Sun Ziyue against the rock, allowing the water to wash over their bodies. Sun Ziyue panicked and turned her head, shouting in fear, "No, change your conditions, I'll agree to anything." But soon, she was about to faint from the pain. It was too late. After a violent storm, Sun Ziyue, who had been ravaged half to death, lay on the smooth rock with her clothes in tatters. "Woman, remember, don't provoke me again." His cold voice resounded in Sun Ziyue's ears, waking her up. Sun Ziyue's body was curled up. She was still in pain, as if she wanted to take revenge. That bastard hadn't treated her with any pity at all. Sun Ziyue's misty eyes gradually regained their focus, and she looked at Lin Feng with hatred. But she didn't say anything. She buried her hatred in her heart. Phew. After entering the forest, Lin Feng changed into a clean set of clothes and took a deep breath. After Sun Ziyue, Lin Feng felt that the repressed brutality in his heart had been completely released. This made Lin Feng feel relaxed. Although he felt a little guilty towards Sun Ziyue, Lin Feng quickly put it to the back of his mind. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. If Sun Ziyue hadn't tried to kill him time and time again, how could she have ended up like this? Lin Feng continued to rush towards the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. He still had to find the third bluestone martial talisman. This was very important to Lin Feng. If he could find the third bluestone martial talisman, Lin Feng's martial spirit would evolve a second time. On this day, a celestial light streaked across the sky, illuminating the world. That celestial light contained a shocking fluctuation that alarmed many people. Immortal treasure, Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually this immortal treasure. In the past, many people had chased after this immortal treasure. They were even besieged by demon Dao experts because of this immortal treasure. Those 5 yin-yang experts might have been killed by Purgatory Archdevil. It was also that incident that led to the separation of Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue. Now, this immortal treasure had reappeared. This immortal treasure is really strange. After so long, no one has been able to snatch it. What kind of treasure is it? Lin Feng muttered. Many people chased after this immortal treasure. It was clearly a unique treasure that made many people go crazy. Lin Feng also chased after it. He hid in the forest and took out the heaven-devouring jar. He wanted to use it to snatch this immortal treasure. Whoosh. The immortal treasure was enveloped by the heaven-devouring jar's powerful devouring power and quickly flew towards it. Success! Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, but it was still a failure. The immortal treasure emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation that swept the heaven-devouring jar away. Lin Feng thought that it was ridiculous. After all, the heaven-devouring jar was incomplete, so it couldn't release its true power. In the end, the immortal treasure escaped. Lin Feng wasn't willing to let the immortal treasure escape. He quickly chased after it, but very quickly, Lin Feng's expression became unsightly because he saw a cultivator in the distance looking at him with murderous intent. A terrifying chi enveloped him. The old man in green robes. It was the old devil. Ever since Lin Feng had cut off one of his arms, the old devil had been itching to cut Lin Feng into pieces every night. Now that he finally saw Lin Feng again, he was so excited that his whole body was trembling. "Little bastard, I want you dead." The old devil roared, "Netherworld Ghost Claw." Rumble, a huge ghost claw the size of a dozen mu condensed in the air and grabbed towards Lin Feng. Danger! Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed when he saw the Netherworld Ghost Claw descend from the sky and grab him. Look, it's the mysterious demon ancestor. He's a big shot of the devil Dao. Hurry up and hide. I don't know who cut off this old devil's arm, but he's completely crazy now. Who knows how many people he killed in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils? Who's that kid? He actually provoked this old devil. Looks like he's dead for sure. Many cultivators who were chasing after immortal treasures cried out in alarm when they saw the green-robed old man. It turned out that this old devil's name was the mysterious demon ancestor. The huge nether ghost claw condensed and emitted a suffocating pressure. Lin Feng had the feeling he was going to die. This was the lethality of a yin-yang expert's divine ability. It was too terrifying. Once a secret technique reached the divine ability level, it could only display its true power by using magic power. For example, Lin Feng's secret techniques, such as the Great Heaven Covering Hand, the Sky Tyrant Thunder Art, the Immemorial Xianxia Treasure Technique, and so on, were far from displaying their true power. Facing the mysterious demon ancestor's attack, Lin Feng only felt suffocated. The mysterious demon ancestor's strength was too terrifying. Lin Feng knew that he was no match for the mysterious demon ancestor at his current stage. Not to mention a general realm cultivator, even a martial king realm cultivator would be as weak as an ant in front of an old devil like the mysterious demon ancestor who had lived for thousands of years. The huge nether ghost claw grabbed towards Lin Feng. The terrifying aura emitted by the nether ghost claw made it difficult for Lin Feng to move. This made his expression extremely unsightly. Was he really going to die at the hands of the mysterious demon ancestor? Lin Feng was naturally unwilling. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Feng crazily circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Immemorial dragonesque elephant, sacred emperor bow. A monstrous chi emerged from the claw and in a flash, Lin Feng could sense that the gigantic pressure brought by the claw had disappeared like smoke in thin air. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art was worthy of being the #1 taboo divine ability of the immemorial era. Lin Feng was only a general realm cultivator, but he was actually able to break the pressure of a yin-yang expert's aura. Swish, swish. Then, a pair of golden wings appeared on Lin Feng's back. It was the golden body wings. He quickly flapped his golden wings and flew into the distance. Boom, that nether ghost claw fiercely clawed at him, but Lin Feng had already taken the lead. The nether ghost claw instantly destroyed a large part of the forest. Lin Feng turned into a stream of light, as fast as lightning, flying madly into the distance. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That brat is only a general. How did he dodge Patriarch Black Demon's attack? Yeah, that's unbelievable. Look, that brat is so fast. Many people were shocked because Lin Feng's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already out of sight. The Xianxia Patriarch roared furiously and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Brat, you can't escape. Even if I don't do anything, I'll still kill you. The Xianxia Patriarch's voice was filled with hatred. His face was distorted. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was too difficult to deal with this old devil. If they fought a battle of attrition, he would definitely lose. Forbidden space. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He thought of the mysterious and terrifying forbidden space. If he lured the old devil into the forbidden space, it would weaken the old devil's magic power. Lin Feng was convinced that with his physical strength, he would be able to oppress the old devil and kill him in the forbidden space. Swoosh, thinking about that, Lin Feng flew in the direction of the forbidden space. He. The old devil laughed. The old demon laughed in a strange way. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. Old turtle, you're shameless. You've been cultivating for thousands of years, but you're chasing me, an 18-year-old boy. Lin Feng cursed. The Xianxia Patriarch roared, little bastard, I don't care how old you are. I just want to tear you to pieces. The Xianxia Patriarch's voice was filled with hatred and hatred. It was Lin Feng. He had destroyed the demonic banner he had spent 800 years refining. It was Lin Feng. He had cut off one of his arms. Besides, the most important thing was that Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the general layer. He was a yin-yang cultivator, but he had been ambushed by an ant-like general cultivator. This was a deep humiliation for the Xianxia Patriarch. This humiliation had already become a demon in the Xianxia Patriarch's heart. The Xianxia Patriarch knew that if he didn't kill Lin Feng quickly, his demon would grow deeper and deeper. He might even lose control and die a miserable death. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He quickly flew in the direction of the forbidden space, but when Lin Feng arrived, his expression changed drastically. The forbidden space had already disappeared. The Xianxia patriarch laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you want to lure me to the forbidden space? Let me tell you, the forbidden space can only exist for 10 days each time it appears. After 10 days, it will disappear. After 100 years, it will appear again." Lin Feng's expression sank. He hadn't thought that there would be such a thing. When he saw Lin Feng's expression become even more unsightly, the Xianxia patriarch became even more pleased. "You won't be able to escape. Stop right now, and I'll give you a quick death. How about that? Die my ass. Old devil, just you wait. I'll cut you to pieces sooner or later." Lin Feng pursed his lips. He didn't want to admit defeat. The old devil was extremely strong, but so what, he couldn't accept it. "You're still so stubborn. Let's see how you'll die when I catch you," the old devil laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng fled like crazy. The old devil chased after him. After a day and a night, Lin Feng felt exhausted. "Brat, you've slowed down a lot. I'll catch you soon. Do you know how miserable your death will be?" The Xianxia patriarch's arrogant voice came from behind him. Lin Feng wasn't someone who gave up easily. After flying for about 100 li, Lin Feng saw a mountain range in the distance. That mountain range was very quiet. There weren't any ferocious birds or beasts. Lin Feng didn't know where it was, but he could sense an endless amount of killing intent coming from that mountain range. It was definitely an extremely dangerous place. If I die, I might as well try my best. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and rushed towards that mysterious mountain range. He rushed into the mountain range and saw a gigantic valley. The terrifying killing intent was coming from that valley. The Xianxia patriarch was already behind him. Lin Feng didn't care about anything else. He rushed towards the valley, but at that moment, a destructive chi spread out from the valley. "Someone dares to enter the weapon burial valley? Are you here to die?" A voice filled with boundless killing intent spread out. Then, a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lin Feng as he rushed towards the valley. Crack, crack, Lin Feng was astonished when he realized that the terrifying energy surrounded him. His body started to crack like a piece of porcelain. There were countless cracks all over his body. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Lin Feng's body was cracking bit by bit, as if it could shatter at any moment. This was the same situation as when Lin Feng saw the body of the young expert from the Myriad Sword sect shatter in the forbidden spell space. However, this time, the person whose body was about to shatter was Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death envelop his body. That feeling almost suffocated him. He had never felt such fear before. The murderous aura emanating from the valley could actually take a person's life. The weapon burial valley was such a terrifying place. It was rumored that it was a forbidden area in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The divine weapons and demonic weapons of the gods and demons that died in the ancient Great War were buried here. Too many divine weapons and demonic weapons were buried here, causing a terrifying change to occur here. In the past, there were still cultivators who would enter the valley to take the risk to search for divine weapons and demonic weapons. However, no one dared to enter the valley anymore. Most of the cultivators who entered had died tragically in the weapon burial valley. Only 1 or 2 people were lucky enough to come out alive. The weapon burial valley is too convenient for this brat. Seeing Lin Feng's body crumbling bit by bit, the black demon ancestor's expression was cold. He didn't approach, instead watching everything with cold eyes. He was waiting for Lin Feng to be killed by the murderous aura in the weapon burial valley. However, the black demon ancestor wasn't willing to let Lin Feng die like this. Even so, he didn't dare to enter the weapon burial valley. This wasn't the first time the black demon ancestor had entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Therefore, he knew how terrifying the weapon burial valley was. If he could avoid it, he would do his best to avoid it. Archean dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng roared as he madly circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. The Archean dragonesque elephant's power poured out endlessly, enveloping Lin Feng's body. His body was rapidly being repaired. Lin Feng roared. Bang! He charged into the weapon burial valley, and the murderous aura instantly dissipated. What? He actually managed to break through the killing intent in the weapon burial valley? The Xianmo ancestor's face was gloomy. He took out a flying sword and slashed it at Lin Feng. It was a demonic sword and it instantly entered the weapon burial valley. Crack. However, the moment the demonic sword entered the weapon burial valley, it instantly shattered. This was a demonic sword at the level of a bejeweled weapon, but it could not withstand the corrosion of the weapon burial valley. The weapon burial valley was said to be the place where weapons were buried. It was indeed so. When the Black Demon Patriarch saw Lin Feng rush into the depths of the weapon burial valley, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. He did not believe that Lin Feng, a cultivator in the martial general realm, could withstand the killing intent of the weapon burial valley. How could he, a cultivator in the Yin-Yang realm, not be able to withstand it? However, the Black Demon Patriarch did not know that everyone who entered the weapon burial valley had different killing intent. The killing intent was different according to one's cultivation. When the Black Demon Patriarch rushed into the weapon burial valley, the killing intent he had to endure was 100 times stronger than Lin Feng's. Kacha kacha, the Black Demon Patriarch's body began to crack. Poof. Poof. Poof, following that, bloody holes appeared on the Black Demon Patriarch's body. Ah! The Black Demon Patriarch roared in anger and fear. He could feel his life slipping away and the smell of death. He did not know how many years it had been since he had felt this. Only now did the Black Demon Patriarch realize how terrifying the weapon burial valley was. Break! The Black Demon Patriarch roared. His battle strength was heaven-defying. He forcefully tore through the killing intent of the weapon burial valley and escaped. At that moment, the Black Demon Patriarch was covered in blood. His face was extremely gloomy. His injuries were very serious, but even so, he did not leave. He sat cross-legged outside, healing his injuries while waiting for Lin Feng to come out. This old thing is blocking the exit. Let me see if there's any other way out. Lin Feng frowned. Flying was forbidden in this place because there were so many restrictive spells. Once someone touched one of those restrictive spells, they would be instantly killed. Lin Feng continued walking until he reached a fork in the road. However, at that moment, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying chi coming from the left side of the valley. Someone actually managed to break in. Haha, that's great. Human flesh, I've forgotten what it tastes like. A gloomy voice came from the valley, and then a huge yellow cauldron rushed out. The yellow cauldron was filled with an evil aura. What's that? A weapon can talk? Lin Feng was astonished. Even if a weapon had a weapon spirit, it only had a very simple consciousness. But that earthing yellow cauldron was clearly speaking the human language. We all love human flesh. Don't even think about taking it for yourself. Another cold laugh was heard. Following that, a blood-red blade flew out. It could also talk. Blood-red blade, demonic cauldron, you think too highly of yourselves. We don't even know who this boy will belong to, said another voice. A third voice rang out, and a jade ruler flew out. He. Whoever is faster will eat his flesh, said a fourth voice. Boom, a terrifying chi came from the depths of the valley. Very quickly, hundreds of godly and demonic weapons rushed out. Nobody can take it from me. The cauldron roared and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Eat. Eat that boy's flesh. The other godly and demonic weapons went crazy as well. They were like demons that wanted to devour people. They were too terrifying. The hundreds of godly and demonic weapons could all speak. Their chi was even more terrifying than the one before. Furthermore, these demonic armaments had a special characteristic, which was that they were all broken. For example, the cauldron was missing more than half. The blood-red blade had obviously been broken in two. Only half of it was left. But even though it was broken, it was terrifying. However, it was still extremely terrifying. For some unknown reason, these divine weapons and demonic weapons all possessed complete thoughts. Clearly, they had all become extremely evil. Lin Feng turned around and ran towards the valley. Chase him. Don't let him in, shouted the cauldron anxiously. Boom. Boom, boom. The hundreds of godly and demonic weapons all released terrifying attacks towards Lin Feng. The attacks were too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that even an almighty human would be killed in an instant. Swoosh, Lin Feng opened his golden wings with all his strength. He pushed his speed to the limit and rushed towards the valley. Rumble, at that moment, the godly and demonic weapons attacks followed the path and disappeared into the void. Lin Feng narrowly dodged their attacks. The hundreds of godly and demonic weapons moved back and forth in the valley where Lin Feng was. The cauldron shouted, "Little boy, hurry up and come out. The place you're in is even more terrifying. If you don't come out, you'll die." "That's right. Hurry up and come out. If you fall into our hands, at most you'll be eaten. If you fall into the hands of that guy, you'll be begging for death. That guy enslaves souls. Your body will be destroyed, and your soul will be enslaved by that guy. You'll be in endless pain, and you'll wish you were dead," said Blood Red Knife gloomily. "Do you believe that I won't eat you?" said a deep and gloomy voice from the depths of the valley. As the voice spread, the entire valley turned black. Black fog rolled in all directions. Nobody knew what was hiding in the depths of the valley. "Run!" When the hundreds of godly and demonic weapons saw that the being in the depths of the valley had come back to life, they all screamed in fear and ran back to their own valleys. Lin Feng looked at the depths of the valley in astonishment. The hundreds of godly and demonic weapons were terrifying. How could they be so frightened by the being in the depths of the valley? What was in the depths of the valley? Lin Feng quickly ran outside, but a terrifying strength swept over and bombarded Lin Feng, pushing him back into the valley. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale, and he even coughed up blood. Lin Feng was astonished. The valley had been sealed, and he was trapped here by the unknown being. He 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 he. A monstrous laughter emerged from the depths of the valley. That laughter was filled with an evil chi, it sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell. Lin Feng had the feeling that his entire body was going rigid. When he heard that laughter, he had the feeling that he was in the bottom of a bottomless pit of ice. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. He didn't know what level of existence this was, but he knew that it was unimaginably terrifying. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Lin Feng became. Panicking would only lead to faster death. "Eh? You're quite calm," said a hoarse voice. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so calm in front of him. Lin Feng looked at him calmly. Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. Lin Feng's expression was strange. But the calmer Lin Feng was, the more interested it became. "Do you want to be eaten by me, or do you want to obtain the ability to live forever?" asked the hidden existence. Asked Lin Feng calmly. "Oh? Could it be that not only will I not be eaten, but I will also gain immortality?" "Of course. But you want to sell your soul to me?" That being laughed evilly. "But you want to sell your soul to me?" Lin Feng sneered. "Do you think that's possible? Little boy, in the past, there were people like you who fell into this place. They said they couldn't sell their souls to me, but in the end, all of them obediently offered their souls to me. I ate their bodies, but their souls were immortal," said Lin Feng. That existence let out a strange laugh. Lin Feng asked, "Where are they now?" "Hee hee." The existence laughed strangely again and said, "They went to a place that everyone yearns for." Lin Feng sneered. The divine soldiers and demon soldiers had said that the terrifying existence in the valley was extremely evil and vicious. It destroyed people's bodies and enslaved their souls. Those who had sold their souls to it had probably been eaten by it already. "Boy, what do you think? If you obey me, I won't mistreat you. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll make you regret being born in this world," said the mysterious existence. The mysterious existence in the depths spoke once more. His voice was filled with piercingly cold killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent. "I want to see if you can destroy my body. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Since that's the case, I'll let you know the consequences of going against my will." A cold voice came from the depths. Swoosh. Next, a demonic light rushed towards Lin Feng. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. With a thought, Lin Feng took out his natal treasure. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp floated above Lin Feng. Primal Chaos Origin Qi descended, protecting Lin Feng. And protected him. Bang! The light slammed into the Primal Chaos Origin Qi formed by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng was sent flying along with the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng slammed into the wall. He felt as if all his bones were about to break. The attack from the mysterious existence was too terrifying. The Primal Chaos Origin Qi formed by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was about to dissipate. What? A treasure forged from Primal Chaos Origin Qi? The existence in the depths was clearly shocked. He asked, "Where did you get the Primal Chaos Ancestral Aura?" "Hee, let me out and I'll tell you." "What do you think of this deal?" Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and grinned. "Humph." A cold voice came from the mysterious existence. "I'll know once I devour you. Your Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp is a great supplement to me. You were such a great future star, but now you're going to become my food," said the strong cultivator in the depths of the cave. Demon Qi rose up in the air and moved towards Lin Feng. Just a single strand of demonic aura had injured Lin Feng. The Primal Chaos Origin Qi formed by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was almost destroyed as well. Now, the demonic aura was sweeping over. Clearly, the mysterious existence wanted to destroy Lin Feng and devour Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng knew that there was no way he could block this attack. It was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could fight against at his level. Even if a major character came, he would probably be killed instantly. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and tried to activate the demonic orb, hoping that it would be useful at a critical moment. However, Lin Feng was depressed because the demonic orb didn't move at all. No matter how hard he tried, Lin Feng couldn't summon it. He then tried to summon the Xianming demonic book. Although he didn't know what secrets it hid, the fact that it could fight against the demonic orb meant that it was a terrifying existence. However, Lin Feng couldn't activate the Xianming demonic book. This was too much. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. At that moment, the Holy Emperor Stone started to vibrate violently. Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't activated the Holy Emperor Stone. Of the three treasures, the Saint King Stone was definitely the last to be considered because it was just too strange. Every time he tried to activate the Saint King Stone, he would be tormented by it until he hovered between life and death. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been in awe of the Holy Emperor Stone. Lin Feng was also very cautious. However, Lin Feng hadn't thought that the Holy Emperor Stone would release such shocking vibrations on its own. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Holy Emperor Stone flew out and floated above Lin Feng. This time, the Holy Emperor Stone didn't cause any harm to Lin Feng's body. Perhaps it had a lot to do with the fact that the Holy Emperor Stone had flown out on its own. When the endless demonic light surged, the Holy Emperor Stone's blood-red light soared into the sky and instantly destroyed the demonic light. Then, the Holy Emperor Stone flew into the air and emitted a terrifying aura. Even if 1,000 reincarnations and 10,000 tribulations descend, it will be difficult to destroy my immortal will. A deep voice came out of the Holy Emperor Stone. Then, a blurry figure appeared amidst the endless blood-red light. "It's you, War Saint. Damn it, you still have a remnant of your will in this world. I will destroy your will." Suddenly, the existence in the depths of the Holy Emperor Stone saw the blurry figure in the blood-red light and roared furiously. War Saint Han Fizi, one of the 100 saints of the human race in the ancient times. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. In the ancient times, during that dazzling era, the power of the human race had developed to the extreme. That was the most glorious period of the human race. 100 saints had appeared at the same time. This had never happened since the creation of the world. And War Saint Han Fizi was one of them. How did the great war of gods and demons break out? Too much time had passed, and the truth had long been lost. This part of history was destined to be a secret. Countless gods and demons fell in this war, and thousands of worlds were dragged into it. Even the 3,000 states of the Tianwu continent fell into a calamity, and many ancient forces were destroyed. This was a long and drawn-out war that had lasted for thousands of years. The upheaval it had caused was unimaginable. That was until the birth of the 100 saints of the human tribe. They rose from their humble beginnings, and when the human tribe was in danger, they led the human tribe to fight against the ancient gods and demons. In the end, the great war of gods and demons was quelled by the 100 saints of the human tribe. As for the gods and ancestral demons, the two ancient races that started the great war of gods and demons, they disappeared in the passage of time. There were rumors that these two ancient and terrifying races were suppressed and sealed in a mysterious space by the 100 saints of the human tribe. There were also rumors that these two races retreated on their own accord to recuperate. The 100 saints of the human tribe could be said to be the greatest group of people in the history of the human tribe. When the gods and demons were at their peak, the human tribe did not have a sage emperor, so they became the sacrificial lambs of the gods and demons. They were treated like ants. The 100 saints of the human tribe helped the great Xia restore the fallen human tribe, allowing the human tribe's legacy to continue. Lin Feng had only heard of the 100 saints of the human tribe, but he had never seen them in person. Now, he finally saw one of them. Lin Feng looked at the illusory figure of the war saint Han Fizi with shock and admiration. This was an ancestor who had sacrificed his life for the human tribe. Boom! A terrifying aura came from the depths, and then an 8 trigrams cauldron shrouded in endless black fog flew out. This is that terrifying existence? The existence that the hundreds of godly weapons and demonic weapons fear? Lin Feng was shocked. The 8 trigrams cauldron was terrifying. Even though it was damaged, it still contained unimaginable power. The 8 trigrams cauldron was originally a godly weapon, but now it had turned into a demonic weapon, exuding endless demonic power. It was you who built this weapon, Burial Valley. It was you who buried us. The 8 trigrams cauldron roared in anger and resentment, and its eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. The weapon Burial Valley was built by the war saint Han Fizi? Lin Feng was moved. He had never thought that there was such a secret. Perhaps the restrictions on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons were closely related to the 100 saints of the human race. Be buried here and wait for reincarnation, an ethereal voice resounded between heaven and earth. No one knew where this voice came from. It seemed to be the voice of the war saint, but it also didn't seem to be. That ethereal voice reverberated in the air, and it was filled with the vicissitudes of time. No, we need freedom. The 8 trigrams furnace roared, and an endless amount of killing intent emanated from it. The gods and demons are dead. We've devoured their divine will and demonic will, and we've turned into undead soldiers. You actually suppressed us for so many years. You deserve to die. This was what angered the 8 trigrams furnace. They were originally the weapons of the gods and devils. Later, the gods and devils fell in the great war of the gods and devils. As a result, a small number of divine weapons and demonic weapons devoured their masters' thoughts and completed their present transformation. Devouring evil thoughts, transforming them into vicious weapons, slaughtering the world. How can I let you leave? The war saint's voice was cold. Lin Feng's expression changed. He didn't know what was going on with this war saint. Was the sacred royal stone stained with the war saint's blood? If this was the sacred royal stone that fell from outer space, was the war saint killed by someone in outer space? The stone was stained with blood, and only a brand was left on the sacred royal stone. When he thought of this possibility, Lin Feng felt very sad. Rumor had it that the 100 saints of ancient times all met tragic ends. The 8 trigrams furnace roared angrily, then I'll slaughter you first today. Boom! The 8 trigrams furnace released an endless amount of demonic light that blasted towards the war saint Han Fizi. Bang! The war saint Han Fizi stood in the blood-red light and waved his right hand. He slammed his palm forward and viciously struck the 8 trigrams furnace. The 8 trigrams furnace was instantly sent flying, crashing into a mountain peak. The peak collapsed instantly. Ah! The 8 trigrams furnace roared angrily. It rushed out of the ruins, and an endless amount of demonic fog surged out. Within the demonic fog, the Qian, Can, Zhen, Zhen, Kuan, Dui, Li, and Sun were formed. This was the so-called 8 trigrams. Qian is heaven? Kuan is earth? Zhen is thunder? Sun is wind? Zhen is mountain? Dui is lake? Can is water? Li is fire. The 8 trigrams furnace was formed and sealed the world, pressing down on the war saint Han Fizi. the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. This scene was like the end of the world. Lin Feng was shocked. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the 8 trigrams furnace's attack was. It was no wonder that the war saint Han Fizi wanted to suppress these godly demonic soldiers. These godly demonic soldiers had devoured the evil thoughts of the dead gods and demons and had completed a strange transformation. They were extremely evil. If they were allowed to escape the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, they would definitely cause a bloodbath in the 3,000 states of the Tianwu continent. Who knew how many people would be slaughtered? Break! The war saint Han Fizi attacked. He stepped forward and waved his right fist, sweeping it towards the 8 trigrams furnace. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the 8 trigrams furnace shattered. The war saint Han Fizi was terrifying. Even though it was only the last remaining brand of the blood-stained ancient stone, his combat power was still heaven-defying. He shattered the 8 trigrams furnace, one punch after another, trying to destroy it. Roar! The 8 trigrams furnace was suppressed. It seemed like the war saint Han Fizi wanted to destroy it. The 8 trigrams furnace roared furiously. Amazing, really amazing. After the Holy Emperor stone was stained with blood, only the Tao war saint Han Fizi's remnant will was left. It's still so terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful the war saint Han Fizi was when he was alive. Seeing the war saint Han Fizi about to destroy the 8 trigrams furnace, Lin Feng felt his emotions surge. But soon, a sorrowful feeling filled his heart. The 100 saints of the human race had sacrificed their lives for the human race. But in the end, they had died tragically in the outer realm. These were the ancestors of the human race. Thinking about the tragic deaths of the 100 saints of the human race, Lin Feng only felt pain in his heart. What are we waiting for? The war saint Han Fizi is here. He's already dead. Only his remnant will is left. Let's destroy this remnant will. The weapon burial valley won't be able to suppress us anymore. The 8 trigrams furnace roared. Kill! Soon, a deafening battle cry came from outside. In another valley, hundreds of divine weapons and demonic weapons rushed over. Han Fizi, you've suppressed us for so many years. Today, we'll destroy your remnant will. Bloodblade roared. Destroy him. The giant cauldron roared as well. Endless demonic light surged in the sky. Hundreds of divine weapons and demonic weapons joined forces with the 8 trigrams furnace to attack Han Fizi. They wanted to destroy Han Fizi's remnant will completely. Can Han Fizi block their attacks? Lin Feng stood in the distance, his heart filled with worry. After all, that was only the remnant will of the war saint Han Fizi. Its power was limited, while these godly demon soldiers were abnormally terrifying. Boom! Powerful attacks gathered together. Hundreds of godly demon soldiers were attacking at the same time. How terrifying was that? The godly demon soldiers had devoured the evil will of the godly demon soldiers and had become independent existences. They roared, filled with endless killing intent. Die! The killing intent of the godly demon soldiers was almost tangible. They were too terrifying. At that moment, the war saint Han Fizi made his move. His hands were performing a series of hand seals. Buzz! A shocking ripple radiated out from Han Fizi, the war saint. The ripple spread out fiercely. The attacks of hundreds of godly demon soldiers were all destroyed. Ah! I can't control my body. Suddenly, a godly demon soldier let out a terrified cry. It discovered that it couldn't control its body and was attacking another godly demon soldier. Me too. Next, more godly demon soldiers started shouting in fear. Very quickly, all the godly demon soldiers were affected. They couldn't control themselves and started attacking other godly demon soldiers. They instantly lost control of their bodies. Even the most powerful 8 trigrams furnace was the same. The 8 trigrams furnace was too terrifying. Its huge body slammed into the other godly demon soldiers. Bang, 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 one by one, the godly demon soldiers were smashed into pieces. They lost a great deal of their demonic nature, and their power was greatly reduced. Ah! Spare me! Some of the godly demon soldiers screamed in fear and quickly dodged the 8 trigrams furnace. What's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. Why were the godly demon soldiers attacking each other? Was it related to the War Saint Han Fizi's hand seals? Lin Feng tried to recall the War Saint Han Fizi's hand seals, but it was too complicated. Lin Feng couldn't remember it clearly, but it was definitely a heaven-defying secret technique. It had caused hundreds of godly demon soldiers to attack each other. Of course, the power of the 8 trigrams furnace also left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Mystical demonic weapons were strong to begin with, but when the furnace of 8 trigrams collided with other mystical demonic weapons, it could destroy them. From this, one could see how terrifying the furnace of 8 trigrams was. But no matter how strong they were, they could not withstand the attacks of the War Saint. Bing, it's the Bing formula of the 9 symbolic words. The furnace of 8 trigrams screamed in horror. 9 words mantra? Is this the legendary 9 words mantra? Lin Feng's mind shook violently. It was rumored that the mantra of the 9 symbolic words was the supreme secret technique of Taoism. The 9 syllables of truth were Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. It was said that each type of mantra represented an extremely terrifying ability. However, there were also rumors that the 9 symbolic words had already disappeared in the river of history. Now, Han Fizi was using a secret technique from the 9 symbolic words. The word Bing naturally had an inseparable relationship with Bing. When Lin Feng saw the godly demon soldiers attack each other, he was stupefied. The power of the word soldier was incredible. If he could obtain the Bing mantra, wouldn't he be able to control his opponent's weapon and kill them when he was fighting against his opponent? Just thinking about it made him excited. Ah! Summon the war god. The furnace of 8 trigrams roared, and boundless light surged out. Within the demonic light, a figure appeared. It was a man wearing golden armor. He was an ancient god of the past, but he had fallen during the great war of gods and demons. The furnace of 8 trigrams devoured the evil intent of this god? Murmured Lin Feng. The aura of the war god was too terrifying. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. War Saint. The terrifying war god looked at the war saint with cold eyes. War god rending heaven. The war saint frowned, recalling the name of this god. You're just an ordinary remnant intent, while I'm an indestructible evil intent, said the man called War God rending heaven. His voice was extremely cold and evil. Originally, the evil intent of a god or a demon could turn into a Yin spirit. But after the furnace of 8 trigrams devoured the evil intent of the War God rending heaven, it had recovered some of his memories. War God rending heaven attacked, holding the furnace of 8 trigrams. Boundless demonic light rushed out and engulfed the War Saint Han Fizi. The Holy Emperor Stone floated in the air, its blood-red light becoming more and more dazzling. The War Saint Han Fizi attacked, waving his right hand. His attack was very simple, but it tore apart War God rending heaven's attack. It was astonishing. Bang, the attack landed on War God rending heaven's body. War God rending heaven was blown away, his body almost exploding. War God rending heaven was only an evil intent, but that attack had injured him greatly. War God rending heaven roared furiously. The War Saint's strength had exceeded War God rending heaven's expectations. Billions of stars, time flies, crossing time and space, turning the world upside down. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying chi surged out, sweeping the sky and the earth. An illusory world appeared in the sky. That illusory world enveloped the War Saint Han Fizi. But at this moment, something terrifying happened. The illusory world turned into a world of blood. Blood-red light lingered in the sky as a figure fell from it. In the depths of the sky was a twisted mass of darkness. A sinister laugh came from that darkness. The War Saint is just SOSO, that voice was terrifying, like the voice of a demon from hell. Blood dyed the sky red. The body that fell from the sky was the War Saint Han Fizi's body. He didn't know what terrifying existence had killed him. After all, this was an ancient saint emperor, how could he die like that? It was unbelievable. War God rending heaven used a secret technique to recreate the scene of the War Saint's death, murmured Lin Feng. Whispered Lin Feng. He was extremely sad. That was an ancestor of the human race. He had sacrificed his life for the human race, but now he had been killed. His blood dyed the sky red. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, an eerie and terrifying voice came from the twisted ball of dark light in the depths of the sky. Boom, a beam of demonic light fell from the sky, heading straight for War Saint Han Fizi. Bam, that blow landed heavily on the body of the War Saint Han Fizi, causing his body to explode. Is the War Saint dead just like that? Lin Feng murmured. He was extremely sad. An ancestor of the human race had been mercilessly killed just like that. The War Saint had died, and that terrifying existence had disappeared without a trace. But when the War Saint's body was destroyed, there was a last drop of blood that hadn't been wiped out. It spilled on a flying rock in the starry sky, turning into a blood-stained Holy Emperor rock. Woo-woo, a sorrowful wail came from the sky, as if it was crying for the War Saint's merciless death. Lin Feng found it hard to breathe. He didn't know why tears were falling. The achievements of the 100 saints of the human race were still being sung by countless people. But the War Saint Han Fizi, one of the 100 saints, had died in such a miserable manner. It really made people feel sorrowful, dismal, and sad. The sky-splitting battle god used a heaven-defying divine technique to recreate the scene of the War Saint Han Fizi's death. He wanted to use this method to bring the War Saint back to the past. The War Saint Han Fizi was immersed in that world. He didn't move at all, as if he was immersed in his sorrow and reminiscing about the past. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the sky-splitting battle god murmured. He stepped forward and used a supreme divine ability. He wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the War Saint Han Fizi's final imprint. Bang, the attack landed heavily on the War Saint Han Fizi's body. The War Saint Han Fizi's body began to crumble. Lin Feng's expression changed. Was the War Saint Han Fizi's final imprint going to be completely destroyed? If it was really destroyed, then he was dead for sure. He didn't think that the 8 trigrams furnace and the godly demonic soldiers would let him go. Senior, the past is the past. Don't sink into it. Think about it, if those godly and demonic soldiers escaped from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, the homeland you protected, the people you protected, how many people will be massacred? Lin Feng shouted. He didn't know if it would work, but it was what he thought. It was also Lin Feng's final effort. But the truth was just as Lin Feng had said. If the godly demonic soldiers escaped, it would definitely cause great suffering. Protect my homeland. The War Saint Han Fizi murmured. War Saint Han Fizi murmured. A glimmer of light finally appeared in his eyes. I want to cast a seal on you. In the next instant, a sharp light flashed in Han Fizi's eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. At that moment, the War Saint Han Fizi seemed to have come back from the dead. Endless runes were emitted from the blood-colored body, surging out in all directions. The runes that blotted out the sky formed chains that filled the void. Buzz. Violent fluctuations swept out. Countless distorted runes formed above the weapon burial valley. These runes seemed to have a life of their own and were now awakening. Are these the runes that the War Saint Han Fizi used in the past? He used those talismans to suppress the godly demonic weapons, but after Han Fizi died, the power of the talismans weakened rapidly, and the godly demonic weapons became stronger and stronger. The runes of the War Saint Han Fizi's body to the demonic soldiers of the godly demonic soldiers. If War Saint Han Fizi hadn't died, perhaps these divine and demonic soldiers would have been killed here. However, War Sage Han Fizi had died tragically in the outer realm, causing changes to occur in the weapon burial valley. But now, Lin Feng had obtained the Holy Emperor's Stone, which contained the blood of Holy Emperor Han Fizi. Lin Feng had come here. The Holy Emperor's Stone sensed his presence, so it appeared. Perhaps this was the War Saint Han Fizi's dying wish? The Holy Emperor's Stone appeared to fulfill the War Saint Han Fizi's dying wish. It strengthened the seal so that the godly demonic soldiers in the weapon burial valley could not escape. Boom. The sky-splitting battle god attacked Han Fizi. He wanted to destroy the War Saint Han Fizi's strengthening of the weapon burial valley seal. The War Saint Han Fizi moved. He rushed forward and fought the sky-splitting battle god. The battle was too tragic. The War Saint Han Fizi's remnant consciousness had suffered a heavy blow before, and now it was in a worse state. Finally, the remnant consciousness of the war Saint Han Fizi burned and enveloped the sky-splitting battle god and the 8 trigrams furnace. Senior, Lin Feng was moved. Was the burning remnant consciousness trying to destroy the 8 trigrams furnace and the sky-splitting battle god's evil consciousness before it was completely destroyed? Lin Feng could not help but shed tears. Even though the war Saint Han Fizi had fallen long ago and only had this remnant consciousness left, he still wanted to protect his homeland and contribute his last bit of strength before it was destroyed. What kind of feeling was this? Senior, I'm willing to lend you a hand, shouted Lin Feng furiously, releasing his celestial fire. The purple earth core fire flew out and merged with the flames of the war Saint Han Fizi's remnant consciousness. No. The sky-splitting battle god finally panicked. His last bit of evil consciousness began to be destroyed. Heavenly fire, this is heavenly fire. The 8 trigrams furnace roared in horror. Crack, crack, at this moment, the 8 trigrams furnace cracked and seemed unable to hold on. The rest of the divine demonic weapons charged at the runes in the void. However, the new runes that the war Saint Han Fizi created quickly merged with the old runes. The seal in the weapon burial valley became stronger and stronger, sweeping away the godly demonic soldiers. Many of the godly demonic soldiers cried out in pain. Boom! The 8 trigrams furnace was truly terrifying. Just as it was about to be destroyed, it broke through the flames. The war Saint Han Fizi gradually disappeared. Senior, muttered Lin Feng. He stretched out his right hand as if he wanted to grab something. But in the end, the war Saint Han Fizi disappeared without a trace. Kill that brat. The group of godly demonic soldiers roared, their anger focused on Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. The Sage Emperor Stone was still very strange. It floated above Lin Feng, scaring away the godly demonic soldiers. The seal in the weapon burial valley was strengthened and became even stronger. The godly demonic soldier's strength was greatly restricted. Huh? That's... Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. He saw a palm-sized green jade talisman. A green jade talisman! Cried Lin Feng. There was no way he was mistaken. Among the hundreds of godly demonic soldiers, there was a green jade talisman. It had the same color and shape as the 2 green jade talismans in his hand. But the green jade talisman's chi was extremely evil. The green jade talisman's chi changed because it absorbed the evil of the godly demonic soldiers. That's why my 2 talismans can't sense its chi, murmured Lin Feng. Whispered Lin Feng. He then threw himself at the bluestone talisman. That brat wants to die. He dares take the initiative to attack us. When the group of godly demonic soldiers saw Lin Feng charge at them, they felt like they had been provoked. I'll kill you, roared the 8 trigrams furnace. It condensed Qian, Can, Zhen, Zhen, Kuan, Dui, Li, and Sun, and moved towards Lin Feng. Boom, a terrifying chi surged. Lin Feng was enveloped by the 8 trigrams furnace's murderous intent. His body started disintegrating. The 8 trigrams furnace was too terrifying. Even though it had been severely injured, it could still kill Lin Feng. Kacha kacha. Even with the protection of the Holy King Stone, Lin Feng's body still couldn't bear it and began to crack. If it wasn't for the Holy King Stone, he would have been destroyed by this damned 8 trigrams furnace. Brat, the remnant consciousness of the war Saint Han Fizi has been destroyed. This broken stone is no longer as powerful as before. You're dead. The 8 trigrams furnace laughed sinisterly and rushed over, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't a person who would sit still and wait for death. He thought of the Black Dragon sword. The treasured sword in the Divine Sword Manual. Swish. Lin Feng took out the Black Dragon sword. Ignite my battle blood. I'll kill my way out. Lin Feng roared. Puff. Puff. Puff, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. Blood essence was the essence of a person's life. Too much blood essence was lost. In serious cases, one would go berserk and die on the spot. In less serious cases, one's cultivation would also drop. However, Lin Feng's blood essence was still within the acceptable range. His blood essence burned fiercely, and all the energy was poured into the Black Dragon sword. Roar. A dragon chant emerged from the black dragon sword and a ferocious dragon appeared. It was circling above Lin Feng's head. It was closely connected to the black dragon sword. Within the black dragon sword, a suffocatingly strong power was released. After devouring Lin Feng's blood essence, the black dragon sword's power had increased to a limit. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword, shouted, and slashed at the 8 trigrams furnace. Kacha kacha, the already damaged 8 trigrams furnace was instantly shattered by Lin Feng's sword. Ah, my body! The 8 trigrams furnace cried out in horror, because its body had been shattered by Lin Feng's attack. It quickly retreated, full of fear. Lin Feng didn't chase after the 8 trigrams furnace, because Lin Feng knew that it was impossible to destroy it. Even the war saint Han Fizi couldn't destroy it, let alone him. The Holy Emperor stone above Lin Feng's head charged towards the bluestone martial talisman. Many divine and demonic weapons attacked Lin Feng. Their attacks were also extremely terrifying. However, the Holy King stone blocked all of their attacks. Although the Saint Royal stone's power had been greatly reduced, it was still able to block the attacks of ordinary godly demonic weapons. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword and sent the godly demonic weapons flying. "Brat, you're hurting me. Do you want to die?" Many godly demonic soldiers cried out. Not far away, the damaged 8 trigrams furnace was quickly being repaired. Moreover, it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying soldiers, Lin Feng's face revealed a look of horror. These divine demonic soldiers were too terrifying. They had long become undead soldiers. The so-called undead soldiers were just like those undead creatures. Unless you completely destroyed them, no matter how serious the injury, they would automatically recover. For example, the 8 trigrams furnace had withstood the combined attacks of war sage Han Fizi and Lin Feng. If it had been any other godly demonic weapon, it would have been destroyed long ago. But the 8 trigrams furnace hadn't been destroyed. In fact, it was beginning to recover. Once the 8 trigrams furnace was repaired, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng naturally understood this. He took out the sky-devouring jar. A powerful swallowing force enveloped the bluestone talisman. "Ah! You want to devour me? Don't even think about it." The bluestone talisman transformed into a terrifying godly demonic weapon and struggled violently. Lin Feng rushed over and slashed out 10 times in a row, breaking the demon chi outside the bluestone talisman. The bluestone talisman's power was greatly reduced, and it was devoured by the sky-devouring jar. Actually, the bluestone talisman had been devoured mainly because it wasn't a godly weapon. It was a talisman in itself. Even though it had absorbed evil and turned into an evil godly demonic weapon, the bluestone talisman didn't have much offensive power. Therefore, it couldn't compare to other godly demonic weapons. That was why it had been devoured by Lin Feng's sky-devouring jar. Whoosh, Lin Feng turned around and ran. He couldn't stay here any longer. "Brat, don't run. Bastard, I'm going to eat you." The godly demonic weapons behind him roared. They realized that the godly Emperor Stone's power was weakening. This gave them a lot of confidence. Lin Feng also realized that the godly Emperor Stone's power was weakening. He madly ran outside. Boom, behind him, the 8 trigrams furnace also shot into the sky and chased after Lin Feng. It gnashed its teeth and roared, "I'm going to enslave your soul. You won't be able to escape." The 8 trigrams furnace had almost been destroyed by Lin Feng and Han Fizi's heavenly fire. It naturally hated Lin Feng, who had taken out the godly Emperor Stone and heavenly fire, to the core. It was moving towards Lin Feng like a madman, releasing terrifying demon lights which bombarded Lin Feng. Bang, the attack ruthlessly flew towards Lin Feng. Even though he had the protection of the godly Emperor Stone, the godly Emperor Stone's power had been greatly reduced. Therefore, the attack still caused serious damage to Lin Feng. Wah, Lin Feng was sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. This kid can't take it anymore. Go eat him. A group of godly demonic weapons rushed over. Get out of my way. This kid is mine. The 8 trigrams furnace was furious. It released demonic light and swept away the rest of the godly demonic weapons. A chance, Lin Feng saw that the 8 trigrams furnace didn't attack him directly. He knew that this was an extremely rare opportunity. Many times, opportunities were fleeting. If the 8 trigrams furnace continued to attack him, Lin Feng knew that he would definitely die. But now, the 8 trigrams furnace didn't attack him. This gave him a chance to escape. Lin Feng soared into the sky, using his golden wings to their maximum. This was a restricted area, so he couldn't fly upwards. He could only fly outwards. What? You can still run after taking an attack from me? The 8 trigrams furnace was shocked and quickly rushed over. However, Lin Feng had already rushed to the entrance of the valley. Boom, boom. Boom, the 8 trigrams cauldron moved towards Lin Feng. It seemed like it could destroy the earth and sky. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the aura behind him. There was no way he could block it. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and sped up. Before the 8 trigrams furnace's attack could reach him, Lin Feng rushed out of the valley. The 8 trigrams furnace's attack was blocked by the valley's restrictive spells, so it couldn't attack outside the valley. Damn it, damn it. It's all because of you bastards. Otherwise, I would have caught that kid already, the 8 trigrams furnace roared furiously. It turned around and looked at the godly demonic weapons. Run. The godly demonic weapons frantically ran towards the valley. I'm going to devour you. The 8 trigrams furnace roared and chased after them. Lin Feng rushed out of the valley, but before he could relax, a cold chi enveloped him. Die, kid. Xianxia, who had been guarding the entrance of the weapon burial valley, suddenly came out of the forest and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! Keek keek. I've finally caught that brat. The mysterious demon patriarch cackled strangely. He felt so good that he felt like he was about to soar into the sky. How much had he suffered at the brat's hands? How many times had he caught him? He wanted to catch the brat even in his dreams. However, he had been disappointed time and time again. Now, he had finally gotten what he wanted. Swoosh! Just as the black demon ancestor was about to enter the forest to see if Lin Feng had been killed, a figure suddenly soared into the sky and flew away. It was Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had taken a hit from the black demon ancestor, he had the sage royal stone protecting him. The black demon ancestor's attack broke through the sage royal stone's defense, and Lin Feng put it away. The sage royal stone went into hibernation again. This time, it intentionally avoided the demonic bead and the Xianming demonic book. It seemed to be in a state of silent recuperation. As for Lin Feng, he wasn't injured at all. The black demon ancestor merely thought that his sneak attack had dealt some serious damage to Lin Feng. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and flew away. Ah! How is this possible? The black demon ancestor roared in disbelief. Although he was injured and the power of that palm strike was far from the peak of his strength, it was still a far cry from the attack. Yet, that brat was unharmed? That was too unbelievable. The black demon ancestor flew into a rage and chased after Lin Feng. He snarled, "Brat, you won't be able to escape. This ancestor will definitely catch up to you and turn you into ashes. Shameless old demon, you, a yin-yang cultivator, actually dared to sneak attack a martial general cultivator like me? How can you have the nerve to live until now? If I were you, I would have killed myself with a piece of tofu." Hearing Lin Feng's mockery, the mysterious demon ancestor almost died from anger. He grinned and said, "Brat, wait until I catch you. Let's see if you still dare to be so disrespectful to me." The Xianxia ancestor had already been injured by the terrifying murderous aura in the weapon burial valley, so he could not increase his speed. After chasing for about 6 hours, Lin Feng shook off the Xianxia ancestor. The Xianxia ancestor's face was extremely gloomy. He could not imagine how a kid in the martial general realm could be so fast. The Xianxia ancestor hated Lin Feng to the core. However, he could not catch up with Lin Feng and once again let Lin Feng shake him off. This caused the black demon patriarch to panic. He had allowed this brat to escape time and time again. Once this brat's cultivation increased, wouldn't that be the time of his death? Thinking of this, the black demon patriarch's expression turned even uglier. After shaking off the Xianxia ancestor, Lin Feng found a hidden cave. He used a huge rock to block the entrance of the cave and set up a few concealment spirit formations to completely seal off the area. After doing all this, Lin Feng let out a long breath. He was now ready to refine the 3 talismans. Brat, let me out or I'll eat you. The third talisman was trapped in the devouring heaven jar and it let out a vicious roar. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You've fallen into my hands and you still dare to threaten me? I think you're tired of living. Brat, how about we negotiate? As long as you let me go, I can give you endless wealth. I know where the secret treasures are buried in the battlefield of gods and devils. I can tell you everything," said the third bluestone talisman. He was trying to entice Lin Feng into accepting his conditions. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe its nonsense. The third talisman had already devoured the evil thoughts of the gods and devils. It had already become an evil existence. If he believed it, he wouldn't even know how he died. It's useless. Don't waste your time. I'm going to refine you and increase my cultivation, Lin Feng said coldly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out the devouring heaven jar. The devouring heaven jar floated next to Lin Feng and emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Heavenly flame, come out. Lin Feng took out the heavenly flame and the purple earth core fire immediately entered the devouring heaven jar. Although the talisman wasn't as strong as the 8 trigrams furnace, it still had an undying attribute. It wasn't easy to refine the spirit of the talisman to death. However, it didn't mean that he couldn't refine it. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely refine the spirit of the talisman to death. Lin Feng spent 5 days and 5 nights. Sure enough, the bluestone martial talisman's devil spirit could not hold on anymore. Brat, if you dare refine me to death, I'll curse you. Bluestone Wufu roared in fear and resentment. It sensed the smell of death. That feeling was so terrifying. You're about to die, so shut up. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he frantically activated the purple earth core fire. 2 hours later, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The bluestone martial talisman's devil spirit was finally refined to death by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Swish, with a flash of light in his hand, the first and second martial talismans appeared. Lin Feng took out the third martial talisman from the heaven-swallowing jar. He combined the 3 pieces into one. Buzz, when the 3 talismans were put together by Lin Feng, they immediately emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. A cloud of dense energy was emitted from the talisman. Lin Feng felt that his martial spirit was ready to move, it was emitting a thirsty call. It was like the earth that had been dry for a long time was being watered by rain. Devour. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit and wrapped the martial talisman. Suddenly, the dense energy contained in the martial talisman began to be absorbed by Lin Feng's martial spirit. The 3 black holes began to spin rapidly. A powerful twisting force was emitted from the 3 black holes. After Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had devoured the astonishing energy contained in the 3 talismans, it became more and more powerful. Lin Feng could clearly feel that his martial spirit seemed to have completed a new transformation. The first transformation. Lin Feng knew that the transformation of the martial spirit was more difficult than the previous one. It was also the first time that he had devoured the power of the martial talisman to transform his martial spirit, but he did not know if it was really like what the fire Qilin had said. Boom! 3 hours later, a terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. I've finally awakened the 4th and 5th devouring martial spirit, thought Lin Feng. Every time he awakened a devouring martial spirit, his battle prowess would increase exponentially. After refining the bluestone talisman, he had awakened 2 devouring martial spirits. Even with Lin Feng's temperament, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. With the 5 devouring martial spirits, even without using the ancient divine Emperor Xianxia's clone, I should be able to fight against a martial king, thought Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. Buzz. At that moment, the 3 bluestone talismans emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Lin Feng looked at them and saw them turn into 3 balls of light. In the end, they turned into 3 balls of light and rushed out of the cave, disappearing into the horizon. Lin Feng had heard the fire Qilin say that the 7 talismans in the world were extremely mystical. When someone found a talisman and absorbed its energy, it would disappear again and hide itself. It would continue to accumulate energy and wait for the next person to find it. Now, the energy of the bluestone talisman had been absorbed by Lin Feng. Just as the fire Qilin had said, the talisman turned into a beam of light and disappeared, hiding itself and preparing to gather energy again. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. His cultivation had broken through to the 6th celestial layer. Furthermore, he had awakened a second martial spirit. I wonder how the fire Qilin is doing now, whispered Lin Feng. He felt that the fire Qilin had entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, but he didn't know where it was. Lin Feng didn't stay for long. He had originally planned to leave because Lin Feng had already gained a lot. It was best to stop while one was ahead. But at that moment, something big had happened in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Very quickly, the news had spread everywhere. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, an ancient palace had appeared. In the palace, there was a corpse that had surpassed the level of a god. Lin Feng had heard about it from the fire Qilin, but only the ancient dynasties and holy lands knew about it. Many ancient families and influential groups weren't qualified to know about it. However, it was unknown who leaked the news, and it caused a huge uproar. Initially, the ancient Holy Land and the ancient dynasty wanted to sneak into the ancient palace and take the corpse back for research. But now, many ancient factions wanted to get involved, and it caused a huge conflict. Transcending the level of a god. Is there really such a thing? Is the world of the immortals? One day, Lin Feng overheard some people talking about this in a cultivator's market. I heard that 100 years ago, the corpse of a strong cultivator who had surpassed the godly spirit layer was discovered, but back then, the Holy Lands hadn't been able to bring the corpse out, and they had suffered great losses. They had been saving their strength for 100 years to attack Bu Palace again, but they hadn't thought that the news would be leaked. Who? It can't be the immortals and emperors, right? Of course it can't be them. The immortals and emperors don't want to share their secrets with other influential groups. That's an existence surpassing the level of a god. Maybe they can find a way to surpass the level of a god from the corpse. No way. The ancient holy emperor is the strongest god. Even people as strong as them can't surpass the level of a god. How can there be an existence surpassing the level of a god in this world? The world of the immortals is a legend. I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, there must be an existence surpassing the level of a god. Let's go and take a look. The cultivators quickly left and headed to the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Lin Feng muttered, was the fire Qilin the one who leaked the news? Only the immortals and emperors knew about it. The other influential groups might have heard about it, but they didn't know the details. But now, the entire matter had been completely exposed, and everyone knew about it. Lin Feng also entered the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. This time, there were dozens of ancient influential groups participating. The ancient holy lands and emperors who wanted to keep the secret felt helpless. They didn't dare offend so many influential groups. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, in the endless darkness, there was a towering demonic palace. The demonic palace emitted an ancient aura. It was heavy, mysterious, and had an indescribable demonic aura. Looking at it from afar, Lin Feng felt like his soul was about to shatter. His face was pale. The demonic palace was too terrifying. It must be hiding a huge secret. Lin Feng didn't dare to approach it. He stood in the distance and observed. I heard that 100 years ago, other than the ancient sanctuaries and the ancient royal dynasty, there were 3 other top powers who participated. They were the Flame Sage, the 9-headed demonic dragon, and the Sword Celestial Li Yuxiao. The 9-headed demon dragon is in seclusion, and Sword Immortal Li Yuxiao has been in the Eastern Sea World for 60 years. There's no news about him. Only the Flame Saint is left. He must have leaked the news. The ancient holy lands and emperors want to cut him into pieces. Someone said. The Flame Saint? Didn't you say that he was killed? Someone asked. Back then, many experts had gathered in a secret place in the Holy Sky continent to fight for the Sage Emperor stone that had fallen from the sky. The Flame Saint had obtained it, and he had been attacked by many influential groups. The news had spread throughout the 3,000 prefectures, but many people thought that the Flame Saint had faked his death. How could he die so easily? Rumor has it that he appeared in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, but he quickly disappeared. He's probably spying on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. A cultivator said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He felt that this was a reasonable explanation. The flame saint was the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was indeed capable of doing such a thing and causing chaos. However, no one knew what the fire Qilin's goal was. You still haven't left, a charming voice said. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was the charming fox immortal. She had seen him and had flown over, landing on the mountain peak. The charming fox immortal was as beautiful as ever. Her enchanting figure paired with her breathtakingly beautiful face made her one of the most exquisite beauties in the world. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Is it strange that I haven't left?" The charming fox immortal looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, "If I were you, I would leave quietly. Who knows how many people are watching you right now?" She looked at Lin Feng and was astonished. She had noticed that Lin Feng's body was different from before. Lin Feng was also looking at the charming fox immortal, but his eyes would occasionally sweep across her large and round breasts. "Where do you think you're looking?" She clenched her teeth and glared at Lin Feng. She couldn't help but cover her breasts with her hands. Facing Lin Feng's burning gaze, she had a strange feeling. However, she didn't want to show it. I'm looking at the mountain peak in the distance. It looks like a mountain range, but it's different." Lin Feng sighed. "Die!" shouted Mei Xian furiously. She raised her fist and punched Lin Feng away. "You're trying to murder your husband!" Lin Feng screamed. "Who told you to spout nonsense? I'll kill you." She clenched her teeth and pounced. "Even if I can't afford to offend you, I can still hide, right?" Lin Feng bared his teeth and quickly ran away. Many cultivators looked over and thought that it was just a quarrel between a young couple. The older cultivators looked at them with interest. The younger cultivators looked at Lin Feng with envy. Who was this kid? He actually managed to get his hands on a peerless beauty like the charming fox immortal. Lin Feng avoided her and stood on a mountain peak in the distance, looking into the distance. Now, the great powers were about to attack the ancient palace, and they were already at the final stage. They had already accumulated enough strength. Lin Feng stood on the mountain peak and looked into the distance. He saw a few familiar figures. Qin Mubai, Jin Chen, and so on. They were all geniuses of the younger generation. Lin Feng also saw the geniuses he had taken care of in the forbidden space, such as Huang Fuyi and the others. In the outside world, Huang Fuyi and the others' cultivations weren't suppressed. They were extremely terrifying. They were all peerless geniuses, and their strength wasn't too far off from the mysterious demon ancestor, who had lost an arm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying these people were. In front of the ancient palace, the experts of the great powers gathered. Said a great elder of an ancient holy land. "Everyone, let's begin." "Then let's do it," boom. Following that, terrifying auras filled the area. Dozens of powerful existences floated in the void. All of them turned into streams of light and charged towards the ancient palace. They're going to attack the ancient palace. I wonder what kind of terrifying existence is in the ancient palace. Why are these top powers treating it so seriously? Some people were discussing this matter, full of doubts. Just as many experts were attacking the ancient palace. All of a sudden, devilish mist filled the ancient temple. Following that, a series of thumps resounded through the sky. It was like the sound of war drums, shaking the heavens and the earth, making everyone's heart palpitate. In the demonic mist, tall figures appeared one after another. They were hidden in the depths of the demonic mist, and it was difficult to see what kind of existence they were. They clashed with the experts of the major forces. Boom! Destructive energy instantly swept through the world. Terrifying fluctuations shook the entire world. The sun and moon collapsed, and the mountains and rivers sank. The surrounding ground had turned into an abyss. "Quick, retreat!" Many people cried out in horror. The battle in front of the main hall was too terrifying. They had only just started fighting, but it had already caused such a terrifying destructive power. Some of the cultivators who retreated slower were caught up in the aftermath of the energy and were killed on the spot. Many people retreated far away. Seeing the constantly collapsing ground, their hearts were filled with deep shock. This was a battle between the strongest cultivators, and the destruction it caused was too great. Kill! Some experts roared and charged forward, fighting with the terrifying existences in the demonic mist. But not long after, they were attacked. One of their arms was torn off, and they escaped with injuries. Is that the 8th elder of the Sky Mountain ancient Holy Land? One of his arms was torn off. Many people cried out in alarm. That was definitely a powerful individual. How long had it been since they fought? Yet, he had suffered such a serious injury. It was hard to imagine what kind of existences were guarding the ancient palace. How terrifying were they? Xianxia ancestor, Lin Feng frowned when he saw someone flying over. It was the Xianxia ancestor. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. The battle of the ancient palace had nothing to do with him. It was something for the top forces to do. Lin Feng still had to avoid the Xianxia ancestor as much as possible. He wasn't a match for the Xianxia ancestor with his current cultivation level. Lin Feng left the ancient battlefield of gods and demons and went to a small town 50 miles away to wait for the fire Qilin. Because of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, the town was bustling with people. It was a place where many cultivators rested. Many people were talking about what had happened on the battlefield. A few days later, news spread that dozens of strong cultivators from the ancient war palace had been defeated and suffered heavy casualties. This caused a huge uproar. Dozens of famous people had died a long time ago. 10 days later, a group of people arrived at the town. They were a group of terrifying existences. They were all dressed in black and looked extremely cold. A few days later, news spread that a supreme expert of the devil race, Sky Tyrant Divine Lord, had arrived. He had brought a supreme devil god weapon to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. He wanted to join the battle of the ancient palaces. Devil god weapons were on the same level as Holy Emperor weapons and ancient imperial weapons. Sky Tyrant Divine Lord. He's one of the 5 sovereigns of the devil race. Someone said. The 5 sovereigns of the devil race all had heaven-defying cultivation bases. They were Sky Tyrant Divine Lord, Peacock Divine Lord, Dapeng Divine Lord, Taotai Divine Lord, and Black Tortoise Divine Lord. Of the 5 sovereigns, Taotai Divine Lord had disappeared 3,000 years ago. It was said that Dapeng Divine Lord had passed away. Black Tortoise Divine Lord appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Only Sky Tyrant Divine Lord and Peacock Divine Lord were still active in the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. Could those people be Sky Tyrant Divine Lord's group? Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He thought of those terrifying black-clad people. Were they experts of the devil race? The ancient battlefield of gods and devils had become the focus of everyone's attention. Sky Tyrant Divine Lord was in charge of the devil god weapon and had joined forces with many other experts to fight against the ancient palace. The battle was extremely intense. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. The ground was sunken, and even the mountains were destroyed. No one could approach the depths of the battlefield. With the ancient battlefield as the center, an area of 100 miles had been turned into a barren wasteland. Anyone who entered that area would be destroyed. Let's leave quickly. Just as Sky Tyrant Divine Lord and the others were fighting against the ancient palace, the fire Qilin returned, looking very anxious. Lin Feng nodded and quickly left with the fire Qilin. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Feng asked after they left. Something terrifying happened in the ancient palace, the fire Qilin replied. What? Lin Feng was shocked. The fire Qilin had snuck into the ancient palace and experienced something terrifying. However, no matter how Lin Feng asked, the fire Qilin remained silent. They are fated to be in vain. The fire Qilin glanced in the direction of the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. It then looked away and left with Lin Feng. Qingyang town was less than 100 miles away from the famous ancient Qingyang sect. This was the last place to rest before reaching the Qingyang sect. The Qingyang sect was located in the mountains between the godly prefecture of the east and the great wilderness of the north. It was said that there were dragon veins there, and the Qingyang sect was located in the dragon veins. The powerful dragon veins condensed the qi of heaven and earth, making the sect immortal for 100,000 years. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin arrived at Qingyang town. Lin Feng had come to fulfill his promise. He hadn't forgotten what Xiao had said before he died, and Lin Feng hadn't forgotten it. Xiao had a younger sister, who was also in the Qingyang sect. Xiao and his sister had depended on each other since they were young. Before Xiao died, his only concern was his sister. Thinking of Xiao, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The three people who were most likely to have killed Xiao were Qin Mubai, Jin Yichen, and Lord Saber. Qin Mubai and Jin Yichen were too strong. Lin Feng couldn't do anything to them, and Lord Saber had disappeared without a trace. Qingyang town was very lively. People were coming and going. Many people were going to the Qingyang sect to learn. Most of them were nobles. If one wanted to join a big sect like the Qingyang sect, one needed to be talented and had to have a huge amount of money to send their disciples there. Since ancient times, there had been no shortage of geniuses, but the number of people a sect could recruit was limited. Lin Feng and a fire Qilin stopped in front of a small restaurant. They found a table. "Big brother, what do you want to eat?" A 4 or 5-year-old girl walked over and stared at Lin Feng with her big eyes. The girl was innocent and cute. She was holding a menu. Although she was very young, she was very sensible and helped her grandfather and sister. "What a cute girl. Tell me, what's your name?" Lin Feng smiled. The girl smiled sweetly and said, "My name is Yun Yun. I'm 5 years old." The fire Qilin also revealed a smile. This little girl was indeed very smart, sensible, and lovable. That pair of pure and bright eyes without a trace of impurities, after looking at them, would make the impetuous heart involuntarily calm down. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let me see your menu." "Yeah." Xiao Yunyan nodded and handed the menu to Lin Feng before saying innocently, "Big brother, can you order one more dish?" "Why?" Lin Feng smiled and looked at little Yun Yun. "Because little Yun Yun's grandfather is very tired every day. If Big Brother orders one more dish, little Yun Yun's grandfather will be able to finish work earlier. That way, little Yun Yun's grandfather won't be so tired." Little Yun Yun looked at Lin Feng expectantly. "What an obedient and sensible child," Lin Feng said tenderly as he patted little Yun Yun's head. He looked at the menu and saw that it was filled with the simplest dishes. There were about 20 or so dishes, and the prices were very cheap. This was only a small restaurant, and it wasn't a big restaurant. Naturally, the prices wouldn't be too high. The people who came here were all ordinary people. Order everything," the fire Qilin said. It was obvious that the fire Qilin liked little Yun Yun a lot. Of course, the fire Qilin didn't let little Yun Yun hear it to avoid scaring her. "Then, let's order one of each dish, alright?" Lin Feng smiled and looked at little Yun Yun. "Okay." Little Yun Yun nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, big brother." She lifted her little legs and ran happily into the house. Not long after, hot dishes were served. The person who served them was little Yun Yun's elder sister. She was a young girl who stunned Lin Feng. She was about 13 or 14 years old. Although she wasn't very old, she was extremely beautiful. Her face was so perfect that it was suffocating. When she came out, many people looked at her in amazement. In the distance, a group of about 20 people riding strange beasts passed by. A waiter pointed in their direction and said, "Young master, look." The person riding a black flame beast was a young man who looked about 20 years old. He was also stunned when he saw the young girl. "There's actually such a beauty in this shabby place?" The young master waved his hand and the group of people walked towards the restaurant. "Big brother, this is my elder sister." Little Yun Yun raised her head and smiled innocently. "Big sister, this big brother is really good. He's the one who ordered all the dishes," said Lin Feng. Little Yun Yun pulled on her elder sister's clothes and said, "Good girl, don't disturb big brother when he's eating." The young girl's name was Qing'er. Just like her name, she gave people the impression that she was pure and untainted. She was like a green lotus, standing alone in the world. "It's alright, I like little Yun Yun a lot." Lin Feng smiled. "Guests are here." At that moment, a voice came from a nearby table. A group of people walked over and kicked out the other tables. They sat there. Some people looked unhappy, but their companions stopped them. That's a young master from the Qingyang sect, said one of the companions. Many people's expressions suddenly changed. The Qingyang sect was an ancient sect. They were extremely powerful. Nobody dared offend them. Big brother, what do you want to eat? Asked little Yun Yun innocently. She walked over and raised her head. Oh, you're so young, but you're so cute, said the young master, pinching little Yun Yun's cheeks. Little Yun Yun's delicate face had turned red from the pinch. Although it was painful, she endured it. However, her eyes were filled with tears of grievance. She was still very young, so she was already a little afraid of being pinched so painfully. However, when she thought about how hard her grandfather worked every day, she mustered up her courage and asked, Big brother, do you want to eat anything? Haha, that's your elder sister, right? Bring her over, said the young master with a smile. Little Yun Yun was scared, but she quickly came back with Qing'er. Young master, what do you want to eat? Asked Qing'er cautiously. She could obviously see that those people weren't good people. The young master looked at Qing'er and put his arm around her waist. He smiled and said, I don't want to eat anything else, I just want to eat you. You. Let go of me. Qing'er's face turned deathly pale. She tried her best to struggle. But she didn't have a cultivation level, how could she struggle? Many people were pointing at them. Some people wanted to act like heroes, but when they thought about the young master's social status, they gave up. Those people were from the Qingyang sect. They were in the territory of the Qingyang sect. Offending the Qingyang sect was tantamount to suicide. What are you looking at? Piss off! Shouted the young master's guard arrogantly. Let go of my sister. Bad guy. Let go of my sister, said little Yun Yun, pushing the young master away. Piss off, said the young master, kicking little Yun Yun 3 or 4 meters away. Thump, little Yun Yun fell heavily to the ground. Her forehead was instantly smashed open, and fresh blood flowed down her jade-like face. The old man heard the noise and quickly ran out. When he saw Yun Yun lying on the ground with a bruise on her forehead, he was heartbroken. You bastard! Qing'er looked at little Yun Yun with heartache. She raised her hand and slapped the young master's face. Slap, that slap landed on the young man's face. Bitch! How dare you hit me? That young master's face immediately revealed a sinister expression. He directly carried Qing'er on his shoulder and walked into the restaurant. Let's see how I'll F***ck you, said the young man coldly. Let go of me, you bastard. Let go of me. Qing'er struggled, but how could she break free? Young man, Qing'er doesn't know any better. Please be magnanimous and let her go, said the old man, grabbing the young man's hand and begging him. Piss off, old bastard, said the young man, kicking the old man away. Grandpa. 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 Does it hurt? Asked Yun Yun, running to the old man and trying to help him up. But the old man was too old, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Yun Yun's face was covered with blood. She was crying helplessly. Perhaps with her age and her naive personality, she was still unable to understand everything that was happening before her eyes. Grandpa, said Qing'er, looking pale. She was worried. Haha, Lu Er, keep an eye on that old bastard and the little liar. Don't let them disturb me, said the young man with a perverted smile. What a sin! Many people were filled with righteous indignation, but when they thought of the other party's identity, they did not dare to interfere. They could only sigh in their hearts. Let go of my sister. You're a bastard. Let go of Yun Yun's sister, said Yun Yun, standing up. She threw herself at the young man. The servant called Lu Er was the one who had told the young man about Qing'er's beauty. He knew his master well. When he saw Yun Yun throw herself at the young man, his expression changed. If they disturbed the young man's good mood, they wouldn't have a good time either, said Lu Er with a ferocious smile. Little bastard, do you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped out and raised his leg to kick little Yun Yun. What were ordinary people in the eyes of these ancient powers, he was just like an ant. Many people closed their eyes as they couldn't bear to see such a cute little girl like little Yun Yun bleed on the spot. Crack! crack, the next moment. Everyone heard the sound of bones cracking. Ah! Following a blood-curdling scream, a figure was sent flying. It's Lu Er. Many people were shocked. Lu Er was sent flying with a kick. Lu Er, who was in midair, had his entire leg broken. He was dangling in midair, looking extremely miserable. Plop, Lu Er fell to the ground, his whole body twitching. Look, a young master is making a move. Someone exclaimed. Alas, you're still too young. This place is less than 50 kilometers away from the Qingyang sect. This is the territory of the Qingyang sect. The Qingyang sect is a large sect with a Yinyang realm expert. Offending the Qingyang sect is the same as courting death. Yeah, I'm afraid that Brad is going to be unlucky. Some people shook their heads. Although they felt that the young master's actions were praiseworthy, they also felt that the young master's actions were irrational. Yun Yun, are you all right? Lin Feng looked at little Yun Yun worriedly. Big brother, little Yun Yun is in so much pain. Hurry up and save little Yun Yun's grandfather and sister, okay? Little Yun Yun is begging big brother. Little Yun Yun looked pitifully at Lin Feng, her face covered in tears. Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant art and sent a stream of dragonesque elephant energy into little Yun Yun's body. Her wound stopped bleeding. Little Yun Yun doesn't feel pain anymore. Big brother, did you save little Yun Yun? Big brother, please save little Yun Yun's grandfather and sister, okay? Little Yun Yun begged again. Lin Feng really felt sorry for this sensible, cute, and pure little girl. Don't worry, little Yun Yun's grandfather and sister will be fine. Lin Feng rubbed little Yun Yun's head. He held little Yun Yun's hand and went to the old man's side. He fed him a medicinal pill. The old man was finally able to move a little. He grabbed Lin Feng's hand and looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. Young master, please save Qing Er. She's also a pitiful little girl. She lost her parents before she was 10 years old. She's been so sensible since she was young, and she's been helping me. It's really not easy. The old man was about to get up and kneel down in front of Lin Feng. Old man, please don't do that. Don't worry, Qing Er will be fine. Lin Feng said solemnly. He was very angry. He felt like there was a raging fire in his chest. It was about to ignite his whole body. It was anger. As a member of an ancient power, he didn't protect the safety of ordinary people. How could he be so perverse? He didn't even spare the elderly and children. He even wanted to rape a young girl in broad daylight. Even a beast wouldn't do such a thing. When the young man saw that someone dared to meddle in his affairs, his face darkened. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, Little boy, do you know who I am? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Do you want to die? Put Qing Er down and cripple one of your arms. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I'll make you regret being born. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Then young master. Many people were dumbstruck. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be so aggressive. Little boy, do you want to die? Kill this little boy. The young master shouted with a gloomy expression. Yes, young master. Immediately, more than 20 guards rushed towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. The fire Qilin silently arrived next to the old man and little Yun Yun. The fire Qilin was worried that some idiot would target the old man and little Yun Yun. It would be very troublesome. They're attacking. There are quite a few generals among those guards. I wonder if that little boy can resist them. If he can't, he'll end up in the hands of the young master of the Qingyang sect. He'll suffer a fate worse than death. Many people thought that Lin Feng was too arrogant. Some people frowned when they saw the conflict. Many people thought that Lin Feng was too arrogant and that he was going to suffer. Little boy, how dare you offend our young master? You're really tired of living. Hideous laughter could be heard as more than 20 guards rushed over. Swoosh. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Bang bang bang, a series of muffled sounds spread in the air. Everybody saw that Lin Feng was like a blur as he rushed into the crowd and started fighting with the guards. Crack, crack, then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Accompanied by miserable screams, over 20 guards were sent flying. Their chests had all caved in, and their ribs had all been broken. Over 20 guards fell to the ground, and some of them were gasping for air. Clearly, they weren't going to survive. Insta-kill? Many people stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Those were more than 20 guards, and there were even a few powerhouses in the martial general realm. They had actually been defeated in an instant. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and horror as they uniformly looked towards the young master who had made a move. Who is this person? So young and so powerful. What is his cultivation level? Everyone's hearts were in turmoil as they stared at Lin Feng, trying to guess who Lin Feng was. You actually crippled so many of my subordinates. The young man's face immediately became extremely gloomy. He put Qing'er down and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The young man obviously wanted to personally deal with Lin Feng. I remember who he is. He's called Lu Zixu, the grandson of the fifth elder of the Qingyang sect. Someone revealed the young man's identity. The fifth elder of the Qingyang sect was a great figure of the Yin-Yang realm. His strength could be described as unfathomable. No wonder Lu Zixu was so arrogant and despotic. Little brat, you crippled my people in the territory of the Qingyang sect. Nobody in the world can save you. Lu Zixu's voice was filled with a hint of coldness. Although Lu Zixu was an evil young man, he was not a cripple. However, he was not a piece of trash. Instead, he was a cultivator with decent strength. Lu Zixu was 20 years old and was already at the 9th layer of the general realm. Even in the ancient era, he was considered to be quite talented. After all, to be able to enter the martial king realm at this age was definitely a super genius. As for those who could enter the yin-yang realm at this age, they were extremely rare. I think you should be worried about yourself. With your cultivation, I can crush you with one hand. Lin Feng curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Many people looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. That young man is really domineering. He doesn't put Lu Zixu in his eyes at all. That's right. No matter what, this Lu Zixu is at the 9th layer of the martial general realm, right? I wonder what that young man's cultivation is. I think he's at the 6th layer of the general realm. Ah, the 6th layer of the general realm? Against the 9th layer of the general realm? This is troublesome. That young man is too arrogant. I'm afraid he'll suffer. Immediately, many people cried out in alarm. Boom! Lu Zixu attacked. His body shot towards Lin Feng. He used Dragon Source Heaven and Earth to attack Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng also attacked. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Feng's body. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Feng's body, many people's faces turned pale. Force. It was force. That young master has condensed his force. How is that possible? Wasn't it said that one had to be at least in the yin-yang realm to be able to condense force? Wasn't that young master at the 6th layer of the martial general realm? How is it possible to condense force? Many people cried out in alarm. An old man said, who said that only cultivators in the yin-yang realm can condense force? I've read in an ancient book that some amazing geniuses can condense force in advance even if they haven't broken through to the yin-yang realm. I wonder what that young man experienced that allowed him to condense such a terrifying force in advance. Many people felt the power emanating from Lin Feng's body, but their faces were pale, and they were almost out of breath from the pressure. Lu Zixu was suppressed by Lin Feng's force. His aura was severely suppressed, and his cultivation was immediately reduced by 30%. Now, Lin Feng had awakened 5 devouring martial spirits. With 5 martial spirits circulating, he could even fight against a martial king expert. Lu Zixu was only at the 9th layer of the martial general realm. How could he be Lin Feng's opponent? Boom! Lin Feng took a step forwards. Each time he took a step, his ji became more and more powerful. Bang! Lin Feng punched out, and his fist collided with Lu Zixu's. Along with the dull sound of the collision, there was a loud sound. Lu Zixu was sent flying by Lin Feng's attack. Damn it! Lu Zixu's face became extremely gloomy. He twisted his waist and landed on the ground. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. No wonder you dare to meddle in my affairs. You have some skills. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lu Zishu let out a sinister laugh, then leaped up into the air. Buzz, everyone saw that Lu Zishu had transformed into a sword, and slashed towards Lin Feng. Transforming into a sword? Isn't this Lu Wuqing's move? Seeing Lu Zishu's secret skill, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought of Lu Wuqing. Lu Wuqing. Back then, when he had launched a sneak attack on Xikong Jiayue and himself, he had used this secret technique to transform his body into a sword. It seemed that Sun Ziyue, Lu Wuqing, and the others were also disciples of the Qingyang sect. Lin Feng did not expect that they were from the same sect as Zishao. Zishao was humble and polite, and treated people sincerely. However, these people were all arrogant and domineering, and looked down on others, and did evil. They came from the same sect, but there was such a huge difference in their personalities. People were indeed different. This was the so-called human heart. Transforming into a sword, an ancient divine ability. Many people cried out in surprise. Seeing Lu Zishu use this secret skill, their expressions changed drastically. This was a secret skill passed down in the Qingyang sect, and its power was extremely terrifying. It was very difficult to cultivate, but Lu Zishu had succeeded. Feeling the power of transforming into a sword, many people's expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Lin Feng with pity. This attack, it was really too powerful. In many people's eyes, this attack was simply too difficult to resist. Brat, die. A cold voice sounded. Lu Zishu had transformed into a sword. The sword slashed through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Transforming into a sword? Lu Zishu's strength was on par with Lu Wuqing's. When Lu Wuqing had attacked him, he had been caught off guard, and Lu Wuqing had not been able to break through his defense. Not to mention, his current cultivation had increased a lot compared to that time. Facing Lu Zishu's transforming into a sword, Lin Feng stepped forward. Boom boom boom, Lin Feng directly shook his opponent with his fists. After 3 consecutive punches, Lu Zishu's transforming into a sword was directly broken by Lin Feng. This is impossible. Lu Zishu roared in disbelief. He could not believe that this was real. Although he had just succeeded in cultivating transforming into a sword, it was still an ancient divine ability. The brat in front of him had a lower cultivation level than him, and he had not used any powerful secret skills, but he had broken his transforming into a sword. To Lu Zishu, this was simply a huge blow. It was hard for him to believe that this was real. What's impossible about this? Lin Feng's face was full of coldness, and he grabbed at the void. Crackle crackle. The dense power of lightning condensed and formed. The power of thunder all blasted towards Lu Zishu. Bang bang bang, along with the sound of violent collisions, Lu Zishu was drowned in the dense thunder. Ah! A tragic cry rang out. Lu Zishu was sent flying by Lin Feng's sky tyrant lightning. Lu Zishu's body exploded, his flesh lacerated, and he was dripping with blood. Many of his bones were broken, and he fell to the ground, twitching violently. Blood kept flowing out of his 7 orifices. The most terrifying thing was that there was a huge wound on Lu Zishu's abdomen. Lu Zishu's true qi had already dissipated. That young master destroyed Lu Zishu's dantian. Many people cried out in shock. Many people gasped. Lu Zishu was the grandson of the 5th elder of the Qingyang sect. Although he was a complete ruffian, destroying his dantian was equivalent to poking a hole in the sky. Little brother, hurry up and leave this place. The person you crippled is the grandson of the 5th elder of the Qingyang sect, Lu Zishu. The 5th elder will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If he finds out about this, he definitely won't let you off. Someone secretly transmitted to Lin Feng. Thank you for the information. Lin Feng replied. He wasn't afraid, but the old man, Qing and Yun Yun definitely couldn't stay here any longer. Young master, hurry up and leave. If you're too late, you won't be able to escape from the Qingyang sect. The old man knew how terrifying the Qingyang sect was, and he couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Old man, if you're going to leave, you should leave together. Do you still have any relatives in town? The old man shook his head and said, The 3 of us depend on each other for survival. Do you have any relatives in other places? Lin Feng asked. The old man said, I have a distant cousin in Ping City who runs an escort agency. Perhaps we can rely on him. Ping City? I wonder where I am. Lin Feng asked. This place is called the Scarlet Fire Nation, and Ping City is in the West Prefecture Nation. The old man said. Alright, old man, do you have anything else you want to pack? I'll personally escort you there. Lin Feng said. This kid is really. Many people were moved, and they admired Lin Feng's character. Things had already developed to this point, yet he didn't choose to escape. Instead, he wanted to escort the three of them to safety. Little brother, there's a griffin mount in the northwest of town. You can rent one or buy one there. A cultivator secretly transmitted a message to Lin Feng. Obviously, he didn't want anyone to know who he was. He was probably worried that he would be exposed and be hated by the Qingyang sect. Lin Feng felt grateful, but he also sighed. There were quite a few chivalrous cultivators. Qing'er, go back and take some valuable things with you. The old man said. Qing'er nodded and quickly returned to the house, where she took out a package. Lin Feng said, there's no time to lose. Let's beat him up. After that, Lin Feng carried little Yun while Qing'er supported the old man. The few of them didn't linger and quickly left. Lin Feng immediately spent a large sum of money to purchase a griffin. Everyone sat on the griffin and flew towards the west continent. Little Yun had already recovered from her shock. After all, she was still young, and this was her first time riding a griffin into the sky, so she was very excited. Big brother, little Yun can fly too. She curled up in Lin Feng's embrace, her little hands clutching tightly onto Lin Feng's clothes. She looked into the distance somewhat timidly, as if she was afraid of being blown away by the wind. When little Yun grows up, she'll be able to cultivate. In the future, little Yun won't need to ride a griffin, she'll be able to fly by herself. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed little Yun's head. Little Yun asked in surprise, ah, you can fly by yourself? Will little Yun grow wings like this big monster? As she spoke, a terrified expression suddenly appeared on her face. She hugged Lin Feng tightly and shook her head. Big brother, little Yun doesn't want to grow wings. Little Yun is scared. Lin Feng smiled and said, of course little Yun won't grow wings. Little Yun doesn't need wings to fly. Little Yun became happy when she heard Lin Feng say that. She hugged Lin Feng's neck and pressed her face against Lin Feng's. Then little Yun can fly by herself to find Big Brother. That's right. When that stone monkey appears, little Yun will be able to protect Big Brother. Lin Feng pinched little Yun's delicate cheeks. Little Yun nodded solemnly and said seriously, little Yun will definitely protect Big Brother in the future. No one is allowed to bully Big Brother. If anyone bullies Big Brother, little Yun won't like them anymore. Little Yun will chase them away and help Big Brother vent his anger. Little Yun is so obedient. Lin Feng said with a smile. Seeing Lin Feng and little Yun's intimate interaction, the old man and Qing'er's expressions warmed up. Big Brother Feng. A shy voice called out from below. Under the night sky, a beautiful figure raised her head and looked over. Qing'er, why aren't you asleep? Asked Lin Feng. Qing'er blushed and said, Big Brother Feng, Qing'er wants to talk to you. Lin Feng nodded and jumped down. He grabbed Qing'er's waist and jumped up. The two of them landed on a tree branch. The tree needed more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. The branches were also very big. The two of them sat face to face. Qing'er blushed and said, Big Brother Feng, thank you for your kindness. If you hadn't helped me, I would have killed myself by biting my tongue. I don't know what would have happened to Grandpa and Yun. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Qing'er's head. He felt that this action was a bit too intimate for their friendship. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, but he didn't expect Qing'er's soft body to jump into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng could smell the alluring fragrance of a virgin from Qing'er's body. Qing'er's delicate body trembled slightly. She murmured, Qing'er doesn't know if she'll be able to see Big Brother Feng again after we reach Ping City. Maybe that will be the last time we'll be apart. Qing'er wants to give her body to Big Brother Feng. Big Brother Feng, take Qing'er. After saying that, she mustered up the courage to raise her head and kiss Lin Feng's lips. She was clearly inexperienced. After her lips touched Lin Feng's lips, she closed her eyes. She didn't know what to do next. Qing'er, don't be like this. You still have a long future ahead of you. Don't give your body to me out of gratitude. Lin Feng gently pushed Qing'er away. Qing'er's blushing face instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. Big Brother Feng, do you dislike Qing'er's lowly background? Or do you dislike Qing'er for not being pretty enough? Qing'er's delicate body trembled violently. Tears streamed down her face. When Lin Feng saw the sadness and despair on her beautiful face, his heart ached. He pulled Qing'er into his arms and said, "Silly girl, you're still young. Wait a few years. When you grow up, I'll come and see you." Lin Feng smiled. Qing'er blushed and nodded slightly. Boom boom boom. At that moment, they heard the sound of a mutant beast in the distance. There was also a deep roar. The griffin let out a terrified cry, broke free from the rope, and ran away. Oh no, the Xianxia sect is here. Lin Feng's expression changed. Big Brother Feng, hurry up and run. Don't worry about us, said Qing'er with a pale face. Her delicate body was trembling. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Nobody can hurt you." He quickly jumped down from the tree and put Qing'er in the cave. The old man and little Yun Yun also woke up. Big brother, little Yun Yun is scared, said little Yun Yun in fear. Don't be scared, Yun Yun. You'll be fine, said Lin Feng as he touched little Yun Yun's face. Anyone who enters must be killed without question, said Lin Feng. He then looked at the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin nodded. Lin Feng quickly walked out of the cave and used a concealment formation to hide the cave. Lin Feng knew that this kind of formation couldn't be hidden from experts. He only hoped that there wouldn't be too many experts chasing after him. Boy, you can't escape. A cold voice came from the distance. Boom boom boom, then, more than 10 black flame beasts rushed over, crushing the void. On each of the black flame beasts sat a cultivator with a profound aura. There were 15 people in total. Seeing these 15 experts, Lin Feng's expression became unprecedentedly serious. 15 experts of the martial king realm. The Xianxia sect had used an astonishing amount of strength to chase after him. The black flame beast flew towards Lin Feng. 15 martial kings surrounded him. Their eyes were cold. They were all wearing black, as if they were fusing with the darkness. They were the Xianxia sect's men of sacrifice. The so-called men of sacrifice were those who didn't fear death. They did things that couldn't be done openly, such as eliminating Lin Feng. Because the Xianxia sect didn't know who Lin Feng was, they couldn't directly attack him. So they sent men of sacrifice to kill Lin Feng. If the group behind Lin Feng wanted to investigate, the Xianxia sect could quibble. Do you have proof? The men of sacrifice were very mysterious. They usually did not appear in front of people. They only appeared when they were doing missions. The secret skills and cultivation methods they practiced were often not from their own sect. Therefore, even if these men of sacrifice were caught, no one would be able to find out the reason why they were captured. Actually, it wasn't just the Xianxia sect. Many other groups had their own men of sacrifice. Little brat, why aren't you running anymore? Said the leader of the group in black close coldly. He was coldly looking at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Do I need to run to deal with people like you? Little brat, you're about to die and you still dare to talk big. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed leader. Attack. He waved his hand. One of the men of sacrifice immediately rode his black flame beast towards Lin Feng. Obviously, the leader of the men of sacrifice thought that one man was enough to deal with a small fry like Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was only a general. A martial king against a general was simply a slaughter. The other 14 men of sacrifice looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They were waiting to see Lin Feng's blood splashed. That cultivator was holding a spear and riding a black flame beast. In a flash, he rushed towards Lin Feng and thrust his spear towards Lin Feng's chest. When that spear was about to reach Lin Feng, a light flashed and Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. He disappeared? How is that possible? These men of sacrifice all revealed astonished expressions. They were all martial kings, yet they were unable to find any trace of Lin Feng. The man of sacrifice who had attacked Lin Feng looked around with a grave expression. After exchanging blows, he realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. Speed. It was too fast. Behind us. Suddenly, a death warrior shouted. The men of sacrifice who were attacking Lin Feng were shocked. They turned around and looked behind them. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his body. Bang! The violent power of thunder tore everything apart. Lin Feng used darkness escape and hid behind the death warrior. Then, he used the Sky Tyrant lightning art to condense an energy ball and bombarded the death warrior's body. The death warrior's body and the black flame beast he was riding were instantly blasted into pieces. Evasion technique. The leader of the men of sacrifice was experienced and knowledgeable. His expression was extremely gloomy. Whoosh. Lin Feng disappeared again. Xianxia. The leader of the men of sacrifice shouted, and the 14 men of sacrifice all released their Xianxia. Whoosh 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 whoosh. As soon as the Xianxia was released, it formed a fierce wind that swept across the land and completely covered the surroundings. With a loud bang, Lin Feng was blown away by the wind. The darkness escape technique was not invincible. Once the hiding place was filled with powerful energy, the darkness escape technique would fail. Obviously, the leader of the men of sacrifice was very experienced. He had broken Lin Feng's darkness escape technique. Boy, after the evasion technique fails, I'll see how you'll die. The leader of the men of sacrifice's gloomy voice, which sounded like it came from hell, resounded. He waved his right hand and the other 13 men of sacrifice began to surround Lin Feng. 9 of them are level 1 martial kings, 4 are level 2 martial kings, and the leader of the men of sacrifice is level 3 martial king. You can kill him. Lin Feng carefully checked their cultivation. Suddenly, a ghastly expression appeared on his face. Now that Lin Feng had awakened 5 devouring martial souls, he had a killer move: kill. The leader of the men of sacrifice shouted. He waved the war spear in his hand and swept it toward Lin Feng. The other 13 men of sacrifice attacked at the same time, waving the war spears in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. Streaks of cold light shot out. The power of these war spears was revealed. The cold light pierced through the land. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even if Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to block that attack. After all, 14 kings had joined hands to attack him, not 1 or 2 people attacking him at the same time. The situation was very dangerous. The 14 martial kings looked at Lin Feng with ghastly eyes. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die. However, at this moment, a light flashed in front of Lin Feng. Roar. A 2-headed Xianxia was summoned. Lin Feng had summoned the Archean Saint Emperor's Xianxia avatar. Moreover, this 2-headed Xianxia had activated the Archean Xianxia treasure technique, so 2 heads appeared. The huge body protected Lin Feng. Clang, 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 the attacks of the 14 martial kings all landed on the 2-headed Xianxia. Suddenly, there was a series of clanging sounds, but the 2-headed Xianxia blocked their attacks. The 2-headed Xianxia was condensed by Lin Feng with various materials, so it was naturally stronger than a cultivator's body. This was a beast-shaped weapon, and it was a beast-shaped weapon that could use the Archean Xianxia treasure technique. Avatar. The men of sacrifice's pupils shrank violently. They naturally knew what an avatar was, but it was extremely difficult to refine. Even a Yin-Yang realm cultivator might not be able to refine it successfully. How could an ant in the martial general realm refine an avatar? Many thoughts flashed in their minds. However, at this moment, a terrifying fluctuation spread out from Lin Feng's body. Devouring martial soul. Ultimate form. 5 martial souls as one. Rumble. Lin Feng's dantian was filled with light. 5 devouring martial souls appeared and spun violently. No, impossible, how can you have 5 martial souls? The 14 men of sacrifice all cried out in fear. They had heard of twin martial souls, but that was the limit. It was a heaven-defying monster. But the person in front of them had 5 martial souls. This was completely out of their expectations. Go and ask the king of hell. A cold voice resounded. 5 martial souls as one, an unprecedented power of imprisonment was formed. The 14 men of sacrifice were all imprisoned in the air. Swish, Lin Feng turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sound of something being torn apart could be heard. One by one, the men of sacrifice were killed by Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, all 14 of them were dead. Huff, Lin Feng half knelt on the ground. The Archean Divine Emperor's avatar had already entered his body. Tired. Lin Feng had never felt so tired before. Using 5 martial souls as one consumed a terrifying amount of energy. Rustle, but at that moment, light footsteps came from the forest. Lin Feng raised his head and his expression changed drastically. A man in black clothes stepped out. A man of sacrifice. There was another man of sacrifice. When Lin Feng sensed the chi of the man of sacrifice, his face turned deathly pale. A man of sacrifice of the yin-yang layer. You. Lin Feng pulled a long face. How strong, you've awakened 5 martial souls and killed 14 martial kings in a row. If the news spread, it would shake the entire 3,000 provinces. But today, everything will end. Lin Feng stood up and tried to calm himself down. Even if he had to die, he couldn't die here. The old man, Qing and Yin Yan were still in the cave. If he was killed here, they would be found very quickly and killed as well. If he lured this person away and killed him, he probably wouldn't come looking for the old man, Qing and Yin Yan. After all, they were just mortals, unimportant people. Lin Feng believed that the fire Qilin could escort them away safely. Whoosh! Lin Feng spread his golden wings and flew into the distance. Kid, you still want to run away now? The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior said disdainfully. He also flew into the sky and chased after Lin Feng. The Qingyang sect is such a king coward. They actually sent a Yin-Yang Realm cultivator to deal with a general like me. How shameless! Lin Feng cursed fiercely. What's the point of saying that now? The Yin-Yang Realm men of sacrifice laughed eerily. Lin Feng looked indifferent and quickly flew into the distance. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared. Darkness evasion technique, hee hee. Little boy, that kind of technique is best used when nobody knows about it. Besides, you haven't mastered it yet. If you had practiced it for another 8 or 10 years, maybe you would have been able to show off in front of me. But now, in front of me, there's nothing you can hide from me. The Yin-Yang warrior sneered, raised his right hand, and slapped to the left. Bang! A rock exploded, and Lin Feng, who was hiding behind it, was sent flying. Lin Feng looked gloomy. The darkness evasion technique had no effect. This was really troublesome. He was already feeling tired. He had used a lot of energy to activate the ultimate form of his devouring martial soul. Now, how could he fight against a Yin-Yang Realm cultivator? Moreover, even at his peak, he couldn't fight against a Yin-Yang Realm cultivator, let alone now. The Yin-Yang warrior chased after Lin Feng unhurriedly. It seemed like he was playing with Lin Feng like a cat playing with a mouse. He said indifferently, Kid, if you tell me how to condense a clone, I'll give you a quick death. What do you think? No wonder the Yin-Yang warrior didn't kill Lin Feng directly. It turned out that he valued Lin Feng's method of condensing a clone. The method of creating doppelgangers was much more precious than many ancient superpowers. Moreover, the method of creating doppelgangers was extremely rare. There was a special characteristic of this clone condensation method. The lower the level of the clone condensation method, the higher the requirements of the materials required, and the lower the success rate of condensation. In order to create a low-level doppelganger, one had to use high-grade materials to make up for the disadvantages of the method. The higher the level, the higher the probability of successfully condensing a doppelganger. Moreover, the materials required to condense a doppelganger would be much simpler. This was the only way to show the huge advantage of a high-level method of condensing a clone. The main advantage was in these 2 points. First, the success rate was extremely high. Second, the materials were easy to find. For example, Lin Feng's Supreme Ancient 9 Imperial clones didn't require precious materials, they were easy to find. Besides, Lin Feng had succeeded the first time he had condensed the Supreme Ancient 9 Imperial clones. Of course, the reason why Lin Feng succeeded on his first try had a lot to do with the location where Lin Feng had refined the clone. Back then, it had been in the Western Mountains, a place where countless corpses were buried. The yin qi was very dense, and it was the best tonic. All of it had been absorbed by the clone. Lin Feng sneered. You want the method of condensing a clone? Sure, but kneel down and call me master. Maybe I'll be happy and give it to you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's face was filled with killing intent. Brat, I think you're just trying to kill yourself. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll capture you and forcefully search your soul. Search my soul? You've cultivated a demonic secret technique? Lin Feng's expression changed. The soul-searching technique was extremely vicious. It was strictly forbidden to practice it. However, some demonic forces didn't have any scruples about it. Lin Feng hadn't expected that someone from the Qingyang sect, especially a Yin-Yang realm expert, would dare to cultivate such a vicious secret technique in secret. Keek keek. The Yin-Yang realm death warrior laughed sinisterly. What's there to be surprised about? There are countless people on the righteous path who cultivate demonic secret techniques. You just don't know them. Do you really think that those cultivators who shout that they're righteous path cultivators are righteous path cultivators? Have you ever heard of the word sanctimonious? Let me tell you, the most frightening thing isn't the demonic forces. No matter how frightening they are, it's only on the surface. The most frightening thing is those who pretend to be righteous path cultivators, but are actually even more evil than the demonic forces. It's like the difference between a true villain and a hypocrite. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's words made Lin Feng's expression change again. If the demonic forces were truly villains, then those who pretended to be righteous path cultivators but were secretly evil were hypocrites. Hypocrites were much more frightening than true villains. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. You're courting death. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior raised his right hand. Buzz. A huge energy palm condensed in the air. The energy palm ruthlessly slammed down towards Lin Feng. No. Lin Feng roared in terror. Bang. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the energy palm engulfed Lin Feng. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Lin Feng lay on the ground, covered in cuts and bruises. His body twitched violently. He smiled bitterly. The attack of a Yin-Yang Realm cultivator was really frightening. Your physical body is really powerful. You're still alive after taking my attack. It seems like you have a lot of secrets. That's even better. The more secrets you have, the more secrets I'll get when I search your soul. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He had a sinister smile on his face. When he reached Lin Feng's side, he grabbed Lin Feng. He grabbed Lin Feng's neck and lifted Lin Feng into the air. His sinister eyes flickered with a cold light. Brat, after I search your soul will scatter. Do you have any last words before you die? The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior asked with a sinister smile. Bastard, I curse you that your death will be 10 times more miserable than mine. Lin Feng cursed. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior was furious. He roared, You're about to die and you still dare to provoke me? Die, brat. Soul Search Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the Death Warrior's eyes turned pitch black. Lin Feng's eyes met his. Boom. Instantly, Lin Feng felt as if he had sunk into a boundless illusion. A terrifying strength surged into his mind. Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to explode. End of chapter 420. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.